Chapter 1. Huagua the Starry Forest. At the Duke Baihu's residence in the Xinghua Empire, a young boy opened the door to the outside world. His face, aged 11 or 12, bore an unwavering determination far beyond his years, and his eyes radiated a hatred that seemed unbefitting for one of his age. Mother, may your spirit watch over me from beyond. No matter the sacrifices I must make, there will come a day when I return, trampling everything here underfoot. From this moment forth, I shall take your surname, changing it to Huahuayuhao. Upon uttering these words, he cast a lingering glance at the place he had called home for over a decade before turning toward the starry forest. He sought strength, desiring to make the Baihu Duke's residence pay dearly to achieve this. He needed power enough to stand against an entire Duke's household, and this was inextricably linked to soul rings. On the outskirts of the starry forest, a boy rested against a large tree by a small river. He appeared youthful, with short dark blue hair and an air of languor. After an indeterminate time, he lazily stretched, then vanished beneath the tree. Sigh. How long must I wait for Huagua? How is it that I've crossed into this world? The plot of this realm is truly exasperating. Huagua, bound for life, and the higher-ups of Shrek all have their peculiarities. The only one resembling Huaxia, the prince of the sun and moon, is quite abnormal, and there's an old coin in the sky watching over everything. It's truly bothersome. The boy's voice echoed from the top of the tree, and as he contemplated his time and surroundings, he couldn't help but voice his frustrations. Soon, his hair was tousled by his own hands. However, it seems that Tang San can no longer interfere with Douluo continent. There have been significant changes since my arrival in this world. The Silver Dragon King appears to have awakened, and that shadow from the far north, could it be the formidable Sanyue from the realm of star thieves? Not to mention the demigods of the sun and moon. If they could intervene, surely those unanticipated elements would have been discreetly dealt with. Yet, I have yet to hear any news regarding these matters. It seems he cannot meddle in the affairs of Douluo continent. Nevertheless, it's quite vexing. I have no idea if the plot has altered. Never mind, he'll just take it easy after all. Living again is already a gain. The boy's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, but it wasn't long before his expression soured once more. This is truly irritating. I've been waiting here for 3 days, and Huagua still hasn't arrived. There's only this path. I shouldn't have missed my time, right? Perhaps even heaven could not bear this incessant whining. For soon a frail figure emerged at the end of the path, a boy with blue hair and eyes that seemed to contain constellations, yet his physique appeared malnourished, as if he might topple over with the slightest touch. There's a small river ahead. Let's take a break and prepare some lunch. The starry forest lies just beyond. I will become a soul master, mother. I promise. Huayuhao declared. Clenching his fist to bolster his resolve, he rolled up his trousers and sleeves before wading into the river to catch some fish. Unbeknownst to them, a young boy perched upon the tree observed all that transpired. Habitually, he placed his hand upon the tip of his nose, furrowing his brow slightly, before resuming his languid demeanor. The boy quietly watched as Huayuhao busied himself with the grilled fish, heralded as the singular marvel of Douluo. He then retrieved his midday meal from the 5 spatial gemstones adorning his handa, substantial skewer of beef. Oh my, how delightful it smells! The inhabitants of Douluo truly have no taste. Grilled fish? Who would indulge in such fare? Barbecue is far more delectable. Sigh, this storage soul guide is increasingly reminiscent of my youthful fantasies. After my parents acknowledged my existence at the age of 4, they gifted me this, reminiscent of the divine soul I once beheld in my childhood, a storage soul guide identical to that of the white-haired Ling Yushuan. Though it is indeed striking, it feels rather juvenile. The boy gazed at the soul guide, inlaid with red and blue gemstones, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. He then produced a juice, settling in to watch the unfolding scene. Baby, what is that delightful aroma? Quickly, let us go. The fragrance emanates from up ahead. A voice of surprise rang out, bright and melodious, startling Huayuhao, who reacted like a frightened creature, poised to flee like a tea present. Huayuhao found himself to be utterly inept, unable even to contend with a wind baboon. Following the direction of the voice, Huayuhao beheld 2 figures approaching along the stream. To the forefront was a young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16, her long black hair tied into a ponytail cascading down her back, clad in a light blue outfit that radiated youthful vigor. Trailing behind her was a boy with striking blue hair, exuding an air of refined charm. Unbeknownst to him, Huayuhao's tension began to dissipate. Little brother, your grilled fish smells divine. Do you sell it? The girl exclaimed, skipping a few steps toward Huayuhao. While he had encountered beautiful girls before, it is worth noting that Huayuhao had spent 11 years single, untouched by romance. As the enchanting maiden approached, Hui Yuhao's face gradually flushed crimson. Observing Hui Yuhao's bashful demeanor, the girl erupted into laughter. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be shy. In that case, I shall not hold back. With that, she seized the grilled fish and took a bite, her eyes seemingly sparkling with delight. I could see this moment. The boy behind her sauntered over, offering a resigned greeting to Hui Yuhao while casting a glance at the girl. Xiaoya, the young brother has yet to eat. Why have you already begun? Big brother, please join us. Hui Yuhao proffered another grilled fish to the boy. The boy paused momentarily, then replied, Little brother, you should partake first. A gentleman does not deprive another of their enjoyment. Did you catch these fish from the river? It's quite all right, I will catch more, Hui Yuhao assured him, preparing to retrieve more fish. However, the boy halted him, stepping gently toward the riverbank. If we consume your fish, how can we allow you to catch more? Allow me to assist. What say you, Xiaoya? Bei, what do you call me? The young girl glanced at Bei upon hearing this, and Hui Yuhao, witnessing the scene, felt his face flush. Although the girl had yet to fully blossom, that fleeting glance was imbued with an alluring charm. Noticing this, the boy quickly raised his hand in surrender. Teacher Xiaoya, I shall go assist my little brother in catching fish, he said before dashing off as if pursued by some overwhelming force. After lunch, the boy and girl rested together. The boy introduced himself to Hui Yuhao, saying, Greetings, little brother. My name is Bei, and this beside me is Tanya. Tanya, hearing Bei's words, shot him a sidelong glance, then turned to Hui Yuhao and said, Little brother, you may call me Sister Xiaoya. With that, she leaned against Bei's shoulder to rest. Greetings, brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya. I am Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao replied, settling down to rest, lost in thought. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Boy, the Young Lord of the Borderland, Gufeng. Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Hui Yuhao said after resting for a while, heading towards the Stardow Forest. Bei, do you think little brother Hua is also here to hunt souls? He is so young, should we lend him a hand and bring him into our Tang sect as a token of gratitude for his treat of grilled fish? Tanya mused, watching Hui Yuhao's departing figure. Bei, upon hearing this, playfully poked Tanya's forehead with his finger. I see you're merely craving his grilled fish, seeking an excuse to bring him along to cook for you. However, since he treated us, we should indeed assist him. Let us go, Xiaoya, Bei concluded, gently ruffling Xiaoya's hair. Tisk, truly a land abundant with lovesick minds and ethereal maidens, this Douluo continent. From the enchanting Xiao Wu and Bibi Dong of Douluo 1 to Hui Yuhao and Bei of Douluo 2, it's quite overwhelming. Yet this time, I cannot allow you to pass. Ilex, I wonder if I'll be chosen. But whether selected or not matters little, as I merely came to try my luck that a young man, perched in a tree, shrugged, and then gradually appeared before Bei and Tanya. Apologies, but you must stay here with me for a moment, the boy said softly to Bei and Tanya, positioning himself in their path. Bei regarded the suddenly appearing boy, narrowing his eyes slightly, and paused his intention to venture into the forest in search of Hui Yuhao. Hey, what's your deal? Is this road yours? If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being impolite, Tanya retorted, her expression revealing her readiness to act if he refused to yield. Unfazed, the boy casually dug into his ear and blew on his hand before responding. Firstly, if I dare to block your way, I am not afraid of your retaliation. Secondly, I am not He, I am Gufeng. Thirdly, I am curious to see how a Shrek elite behaves when it comes to being impolite. With that, the boy crossed his arms and regarded Tanya and Bei with keen interest. Young brother, kindly step aside. Since you are aware that we are students of Shrek Academy, it would be courteous for you to yield otherwise. Do not blame us for being impolite, Bei asserted, but before he could finish his thought, Tanya had already taken action. The dark blue-silver grass surged forth like a swarm of venomous serpents, racing towards Gufeng, closing the distance in an instant. Bei's arm crackled with blue lightning, following closely behind the blue-silver grass as it advanced on Gufeng. What a bother, Gufeng murmured, as tendrils of black mist began to flow from beneath his feet. The black mist expanded explosively, swiftly dispersing the blue-silver grass, causing Bei to stagger back under its force. Gufeng's hair transitioned from blue to black, growing wildly until it cascaded down to his waist. Ethereal, immovable king, Gufeng silently chanted. A five-meter figure composed of black mist materialized in the middle of the road, resembling a colossal half-giant akin to the Susanoo from Naruto. Yet, the giant bore features strikingly similar to those of a youthful Gufeng, or rather, an older version of him. The black giant's hands coalesced the mist into a formidable black sword. In the next moment, the colossal blade descended, its terrifying power cleaving through the air towards Tanya. First soul skill, Blue Silverbind. Second soul skill, Thunderous Wrath, combined with the first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Bei and Tang Ya's eyes widened as they unleashed their proud soul skills to counter the descending giant sword. An explosion erupted as the black sword shattered under the onslaught of thunder. In the next instant, the ground beneath Bei and Tang Ya was adorned with the pattern of the Other Shore Flower. Ethereal Other Shore Flower. The black mist surged upwards from beneath Bei and Tang Ya, propelled towards the heavens. Lightning crackled vigorously, intercepting the oncoming surge. Bei maintained the thunderous wrath, expending considerable soul power to shield Tang Ya from the unexpected assault. Observing the situation, Tang Ya constructed a barrier of blue silvergrass to assist Bei in fending off Gu Feng's ethereal Other Shore Flower to ha. Heavy breaths escaped Gu Feng's lips. Well, it seems I have indeed overexerted myself. My body cannot keep up. Remembering the star thief, Liu Xing, is quite absurd truly, an ordinary person achieving the title of Demon Lord. Ugh, this is unbearable. I appear to be somewhat inadequate. Just 2 skills from the ethereal have left my body feeling taxed. Nevertheless, it's fortunate that these 2 have been temporarily incapacitated. I must hasten to secure my 3rd soul ring. Although this method of cultivating soul rings is subpar and fraught with side effects, I require not the skills that come with them, but merely the power to accelerate my growth and strengthen my body. Oh, these 2 managed to withstand the attack. It seems the novels have misled me. I genuinely believe that the characters in Douluo were pathetically weak. Clearly, my parents were right with my current strength. Should I encounter even a moderately powerful Soul Emperor, I would be dispatched without a second thought. I thought they were jesting. Alas, my body is too small to bear such power. I shall address this matter later. Time to retreat. Gu Feng thought, discreetly withdrawing upon realizing that his ethereal Other Shore Flower had been thwarted. Cough. Who exactly is that fellow? Is he an evil soul master? But if he is, why didn't he kill me and Tang Ya? Right, Tang Ya? Tang Ya, are you all right? Bei, dragging his injured body, hurriedly approached Tang Ya. Upon seeing that she had not sustained significant injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. Bye, I'm fine. Most of the impact was absorbed by you, so I didn't suffer much damage. How about you? Was that scoundrel trying to kill us? How infuriating. I wonder how little brother Hu Hao is faring. Tang Ya, witnessing Bei's disheveled state, could not suppress her anger. She harbored considerable resentment towards the one who had obstructed them, as he had not only hindered their attempt to assist Yu Hao, but had also injured Bei. Had it not been for Bei shielding her from the brunt of the attack, she would have been gravely wounded, potentially jeopardizing her acquisition of the 3rd spirit ring. The more she pondered, the more her ire towards Gu Feng escalated. Tang Ya, protect me for a moment. I need to recuperate. As for little brother Hua, it seems he must fend for himself, Bei said, preparing to restore his state now that Tang Ya appeared to be relatively unharmed. His spirits were dampened, having encountered such turmoil before even entering the forest. Meanwhile, Gu Feng leaned against a tree, observing Hu Hao approaching. He was gradually adjusting his state, feeling rather displeased. Seriously, I really can't get used to the Douluo continent. Here, the moment one feels like fighting, they just do it. While the borderless city is tolerable, the situation in the Sun Moon Empire is still uncertain. Yet here on the Douluo continent, soul masters truly seem to consider themselves superior. They act without hesitation, he muttered. However, I suppose this is also partly my fault. If someone obstructed my path, I would likely be enraged as well. Nevertheless, I never anticipated that the Shrek folks would resort to ambushes. I suppose it's true what they say about the Tang sect. Gu Feng's hair had transformed back to a short blue style. Under normal circumstances, he would suppress the ether elements within him, as his body could not endure it. Even cultivation was impossible, as the ether violently expelled the absorbed soul power. However, the ether elements were gradually enhancing his physique by slowly absorbing the vitality from the surroundings. Sigh. I wonder if my parents will come looking for me once they discover I've sneaked away. But they probably won't, considering the anomalies that appeared on the continent over a decade ago. Although most people cannot perceive that overwhelming phenomenon, we in the top-tier powerhouses surely are aware of it, that I wonder if that rift was caused by our group of outsiders. But it is indeed perilous. Why does that rift have to be located near my home? Fortunately, the strongest beings emerging from that rift appear to be titled Douluos. My father, a 98th level super Douluo, should be able to defend against them. But his martial soul, wow, it's the sun-shooting bow. How absurd that a spirit ring can only be used once and requires a full day to cool down. Yet its power, well, although I've never witnessed it, it must be formidable. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have told me that once he goes all out, no one can withstand his attack. However, the drawbacks are quite apparent. Gofeng absent-mindedly touched his nose, aware that his habits were unlikely to change. He pondered his next course of action. Having escaped a forced marriage, he initially intended to visit the Shrek Academy from Douluo. However, after having just engaged in a scuffle with Muin's great-grandson, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Yet, he believed the issue was manageable, that if they dared to confront him, he could simply call upon his parents for assistance. After all, his mother was a formidable super Douluo at level 97. However, invoking parental intervention might lead to dire consequences, especially given that she possessed an angel martial soul, specifically a six-winged angel. Nonetheless, he thought Shrek Academy would likely show his parents some respect, considering that the ominous rift had always been under their family's watch. It seemed that their family's prowess was known throughout the continent, but few dared to provoke them recklessly. Alas, as a young lord, my situation is truly lamentable. I have no home to return to. It's utterly unbearable. At merely 11 years of age, I find myself betrothed to a girl over 6 years my senior. Truly, there is no option but to flee. Forget it. Why ponder so much? Let us take a break and wait for Huagu to summon Electra. Gufeng contemplated for a moment, then reclined against a tree. Observing Huagu, who was approaching at his feet, he gently narrowed his eyes, gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought once more. Chapter 3. The Initiation of Huagu, Tianming, and Elder Yi. Gufeng gazed at Huayuhao, who had already reached the base of the tree, hoping that circumstances would unfold as he envisioned. However, even if they did not, it mattered little. Gufeng's audacity to quietly follow Huayuhao and witness the momentous scene of the first soul ring in a million years was largely due to the uniqueness of the ether. In the absence of any proactive revelation from Gufeng, even the unparalleled Douluo was unable to perceive his presence. After all, one who possesses the audacity to elope beneath the very gaze of a level 98 superdome must possess a certain degree of self-assurance. Gufeng once again retrieved a bottle of wine from his gloves, observing our unparalleled protagonist, classmate Huagua, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the formidable wind baboon, a soul beast that nearly achieved the extraordinary feat of god-slaying in a one-on-one duel. Witnessing Huagua nearly being vanquished by a mere wind baboon left Gufeng utterly speechless, even prompting him to rest his hand on his forehead in exasperation. I must confess, I harbored a glimmer of hope for Huagua. Despite his lack of extraordinary abilities, it appears I was mistaken, for without his enhancements, Huagua truly lacks prowess, to the extent that he struggles in combat. Nevertheless, this spectacle is rather delightful. Though the absence of a soul-guiding device to document the event is regrettable, otherwise, I would certainly have preserved a record of it. Hehehe. Gufeng observed as Huagua was relentlessly pursued by the wind baboon beneath the tree, calmly indulging in his melon. Ultimately, after a series of persistent tugs from Huagua, the divine-slaying wind baboon collided with the white tiger dagger, resulting in the emergence of a white 10-year soul ring. To his astonishment, this soul beast was merely a 10-year one. I shall undoubtedly become a soul master, and I am resolute in seeking justice for my mother. Huayuhao, fixated on the soul ring of the wind baboon, resolved to absorb it, slowly advancing toward the creature despite his injuries. Ah, it has arrived. Gufeng sensed a suffocating aura drawing near. It was evident that only that insect could be the source of such terrifying mental pressure on the edge of Stardow. At last, I have encountered a soul master with a mental attribute, though regrettably, I do not shed tears, otherwise, I would be weeping profusely. Suddenly, the earth split open, revealing a colossal snow-white insect adorned with 10 golden rings emerging from below. Remarkable! You can even speak. Are you perhaps 100,000-year soul beast? Huayuhao gazed at the enormous white insect, which emanated a mental pressure as deep as a chasm and as confining as a prison, yet he felt no fear. You are the true giant white insect. I am the soul million-year soul beast of Douluo continent, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Fear not, for I shall not harm you. Rather, I will enable you to become the most gifted individual in this world. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm began to weave grand visions for our young Hua. How intriguing! What a coincidence! Or could this be the beloved of Douluo, possessing innate level 1 soul power, encountering a million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm? At the very first soul ring? Even more peculiar, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, in a state of decline, willingly opted to become this fellow's soul ring, granting a million-year first soul ring, alongside an uncertain second ice attribute martial soul. Once they merge, it is likely that it will also arrive. With the strength to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars, there is no one like me in this world. Ilex has created an existence of extraordinary power, a single individual capable of shattering the entire Divine Seal continent. It is astonishing that he would take an interest in one lacking innate strength. Gu Feng gazed at the conversation between Hui Yuhao and the Dream Eye Silkworm, lifting his eyes to the horizon, lost in thought. As the fusion between Dream and Hui Yuhao commenced, a profound and overwhelming mental wave swept across the entire Douluo outer region, rendering all individuals and soul masters within a 1,000-mile radius unconscious. In that fleeting moment, the sky suddenly fissured, releasing a surge of gray energy that surged directly towards the space between Hui Yuhao and the Dream Eye Silkworm. The ethereal cloud dragon materialized, a white stream of energy coalescing into an eastern dragon that soared towards the encroaching gray mist. Upon the dragon's head stood a youth with azure hair, confronting the advancing gray energy. This created a triadic standoff. On one side were Dream and the fusing Hui Yuhao. On another stood Gu Feng atop the cloud dragon. And finally, the gray energy, embodying the remnant spirit, Elrex. Curse be these two intruders, where did they come from, and why was I oblivious to their presence until now? The Dream Eye Silkworm observed the tense standoff between the individual and the remnant spirit, sensing an ominous shift. Yet, caught in the midst of merging with Hui Yuhao, there seemed to be no recourse available. Elder E, I require your assistance. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the gray energy surged toward the fusing Hui Yuhao and the Dream Eye Silkworm. Gu Feng cast a profound glance at Hui Yuhao, then commanded the cloud dragon to turn and depart. Sigh, indeed, is there truly no opportunity? It matters not. I shall strive to develop the ether to its utmost potential. The deities of this realm ought not to be my adversaries. Yet, I wonder if I can achieve strength akin to that of the demon Lord Liuxing from the original tale. It seems rather improbable. Liuxing single-handedly annihilated an entire hell and subsequently obliterated it with the Doomsday Cannon. The crucial point is that hell exists as a higher-dimensional universe. As for the gods of Douluo, it appears they cannot contend with the demon lord. Even if Douluo is not as feeble as the esteemed figures online have speculated in previous lives, it still cannot rival the demon lord. Gu Feng sat upon the head of the cloud dragon, lost in contemplation. His thoughts drifted to the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, Ilex, the demon lord Liuxing. In the realms of hell, including the blood of hell. Indeed, Gu Feng lacked the blood of hell. Were he to possess it, he would not need to tempt fate in seeking Ilex's aid. Although in this Douluo universe, utilizing ether does not invoke the adverse effects of reverse growth. The overwhelming potency of ether daunted Gu Feng, rendering him hesitant to unleash its full might, for his body could not endure it. Alas, it seems he must resort to gathering the unpalatable whale glue. However, only the Millennium-grade whale glue holds any significance for him now. He recalled that Shrek possessed a piece of Millennium whale glue. He would endeavor to acquire it. Yet, he pondered, why did he experience a situation akin to Liuxing's when he fully harnessed ether, despite lacking the blood of hell? Could it be that some trace of the blood of hell resided within him? Yet, that could not be. His body bore no signs of such a condition, leaving him perplexed. As Gu Feng pondered, the more he thought, the more perplexed he became. An overwhelming multitude of uncertainties clouded his mind, leaving his hair in disarray. Never mind. If clarity eludes me, I shall first attend to the acquisition of the third spirit ring. Although this spirit ring possesses little value, having had its soul power forcibly consumed by the ether, it lacks even a single soul skill. I remain uncertain whether the subsequent spirit rings will grant any skills. At the very least, both the first and second spirit rings have yielded no abilities for Gu Feng. Gu Feng searched for a day on the outskirts of the starry realm and ultimately discovered a golden bamboo, estimated to be around 3,000 years old. Employing various methods, he successfully acquired the soul ring. His soul ring configuration consists of a 700-year-old solitary bamboo as the first soul ring, a 200-year-old blue silver grass as the second, and the 3,000-year-old golden bamboo as the third. Due to the influence of the ether, Gu Feng's martial soul did not inherit his father's sun's shooting bow nor his mother's angelic form. It is said that during the awakening, his martial soul initially inherited his mother's angelic martial soul, which is a divine-level martial soul from a millennium ago. However, at the moment of awakening, the ether within his body shattered the angelic martial soul, causing the fragmented remnants to merge into him. Thus, Gu Feng's martial soul can be described as having transformed into his very essence, or perhaps as lacking a martial soul altogether. This incident startled both his parents, but fortunately, No further complications arose. Only Gu Feng and his parents know the truth. They publicly claimed that his martial soul had mutated into its original form. Next, he planned to loiter in Shrek Academy, as the Sun and Moon Empire was too distant and fraught with dangers, particularly from the evil soul masters. It was prudent to remain cautious. He initially believed that with the ether, he could face anything without fear, except for Douluo. Yet, it turned out he might struggle against even a moderately powerful soul emperor, as his body could not support the ether's output. Frustrated, he resolved to spend 6 years idling in Shrek before returning. The prospect of marrying at 18 was not entirely off the table, although it vexed him to recall nearly being betrothed before he turned 12. Ultimately, he decided to head to Shrek to enjoy the company of the fairer sex. Gu Feng was chattering away on Yunlong, but as he continued, he eventually lost his composure, curling up and rolling on Yunlong's back as he made his way toward the entrance of the stars. Meanwhile, our protagonist Hui Yuhao encountered Bei Bei and Tangya, and, true to the original narrative, he joined the Tang sect. Thanks to Hui Yuhao's fortuitous fate and assistance, they successfully helped Tangya obtain her third spirit ring. A magnificent one, 800-year-old mandra snake, with her soul skills mirroring those in the original tale. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, one might exclaim in astonishment, "Is Shrek truly this vast?" It dwarfs the Wild City significantly. However, it is understandable, for while the Wild City may not be densely populated, it is home to numerous formidable individuals. There are hardly any weaklings here. Oh, wait, I seem to be the weakest among them at present. Gu Feng pondered deeply and realized that he might truly be lacking in talent. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that he was merely 12 years old. In the desolate city, apart from him, the youngest individual was his betrothed, whom he had fled from. Yet, it seemed she was nearing 18. Although she was not a native of the desolate city, it was rumored that she possessed a twin martial soul. And she was indeed formidable, a broken-level soul king capable of overpowering an average soul emperor. Moreover, she was on the verge of breaking through to soul emperor herself. Why dwell on such thoughts? I have yet to even meet her. It is unlikely that she would come to Shrek Academy. Hiss, impossible, absolutely impossible. During this period in the original story, it seemed there were no twin martial souls. Indeed, it was utterly implausible. Gu Feng discreetly utilized his father's city lord seal to craft a letter of recommendation. Upon presenting this letter to the admissions officer, he was granted the opportunity to register. Chapter 4. Enrolling and watching the performance. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er stated their ages, names, martial souls, and soul power levels before joining the queue. The admissions officer was a bespectacled teacher who exuded a gentle demeanor, creating an atmosphere of comfort. 11 years and 7 months old, Gu Feng. My martial soul would be considered my own, with a soul power level of 32. Thank you, esteemed teacher. After Gu Feng finished speaking, he made his way to the school. Another soul master. Are there truly so many of them under the age of 12 this year? And there is also a soul sect member, along with that girl from the academy. It seems this year is indeed teeming with prodigies. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses and shook his head. In the next moment, he suddenly paused. Wait, the martial soul is his own. Is this not the martial soul of his true form? Hiss, where did that little fellow go? Turning around, Wang Yin could no longer see Gu Feng's figure. Alas, I can only address this matter after the class assessments. Shrek City is indeed vast, at least significantly larger than a major city from my past life. However, it lacks the vibrancy of those grand metropolises. There's no turning back now. It is what it is. As Gu Feng strolled along, he reminisced about the vibrant world of his past life, a realm of peace and harmony. Everything in his current surroundings felt almost surreal. Yet, having lived here for nearly 12 years, he understood that overthinking often led only to unnecessary burdens. Why ponder so much? One should simply focus on their duties. If the sky were to fall, there would always be someone tall enough to bear the weight. The Shrek Academy, renowned as the foremost institution on the continent, is situated in the eastern part of the city and occupies nearly 1/3 of its expanse. Gu Feng gazed at the class distribution on the bulletin board. Class 1 of the first grade. He mused, it would undoubtedly be the peculiar Zhou Yi who teaches that class. Gu Feng was taken aback upon witnessing the division of classes. Veins protruding from his forehead. Having read the original work, he found it difficult to comment on a teacher like Zhou Yi. It was quite troublesome. He hoped that this individual would not mirror the character from the original narrative. After all, many aspects of this world have undoubtedly transformed. As for where to go for leisure, he seemed at a loss. Returning home? Perhaps not. as he felt a sense of unease. Given the circumstances, he resolved to endure the situation as best as he could, and if it became unbearable, he would discreetly deal with her in the evening. According to the nature of Shrek, as long as he did not eliminate her, there should be no significant issues. Yet, he recalled that the sinister phoenix in the original story seemed to have faced no consequences. Thus, in this realm, one might have the freedom to act as they pleased. Ultimately, he decided to adopt a laid-back approach. Even though he had the safety net provided by his mother, he preferred to avoid utilizing it, as doing so would likely lead to his own capture. Gu Feng gazed for a moment, contemplated the general objective ahead, and then placed his hands behind his head as he strolled towards his dormitory. Room 107, that is my abode. Upon seeing the door plate of the dormitory, he swung the door open, and a cloud of dust enveloped him, instantly darkening his expression. Goodness, this dormitory is even more outrageous than those in my previous life at university. What on earth is this? Gu Feng stood outside the door, utterly dumbfounded. Ether storm. White clouds spiraled, gradually coalescing into a miniature tornado, and in an instant, all the dust within the dormitory was swept away. Gu Feng meticulously tidied up the dormitory, then dashed into the corridor, eager to indulge in the unfolding spectacle. Hou Yuhao and that peculiar stitched creature must be arriving shortly, he thought, anticipating the drama. Greetings. I am Qin Feng, residing in room 107 as well. I appreciate your efforts in maintaining cleanliness. Let us share the burden of tidying up henceforth. I look forward to your companionship in the years to come. Before long, a youth with ash-white hair approached and greeted Gu Feng. Hello, I am Gu Feng. That sounds agreeable. Let us take turns cleaning each day. Come, old Chun, let us enjoy the show together. With that, Gu Feng playfully draped his arm over Chun Feng's shoulder, both leaning over the railing in eager anticipation of the entertainment. Wait, what are we watching, Gu Feng? What exactly are you doing? Chun Feng's face displayed a bewildered expression, reminiscent of a Na-VE college student. They're here. Silence. Let us savor the moment, Gu Feng exclaimed, excitedly revealing a watermelon while handing half of it to Qin Feng. Following Gu Feng's gaze, Qin Feng spotted two youths preparing to engage in a brawl on the lawn in front of the dormitory. He felt a thrill. After all, at the tender age of 11 or 12, who could resist the allure of such chaos? Hou Yuhao activated his spirit eye, and a decade-old white soul ring ascended slowly from behind him. Wang Dong, observing this white-suited soul master, scoffed. You think just because you have a 10-year soul ring, you can take me on without even utilizing your martial spirit? With a swift motion, Wang Dong's left toe grazed the ground, propelling his body like an arrow towards Hou Yuhao, reaching him in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right foot, aiming a direct kick to Hou Yuhao's chest. As the foot approached, Hou Yuhao's spirit eye discerned its trajectory. Intent on teaching Wang Dong a lesson, he sidestepped and executed a sweeping kick. Wang Dong was taken aback that his roommate not only evaded his strike but countered as well. Wang Dong quickly adjusted, raising his right foot and leveraging his left to perform a back kick, evading Hou Yuhao's sweep. While Hou Yuhao was still recovering, Wang Dong supported himself with his hands and aimed a kick at Hou Yuhao's neck. Witnessing Wang Dong's disdain ignited a fire within Hou Yuhao. Reminiscent of his days at the Duke's estate, he forcefully blocked the kick and lunged at Wang Dong. Unfamiliar with such an unorthodox approach, Wang Dong was caught off guard and fell onto the grass beneath Hou Yuhao. Impressive. Hou Yuhao is remarkably decisive. Surely, the analysis from his spirit eye played a part, mused Gu Feng, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The pink-haired boy had underestimated his opponent. Even in the simplest of confrontations, one must employ full strength. Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief at the absurdity of the scene. Such characters were no challenge for him. He could easily dispatch them with a single strike. Yet, his roommate remained an enigma. Let us go dine together. Classes commence tomorrow. Gu Feng, having indulged in the gossip, decided not to pursue it any further. The subsequent developments seemed rather uninteresting, leading him to accompany Qin Feng for dinner instead. Gu Feng observed the figure of Qin Feng walking ahead, seemingly lost in thought. How intriguing. The real world diverges significantly from the original narrative. The 9 treasures, the 7 killing sword, yet I wonder if the bone dragon's martial spirit has made an appearance. Gradually, he trailed behind Qin Feng. Class 1, this must be the place. Why is this teaching building so vast? After searching for quite some time, he found himself in disbelief. As Gu Feng gazed at the classroom of Class 1, he was taken aback to discover it was located on the opposite side of the staircase. Well, I'm in Class 9, so I shall take my leave. Qin Feng regarded Gu Feng with a mix of bemusement and understanding, Nonetheless, his instincts hinted that this was not the true nature of his enigmatic roommate, who was far from ordinary. A successor of the 7 killings, does one's instinct in swordplay remain this acute? Gu Feng watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, unable to discern the rationale behind it, and then entered the classroom. Due to his early arrival, he quickly secured a seat at the back by the window and succumbed to slumber. Those who fought, please stand up. Groggily, Gu Feng lifted his head to see an elderly woman standing at the podium, seemingly ready to stir trouble. Shortly after, he noticed 4 individuals rising to their feet, 2 males and 2 females, instantly becoming the focal point of the class. 4. Yet, the demeanor of the 2 girls seems rather peculiar. Gu Feng observed the quartet, preparing to indulge in the unfolding drama. Would you 4 care to explain the reason behind your altercation? Shoei cast a casual glance at the 4 before inquiring. I'm roommates with Wang Dong, and we had a minor conflict that led to a fight. The matter has since been resolved, Hui Yuhao stated, explaining the reason for his clash with Wang Dong. I simply couldn't tolerate that fox, so I gave her a beating. Who knew she couldn't withstand it? The bold blonde girl remarked coolly, crossing her arms defiantly. Gu Qiuer, well done, but next time, do take it a bit easier. We wouldn't want you to incapacitate anyone. Zhou Yi felt a sense of relief upon hearing that her rival's classmate had been bested by Gu Qiuer. And you, Gu Yuna, what is your situation? Zhou Yi then turned her attention to the girl who possessed an otherworldly beauty, with silver hair and soft lavender eyes reminiscent of precious gems. Her visage appeared as if the Creator had bestowed upon her all things lovely. Similar to Qiuer, the ruckus caused by that tiger and his fiancée was quite bothersome and disrupted my reading. After reminding them once, I ultimately had to intervene personally to restore some quiet. Gu Yuna replied nonchalantly, as if such trivial matters bore no weight in her heart, perhaps deeming them insignificant compared to her literary pursuits. The Silver Dragon King and the Imperial Beast of Royalty. Given that the Divine Realm cannot meddle in the Douluo continent, even the Silver Dragon King has emerged. Yet, what does it matter? It bears no relevance to me. Gu Feng was initially taken aback, for he had not anticipated the emergence of the Silver Dragon King. However, upon further reflection, he realized that it bore no relevance to him, and thus, he dismissed it, unbeknownst to him. The astonishment that flickered across his face upon hearing the name Gu Yuna was keenly observed by her. This individual was somewhat peculiar. Did he recognize me? Or was he aware of my true identity? Gu Yuna cast a penetrating glance at Gu Feng, lost in her own thoughts. Aside from the 4 of them, the rest of the group was tasked with running 100 laps around the playground. Joey, having finished explaining the situation to Gu Yuna and Hui Yuhao, summoned the 4 of them to address the remaining individuals. Indeed, this character mirrored the original narrative, evoking a sense of discomfort. Gu Feng gazed at Zhou Yi on the podium, feeling a throbbing headache. He pondered whether his fortune was truly favorable or if it was the teacher's luck that prevailed. Chapter 5, The First Battle with the Soul Emperor. How did Zhou Yi ascertain that these individuals had completed their 100 laps? She hadn't counted them personally. And in the original tale, those she expelled had indeed not finished. Something felt amiss. Shrek currently lacked the surveillance of future generations, and she was in the classroom. Even if she were not, with so many participants, how could she know who had not completed the task? Wait, could it be that my suspicions are correct? Gu Feng seemed to have pondered a possibility, raising his head to gaze at the classroom. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. After standing on the playground for a while, Gu Feng appeared to have made a certain resolution. Having lived again. Why must I suppress myself in this life as I did in the previous one? As long as my conscience is clear, that suffices. Let me see if it aligns with my expectations. Zhou Yi. After a brief interval, Gu Feng seemed to transform into a different person, his heart considerably lighter, as if the shackles binding him had been released. The ether cloud dragon surged forward, propelling Gu Feng at an exhilarating pace, completing 20 laps in a remarkably short time. He then released the cloud dragon and joined the main group in their run, shortly followed by Hui Yuhao and his companions who also emerged to partake in the exercise. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as depicted in the original narrative, with Hui Yuhao, aided by Wang Dong, successfully completing 100 laps without incident. Following this, it was time for the so-called expulsion segment. Gu Feng smiled, eager to see if the next developments matched his expectations. Zhou Yi, with an impassive expression, turned to the students and calmly announced, "Those whose names I call will step forward. Cheng Qing, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shang Wanchentian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao." Gu Feng Except for Gu Feng, the remaining students slowly stepped forward. You 10 are no longer required. From this moment forth, you are no longer students of Shrek, Zhou Yi stated coolly. Why? One student questioned, unable to comprehend the reasoning, voicing his dissent towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi smiled. Dissatisfied? That is Hui Yuhao. Had he not completed 100 laps, he too would find himself among you. However, he accomplished that feat. I never stated that mutual assistance was prohibited. Wang Dong aided him of his own volition. If anyone is willing to help you during the run, they may do so. But did anyone assist you? I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. The result is that Hui Yuhao completed 100 laps, while you did not. Now leave, or I shall cripple your martial souls. As applause erupted, Gu Feng leisurely stepped out from the line. His tranquil demeanor, coupled with an expression unafraid of Zhou Yi, drew the attention of all present. Are you truly certain we did not finish? Have you counted? How can you ascertain who completed 100 laps and who did not? Teacher, is your martial soul of the mental type? Can you stand by your words? Gu Feng gradually approached Zhou Yi, standing not far from her, his words laced with skepticism towards Zhou Ying. A smile, both mocking and enigmatic, graced his face. Could it be that this young lad had discerned something? Unlikely, he was merely an 11-year-old child, incapable of such insight, surely feigning composure. Beneath her mask, Zhou Yi's complexion paled, yet none could perceive the subtle shifts of her expression, save for Gu Yuna. What I say serves as evidence. How could I, as an educator, unjustly accuse you students? Do you dare to openly challenge me, the Soul Emperor? Zhou Yi articulated slowly, her tone intensifying as she pronounced the title of Soul Emperor, 6 soul rings manifesting beneath her feet. The oppressive aura of the Soul Emperor surged towards Gu Feng. Ah, it seems my suspicions were indeed correct, he mused, the shameless old hag. Those few must be the students whose soul power barely meets the standard. I am aware of your teaching methods and the numerous students you have expelled. Due to various issues, the remaining students possess a notably high advancement rate. Yet is it not because you have dismissed all those who are marginally lacking? Surely, these 9 are among the lowest in soul power in this cohort. Expulsions are what they are. As for me, you must believe that I have invested too little time. While you have only just appeared, I have already completed 20 laps. Though you likely remain oblivious to this, old heck. Gu Feng mocked and berated the old woman Zhou Yi. Although Zhou Yi wore a mask that resembled an elderly lady, she was only in her 30s. Gu Feng's words were a direct affront. You insolent brat, you're courting death. Zhou Yi seethed with rage and immediately lunged at Gu Feng. Old hag, I've tolerated your nonsense for far too long, you foolish creature. Do you think I am without temper? Gu Feng had long endured the foolishness of Zhou Yi. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he took action. 3 soul rings swiftly manifested beneath his feet, and in the next moment, these rings transformed into myriad sparkling lights that surged into Gu Feng's being. A dark cloud of energy erupted, instantly propelling the approaching Zhou Yi away. With the form of a red dragon, flames enveloped Zhou Yi as her hands morphed into dragon claws, and a layer of crimson scales emerged upon her body. She then charged directly at Gu Feng. The ether, immovable wisdom king, a shadowy half-figure appeared behind Gu Feng, delivering a powerful punch toward Zhou Yi's head. Zhou Yi hesitated in her advance, her pupils constricting as she retaliated with a fist aimed at the 10-meter-tall black apparition. The collision of their strikes generated a shockwave that propelled nearby students, those of the first and second rings, several meters away. A massive black sword materialized in the shadow's grasp, aiming a deadly strike at Zhou Yi. The impact created a deep pit measuring 1 meter in radius on the playground. Zhou Yi narrowly evaded the blow, yet the force of the descending sword sent her flying over 10 meters, a few strands of her hair swirling in the aftermath. The ether, ghost flower, dark patterns appeared at Zhou Yi's landing spot, and in the next instant, a tremendous force surged from the ground skyward. First soul skill, Dragon's Body. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Fifth soul skill, Body of the Flame Demon. Zhou Yi activated 3 amplifying soul skills in an instant, absorbing all the damage from the ether ghost flower and suffering minimal harm. The ether cloud dragon, the ether wind tiger. The ether judgment of 10,000 swords, a black cloud dragon and a giant tiger charged at Zhou Yi, while countless swords hovered above the playground. In a heartbeat, all the swords coalesced into a colossal blade, dozens of meters long, hurtling down toward Zhou Yi with astonishing speed. The air split as the terrifying momentum forced students retreating several meters away. The sound of swallowed breaths filled the air, until Wang Dong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "What the heck? Is this guy one of our peers? He's clashing head-on with the Soul Emperor and overpowering him? And this Soul Emperor is from Shrek Academy. This can't be real. It must be a dream. Ah, Hui Yuhao, what are you doing? Wang Dong suddenly cried out in distress as Hui Yuhao awkwardly lowered his hands. Weren't you the one who said it was a dream? The sensation of pain confirms that this is indeed reality, Hui Yuhao retorted, activating his spiritual eyes to observe the battle unfolding on the playground. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiuer exchanged glances and began to watch intently. Previously, they had thought the soul masters of this era were merely mediocre, but this encounter had proven them wrong in a spectacular fashion. A soul sovereign was dominating a soul emperor. It was akin to a low-level 1,000-year soul beast hanging onto a 10,000-year soul beast in battle. How absurd. Although Gu Yuna is capable of such feats, it is essential to note that as the Silver Dragon King, her innate power is formidable. Presently, her situation resembles a form of re-establishment, which makes her achievements justifiable. Similarly, Gu Qiuer, in a desperate struggle, can contend with a Soul Emperor at the third ring, albeit only with great difficulty. Nevertheless, retreat remains an option. However, the individual with the formerly blue hair on the playground, now transformed into a figure with long black hair cascading to his waist, is relentlessly overpowering the Soul Emperor. The fourth soul skill, Flame Dragon Roar, emitted a thunderous roar that forcefully disrupted the Cloud Dragon and Wind Tiger, shattering the colossal sword that descended from the sky above the playground. Joey spat out a mouthful of blood. Enduring such intense assaults, even with 3 enhancement soul skills activated, was an arduous endeavor for her. Blood gradually seeped from the corners of Gu Feng's mouth. His body could scarcely endure the intense exertion of ethereal energy. However, with time still on his side, he resolved to end it swiftly. Ethereal, Cloud Lock, black chains descended from the heavens, ensnaring Zhou Yi's limbs, preparing to lift her into the air. Yet, her struggles caused the chains to tremble incessantly. Ethereal, Cloud Burst, a vast mass of dark vapor compressed within Gu Feng's hand, condensing until it formed a sphere. The black orb spun in his grasp, voraciously absorbing the elemental energies of the surrounding world. Suddenly, Zhou Yi was gripped by a chilling sensation, an overwhelming sense of impending doom assaulting her consciousness. Gazing at the suspended black sphere in the hands of her adversary, her mind was frantically issuing warnings. Sixth soul skill, Hellfire. Regret washed over Zhou Yi. She had never anticipated encountering such a formidable entity in her class. For now, she could only focus on countering this attack. Crimson flames erupted from Zhou Yi's mouth, surging forth to shatter the chains and charge towards Gu Feng. The black sphere hurtled towards her as well, and in the next instant, a violent explosion ensued. The ground of the playground was ravaged as if it had been plowed. As the shockwave threatened to engulf the crowd, a figure appeared before it, extending a hand to shield against the impact. This explosion, potent enough to obliterate an ordinary Soul Emperor and severely injure a higher-tier Soul Emperor, was effortlessly quelled. In the following moment, the figure materialized between Zhou Yi and Gu Feng, effortlessly intercepting the fiery onslaught from both. With a gentle push, the two were sent sprawling. Zhou Yi's hair was disheveled, her appearance reminiscent of someone who had endured the wrath of a soul-guided cannon, while Gu Feng appeared relatively unscathed. However, Gu Feng had borne the brunt of the encounter more heavily than Zhou Yi. After all, his initial surprise attack, a mere combination of unadorned strikes, had only managed to injure Zhou Yi without inflicting severe damage. Although the cloud burst had been substantial, it was mitigated by Zhou Yi's sixth skill. Now, he found himself struggling to maintain his composure. Chapter 6. Yin Xiaozhi enough. If you wish to continue fighting, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The figure's gentle voice resonated, yet the displeasure evident on his face revealed his deep frustration. All students from Class 1, gather here. He addressed the dozens of students at the edge of the area before turning to the two instigators. You two, come here as well. He then approached the only section of the playground that still held some semblance of integrity, as the majority lay in ruins. Gu Feng stood stationary, taking a moment to regulate his breath. The figure waved his hand, sending a burst of light towards Gu Feng, who felt 70% of his injuries from the recent battle heal instantly, leaving him to recover the remaining 30% at his own pace. Greetings, I am Yin Xiaozhi, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department. Could someone kindly explain to me what transpired here? A student and a teacher engaged in a fierce altercation, resulting in significant damage to more than half of the playground. It is astonishing that such an incident occurred on the very first day of school. Yin Xiaozhi, suppressing his ire, reflected on the chaos, As the dean of the martial soul department, he was already inundated with responsibilities, especially with the internal assessments also taking place today. Unexpectedly, a teacher from the external department had clashed with a student, and shockingly, the student was overpowering the teacher. While the element of surprise played a role, the entire situation was utterly outrageous. Had the student not been so extraordinarily formidable, Yin Xiaozhi would have expelled him without hesitation. At that moment, Hu Yuhao stepped forward to recount the events. After listening intently, Yin Xiaozhi cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Yi. Having lived for so long, he could easily discern Zhou Yi's ulterior motives. This was not the first time Zhou Yi had employed such tactics, yet this time, she had evidently encountered a formidable opponent. Students, please return to your classrooms for self-study, he instructed. Gu Feng, you should accompany them back as well. Zhou Yi, I need to see you in my office. Yin Xiaozhi spoke amicably to the students, but, containing his fury, turned to Zhou Yi before vanishing. Little brat, just you wait. Zhou Yi thought to herself, she had never suffered such a significant setback before. However, before she could voice her frustration, Gu Feng interjected aggressively, Old hag, do you think I fear you? If it comes to it, we can have another round. I want to rest until you're left unable to care for yourself. His words provoked Zhou Yi to the brink of retaliating once more, yet ultimately, she stormed off to the principal's office. As Gu Feng turned and made his way back to the classroom, Wang Dong, visibly astonished, exclaimed to Hu Yuhao, Yuhao, this can't possibly be a dream, can it? Is he truly our age? I can't believe it. We should confront that old witch directly. This guy is astonishing, and it seems he is only from the third ring. How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Hu Yuhao shook his head, responding as they walked, just look at the playground, and you'll know whether this is a dream. Besides, if you possess the same strength as that classmate, I dare say you would be even more arrogant. Wang Dong. Stop right there. How am I being arrogant? You scoundrel, clarify that for me. Wang Dong pursued Hu Yuhao towards the teaching building. Sister, who do you think is stronger at the same stage, him or those who ascended to divinity thousands of years ago? Gu Qiu'er gazed at the teaching building and, after a moment, posed her question to Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna looked at the battlefield that was once the playground and sighed softly. What do you think, Qiu'er? In terms of strength at the same level, the gods from a millennium ago might not stand a chance against you. However, do you believe you could defeat that individual? Gu Yuna shook her head and continued towards the classroom, understanding why Qiu'er had posed that question. She had just emerged from the Stardow forest. And as the transformed Emperor Beast, her innate talent was indeed exceptional in this realm. Her martial soul, the Golden Dragon, could compete with divine martial souls. Yet she was quickly confronted with the reality of formidable opponents. Indeed, encountering such prodigies is exceedingly rare, even over the span of millennia. It seems rather self-defeating to compare oneself with such individuals, Gu Qiu'er contemplated, then followed Gu Yuna to the classroom. Had Gu Feng been privy to Gu Qiu'er's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly chuckled, for he was aware that there were indeed formidable beings in the sun and moon realms. The 8 elements of star theft had 6 elemental fluctuations there, and the extreme north also had its champions, such as Tsang Yu, the Ice Queen, whose combat prowess was unparalleled. The body sect also possessed a powerful entity, though its circumstances remained unclear. Shrek Academy likely had one as well, alongside the 2 enigmatic soul beast phantoms from overseas. It was plausible that even more powerful beings existed, for the anomalies witnessed 12 years prior were merely the 8 elements. The phantoms of soul beasts, the ancient giants, and the ice element. Who could say if only these few had descended upon Douluo, or if there were more? Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Feng reclined on his bed, contemplating the events of the day, his frustration escalating. That old hag was indeed far more irritating than the little fairy from his previous life. Initially, he had intended to endure, but it turned out to be utterly impossible. With the resources provided by his mother as a foundation, he decided to confront the situation head-on. Gu Feng, have you heard? It's gone viral. A fierce individual from Class 1 confronted their homeroom teacher on the very first day, and he actually overpowered the teacher. I was skeptical at first, but upon seeing the wreckage of the playground, I believe it now. It's absurd. Gu Feng, you're from Class 1 too, right? Do you know who it is? Chen Feng eagerly inquired upon returning to the dormitory, animatedly recounting the sensational events of the day. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Feng turned to see Gu Feng staring at him as if he were a fool, prompting him to halt abruptly. Why do you look at me like that? This matter is already known throughout the entire outer academy of Shrek. I am uncertain whether the inner academy is aware. but it is common knowledge among everyone in the Outer Academy that there is a formidable individual in Class 1. They simply do not know who it is. As Chen Feng spoke, he noticed the increasingly peculiar expression on Gu Feng's face, which caused a knot to form in his stomach. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Gu Feng, could that person possibly be you?" His voice dwindled to a whisper. Had it not been for Gu Feng's keen senses, he might not have caught the latter part of the question. Gu Feng glanced at Chen Feng, nodded gently, stretched lazily, and nonchalantly remarked, "Well, as long as you know. Don't spread rumors. I've been asleep for nearly a day. Come, shall we go eat?" With that, Gu Feng strode outside. Recalling that today was supposedly Hui Yuhao's first day selling fish, which piqued his interest. "Wait up, Feng Ge," Chen Feng called out, catching up with him. "I'll go fetch Miss and that fierce girl, Wu Feng. We should go together." As Chen Feng recovered from his astonishment, he hurried after Gu Feng. "Hui Yuhao, this roasted fish is truly delightful. My sister and I are quite fortunate today. If you continue selling roasted fish, my sister and I will surely support your business. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to approach us. Aside from that eccentric fellow, my sister is likely the strongest in the Outer Academy." Gu Qiu'er chattered away, savoring her fish. Hearing this, Gu Yuna shot a glance at her, maintaining her quiet enjoyment of the meal. Although Gu Yuna was still young, her momentary charm left Hui Yuhao utterly captivated, for she was, after all, the most beautiful girl in Douluo. "Hui Yuhao, could you serve us each a roasted fish?" A voice called out, causing Gu Qiu'er to freeze in place. She turned to see the talk of the school today, stealthily inching behind Gu Yuna, prompting Gu Yuna to nearly lose her composure. All right. Gu Feng, are they your friends?" Hui Yuhao inquired. Observing the three individuals trailing behind Gu Feng, 2 girls and 1 boy. The boy exuded a sharp aura, while the girl with red hair bore a striking resemblance in demeanor to their homeroom teacher. The blonde girl radiated a natural charm. Both girls were quite lovely, particularly the blonde, who was nearly as beautiful as Gu Qiu'er. "Yes, this guy is my roommate, Chen Feng. The 2 girls are Ning Tian and Wu Feng. I suppose they are friends. Could you kindly prepare a roasted fish for each of us? I would like to sample your culinary skills as well," Gu Feng stated nonchalantly, before taking his fish and joining Chen Feng and the others to eat. "Wow, Feng Ge, does that mean you're the protagonist of today's event?" The 2 girls, engaged in their meal, were taken aback to learn Gu Feng's identity. Chen Feng, unable to keep the information to himself, relayed the details of Gu Feng's situation to Wu Feng and Ning Tian, understanding that some matters could not be concealed from his master. Upon hearing this revelation, Ning Tian stared at Gu Feng in disbelief, but after processing the news, she fell into silence, her head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, Gu Feng noticed a blonde girl with rabbit ear accessories approaching, sensing another intriguing development. The girl's exquisite features seemed to have stepped straight out of an anime, captivating all in her presence. "Enough chatter, something intriguing is unfolding. Let's remain silent and observe." Gu Feng invited the 3 to enjoy the spectacle together, producing several apples from his soul guide to share with everyone in preparation for the performance. "Hello, could you spare me 2 apples?" one of them asked. Gu Feng's classmate added, "I find the fish a bit dry when shared with my sister." At that moment, Gu Yuna, pulling along Gu Qiu'er, approached and paused beside Gu Feng, softly speaking as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Of course, here you go, Gu Yuna. Let us enjoy the show and the fruits together." Gu Feng responded, not sparing her a glance, as he casually handed her several apples while his gaze remained fixated on the tussle between Hui Yuhao and the blonde senior. A fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickered in Gu Yuna's eyes. She expressed her gratitude and joined the gathering to relish the moment. At that juncture, Chen Feng nudged Gu Feng and whispered conspiratorially into his ear, "Brother Feng, are there more beautiful girls in your class? Is her name Gu Yuna? What type of boys does she fancy?" Gu Feng turned his gaze toward Chen Feng, who was right there. If there were questions to be asked, he could inquire himself. "Do not disturb me while I enjoy this spectacle," Gu Feng remarked before redirecting his attention to Hui Yuhao, who was already prepared to savor the unfolding drama. The climax of this intrigue was drawing near. However, it struck him as curious that individuals from Douluo were contemplating romance at such a tender age. He had assumed that the successor of the 7 kills would be wholly devoted to the sword. Was Gu Yuna's allure truly that profound? Yet, he decided that indulging in this spectacle was of greater importance. Pondering such matters seemed irrelevant to him. With a casual touch to his nose, he dismissed the thoughts and returned to his enjoyment. Chapter 7. the twin stars of the outer academy. As the girl adorned with golden hair and rabbit ear accessories was about to depart, a deep voice resonated. "Hey, do you dare not sell?" A golden soul coin soared from a distance, embedding itself directly into the barbecue grill, followed by a large hand reaching for the last 2 grilled fish at Hui Yuhao's stall. Upon hearing that voice, Hui Yuhao instinctively activated his mental detection. Just before the hand could grasp the fish, he utilized the Tang Sec's Xianyu technique combined with the Ghost Shadow mysterious steps to evade the grasp. However, Hui Yuhao did not anticipate that after failing to seize the fish, the hand would plunge into the barbecue coals, an overwhelming aura rushing forth. Another hand seized Hui Yuhao's clothing at the chest, lifting him effortlessly. A swift golden glimmer shot into the figure's arm. And then dark blue-silver grass ensnared the figure, accompanied by a sharp exclamation. "Su Sanshi, release Yuhao, those are my fish." With that, the figure employed the control crane catching dragon technique to shove Su Sanshi aside. The sound of the blue-silver grass exploding echoed as Su Sanshi broke free from its confines. Water swirled around him as a hefty shield manifested in his grasp, and he charged toward Tanya while bracing the shield. A dragon-transformed arm struck forcefully against the shield, creating a significant wave of energy at the point of impact. "I say, Sanshi, you first laid hands on my junior brother and then aimed to attack my dear Tanya. What is this? Do you wish to engage in battle?" The newcomers were Bei Bei and Tanya, who had previously been intercepted by Gu Feng at the Stardo entrance. "Bei Bei, keep an eye on your Tanya," Su Sanshi remarked, lowering his shield. After a brief tugging match, he sacrificed a Xian Shui Dan to retrieve the dragon whisker needle that Tanya had embedded in Su Sanshi's arm. "Bei Bei, your Tanya is truly ruthless." The dragon whisker needle. "Oh, it's excruciating," Su Sanshi complained while rubbing the spot where Bei Bei had extracted the needle. "Who told you to target my newly recruited Tang Sec disciple and attempt to snatch my grilled fish?" Tanya, munching on the fish, replied incoherently, rolling her eyes at Su Sanshi's foolishness. Nan, the fish you how grilled is delectable. You should have a taste," Tanya encouraged, looking at the extraordinary beauty before her. As she strolled over, she gently linked her arm with Jiang Nanan's. A radiant smile graced Jiang Nanan's face as she extended her hand to receive the grilled fish from Tanya, taking a delicate bite that made her eyes sparkle with delight. This is truly delicious. Where did you find such a talented disciple, Xiaya?" Jiang Nanan inquired softly of Tanya. Su Sanshi, witnessing the scene, dashed toward Jiang Nanan, exclaiming, "Nan, if it's that tasty, I shall buy it for you every day." His expression was one of eager servitude. However, upon seeing Su Sanshi's approach, Jiang Nanan's countenance darkened in an instant. With a swift motion, she lifted her right foot and delivered a powerful strike to Su Sanshi's head. With a thud, the once valiant Su Sanshi crumpled to the ground, his body convulsing. Hui Yuhao instinctively shuddered, astonished to witness the gentle senior sister display such ferocity, as it felt utterly surreal. "Do you think Nanan is quite violent?" Bei Bei approached, gently patting Hui Yuhao's shoulder. He nodded reflexively, as anyone observing the situation would find it hard to believe. "Actually, Nanan is very gentle. She only behaves this way towards this fellow," Bei Bei remarked, shaking his head while pointing at the sprawled Su Sanshi, offering Hui Yuhao an explanation. After finishing, he stroked his chin as if uncovering a momentous secret. Once Su Sanshi managed to rise from the ground, he was enveloped in a cloud of despondency, charging towards Bei Bei to engage in a dispute. Ultimately, the two agreed to battle in the soul fighting arena the following morning, coinciding with a day off for the entire school. Speaking of the break, it was a fortunate occurrence brought about by someone who was currently engrossed in the unfolding drama. Yet, this particular individual remained oblivious to it all. "Wait, I don't quite understand this situation. What has to deal with that turtle and the rabbit senior sister?" The bewildered Gu Qiuer pondered for a long time before turning to Gu Feng with her question. This matter is rather intricate. It's best for children not to pry. You've had your share of gossip. Now let us return to our respective homes," he replied, before departing. Gu Feng cast a bewildered glance at Gu Qiuer, shaking his head disapprovingly before placing his hands behind his head and departing. Qin Feng, wearing an equally perplexed expression, shot a glance at Gu Qiuer before following Gu Feng out. Gu Yuna approached and patted Gu Qiuer on the shoulder, shaking her head in silence before turning away. Gu Qiuer remained utterly baffled, feeling as though she were an outsider among them. "Wait for me, sister. What is going on? Please explain." Wu Feng observed the departing group. Equally confused, scratching his head and asking Ning Tian, who was still nearby, "Young master, did you understand that?" "I certainly did not." Ning Tian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but tilt his head to look at Wu Feng. After a moment of contemplation regarding his response, he chose to remain silent, mirroring Gu Yun's gesture by patting Wu Feng's shoulder before leaving Wu Feng standing there in a state of confusion. The following day, at the soul fighting arena, a crowd gathered, eagerly awaiting the duel between the twin stars of the Outer Academy. They had battled numerous times before, yet a decisive victor had never emerged. Today, they returned to the arena, uncertain if a winner would finally be determined. I'm so sleepy. Feng, what is so entertaining about this? I'd rather return to sleep." Gu Feng yawned, expressing his exasperation to Chen Feng, who had dragged him here to witness the fight. "Brother Feng, I know you are formidable, but these are the twin stars of our academy. Aren't you curious about their prowess? Most of the Outer Academy has come to watch," Chen Feng remarked, observing the drowsy Gu Feng. He then fixed his gaze on the arena, even though neither combatant had yet made an appearance. Knowing the outcome in advance, and with no intriguing spectacle to behold, he mused that it would be far more worthwhile to indulge in a restful slumber. Yet, was Hui Yuhao already engaging in deceit? Was this his own notion, or had Tangya instructed him in the art of cheating? Gu Feng pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Hui Yuhao, who was only a few seats away from him. After some contemplation, he decided to disregard the matter and succumb to sleep. After all, it was of no concern to him. As long as the cheating did not implicate him, he felt indifferent. Subsequently, the unfolding events mirrored those of the original narrative, with Hui Yuhao engaging in deceitful tactics while Bei Bei, in a moment of extraordinary prowess, swiftly vanquished Su Sanshur, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Following this, the group returned to the audience seats, where Wang Dong, visibly irate, confronted Hui Yuhao with fervent words. Wang Dong then expressed his desire to join Tang's sect, to which Tang stipulated that new recruits must reach the top 8 in the assessment. "Gu Feng, have you come to witness the battle between Brother Bei Bei and Senior Su Sanshur?" Hui Yuhao approached with Wang Dong and Bei Bei. Gu Feng realized that sleep would elude him that night, especially considering the lingering animosity between Bei Bei, Tangya, and himself. It was indeed troublesome. He had no desire to encounter the ethereal Tangya. Nevertheless, in a school of this magnitude, such encounters were inevitable, and it would be prudent to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Gu Feng gazed at the approaching group led by Hui Yuhao and Tangya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly to invigorate his body, for it was highly probable that a confrontation awaited him shortly. "It's you. You're also a student of Shrek." Tangya was momentarily taken aback by Gu Feng's visage, as she had not anticipated encountering this individual, who had previously obstructed her path on Stardow. Bei Bei, observing the blue-haired youth before him, intervened to prevent Tangya from resorting to immediate aggression. He then smiled gently, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello, you must be Gu Feng, the junior. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I encountered before. Are you also a new student this year?" Gu Feng cast a glance at the smiling Bei Bei before shifting his attention to the clenched teeth Tangya. Unable to suppress a laugh, he exclaimed, "Ha! How amusing. I initially thought today would be rather dull. Alas, I must ask you, senior, is this kind of probing truly engaging? I am indeed the person. So what do you plan to do about it? A confrontation, perhaps?" Gu Feng's laughter faded as he regarded Bei Bei and Tangya with a cold stare. Tangya, facing the young man before her, felt her anger surge uncontrollably. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I am not afraid of you." With that, she prepared to strike, but Bei Bei intervened, raising a hand to stop Tangya. "Very well. I too wish to witness the capabilities of our junior," she remarked, nodding at Tangya as if to say, "Leave this to me." She then quietly observed the young man in front of her. Gu Feng beheld the two individuals before him and turned, striding towards the Soul Duel arena. His voice resonated as he declared, "Let us engage in a match. Upon its conclusion, we shall consider our previous grievances settled." At that moment, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed the unease in the atmosphere. Did Brother Bei Bei and Teacher Xiaya have a conflict with Gu Feng? Oh no. This could spell disaster. Hui Yuhao exchanged glances with Wang Dong and promptly grasped Bei Bei's sleeve, urging, "Brother Bei Bei, Teacher Xiaya, perhaps it would be best to let this go." Just as Hui Yuhao intended to speak of Gu Feng's formidable record, Tangya poked him on the head with her finger, chiding, "Whose side are you on? Brother Bei Bei is a high-ranking soul master. Let us witness him give that fellow a sound thrashing." With that, she waved her hand as though victory were assured. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong shared another glance before shaking their heads, resigning themselves to the unfolding scenario. On one side stood a monstrous classmate who had clashed with a teacher on the very first day of school. On the other, a brother who had aided them. Hu Yuhao resolved to exert his utmost effort to help his elder brother triumph in this battle. Meanwhile, others noticed that another pair had entered the arena. And a voice exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there another bout today? How delightful! But that young man on the field appears to be a first-year student, does he not? Oh, my sister, look quickly. Is that not Gu Feng? Who is he planning to face? What audacity to challenge such a figure." Gu Qiu'er, unable to contain her excitement, leapt up, seizing Gu Yuna's shoulders and shaking her. "Qiu'er, calm down. We shall see how this unfolds. I am quite curious myself," Gu Yuna replied, gently patting her sister and signaling her to take a seat as they observed the developments. Chapter 8. Ouyang's son. The referee regarded the two contenders, one a first-year novice, the other a seasoned fifth-year student, and felt a headache brewing. Such cross-year duels were the bane of referees. They were not only taxing, but also troublesome. "I say, senior, how about this? Regardless of the outcome, shall we consider our previous matters settled after this match?" Though Gu Feng was not overly concerned about the ramifications of the incident at Douluo, he did not wish to prolong the matter, as he preferred to avoid future encounters with Tang Yi seeking trouble. "Do not worry, Junior. After this match, our affairs shall be resolved." Bei Bei spoke with grace, then turned to the referee, signaling his readiness. "A resolution between you and me. How intriguing. Does this mean excluding Tang Yi? You truly are something, Mu Bei Bei?" Gu Feng thoughtfully assessed Bei Bei's words, smirking coldly before shaking his head and directing his gaze toward the referee. "Young master, look. Is that not Shinji's roommate? I believe his name is Gu Feng. Was he not the protagonist of yesterday's school-wide incident? What brings him to the Seoul Duel Arena?" Wu Feng and Ning Tian were momentarily taken aback as they observed Gu Feng and Bei Bei in the arena. "I do not know. Let us watch. It will be interesting to see how formidable the individual who caused such a stir truly is. Feng Mei, let us witness this together. Who knows? We may encounter him during the upcoming freshman assessment." Ning Tian shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the battle arena. "Teacher, I wish to challenge that blue-haired youth in the arena." Perched upon the young man's shoulders were two small creatures, a palm-sized black monkey and a similarly sized black and red frog, one resting on each shoulder. At that moment, a blonde-haired boy approached the teacher in the arena and spoke a few words, then stood there observing Gu Feng. Though the boy appeared delicate and frail, there was an unsettling aura about him. Gu Feng and Bei Bei turned their gazes towards the young boy upon hearing the announcement. Bei Bei glanced briefly before turning back, preparing to await the referee's signal to commence. Gu Feng observed the yellow-haired youth. Then his eyes shifted to the two small beasts perched on the boy's shoulders, resembling ordinary animals. "Ah, referee, since we are both first-year students, after this match, may I engage him in another duel?" Gu Feng gestured towards the yellow-haired boy while addressing the referee. The referee nodded, instructing the yellow-haired youth to temporarily exit the arena. "Don't fret, Sunday. Once they finish, you can challenge him. That senior named Bei Bei won't last long, unless the other fellow wishes to prolong the encounter." The young boy spoke softly to the monkey resting on his shoulder. "I truly wish to engage him in battle swiftly. You two refrain from intervening. Let me enjoy my bout first." The yellow-haired boy nodded, quietly observing the arena. The earlier impression the yellow-haired boy left on Gu Feng was somewhat perilous, nonetheless. He decided to resolve the matter swiftly, having initially intended to spend time sparring with Bei Bei. With a semblance of determination, Gu Feng awaited the referee's departure. As the referee exited, a surge of blue lightning erupted, causing Bei Bei's arm to transform dramatically. At that moment, a mental wave connected with Bei Bei. It was Hu Yuhao intervening to assist Bei Bei surreptitiously. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. The lightning surrounding Bei Bei intensified, propelling him towards Gu Feng, who unleashed the electric dragon claw mid-trajectory, augmented by a ferocious force aimed at Gu Feng. "So you are indeed resorting to cheating, Hu Yuhao." Gu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Hu Yuhao's position, then narrowed his eyes at the rapidly approaching Bei Bei. Ether, cloud veil. White clouds cascaded from above, obstructing Bei Bei's path. The electric dragon claw collided with the cloud veil, creating ripples upon impact. Yet the veil remained steadfast before Bei Bei. Ether, cloud chains. From the cloud veil, 5 white chains emerged instantaneously, ensnaring Bei Bei. Though Gu Feng did not exert his full strength, the third ring Bei Bei was no match for Gu Feng, especially considering the disparity in power Gu Feng could wield compared to his abilities in Douluo. The cloud chain suspended Bei Bei above the arena as Gu Feng observed him quietly, regardless of Bei Bei's futile struggles to break free. Silence enveloped the arena, akin to a grave stillness. It was only when the referee declared Gu Feng the victor that the sound of swallowed breaths reverberated throughout the audience. Yet, hardly anyone dared to speak loudly. All were left in awe by the spectacle of Gu Feng's overwhelming triumph over a third-ring soul master, decimating a fifth-year student. Gulp. Master, is this truly happening? Gu Feng has vanquished that senior with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Wuhuan. Wu Feng turned stiffly to Ning Tian, hoping for the reassurance she desired to hear, but Ning Tian merely nodded, offering no further words. The cloud chains abruptly yanked Bei Bei, casting him from the arena. And the next moment, dust and debris erupted from the battleground. All eyes outside the Seoul Duel Arena were riveted on the latest turn of events, and one could only conclude that today's spectacle was indeed worth witnessing. As the dust settled, a black monkey, nearly the height of an adult, emerged onto the arena floor, accompanied by a golden-haired youth who had a black and red frog perched upon his shoulder. It's been ages since I've had a good fight. Let us engage in a bout. The monkey articulated, vanishing from its spot in an instant. A thunderous clash ensued, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Feng was sent hurtling to the edge of the arena, nearly knocked out of the confines of the Soul Duel by a single punch from the monkey. Goodness! A talking monkey? Could it possibly be a 100,000-year soul beast? Yet, that seems improbable, exclaimed Gu Qiuer, her eyes wide with astonishment as she witnessed Gu Feng being flung away. That creature is astonishingly powerful. The martial spirit, Gu Yuna, uttered a couple of words in a calm tone, becoming genuinely engrossed in the unfolding battle, even displaying a newfound seriousness towards the monkey, which resembled a living being. Hey, kid, you can't be that fragile, can you? The monkey inquired, arms crossed, as it regarded Gu Feng without pressing the advantage. Gu Feng brushed off the dust from his attire, squinting slightly as his blue hair gradually darkened to a deep black, cascading down to his neck. The Ether Flow Cloud Battle Armor, composed of swirling black mist, was a fantastical creation inspired by an anime he cherished in his youth, the Vanguard, Bardell GA-17. The monkey gazed at the shadowy figure before him, erupting into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Come. Let us engage in a glorious battle. In an instant, both the man and the monkey vanished from sight, a cacophony of clashes resonating through the air, yet few could perceive their fleeting forms. With every clash, small craters materialized within the arena, and in a mere moment, the ground was marred with indents. Cough. This fellow is extraordinarily formidable. My apologies, Xiaoya. At that moment, Bei Bei returned to the side of Hui Yuhao and Tangya. Su Sanshi patted Bei Bei on the shoulder, shaking his head, parting his lips yet uttering nothing, all while observing the devastation within the arena. Ah, Yuhao, you sleep so soundly. What are you all engaged in? A voice resonated in Hui Yuhao's mind, that of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, tinged with astonishment, as if it had encountered something extraordinary. Oh my! This individual has also arrived. Is Shrek truly this perilous? The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm seemed to sense something formidable, trembling as it spoke. Sky Dream, you are awake. What were you just saying? Hui Yuhao replied within his consciousness. It's nothing, Yuhao. I must warn you to keep your distance from those two battling. They possess immense strength and seem to harbor something hidden within. And that silver-haired girl over there, if you encounter her, take cover. I shall retreat for now. Do not summon me when she is present. After imparting this caution, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm vanished, unresponsive to Hui Yuhao's calls. That aura felt reminiscent of that powerful creature. Gu Yuna glanced at the arena, having lost the sense of the creature's presence. Yet she continued to observe the unfolding battle. With a resounding crash, two figures staggered back to the precipice of the nearly destroyed arena. The man and the monkey regarded one another in silence. The monkey then turned his gaze towards the blonde youth at the edge of the arena and spoke. I cannot sustain this intensity for long. You must feel the same. Let us resolve this with a single strike. Beneath the armor of Gu Feng, an expression of solemnity emerged as he nodded, subsequently deactivating the flowing cloud battle armor. This monkey ought to be the manifestation of that golden-haired youth's martial spirit, who seemingly possesses a twin martial spirit. Has he not exerted his full strength? Indeed, it appears he is held back. However, I doubt I could best him at this moment. No, perhaps not. Judging by the expression on that golden-haired youth's face, he too must be operating under certain constraints. He. Young one, are you prepared? Upon uttering these words, the monkey erupted in a dark crimson aura, 3 violet soul rings ascended from behind him, radiating their brilliant light. The dark flowing cloud boots, the steel body, and the dark flame wand manifested as a pair of black boots adorned his feet, while his fur shimmered with brilliance. His left arm split open, and from the fissure he drew forth a bone as tall as a man. With a resounding smash against the ground, a black-red staff materialized in the monkey's grasp, exuding the aura of a soul emperor. Ethereal, cloud explosion. A swirling black stream coalesced into a black orb, suspended above Gu Feng's palm, emanating an ominous presence. The monkey thrust his staff into the ground, causing crimson fissures to erupt from where it struck. The black orb soared towards him, and in an instant, the monkey withdrew his staff, unleashing a red energy blade that sliced through the earth, hurtling towards Gu Feng. At the point of collision between the energy blade and the black orb, the arena's surface began to upheave violently until it settled before the monkey, Gu Feng, and the golden-haired youth. As the clash subsided, a gaping pit with a radius of several meters emerged in the arena, and Gu Feng cast a deep glance at the golden-haired youth. "I concede." 2 voices echoed in the now silent arena. Gu Feng and the golden-haired youth locked eyes simultaneously, and in the next moment, the latter smiled. "Greetings, I am Ouyang Sunday. I hope that when we meet again, we can both unleash our full potential." With that, he turned and exited the arena. "Gu Feng is my name. I look forward to our next encounter." Gu Feng's voice resonated as he too departed the arena. Chapter 9. Ouyang Sun and Gu Feng. Following the conclusion of that battle, Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun became renowned throughout the entirety of Shrek Academy. One was in Class 1, while the other resided in Class 4. Their dormitory was soon discovered by students eager for excitement, yet it proved to be of little consequence. Following their confrontation, the intelligence regarding Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun has prompted renowned factions across the continent to conduct investigations. However, both individuals remain increasingly enigmatic. After all, what is the reclusive young lord of the border wilderness city, known only to its inhabitants and those seeking to arrange a marriage with Gu Feng? As for Ouyang Sun, his mystery is even more profound. "Gu Feng, if you're going to sleep, go do it elsewhere. Return to your dormitory if you wish to rest," Zhou Yi exclaimed, slamming the table as she glared at the figure dozing by the window in the back row. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Zhou Yi glanced at him, and he rose to leave, for he had little desire to attend the lessons of that elderly woman. Several days had elapsed since the soul battle, during which various events unfolded. For instance, Gu Feng's dormitory roommate had been changed to Ouyang Sun. Whether this was an attempt by the academy to better understand or monitor them remained uncertain. Zhou Yi's punishment was mitigated, thanks to the influence of her husband, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Ultimately, their class teacher remained the same, with Hui Yuhao as class leader, while Gu Yuna assumed the role of vice class leader. Gu Feng, if he refrained from causing trouble for Zhou Yi, she ought to be grateful. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, tied to Tangya and the Tang sect, had little connection with Gu Feng. Instead, Gu Feng had grown close to Ouyang Sun. The two of them shared a dormitory, and despite their differing beast spirits, their camaraderie was quite lively. Gu Yuna occasionally appeared before Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun, leaving one to ponder her intentions. Ning Tian from the 9 Treasure Pavilion frequently sought out Ouyang Sun and Gu Feng, yet they seldom paid her much heed. "Feng, aren't you attending class?" Ouyang Sun exclaimed in surprise, observing Gu Feng resting beneath the tree by the sea god lake. As he approached, he plopped down beside him. "Jixi, this lad has likely crossed paths with that old witch from their class again. Whenever her lessons occur, he always stirs up some trouble," he remarked nonchalantly, as Sun playfully hopped onto Ouyang Sun's head. Ouyang Sun's monkey and frog companions were also named. Monkey was called Sun, while frog was Ouyang, though the latter generally slept and spoke little. Sun and Gu Feng had become fast friends, with Ouyang Sun often tending to the aftermath of their antics. "Yang, what about you? You should be in class as well. Why have you come here? You're not one to sleep through class or skip it," Gu Feng said, glancing up at Ouyang Sun before turning over to resume his slumber. "You brat, what, do you want to fight?" Sun bared his teeth at Gu Feng, adopting a stance that suggested he would act unless given a reason not to. Ouyang Sun quickly interjected, calming Sun, since they had shared a dormitory. Sun and Gu Feng had clashed several times, and Ouyang Sun had grown accustomed to it. "Today, we have a practical class. You know Sun's strength, and Ouyang's is only slightly weaker. They are already on a different level compared to their peers. The teacher has allowed me to engage in free activities," Ouyang Sun explained, settling beside Gu Feng under the tree to rest. "Yang, why did you come to Shrek?" Gu Feng inquired after a brief moment of repose. Stretching and leaning against the tree. Me? There's nothing I can't disclose. My family originally hails from overseas. You might have heard of it. In this era, deities do not intervene in the continent, and my family sent me to explore the possibility of ascending to divinity, Ouyang's son replied, hugging his knees as he spoke quietly about his origins. Upon mentioning the continent, Sun's expression grew serious. After Ouyang's son finished speaking, Sun and Ouyang accompanied him, the three of them seemingly offering each other solace. And you, what brings you here? Gu Feng had never anticipated that Ouyang's son's purpose for coming here was to attain divinity. He gazed intently at Ouyang's son, and after a moment, he suddenly broke into a smile. It was a genuine smile, reminiscent of the joy one experiences upon meeting a true friend. As for me, when I learned of the existence of deities in the heavens and their ability to intervene in the continent, I contemplated living a quiet life as a minor lord in the borderlands. However, I later discovered that the connection between the gods and the continent had been severed. Although I remain unaware of when the gods may descend again, I am determined to grow stronger during this interval, to become so formidable that even the gods would find me unthreatened. For the first time, Gu Feng revealed his innermost thoughts to another person. Although he maintained a facade of nonchalance, it was a situation beyond his control. His youth rendered him incapable of withstanding the power of ether. The soul rings held no significance for him, and he could not cultivate soul power. Thus, he could only explore the applications of ether, a pursuit he had relentlessly engaged in over the years. Ouyang's son gazed at his seemingly carefree friend in astonishment, and after a moment, they both laughed, a genuine smile shared between them. Perhaps their ultimate objectives diverged, but they were united in their understanding that the divine was their common adversary. Shall we discuss our respective circumstances in detail? We are allies of sorts now, Ouyang's son suggested after a brief pause. Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang's son smiled. Let me share my situation first. I am the saint son of this generation from Sea God Island. To clarify, I am not Tang San, who ascended to divinity a millennium ago, but rather the saint's son from the original Sea God Island. The island split into two factions thousands of years ago, one loyal to the will of the old sea god, dedicated to guarding the ocean, and the other following Tang San's ambitions. Following the old sea god, those individuals are considerably weaker, yet still formidable, despite Tang San's relentless pursuit against them. How Insect and Sea God Island were both involved in that massacre. I am uncertain if Shrek participated. Ouyang's son's tone grew grave, indicating that some matters were too complex to articulate fully. I belong to the faction that was hunted down on Sea God Island, but we have long since retreated to the mainland, hiding ourselves a millennium ago. Our strength has been somewhat restored, yet we still cannot compare to Sea God Island or Hout Insect. I shall find a way to avenge this grievance. Ouyang's son briefly outlined his own faction and the potential reasons for opposing the divine. My situation is not dissimilar. It is quite tragic. My father is an adopted son, and while he often fears my mother, they share a deep love. I actually envy their bond. My mother possesses the six-winged angel spirit, an ancient divine spirit once inherited by the spirit hall a millennium ago. The tale may be cliché, yet their conclusion mirrors yours. They concealed themselves until the gods could no longer intervene in the mortal realm. However, they hold little faith in the powers of Douluo continent, having witnessed the participation of all factions in that war a millennium ago. Ironically, they regard the sun and moon as a more promising alliance. Although the current emperor is nearing his end and the crown prince is rather unorthodox, otherwise they might have cooperated with the sun and moon by now. I must admit, I prefer the sun and moon. The atmosphere there feels significantly more relaxed compared to Douluo. Nonetheless, I fled to escape an arranged marriage, and I wished to see what made Shrek so formidable that they could defeat the spirit hall a millennium ago. Gu Feng, reclining beneath a grand tree with his hands clasped behind his head, spoke as if recounting a tale. It appears we shall become good friends. Moreover, our family's influence currently spans the realms of sun and moon. I have stealthily ventured out with the intention of investigating whether Shrek participated in the siege of Ur. Ouyang's son chuckled upon hearing this. It could only be deemed destiny's design, as the two youths embarked together on an uncertain path. They were oblivious to the outcomes that awaited them, yet they both understood that they would not harbor regrets. Gu, do you have a contingency plan for your time at Shrek? Ouyang's son abruptly inquired. Haven't you prepared any backup? Gu Feng regarded him with a bemused expression, causing Ouyang's son to feel somewhat embarrassed. Of course I have a plan. I merely wish to know if you had one as well, so that when the time comes to flee, I can take you with me. he replied earnestly. Rest assured, I am well prepared. I appreciate your concern. My home lies at the intersection of Luo, Ryu, and Qingdao. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you can lend us a hand. Gu Feng stated with a serious demeanor, as if struck by a sudden thought. Absolutely, no problem at all. Ouyang's son nodded in agreement. The two then delved into a plethora of gossip until Gu Feng's gaze fell upon a certain humanoid figure and a grotesque creature. Oh dear, what luck! With these two appearing here, the phoenix must be on its way as well. Alas, this spells trouble, Gu Feng muttered, rubbing his forehead as he observed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong approaching from a distance. Gu-san, something is rushing across the lake. Ouyang's son seemed to sense a shift and alerted his companions. They exchanged glances, rising to their feet, prepared for action. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, engaged in playful banter with his cross-dressing roommate. Yuhao, look, it's Gu Feng and Ouyang Sunday. I can't believe they are here too, Wang Dong whispered, nudging Hui Yuhao. Gu Feng, Ouyang's son, what a coincidence. Are you here for a stroll as well? Despite their somewhat strained relationship due to Tangya, Hui Yuhao greeted them amiably. I suggest you take a look at the surface of the lake and make your escape if necessary. Otherwise, I may not be able to assist you when things get hectic, Gu Feng remarked. Glancing at Hui Yuhao before crossing his arms and watching the crimson figure barreling towards them. At that moment, Hui Yuhao noticed the red silhouette, his instinct screaming warnings. Wang Dong, we need to leave now, he urged urgently. Though puzzled, Wang Dong complied, swiftly leading Hui Yuhao away from the scene. Chapter 10. The Phoenix and the Transfer Student's Son. That creature appears rather perilous. We must strike preemptively. To act later would invite disaster. Let us confront it together. Gu Feng declared, eyes fixed on the approaching fiery figure. The crimson figure surged through the waves, charging towards Gu Feng and Ouyang Sunday. Ethereal blades, manifested from dark clouds, rained down upon that silhouette with unrelenting ferocity. Yet, the figure's velocity remained scarcely impeded. The blades evaporated before they could touch her, consumed by the intense heat radiating from her form. Playing with fire, are we? Son, lend me your support. I shall unleash something formidable upon this foe. Upon uttering these words, Gu Feng commenced the gathering of ethereal energy, which gradually coalesced behind him into a rotating black sphere, absorbing the elemental forces of the surrounding environment and steadily increasing in size. With a thunderous roar, the fiery figure caused ripples across the surface of the sea god lake. Sun unleashed his full potential, striking the figure with his staff, sending it hurtling through the air. One hand gripping the staff, he shielded his eyes with the other. Observing the figure now flung several meters away. Something seems amiss with that creature. Feng, Yang, prepare for a hasty retreat. It may be beyond our capacity to handle. Sun cautioned, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from the entity. He understood that his earlier success in striking the figure was merely a consequence of its current state. The figure, now submerged in water, appeared to sense the threat, eliciting 6 soul rings to rise. The first and third rings shone brilliantly, and the aura surrounding the figure left Sun utterly bewildered. We cannot afford to engage any further. Retreat. In an instant, he shed his battle form, reverting to a diminutive monkey, and scurried onto Ouyang Sun's shoulder. It was evident they could not prevail in combat. However, before their flight, they must ensure that this foe would remember their encounter vividly. Gu Feng cast a glance at the increasingly formidable crimson figure. Squinting slightly as he raised his gaze to the island at the center of the sea god lake, a soft smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Ether, Black Sunday. A diminutive black sun ascended beside the sea god lake, its rotation drawing in everything around it with a gradual, inexorable pull. Once engulfed, all matter was compressed and swiftly annihilated, with the energy generated from this obliteration being drawn into the swirling embrace of the small black sun. The sun's size grew, and its gravitational force intensified. The flames enveloping that figure were slowly drawn into the sun as well. Let us flee. Yang, ascend. Gu Feng summoned a cloud dragon, hoisting Ouyang's Sun onto its head before the dragon soared into the sky towards the academy. The fiery figure sensed the imminent danger, the 5th soul ring illuminated, and her arm radiated brilliance as a small, pitch-black phoenix manifested in her grasp, soaring toward the now 6-meter-wide black sun. A thunderous explosion resonated, sending lake water cascading dozens of meters into the air before crashing back into the lake. The figure was hurled into the water by the shockwave of the blast. What is that sound? Yuhao, what transpired behind us? Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao raced to the outskirts of the sea god lake forest, mere meters from escape. Wang Dong halted, gasping for breath. As a rank 2 novice, he had exerted himself to carry the burden of Hui Yuhao this far and was now utterly drained. I don't know, but it must be Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun's doing, Hui Yuhao replied, incredulity coloring his expression as he glanced back. The explosion had erupted hundreds of meters away, yet its force had penetrated through the trees. A wave of heat sent the leaves quaking violently. The ferocity of the battle was palpable, and the shockwave alone was terrifying. After a moment's contemplation, Hui Yuhao allowed himself to relax slightly as he surveyed the academy not far ahead. A sudden gust of wind swept through, tearing leaves from branches. And both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong looked up to see a black dragon silhouette darting past them toward the academy, 2 figures vaguely discernible atop its head. Could it be? Hui Yuhao exchanged a glance with Wang Dong, swallowing hard as he readied himself to assist Wang Dong in their flight. In the next instant, a wave of heat descended upon them, and Wang Dong was knocked unconscious from the violent impact. Dare you lay a hand on my chosen one? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm sensed Hui Yuhao's peril and urgently took control. A chill extinguished the flames around them, enveloping Hui Yuhao in frost. Perish. The heavenly dream pointed decisively. Cold energy coalesced at Hui Yuhao's fingertip, and a beam of ice-blue light instantaneously struck the head of the crimson figure, sending it plummeting. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm intended to deliver a finishing blow but sensed an impending threat and reluctantly retreated, returning to the depths of Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. Shortly thereafter, Hui Yuhao collapsed beside Wang Dong. Not long after Hui Yuhao fell, 2 figures emerged from the direction of the inner courtyard. One was the instructor who had previously assisted them with the recovery of the Tree of Life Martial Soul, and the other was the dean of the Martial Soul Department, who had appeared after Gu Feng and Zhou Yi's confrontation. Dean, Xiao is here. And there are 2 new students from the outer academy. Thankfully, they merely lost consciousness from the impact. The instructor of the Tree of Life Martial Soul examined the 2 outer academy students and reported to Yan Xiaozhe. The residual aura here resembles that of the ancient ice dragon's breath. Does the outer academy still harbor students with ice attributes? After pondering for a moment, Yan Xiaozhe suddenly raised his head as if a thought had struck him. Teacher Zhuang, could you please escort Xiaodao back to the inner courtyard first? I wish to understand the situation after these 2 children awaken. Yan Xiaozhe glanced at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong on the ground as he spoke to Teacher Zhuang. Yuhao, be careful in the future. Do not venture into dangerous places again. If I hadn't arrived in time this time, we would have been finished, do you understand? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm delivered a loving reprimand to Hui Yuhao within the sea of consciousness, albeit lacking actual fists. Yes, Brother Tiandang, I understand. Thank you. Brother Tiandang. Hui Yuhao rubbed his head, which had been metaphorically punched, and expressed his gratitude. All right, it's time for you to leave. There is a tidal Douluo waiting for you outside. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm waved its hand and, with a kick, propelled Hui Yuhao out of the sea of consciousness. Before Hui Yuhao could fully comprehend what Tiandang had said, he found himself awakened. Principal? Hello, Principal. Hui Yuhao looked at Wang Dong, who wore a concerned expression, and at the nearby Yan Xiaozhe. He immediately rolled over and stood up. Hello, I would like to know who that ice-type soul master is that assisted you. It is of utmost importance to me. Of course, these 2 soul-boosting pills are a form of compensation for you. Yan Xiaozhe directly inquired about what he wished to know without any preamble. Apologies, Principal, but I do not know. However, during my unconsciousness, I saw a cloud dragon flying out from the lakeside, and after that, I remember nothing. Hui Yuhao calmly shifted the conversation to Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun, concealing the matter of the heavenly dream ice silkworm's intervention. Is that so? Very well, I understand. Please keep this matter confidential. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. After finishing his statement, Yan Xiaozhe flew towards the inner courtyard, intending to ask Xiaodao if she had any impressions upon her awakening. Damn it, strength. If I possess strength, would I still be treated this way? Hui Yuhao observed Yan Xiaozhe's indifferent attitude and the casual compensation he had provided, and he recalled his childhood experiences, allowing resentment to take root within him. Yet, no one noticed, except for Hui Yuhao. A faint sigh echoed from within his sea of consciousness. What on earth is this thing? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, having heard a sound emanate from the gray orb, found it utterly still thereafter. It gazed at the orb for quite some time, but discerned nothing. Eventually, it sought a comfortable spot to lie down and sleep. Xiaodao, do you realize how close you came to making a grave mistake? Just moments ago, 2 students nearly met their demise by the lake of the sea god due to your reckless actions. Yan Xiaozhe cast a stern glare at Ma Xiaodao, who sat by the window, only to exhale a deep sigh after his reprimand. Teacher, I assure you. I feel that my dark impulses will not spiral out of control in the near future. What transpired during my lapse? I have a vague recollection that two individuals intervened. Ma Xiaotao, gazing out the window, gently addressed Yin Xiaozha. She then leapt down, inquiring further. There was an ancient ice dragon's aura at the site of your unconsciousness. The two students who restrained you should be those enigmatic newcomers from the Outer Academy. However, it remains uncertain whether one of them possesses ice attributes. Yin Xiaozha relayed the findings to Ma Xiaotao. You should attend the Outer Academy's new student assessment. Perhaps you will encounter that ice attribute soul master. With that, Yin Xiaozha departed. As he was preoccupied with pressing matters, the explosion by the sea god lake had reverberated through the Outer Academy, and he needed to address the aftermath. The Outer Academy. You mean those two students with the ability to momentarily unleash soul emperor level power? I shall observe during the new student assessment. Ma Xiaotao pondered as she reclined on her bed before sitting up to practice her cultivation. In the Outer Academy, a black cloud dragon descended at the edge of the playground. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son dismounted from the dragon. Can you actually control that contraption you conjured? We nearly got swept into it, Sun exclaimed, playfully tousling Gu Feng's hair as he landed atop him. Gu Feng grimaced and promptly tossed Sun back into Ouyang's son's embrace. It was merely a miscalculation. It was my first attempt at this maneuver, and minor issues are to be expected. Fortunately, we emerged unscathed. Gu Feng's voice grew increasingly softer. As this matter was indeed his responsibility. Given their capabilities, escaping easily was quite feasible, especially since that individual had been rather oblivious at the time. Ultimately, Gu Feng created a small sun, and that figure had not inflicted any harm upon them. Rather, he nearly rendered himself vulnerable. Feng, next time, unless you're willing to exert every ounce of effort, it's best to refrain from engaging in such uncertain ventures. Ouyang's son gently patted Gu Feng's shoulder as they headed towards the dormitory. Alas, do you not trust me, Yang? Gu Feng called out, pursuing Ouyang's son towards their residence. The following day, upon entering the classroom, Zhou slammed her hand on the desk. Speak up, Gu Feng. Was the explosion at the Sea God Lake caused by you? Do you have any evidence? Whether I did it or not, what business is it of yours? Gu Feng replied, casting a nonchalant glance out the window, dismissing Zhou, for he had grown accustomed to clashing with her daily. Today, we have a new transfer student joining our class. Her name is Lan Shui. Please give her a warm welcome. Zhou subsequently announced. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Shui. A melodious voice resonated as a girl with pink hair stood at the podium, donned in Shrek's red uniform, exuding an astonishing presence. Yet, there was an aura of warmth about her that made one feel unexpectedly at ease. Chapter 11. The Inner Courtyard, Lan Shui. Gu Feng widened his eyes as he gazed at the girl on the podium, Lan Shui, with her pink hair radiating a warm and luminous aura. He stifled his own presence, striving to diminish his existence. Yuna stared at the girl on the podium, frozen in her seat. How could there be a radiance purer than that of the Light Dragon King? What on earth is this? This aura feels so comforting. Being near her brings such ease. What could this possibly mean? The moment Lan Shui entered the classroom, Gu Chou'er felt an unexpected lightness envelop her. Bowing her head, she shielded her forehead with her hand, revealing a red vertical pupil that seemed to discover something. She then closed her pupil and glanced at Wang Dong, lost in contemplation. Hui Yuhao found himself entranced by the incoming girl, sensing a gentle warmth reminiscent of a mother's embrace. A solitary tear slipped down his cheek, fleeting in its presence. Wang Dong watched Lan Shui, suddenly struck by a brief headache that faded almost instantly, leaving him to dismiss it from his thoughts. Behind Wang Dong sat a petite girl with a ponytail, her eyes fixated on Lan Shui, sparkling with admiration for her beauty. Xiao Zhao's face flushed crimson upon catching the girl's gaze, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Zhou glanced at Gu Feng and quickly averted her gaze, momentarily astonished by his unexpected compliance. Could it be that? She looked over at Lan Shui beside her and suddenly smiled. However, to the other students, her smile appeared rather terrifying, as her mask resembled that of an old woman. Lan Shui, there's a seat next to Gu Feng. You can sit there for now, Zhou instructed, pointing to the vacant spot beside Gu Feng before turning to exit the classroom. Damn it, what a hassle, she thought. Ether was already a bit uncontrollable when that girl entered. With her near me, it could very well spark a riot at any moment. Gu Feng gazed intently at the approaching Lan Shui, as if he had made a momentous decision. He discreetly placed his hand beneath the table and quietly retrieved a bracelet from the soul guide device, adorning his wrist with it. In a brief interval, the ether within his body settled into tranquility. This bracelet was a unique soul artifact from his mother's household, akin to an 8th grade soul guide in the realm of the sun and moon, albeit with somewhat trivial functionality. Nevertheless, it proved fortuitously suitable for the current circumstances. The artifact's effect was to suppress the tumultuous surge of soul power within his body, typically employed during the absorption of soul rings to facilitate the acquisition of higher-aged soul rings, albeit offering only a slight ease in the process. Gu Feng had previously been frail, and due to the overwhelming power of the ethereal energy within him, his mother had modified it in such a way that it could suppress the ethereal force residing in his body. However, the side effect was that he could hardly harness the ethereal energy within him. Any attempt to forcibly summon it would likely result in turmoil. Lan Shui settled beside Gu Feng. Just moments ago, she could sense the vibrancy of the light element, yet now it seemed to have subsided. Could it be because of him? Lan Shui cast a furtive glance at Gu Feng, seemingly lost in thought. What a motley crew Shrek has become. Just look at the assortment present. One cannot overlook Hui Yuhao, the fated child. Then there's Tang San's daughter, though she resembles a fusion monster. She doesn't quite seem like one at the moment. And let us not forget the Silver Dragon King and the Imperial Beast, although neither has yet made their mark. Who knows what surprises may arise. Ouyang's son appears to embody the role of the fated child even more than Hui Yuhao, with strength, influence, talent, and luck. Well, perhaps luck is a stretch, that is truly incomparable. And now, Lan Shui, does she think she can take me for a fool just because I haven't seen stealing stars? Manipulating light, indeed, the ultimate limit of light must be time itself. That is truly formidable. I wonder if Tang Sen could possibly exploit this aspect. However, it seems Lan Shui is merely a slacker, wielding the strongest abilities yet executing the weakest maneuvers. As Gu Feng contemplated this, he seemingly stumbled upon a revelation and instinctively turned his gaze toward Lan Shui. Hello. Gu classmate, she inquired, is there something on my face? You've been staring at me. Lan Shui, noticing his gaze, asked with growing curiosity, her voice softening, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. I was just wondering why your school uniform is red? It's completely different from ours. Gu Feng quickly diverted the conversation upon noticing her embarrassment. In that fleeting moment, the entire class appeared to have discovered some juicy gossip and turned their attention to the two of them. Goodness, I never imagined there would come a day when I would become the subject of gossip myself. Gu Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. I was previously attending classes in the inner academy, but due to my age, the academy head asked me to join the outer academy for a while. As for the subsequent arrangements, I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. Lan Shui stuck out her tongue playfully, tilting her head and flashing a smile at Gu Feng. Goodness. She truly lives up to her reputation as the premier actress of stealing stars. One can only imagine the darkness that lies beneath her charming exterior. After all, we are seasoned performers. Let us see who can outshine whom. Gu Feng gazed at Lan Shui's adorable demeanor, unable to suppress a shiver. Oh, so you are a student from the inner court? Your soul power must be quite formidable, and I presume your martial spirit is equally impressive. Just as he was about to pose his question, Zhou Yi unexpectedly reappeared at the podium, interrupting Gu Feng's train of thought. Enough of your giggling during class. If you have something to say, Gu Feng, then kindly return to your seat. Gu Feng glanced at Zhou Yi, realizing only now how admirable she truly was. He quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Yes, teacher," before discreetly slipping out through the back door. At that moment, the entire class fell silent. Wasn't it just now that Gu Feng referred to Zhou Yi as teacher? Hadn't he called her an old hag? What on earth had Gu Feng been possessed today? Wang Dong suddenly shouted, his expression one of disbelief. Hui Yuhao patted Wang Dong's shoulder, signaling him to look at the podium. Wang Dong stiffly turned his head, clenching his fists as he gazed at Zhou Yi. You too, get out, Wang Dong. Later, in the dormitory. Ouyang, we have a problem. A student from the inner academy has come to our class. Gu Feng, looking dejected, complained to Ouyang's son about the events of the day. Oh, you. Afraid of a student from the inner academy? Impossible. Could it be that you have some dirt on you that they've grasped? Son, munching on a banana larger than his own hand, looked at this troublemaker from the outer academy with curiosity. What happened? Phone? Is there an issue with that inner academy student? Ouyang's son interrupted son before he could continue, knowing his friend was likely to follow with mockery and ridicule. The situation is dire, Ouyang. You must recall the anomalies from over a decade ago. She is likely one of them. Gu Feng spoke with an unnervingly calm tone, uttering a conjecture that sent shock waves through the room. Suddenly, the dormitory fell silent. No way, you can't be serious. Goodness, this is... Sun was so astonished that he dropped his banana, appearing utterly flustered and adorably bewildered. Feng, if your conjecture holds true, then her current strength should far exceed ours. Considering that our families cannot compete with Shrek, a superpower that has endured for millennia. However, the two of us together should not fear her. Yet, I suspect your concerns lie elsewhere, Ouyang's son reflected, sharing his thoughts, realizing that the anomaly was a common topic, but Sun had merely been caught off guard. Yes, she's from the inner academy. I don't know why she has come to the outer academy, but we should both exercise caution for now. Otherwise, we might end up being overwhelmed by a girl, he added with a shiver. Gu Feng contemplated a certain possibility, hastily shaking his head to abandon the perilous thoughts swirling in his mind. Hey, how about we invite Ouyang to stealthily probe that fellow in the inner court? Sun suddenly interjected. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son exchanged glances at Sun's suggestion and simultaneously shook their heads, retreating to their beds to sleep. They feared that lingering too long with Sun would render them as reckless as he. How foolish of this simpleton to even consider confronting a particularly young inner court student at Shrek Academy. The crux of the matter was that they might not even prevail in a confrontation. Such audacity could only be attributed to a monkey's folly. Once a fight commenced, there would be no escape from the consequences. However, Sun was perplexed, his thoughts spiraling in circles. Ouyang, upon opening his eyes, leaped beside Sun and delivered a resounding slap. Enough, monkey. Stop overthinking. It's time to rest. You need only focus on fighting. He then hopped back onto Ouyang's son's shoulder, dazed by the slap. Sun reflected upon Ouyang's words. Indeed, fighting was his forte. Thus, he too succumbed to slumber, embodying the essence of a monkey, whose intelligence outside of brawls seemed to dwindle to a negative number. And so, 2 months slipped by. Following that day, Sun and Gu Feng scarcely attended class. They either lingered by the sea god lake or were embroiled in mischief, leaving Ouyang's son to manage the aftermath of their antics. Zhou Yi had approached Director Du Weilin more than once, advocating for severe punishment for Gu Feng, yet each time the matter faded into obscurity. Lan Shui forged a close friendship with Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er from their class, though their ulterior motives remained inscrutable. Much like in the original tale, Hui Yuhao became friends with Xiao Xiao, and now he was the busiest student in the entire academy. After attending the martial spirit department classes in the morning, he spent his afternoons learning the crafting of soul guides in the soul guide department. The silver lining was that within 2 months, Hui Yuhao had ascended to the rank of a primary soul master. He also made time each week to sell grilled fish, inadvertently growing familiar with Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan Nan. Due to Gu Feng and Ouyang's son's influence, the entire outer academy was fervently training. Hui Yuhao's strength exceeded that of the original narrative, as he had already reached the level of a 19th-ranked soul master. Unbeknownst to them, the school assessment was fast approaching, a pivotal event determining their class placements and the resources available to them. Moreover, it was the entrance assessment of the continent's foremost academy. Achieving the top score would yield substantial rewards. Hui Yuhao, prepare the team roster and submit it to me, Zhou Yi remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Lan Shui. It was a foregone conclusion that her class would secure the first place. Even Ouyang's son from Class 4 could not possibly outshine Lan Shui. In fact, they were likely to clinch at least 2 of the top 3 positions, and if executed well, they could potentially dominate the entire top 3. Gu Feng and Lan Shui will be grouped separately. Hui Yuhao, you need not concern yourself with them. Just ensure the other groups are arranged. Zhou Yi seemed to recall something, and after giving a reminder to Hui Yuhao, she exited. Chapter 12. The Peculiar Group Assessment. Feng. How do you intend to approach the entrance examination? Ouyang's son found Gu Feng, who was lazily dozing off, and took a seat beside him. What else could I possibly do? I'll just go through the motions. That should suffice. I doubt I will resort to any physical action. Lan Shui is in the outer academy. Although it's not impossible for me to take action, I am concerned about Shrek resorting to underhanded tactics. The synergy between my ether and her light is simply too harmonious. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned over, speaking nonchalantly. After a while, he suddenly stood up and grasped Ouyang's son's shoulders. Son, if the opportunity arises, you must knock her down. Then we shall claim the first and second positions. As Gu Feng spoke, a spark ignited in his eyes, contemplating the viability of this scheme. Ouyang's son rolled his eyes at this, prying Gu Feng's hands off him, his expression laden with exasperation. What are you daydreaming about? We have no intel on that girl, while Shrek possesses at least some information on us. Additionally, she might be stronger than us. Why would I take her down? Why don't you do it instead? Well, you have a point. Never mind. We can just coast along. However, I suspect we shall face numerous restrictions when the time comes. Otherwise, the other competitors wouldn't stand a chance in the top 3. Gu Feng reclined on the grass, speaking leisurely. Indeed, that seems likely, but who can say for sure? Do you know the format of the assessment? After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang's son gazed quietly at Gu Feng. Huh? Isn't it just a brawl? Are there any other rules? Gu Feng appeared bewildered. After more than a decade, who could remember the specifics? He could barely recall the major events, but the intricate details of such trivial matters had long since slipped his mind. I knew it. How would someone who hardly attends class know anything? Ouyang's son began to explain. First, there is the points match. Winning earns you a point, while losing yields none. The points matches are conducted in groups, with each group required to play 10 matches, eliminating half the competitors. Then comes the round-robin phase, where 10 groups constitute a venue to select the strongest. Afterward, the rules for advancing to the top 64 will apply. Groups eliminated in the points matches will face expulsion. And that's about it. It's quite simple, really. Ouyang's son meticulously outlined the assessment rules. He was not particularly concerned about these regulations, as he was confident that, apart from this slacker and the enigmatic Lan Shui, no one in the outer academy could compete with him. The two of them were in uncertainty, as he had yet to confront them with full effort. What a hassle, this kind of gameplay. Yet, I have a feeling there will be unforeseen complications. Gu Feng felt something was amiss upon hearing the troublesome rules. However, he decided not to dwell on it, as their strength was unparalleled in the outer academy, truly second to none. On the day of the competition, the outer academy was divided into numerous venues, with all the first-year freshmen eagerly anticipating this assessment, except for a few who lacked the capability. Hello, students. I am Du Weilan, the head of the Martial Spirit Department. We will now commence the division of venues and groups. Given the unique circumstances this year, I have an announcement to make. The first venue will host only 8 teams. Who are the top 8 contenders in this assessment? Should any team believe themselves stronger, they may issue a direct challenge. The victor will remain in the first venue, while the defeated will start anew in the points matches. Of course, considering the number of participants, we will release all the information of the students in the first venue. Furthermore, all students shall be granted a challenge period of 1 day. Next, I shall present the roster for Arena 1. Group 1. Gu Yuna, Gu Qiuer, and Xiao Yuxuan. Gu Yuna possesses the martial spirit of Elementalist, ranking as a soul master of the 4th ring. Gu Qiuer wields the Golden Dragon martial spirit, holding the title of a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Xiao Yuxuan's martial spirit is the time-flowing bell, classified as a soul master of the 2nd ring. Group 2. Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Chen Feng. Ning Tian's martial spirit is the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, also a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Chen Feng commands the 7 Killing Sword, ranking as a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Wu Feng's martial spirit is the Red Dragon, designated as a soul master of the 2nd ring. Group 3. Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Cui Yiji. Dai Huabin possesses the Evil Eye White Tiger martial spirit, a soul sovereign of level 40. Zhu Lu wields the Nether Spirit Cat, classified as a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Cui Yiji's martial spirit is the Nine-Tailed Fox, designated as a soul master of the 2nd ring. Group 4. Xia Huan Yue, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. Xia Huan Yue possesses the Pai Pai Elephant martial spirit, a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Lan Susu's martial spirit is Hare, classified as a soul master of the 2nd ring. Group 5. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong possesses dual martial spirits, the Light Goddess Butterfly and the Haotian Hammer, classified as a soul master of level 30. Xiao Xiao wields dual martial spirits, the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron and the 9 Phoenixes Flute, also a soul master of level 30. Hui Yuhao, with his primary martial spirit of Spiritual Eye, has just attained the rank of soul master at level 20 the day before the assessment. Group 6. Lan Shui, with the martial spirit of Light, classified as a soul master of the 4th ring. Group 7. Gu Feng, with the martial spirit of Body, classified as a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Group 8. Ouyang's son, with dual martial spirits, Ouyang and Sun, classified as a soul sovereign of the 3rd ring. Du Weilan, having read the names of the 8 groups in Arena 1, cast a glance at Gu Feng and Ouyang's son when he reached their names, yet said nothing further, proceeding to arrange the assessment matters. Due to the limited slots in Arena 1 and the 1-day challenge time frame, any contestant who recklessly engages in challenges and is eliminated without resistance will have their qualifications revoked. For this reason, we have invited a teacher from the inner court for medical assistance. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of this year's freshman assessment. Upon hearing these rules, Ouyang's son glanced at Gu Feng. Hey, you rascal, could you possibly be a harbinger of misfortune? Trouble is indeed brewing, Sun exclaimed, leaping from Ouyang's son's shoulder to Gu Feng's head. Get off. How could I know the academy would truly conjure up trouble? Gu Feng adeptly caught Sun and tossed him back to Ouyang's Sunday. Now, let the members of these 8 groups proceed to their respective platforms. Those wishing to challenge may do so as well. Following Du Weiland's announcement of all the rules, the assessment commenced. Upon his entry, Gu Feng retrieved an assortment of snacks and a blanket from his soul guide device, settling himself comfortably upon the arena to quietly enjoy the spectacle. Hey lad, indulging in snacks alone is hardly commendable. Observing Gu Feng's casual demeanor, Sun swiftly dashed from the 7th arena to join him in feasting. This prompted Du Weiland to shake his head in disbelief, his hand pressed against his forehead. Goodness, this fellow is quite audacious. Is there no one to teach him a lesson? Brother, can you fathom why arenas 6 and 7 are occupied by solitary competitors? Test it, and you may find out. Hui Yuhao cast a glance at Gu Feng, a flicker of envy in his eyes. After a deep breath, he steeled himself for the impending battle. Sister, is that fellow Gu Feng truly so arrogant? It seems rather entertaining. I shall give it a try. Gu Qiu'er mimicked Gu Feng's actions, eagerly joining him in his snack indulgence. Do you not observe the lively antics of Gu Qiu'er and shook her head, casually extracting a soul guide textbook to peruse. Well, you 2 young ladies are not lacking in spirit, Qiao Yuxuan remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he quietly assumed the role of an observer, gathering intelligence from the other groups. After all, he had little choice. Being the weakest, he too harbored aspirations of idling. Seeing this, Ouyang's son also took a seat to rest. Apart from their trio, participants from other groups gradually began to issue challenges. The duo from Group 78 are formidable. We concede our admiration. Yet, how does a mere soul master dare to defend an arena alone? A team approached Lan Shui at Arena 6, ready to challenge her. Lan Shui glanced at the trio of fools before her. 3 second-ring novices, how dare they confront me? Puzzled, she inhaled deeply, striving to quell her rising irritation. It was true that her reputation in the outer academy was not prominent, but that did not imply weakness. The academy had assigned her to guard the arena alone, and any sensible person could discern her strength. How could such fools come to mar her mood? Glaring at Gu Feng, who was obliviously enjoying his snacks, and Ouyang's son, who had also turned his gaze toward her, veins throbbed on her forehead. In a heartbeat, the 3 soul masters found themselves expelled from the arena. Lan Shui's figure merely flickered. Aside from a select few, most spectators were oblivious to how those 3 had been ousted. In the aftermath, the vicinity surrounding the arenas defended by Lan Shui, Gu Feng, and Ouyang's son became devoid of spectators, all having retreated to the 5 front arenas. Lad, did you catch that? Sun squinted, his expression grave. Alas, no, I only glimpsed a blur. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to obstruct them. Gu Feng pondered briefly before responding to Sun, though his countenance reflected unease. Gu Feng and Sun Du fell into silence. After all, the speed they were facing was indeed insurmountable for them. Gu Feng glanced at Ouyang's son, who shook his head and then closed his eyes to rest. Never mind. There's no pressing need to engage her. A mere casual response would suffice. Come now, let's enjoy the show, Sun. Gu Feng suddenly chuckled, addressing Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun lifted his gaze towards Gu Feng and, after a moment, joined in the laughter. You rascal. Indeed, it's not a matter of life and death. So there's truly no need to exert ourselves. Sun shook his head and also settled in to watch the spectacle. Among the 8 competition arenas, the last 3 and the first 3 had no challengers, save for the initial trio of stubborn competitors. The first 3 arenas each hosted 2 soul masters, while the last 3 were even more daunting, with the 2 formidable figures from the outer academy and a girl who might rival them in strength. Anyone who dared to challenge would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, our classmates Hui Yuhao and the sisters Lan Su and Lan Luo found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament. Hui Yuhao's team boasted a well-rounded composition of offense, control, and defense, complemented by Hui Yuhao's ability to predict the battlefield. Although they managed to hold their ground, they were still up against the entirety of the first-year newcomers from the outer academy, which included several formidable groups. They encountered an opponent whose martial spirit was a mirror, capable of replicating Wang Dong. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's foresight, Wang Dong would have found himself in a dire situation. Similarly, Xia Huanyu's group faced challenges. Fortunately, Xia Huanyu himself, possessing the martial spirit of a pippy elephant, proved resilient against the new students. But the sisters Lan Su and Lan Luo had to endure considerable strain. They found themselves pitted against a team with soul masters and the hidden martial spirit fusion techniques. Initially reserved as trump cards, were forced into the open. They had no choice. Securing victory in today's matches was imperative, as a win would grant them entry into the top 8, while a loss would mean exclusion from that opportunity. After the conclusion of today's matches, their group would enjoy a 3-day respite, awaiting the completion of the other students' competitions before drawing lots for the quarterfinals. Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun are doing well, but Hui Yuhao and Xia Huanyu's teams appear quite fatigued. Hui Yuhao and Lan Luo even faced defeat and were eliminated from the arena once. However, they ultimately triumphed in their match with a sense of relief. Chapter 13, Light and Ether. I feel so drowsy. Gu Feng squints his eyes, appearing as though he has yet to fully awaken. Today marks the quarterfinals, and they must all draw lots. Gu Feng was once again dragged over by Ouyang Sun, still struggling with his sleepiness. The finals will feature only their 8 teams along with some senior students from the inner academy and a few teachers. Below, the results of the draw are announced. Douluo gazes at the competitors' draws before revealing the outcomes. First match, Gu Feng versus Lan Shui's second match, Ouyang Sun versus Gu Yun's team third match, Ning Tian's team versus Dai Huabin's team fourth match, Hui Yuhao's team versus Xia Huanyu's team. As Gu Feng awoke from his slumber the moment the groupings were announced, Ouyang Sun was taken aback by the absurdity of the arrangements. Casting a bewildered glance at Gu Feng, Lan Shui? Was it merely luck or something more sinister at play? Gu Feng gazed silently at Douluo in the stands. Turning his head, he spotted several figures in red uniforms among Yin Xiao's group, along with a disheveled drunkard clutching a chicken leg. It seemed he had been set up. Lowering his head, calm words escaped his lips. Hey kid, what's wrong? Stay composed. Why is your aura fluctuating so wildly? Sun rushed over, attempting to console the visibly unsettled Gu Feng. Feng, if you wish to strike, do so. If matters take a turn for the worse, we can always resort to our backup plan and retreat. Shrek is no longer merely an academy. Ouyang Sun patted Gu Feng's shoulder and looked up at the clouds drifting above. All right. Gu Feng uttered a single word before silently ascending the stage. In his past life, Gu Feng had been an ordinary individual who enjoyed reading novels. Though he had harbored ambitions, reality had proven to be harsh. His path had been predetermined since high school, and he had encountered injustices during his internships. Yet he understood that these matters were beyond his control. After arriving in this world, he had enjoyed a relatively good life. However, the engagement had stirred up unpleasant memories, reminding him of things that were hard to forget, the pain and that fleeting light. Nevertheless, he recognized that engagements were commonplace in this realm, prompting him to venture out, seeking solace and a deeper understanding of this world. Now, Du Weilin observed the prepared contestants and made a gesture to signal the start before stepping back. Gu Feng, I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Are you ready? Lan Shui tilted her head, greeting Gu Feng with a smile. Ha! Laughter erupted around them. Do you wish to ascertain the power within me? Then come forth. Gu Feng removed the bracelet he had been wearing. Lan Shui regarded Gu Feng quietly, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. At the moment he took off the bracelet, an ethereal upheaval ensued. Dark currents enveloped the entire arena as a colossal beast, towering 100 meters, rose from the ground. Its tail swept across the stage, kicking up immense clouds of dust. The gigantic creature occupied 1/10 of the entire finals arena. Due to Gu Feng's previous battle with Shui, which had become the talk of the school, the venue for the quarterfinals had been expanded on short notice. Otherwise, the beast would have claimed half the stage. The air erupted with a deafening sonic boom as a massive hand descended from the sky towards Lan Shui. Debris flew from the stage, creating a deep crater. Lan Shui appeared perched upon the beast's arm, her form untouched by a speck of dust. A roar erupted from the beast's maw aimed at Lan Shui, unleashing a tremendous cloud of dust that sent tremors through the entire arena. The audience instinctively rose to their feet. Goodness, such a violent display. It seems that lad is truly furious. Sun gazed at the tumultuous scene unfolding on the arena, perched upon Ouyang Sun's shoulder. Indeed, I share your frustration. It is weak against weak, strong against strong, and yet there is not a single clash of strength to behold. Am I not as capable as either of them? Ouyang Sun spoke with a calm demeanor, though those familiar with him understood that he too was stirred by indignation. "TSK, TSK, TSK, let them witness your true prowess." Ouyang's son paused momentarily before breaking into laughter, his gaze fixed on the arena. A colossal beam of light erupted from the haze of dust enveloping the arena, revealing a gaping wound in the chest of a monstrous beast. Ethereal meteors appeared as black dots in the heavens. In the next instant, they cascaded down, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated endlessly, illuminating the impact site with a golden radiance. Dust swirled around the arena as a golden beam danced amidst the falling meteors. A blade of light soared from the arena, expanding in size as it shattered the descending meteors. Black patterns spread through the swirling dust as a dark pillar shot skyward. Lan Xue's silhouette leapt upon the surface of the radiant column, utilizing it as a springboard. A massive black sword descended towards Lan Xue, clearing the dust from the arena in an instant with a powerful gust. Gu Feng stood atop the head of a black dragon shadow, surveying Lan Xue, who leaned precariously upon nothing but the hilt of a sword. Gu Feng's hair had transformed entirely into a deep black, cascading down to his waist, emanating a dark aura. Lan Xue's once pink locks had morphed into a dazzling gold, her pupils shifting to a silvery hue, wielding two luminous swords. A heavy black sword materialized in Gu Feng's grasp. The sound of fierce combat erupted as the shadowy figure clashed with the radiant one. Three swords intertwined in a tumultuous dance. Lan Xue was propelled from the point of engagement, transforming into a beam of light mid-flight, accelerating toward Gu Feng with remarkable swiftness. A sword mark, stretching 100 meters, marred the arena as the black sword plunged into the ground, halting the retreating figure. Gu Feng gazed at Lan Xue, drawing forth the heavy sword, his flowing hair concealing his crimson eyes. Golden patterns emerged behind Lan Xue, the golden sigils swirling as a pillar of light surged toward Gu Feng, the edges of which released an acrid, scorching scent. A curtain of black clouds shielded Gu Feng from view. A thick mist enveloped the arena, parting to form a Z-shaped passage. He swung the heavy sword backward, and the shadowy figure was sent hurtling to the ground, creating crater after crater. Suddenly, a flash of black light erupted, producing a sonic boom at the point of collision, sending the golden figure flying. In midair, it accelerated once more. The black and golden figures moved increasingly faster, until onlookers could perceive only two contrasting beams of light colliding, separating, and colliding again, on the ground and in the air. The clash of black and golden lights intensified, each impact generating a sonic explosion. Was this truly a battle between a third and a fourth ring? The scale of combat had escalated beyond what even a seventh ring without their martial soul could engage in. This shared uncertainty loomed over the spectators. On the viewing platform, figures clad in red uniforms rose in unison. One woman with red hair could no longer contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth? Is this the destructive force and combat prowess of a third and fourth ring?" Back in the inner courtyard, Lan Xue could barely hold her own against a high-ranking Soul Emperor. This is absurd. A high-ranking Soul Emperor would likely perish in an instant. Thus, Lan Xue was indeed the most concealed power of the inner courtyard? Ma Xiao blurted out the unspoken thoughts of everyone from the inner courtyard. No. Perhaps there is another who could reach such heights. Yet that person is not present. The cold, aloof figure with black hair countered Ma Xiaodao's statement. Recalling the silhouette adorned with fox ears, instinctively shivering, the black and golden lights once again separated, coming to a halt on opposite sides of the arena. Wounds of various sizes emerged from Gu Feng's body, with the blood and vitality seeping from them dispersing into the air like mist. However, the speed of healing was astonishingly rapid. Lan Xue bore no injuries. She merely gasped as if she had engaged in an exceptionally vigorous exercise. Chapter 14. The Ultimate Radiance. Lan Xue took a moment to steady her condition. The light flickered, the black-red flames surged wildly, and the shadowy figure sliced through the air. The clash continued. The golden sword of light deflected the heavy black sword. Seizing the opportunity, another sword of light swiftly pierced the shadowy figure's chest, causing the heavy sword to erupt. The golden figure was sent flying towards the edge of the arena, spitting out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. Within the blood, a hint of golden light sparkled, and the moment it was expelled, it was vaporized. The arena had become unrecognizable, engulfed in swirling black and golden flames. The shadowy figure looked down at the chest pierced by the golden sword, and the next moment, the sword was withdrawn and discarded on the ground, vanishing into thin air. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, not a vibrant red but tinged with a fleeting darkness, evaporating the moment it left the body, disappearing without a trace. They exchanged glances. Red flames surged from the depths of Gu Fang's eyes. The silver pupils at Lan Shui's gaze emitted an increasingly bright silver radiance. With a clap, Yin Xiaozhi struck the spectator stand, preparing to intervene and halt the battle, for it had escalated beyond a mere assessment. Originally, the academy intended to probe the depths of those two mysterious students, which was why Lan Shui had been summoned from the inner courtyard. Now, however, their true capabilities were laid bare. Yet, wrapping up the situation posed a challenge. Yin Xiaozhi resolved to step in. The consequences of inaction were beyond his imagination. Lan Shui was essentially the designated successor of the Sea God Pavilion. She could not afford to face peril here. Relax, Xiaozhi, with me and old Zhuang present. Let them fight to their heart's content. There will be no issues. As long as it's not a decapitation, old Zhuang can revive anyone. The disheveled elder grasped Yin Xiaozhi's arm, silently observing the arena, signaling him to take a seat. Another elder, exuding an aura of life, patted Yin Xiaozhi's shoulder, shaking his head in disapproval. Old Xian, but there are no buts. That girl isn't one to shy away from a loss, but only if we refrain from intervening. Do you understand? The disheveled elder, old Xian, turned to Yin Xiaozhi, his voice laced with anger. Yes, old Xian, I understand. Sigh, Xiaozhi, I comprehend your concerns for Xiaoxua. Yet we must trust that girl. Old Xian set aside his chicken leg and drink, fixating on the two combatants in the arena, unable to find tranquility. This lad. TSK. Even after such a battle, he shows no intention of retreating. It seems he is eager to release his pent-up frustration. Sun observed the two in the arena. Scratching his head, continuing to observe the battle, Ouyang's son glanced in the direction of Guyuna, slightly parting his lips as if to silently convey an apology, expressing his own desire to vent his frustrations. Sun, hearing Ouyang's son's soft utterance, merely patted him on the back, accompanying him in solidarity. Guyuna, seemingly sensing something, cast a serious glance at her teammate Chao Yuxuan, instructing, when it's our turn, you must concede immediately. I fear I cannot protect you. She then turned her gaze to the equally fervent Gu Qiu'er, letting out a sigh. Qiu'er, act according to your abilities and be cautious. Understood, Sister Guyu, replied Chao Yuxuan, witnessing the intensity of the ongoing battle and contemplating the possibility of facing opponents akin to those on the field. Initially wavering in resolve, Gu Yuna's words instantly alleviated his anxiety. Gu Qiu'er merely nodded in agreement, asserting, Sister, we shall prevail. At the very least, we will not suffer defeat. Huabin, do you think we can win? Zhu Lu inquired with a confused gaze. Dai Huabin opened his mouth to respond, but, upon observing the fierce combat, ultimately fell silent. Shaking his head, Young master, what do you think of Fengge? The talented youth our sect master wished for us to befriend must be someone like him, right? Qin Feng remarked, casting a thoughtful glance at Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded, pondering over something. Yu Hao, do you believe our newly completed martial soul fusion skill can triumph over them? Wang Dong asked hesitantly, seeking reassurance from Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's eyes shimmered with determination as he contemplated for an extended period. Our martial soul fusion technique is formidable. Even a soul emperor would hesitate to confront it directly. Yet I fear it may not suffice. He ultimately shook his head. Why are you all so pessimistic? We can simply surrender when the time comes. Why are you two fretting over whether we can win? We are not even from the same world, Xiao Xiao remarked, casting a disapproving look at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao fixed his gaze upon the two combatants on stage, anticipating his journey to the extreme north, knowing that he too would grow stronger. His fighting spirit ignited. The dark figure's wounds healed rapidly, the penetrative injury already scabbing over, with a heavy sword grasped in hand. He lowered his body, bending at the waist. Dark energy surged, giving rise to a vast expanse of black clouds behind him. The golden figure gradually stood upright, her wounds mending. Apart from her pale complexion, it was evident that she was not in optimal condition. Reforming two light swords, she held them upside down, stepping back with her right leg while crossing her arms over her chest. A radiant golden glow emanated from her. The arena itself became divided into two extremes, one side engulfed in swirling black clouds, with red eyes emanating a terrifying crimson light. As if hell itself had descended upon the earth, the other side bathed in blinding brilliance, an overwhelming light and heat saturating half of the arena. Akin to returning to a mother's embrace. It seems as though angels are ever present. Dark swirling clouds spiral into the heavy sword, and a black meteor streaks across the ground, carving a pitch-black gash into the earth. Golden radiance surges into the twin blades, and with a powerful thrust of the right leg, a golden beam slices through the fabric of space, conjuring a resplendent aurora of white in the sky. A soundless collision resonates, and in the next moment, something extraordinary appears. Everything in the vicinity is drawn into the epicenter of the clash, only to be instantaneously obliterated. From the center of the arena, a luminous hemisphere ascends. And in an instant, all is shattered and erased, emanating a terrifying brilliance. Gu Feng and Lan Shui were effortlessly swept away by this ethereal force. As the brilliance dissipated, a colossal pit, several hundred meters deep, manifested within a radius of 1,000 miles. The entire chasm was adorned in hues of dark red, with flickering flames of black, red, and gray permeating the air. Everyone rose to their feet. The impact of this strike had reached the formidable level of a tidal Douluo S9 spirit ring. At the center of the explosion, the two figures, Yin Xiaoxia's aura surged forth, only to be subdued by an even denser force. Xiaoxia, remain composed. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. Xuanzi sensed two faint auras at the edge of the arena, allowing himself a moment of relief. A hand extended from the periphery, as Gu Feng propped himself up, seated upon the ground, quietly observing the ruins before him. Light, an endless radiance illuminated the debris. Lan Shui's hair and eyes transformed into a pure white, her aura ascending to new heights. She gradually floated from the edge of the ruins to stand before Gu Feng. A luminous sword pierced through Gu Feng's body, anchoring itself into the ground. Confirming that Gu Feng was devoid of any power, she turned to summon Elder Zhuang for healing. It was over. Thump, 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 the sudden sound of a heartbeat echoed. A dark cloud once again enveloped the arena, flickers of crimson light darting through the shadows, with their currents igniting black and red lightning. The heartbeat persisted, as if some terrifying entity were awakening. Chapter 15. Blood of Hell light was suppressed by darkness, confined within a 5-meter radius surrounding Lan Shui. A flash of red light vanished, and a black silhouette arose, its wounds fully healed, as though the previous moment of near death had merely been an illusion. Pain. Excruciating pain. It far surpassed the agony Gu Feng experienced when his ethereal essence shattered his martial soul. Gu Feng slowly opened his eyes. The vast expanse of dark red earth stretched endlessly before him, while the sky was engulfed in a deep crimson hue, permeated by an ominous atmosphere. In the heavens, a black sun and a blood-red moon appeared simultaneously, standing in stark opposition to one another. Countless skeletal remains lay ahead of him, and as Gu Feng advanced, the bones beneath his feet crumbled into fragments, dissipating into powder that scattered through the air. Time seemed to lose all significance in this place, where an uncountable number of corpses lay, suggesting that apart from these remains, no other living beings existed. Gu Feng moved forward unconsciously until a dark figure stood before him. With long black hair cascading down and blood-red eyes, the figure sat atop a mountain of bones, countless scars adorning its body, one hand resting on its knee. A sword hilt was embedded in the ground, and the shadow gazed into the distance until Gu Feng approached from behind. "You have arrived," echoed a voice, ethereal and resonant throughout the realm. The very heavens lamented as black snow began to drift down, accompanied by a deluge of crimson rain. Gu Feng opened his mouth, gazing at the world around him. "You need not inquire further. I shall reveal to you what you are meant to know, while the truths beyond your grasp must be sought by your own efforts." A voice, imbued with an air of emptiness, echoed forth. Gu Feng parted his lips but ultimately fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement. This place embodies hell. The moment the void-like voice spoke, Gu Feng found himself in a daze. Yet the revelation was far from over. This realm is a desolate hell, ravaged by the aftermath of war. The celestial battlefield has cast its shadow across the entire universe. Here lies but a fragment of hell. The gaze of the celestial deity has descended upon your world, and the bloodline lying dormant within you shall awaken. Should the future offer you a chance, I hope you endeavor to reconstruct hell. The world appeared as though it were being erased by an unseen hand. Fading from the outside in, a dark red vortex emerged in the sky, from which a drop of ink-black blood materialized, seeping into Gu Feng's being. At the instant the blood merged with him, the world vanished entirely. A dark red beam of light surged skyward, visible to all of Shrek City. Golden radiance shimmered, flickering incessantly, compressing inward. The shadowy figure clashed once more with the golden one. Boom. This battle reached an impasse. If it continued, you would both be risking your lives. Xuanzi positioned himself between Gu Feng and Lan Shui, halting their advance. With a forceful push, Gu Feng and Lan Shui were propelled to either side of the chasm, both succumbing to unconsciousness. "Old Zhuang, please attend to these two young ones," Xuanzi requested, retrieving a gourd of wine and a chicken leg. After taking a bite, He spoke indistinctly. A colossal tree sprouted from the ground, emanating a verdant glow that dispelled the black mist enveloping the arena. It extinguished the dark red and ashen flames within the pit. 2 leaves drifted towards Gu Feng and Lan Shui, healing their wounds. Is it truly a draw? I hope Feng can accept this outcome. Ouyang's son mused, shaking his head as he slowly carried Gu Feng away. The arena lay in ruins. It was clear that a second match would not be feasible today. Let us return, Chioer, and contemplate our strategy for tomorrow, for it too shall present its own challenges. Gu Yuna murmured, watching the departing figures before leading Gu Chioer away. As for Chao Yuxuan, a mere second-ring ruffian, he could fend for himself. Teacher, I shall take Xiao Shui back to the inner courtyard for recovery, Ma Xiaodao announced, scooping up Lan Shui and soaring towards the inner courtyard. Her voice echoing through the air. Hui Yuhao discreetly lowered his hand, turning away in silence. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao followed suit, departing alongside Hui Yuhao. The remaining 3 teams stood before the devastated arena, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time before they too made their exit. Yuhao, do not compare yourself to such formidable beings now. Your starting point is far too low. When you have a break, I shall take you to the far north, and by then, you shall not be inferior to them. In Tianming's mind, the ice silkworm paints grand visions for Hui Yuhao. Beneath the dormitory, an elderly gentleman gazes at Ouyang's son, who carries Gu Feng on his back, and he lets out a soft sigh. Subsequently, he reclines in his rocking chair, gently fanning himself. At night, a voice resonates within the dormitory. Hey, kid, are you awake? If there is nothing pressing, share with us what transpired. How it escalated to this extent. Sun leaps in front of Gu Feng, fixating his gaze upon him. Ouyang also opens his eyes, patiently awaiting Gu Feng's response. Ouyang's son approaches, pats Gu Feng on the shoulder, and hands him a cup of water. Perhaps it is merely a desire to vent. Initially, the intention was to handle the situation casually. However, upon hearing the group assignments, there was no choice but to feel a surge of anger. It would be unsatisfying to not confront it. Gu Feng takes a sip of water and begins to explain. Indeed, it is quite vexing. The groupings are absurd. Ouyang's son nods in agreement, his eyes seemingly harboring suppressed fury. If it were merely a matter of facing off against Lan Shui, it wouldn't be so bad. Yet, this grouping pits the strong against each other, and the disparity in strength between the 2 sides is not negligible. By the way, be wary of Gu Yuna. She is not as simple as she appears. The academy instructed us to draw lots for opponents, and this is the outcome? All 4 matches are like this. If one were to claim there is no foul play, Yang, would you believe it? The academy is eager to gauge our abilities, isn't it? Well, they have their answer now. Let us see how the academy intends to proceed. After Gu Feng finished his explanation, he reclined on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, lapsing into silence. It was indeed infuriating. Tomorrow, I shall exert myself fully in the battle. Gu Yuna, you evoke a sense of dissonance within me, coupled with an ominous feeling. I shall remain vigilant. It is time to rest. Ouyang's son pondered briefly, then offered Gu Feng a greeting before returning to his own bed to rest. The blood of hell. That realm was merely a fragment of hell. As for the star god, is it the kind I am familiar with? It cannot be. If it were the star god from my memories, this Douluo seems rather perilous. Are you leaving me to seek the answers on my own? Very well. Some truths can only be unveiled through personal experience. Lan Shui September? Or perhaps the divine September. Today, in that state, with pure white hair and pristine white eyes. Moreover, to retain combat capability even after such an explosion? Is it memory or inheritance? Is it due to my fusion with the blood of hell? What about her? And what of the moment when ether and light collided? What exactly was that phenomenon? It did not resemble elemental fusion. Rather, it felt more akin to the void. Gu Feng lay in bed, contemplating numerous thoughts, eventually succumbing to slumber. This night was destined to be tumultuous. At the Sea God Pavilion on Sea God Island, a group of over 100 elderly individuals sat in silence, uncertain of how to commence their discourse. What were they doing here? What was there to ponder? It was merely a scuffle between a few students over trivial matters. Had none of them ever engaged in a brawl? Yet, here they sat for hours on end, all because of this incident. A frail voice emerged from the shadows. But, teacher, Yin Xiaozhi seemed eager to interject. There are no buts. Fear not, and do not take action against those children. We still have Lan Shui and that young lady. Though the little girl is solely intent on locating the one who fled from their wedding, alas. The aged voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of frustration at the circumstances. The others could not help but chuckle at this remark. Thus, the meeting concluded hastily. After everyone departed, a sigh echoed in the empty conference room. Chapter 16. Silver Dragon, be cautious in today's match. Gu Feng advised Ouyang's son from the audience as he prepared to step onto the arena. Ouyang's son nodded and ascended the stage. Hee, worry not, young lad. With me around, victory is assured, came the voice of Sun from Ouyang's son's shoulder. They then stepped onto the platform together. Once Ouyang's son took his place, Gu Yuna, Gu Qiu'er, and Xiao Yuxian also entered the fray. Sun leapt off Ouyang's son's shoulder, and in the next moment, a fierce aura emanated from the monkey beside him. A black monkey stood beside Ouyang's son, radiating a crimson aura, its massive shadow flickering in and out of sight. With Du Weiland's exit, a black-red staff was thrust into the ground, causing debris to scatter. A sudden voice pierced the air. I concede, Xiao Yuxian shouted, interrupting the monkey's gathered momentum. The ground sank beneath them as the monkey swung its staff toward Gu Yuna. A long spear shot forth from the side, intercepting the descending staff. Dust billowed up as Gu Qiu'er, with her golden hair, slid back several meters. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the arena as their weapons collided. Gu Yuna glanced at Qiu'er, who was temporarily battling the monkey. With a wave of her hand, a layer of solid ice encased the monkey. A figure was sent skimming across the ground. The ice enveloping the monkey shattered, leaving it somewhat disheveled yet unscathed. Instead, the monkey's fighting spirit soared. It charged toward Gu Qiu'er with increased speed, dividing the battlefield. The wielder of the golden dragon spirit engaged the monkey in fierce combat. The arena erupted with sonic booms. Gu Qiu'er stood atop the stage, her body adorned with golden dragon scales, resembling a valkyrie, with the spear as her third arm. Each of the monkey's assaults was repelled, yet its ferocity only intensified, and its speed increased exponentially. Gu Qiu'er stood firmly in place, gathering her momentum. In the next moment, 3 soul rings illuminated around her. The power of the dragon merged with the golden dragon body, as the radiant energy converged upon the dragon spear, exploding upon contact with the monkey. The golden dragon unleashed its might. The series of explosions relentlessly battered the monkey, causing it to slide hundreds of meters across the ground, leaving behind a massive trench shaped like a human form. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qiu'er charged towards the monkey with ferocious strength, intent on vanquishing it in one decisive blow. Black boots materialized beneath the monkey's feet, and its fur shimmered under the sunlight like a polished mirror. Instead of retreating, the monkey advanced. The clash of power ensued, with Gu Qiu'er's golden dragon martial spirit locked in a stalemate against the monkey. The staff swept towards her, prompting Gu Qiu'er to bend backward, grounding her spear before delivering a kick aimed at the monkey. Just as her foot was about to make contact, the monkey somersaulted and swung its staff down with great force. Gu Qiu'er adeptly pivoted her spear, evading the powerful blow. The duel continued, with speed and strength evenly matched. It was a contest of skill between a valiant warrior maiden and a fierce monkey wielding its staff against all adversaries. Skillful exchanges and instinctual combat ensued, resulting in a deadlock between the monkey and Gu Qiu'er. Gu Yuna observed Ouyang's son, taking a step forward in her high heels, causing a ripple to surge through the ground. Spikes began to erupt from beneath the surface, while icy crystals formed behind her, coalescing into sharp icicles. A fireball in her hand absorbed the essence of the world. Ouyang's son gradually closed his eyes, seated in the arena. In the next moment, the frog perched on his shoulder leapt down, growing to a meter in size. The frog extended its arms forward, conjuring a swirling black vortex in its grasp. All elemental attacks were consumed within the whirlpool. Was this Ouyang's son's dual soul? A separated dual martial soul? Yin Xiaozhi gazed at the 3 combatants on the platform, questioning if they had yet to unleash their full potential. Young, what are you waiting for? Gu Feng pondered as he observed Ouyang's son and the others. Ouyang's son, unleash your full strength. Ouyang's son's voice suddenly resonated. After successfully fending off Gu Yuna's onslaught, Ouyang retreated to Ouyang's son's side. Seizing the moment, Sun matched blows with the monkey, leaping back to stand before Ouyang's son and Ouyang. Gu Qiu'er was forced back to Gu Yuna's side. The spear twirled before being plunged into the arena. The golden dragon sensed Gu Qiu'er's intent, and she unleashed the innate power of the golden dragon, sending a golden flame towards Ouyang's Sunday. The monkey slightly bent forward, one hand gripping the staff while the other pressed against the ground. A black sphere surged towards Gu Qiu'er, the staff colliding with the spear, propelling Gu Qiu'er off the arena's edge. A black chasm appeared on the platform, several meters wide, cutting through the entirety of the arena. Just as Guchioer was about to fall off, she swung her spear to deflect the staff and reached out to grasp the monkey's hand, pulling it down with her as they both tumbled off the arena. The monkey, eliminated so hastily? Gu Feng rubbed his forehead, momentarily taken aback. Douluo Hu, could you withstand that monkey's blow? Ma Xiaotao turned to a boy in a red school uniform with golden hair. Most likely, he would meet the same fate as that girl, or perhaps be knocked out entirely. This year, the foreign academy is filled with peculiarities, no monsters. Dai Yueheng shook his head, indicating his inability to endure that strike. Ice Queen, can you defeat any one of them? Ma Xiaotao then teased Ling Luo-chan. Fury Girl, what about you? Can you guarantee a complete victory over any of them? The eliminated junior must have merely been stunned by a single hit. She likely had more abilities yet to be revealed. That monkey, too, seemed to exit rather theatrically. Ling Luo-chan shook her head, objectively analyzing the situation. Truly dull, Ice Queen, Ma Xiaotao remarked, her gaze fixed on the arena. At the moment when Sun and Guchioer were eliminated, Ouyang Shinkong transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness. The entire arena trembled incessantly, and the ground began to fracture, with cracks extending outward. Guyuna's hair floated upward as she crouched slightly, her feet firmly connected to the earth, resisting the devouring force from above. Devouring? Guyuna pondered. With the numerous monsters in the Foreign Academy, her performance was crucial to her plans. She brushed her hair back, and a dragon's might radiated from her in all directions. Dragon scales emerged upon her, and in a flash, Guyuna appeared as though she had matured instantaneously. Her silvery hair danced, and her amethyst-like eyes exuded an extraordinary brilliance, while the dragon scales formed an armor-like garment. She brandished a silver-white spear, and behind her arose a phantom of a silver dragon. The audience instinctively rose to their feet. How was this possible? A silver dragon? This soul beast was thought to be extinct. How could such a martial soul manifest in a human? Xuanji felt a tremendous surge of soul power, contemplating whether to seize the girl with the silver dragon martial soul. Xuanji, she is human, there is no doubt. An ancient voice resonated beside Xuanji. Seeing this, Xuanji gradually subdued his aura, yet his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. 7 elements materialized in Gu Yuna's hands, continuously merging before being hurled into the dark vortex above. Just as she was about to be consumed, Gu Yuna detonated the elemental sphere. A miniature sun arose, and the shockwave was slowly absorbed by the vortex. A silver light flashing momentarily. The vortex was disrupted, and Ouyang's figure plummeted onto the arena. A white spear spun and embedded itself before Gu Yuna. The divine artifact, Silver Dragon Spear. Chapter 17. The true Ouyang son Gu Yuna drew the dragon spear, elements converging at its tip. The chaotic flow of mixed elements surged toward Ouyang's son, stirring up enormous clouds of dust. Footsteps echoed through the swirling dust. No one noticed that Sun had vanished from the stage, except for Gu Feng. Indeed, Sun and Ouyang were merely manifestations of a martial spirit, regardless of its formidable strength. A martial spirit possesses its own consciousness. Nevertheless, it ultimately constitutes but a fragment of oneself. Silver Dragon. Ah, how intriguing. An imaginary martial spirit. Let us see how it fares. A frenzied voice emerged. A figure gradually stepped forth. Their once yellow hair transformed to a shade of ash white, adorned in armor of golden red hues. 2 luminescent feathers gently swayed atop their head. A dense mane of fur cascaded down their neck, bound together at the base by a golden cord, resembling strands of hair. A monkey mask adorned their face, reminiscent of the frenzied mask from the Gravekeeper lore. Their eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light. Ouyang's son lifted his head and laughed maniacally, one hand brushing against his forehead. A staff was firmly planted into the ground, and a wave of energy swept away everything on the arena. At that moment, it became evident that half of the arena was riddled with pits, while the other half bore enormous fissures. Goodness, is that blue field jade? No, it appears different. This being is cloaked in red, while blue field jade seems to be gray. Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang's son's new appearance, utterly bewildered. It reminded him of an anime he watched in his childhood. Although the protagonist was not him, in his heart, that figure shouting Chi Tian was indeed the main character. So, were these individuals from the Outer Academy truly monsters? Did they merely transform when faced with defeat? Ma Xiaotao observed the drastically altered figure, whose aura was perilously close to that of a soul saint. Clutching her hair and contemplating life in silence. Was she truly a genius? And what did that make the rest of them? Tianming, do you think I can really catch up to these creatures? Hu Yuhao initially believed his mental fortitude was formidable. But the absurdity of what he had witnessed in the past few days was beyond comprehension. The Soul Venerable had unleashed the combat prowess of a regular Soul Saint, and under duress, could even take down a slightly weaker Soul Douluo. This left him, the so-called first Soul Ring in a million years, feeling utterly defeated. You certainly can. The second martial soul I have in mind for you will be at least on par with the Silver Dragon. Tianming Bingchan responded in Hu Yuhao's spiritual sea before falling silent again. It might not be inferior to the Silver Dragon, but the Silver Dragon King was an entirely different caliber. Moreover, what on earth was the martial soul of the individual opposing the Silver Dragon King? Tianming Bingchan pondered the life of the silkworm within the spiritual realm. Ouyang's son pointed his staff at Gu Yuna, unleashing a crimson beam that tore through the ground, creating a massive chasm. Elemental enhancement, earth and wood. Gu Yuna thrust her dragon spear, splitting the red beam in two, as the chasms extended beyond the arena. A silver figure flickered and vanished. Ouyang's son raised his staff defensively before launching himself into the air. Ahaha, impressive power. Come again. A frenzied voice echoed from afar as the red figure engaged in battle with the silver one multiple times. The arena was riddled with marks from spears and staffs. The staff emitted a crimson glow as Ouyang's son spun it and struck out. Gu Yuna's pupils constricted, and she retreated swiftly. A deep pit, several meters deep and 100 meters wide, appeared in the arena. Ouyang's son stood within it, his eyes glowing red, his mask bearing a smile that resembled that of a madman. He lifted his gaze towards Gu Yuna, his eyes ablaze with crimson light, pointing his staff skyward. The heavens above manifested a multitude of red weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and tridents filled the air above the arena. Little girl, if you're hiding, show me. Ouyang's son tilted his head, his eyes radiating fervor. A frenzied aura surged around him as the weapons descended simultaneously. Dust and smoke billowed, and Gu Yuna's figure gradually emerged from within. Surrounding her were countless weapons embedded in the ground, yet she remained immaculate, untouched by any debris. The red and silver shadows collided, separating and reconvening in a furious dance. Both figures slid to the edge of the arena. Gu Yuna's high heels left a mark at the brink, while Ouyang's son's fur fluttered in the wind. The dragon spear pierced the ground, and 7 different hues of light shimmered behind Gu Yuna. Silver Dragon King, a divine-level martial soul with exceptional elemental control. Furthermore, it possesses unparalleled mental acuity and the ability of elemental liberation. The enhancement of mental attributes amplifies elemental mastery, culminating in an explosive surge of 7 ultimate attributes. Earth Element Liberation, the blessing of the earth, bestows supreme defensive capabilities upon Gu Yuna. The elemental liberation unleashes the Silver Dragon King's most formidable powers. And once the elemental liberation is activated, the corresponding element cannot be summoned again for 3 days. The exalted sovereign of spirit beasts, Gu Yuna, who possessed the combat prowess of a demigod during her prime, finds herself at a disadvantage against a mere human, despite wielding the Silver Dragon King martial soul. She has yet to subdue a single human. Even if this human is extraordinary, it has still provoked the ire of the Silver Dragon King. Ah, skills? Let us see who possesses the greater array of skills. Ouyang's son slanted his staff into the ground, perching atop it while observing Gu Yuna as she bolstered her state. The fur on his back and the luminous feathers atop his head swayed incessantly. With his hands resting on his knees, a manic voice erupted. Warm jade shield, essence of heaven and earth, legendary body, Yama's blessing. In an instant, dozens of enhancement skills cascaded upon Ouyang's son. A terrifying pressure emanated from him. Goodness, is this excessive? So many enhancement skills? Though few directly augment combat power, the defense, recovery, and immortality? This is utterly outrageous. Is this truly Blue Field Jade? Gu Feng gazed in astonishment as Ouyang's son unleashed a barrage of enhanced skills, exclaiming in disbelief. This spectacle left Gu Feng utterly dumbfounded, not to mention everyone else present. What on earth is this? Dozens of enhanced skills? Is he truly from the same world as us? Ling Luoqing could not contain his excitement, his aloof demeanor vanishing in an instant. Ma Shout and the others stood agape. Though they had grown somewhat accustomed to bizarre occurrences lately, yet they had never witnessed anything like this. What on earth is going on with this kid? How does he possess so many soul skills? Xuanzi, Yin Shaoxia, and the others could no longer remain composed. Xuanzi, Shaoxia, this child's backing is formidable. We must not provoke him. If I am not mistaken, He possesses a unique divine-level talent. He must wield a divine martial soul. An aged voice echoed in their ears once more, but this time it was laced with urgency. I am truly astounded. Yu Hao, how does your academy harbor so many monsters? Another divine martial soul, and such a terrifying one at that. The voice of the sky dream ice silkworm resonated within Yu Hao's spiritual sea, imbued with disbelief and a hint of regret. Another one? Are there more divine martial souls? And, Sky Dream, what exactly is a divine martial soul? I have only heard of ordinary martial souls, advanced martial souls, and super martial souls. Yu Hao's bewildered voice echoed in the spiritual sea. But the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm fell silent once again. Chapter 18. Divine-level talent empowered by his divine-level talent. Ouyang's son hoisted his staff onto his shoulder and strode toward Gu Na, the crimson glimmer in his eyes intensifying. Divine-level talent, is it? Let us see whose talent surpasses the other. Gu Na discerned with a mere glance that Ouyang's son's prowess stemmed from his innate ability. A fierce clash ensued. Ouyang's son's assault was ferocious, yet Gu Na sustained almost no damage at all, as long as the blessing of the earth remained unbroken. Gu Na was virtually invincible. This confounded turtle shell is remarkably resilient. I shall see just how much punishment it can endure. Ouyang's son's irate voice emerged from the swirling dust. Qitian, a colossal figure, towering dozens of meters high, gradually appeared on the arena. Ouyang's son transformed into a giant, his staff bending and reshaping into an enormous Gatling gun. Menacing signals bombarded Gu Na's mind. Six-path reincarnation cannon. I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation. A thunderous voice resonated throughout the arena. The rapid-fire sound of the Gatling gun echoed from Ouyang's son's weapon. The shells that fell to the ground stood half a meter tall, glowing red and shimmering with golden flecks. The moment that peculiar weapon emerged, Gu Na exerted all her strength to maintain the blessing of the earth. A towering mountain materialized before her. The relentless barrage reverberated against the mountain, with shards of rock flying in all directions. After several seconds of bombardment, Ouyang's son's assault momentarily ceased. The peak had been reduced to rubble, and Gu Na knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Under the blessing of the earth, her defenses had nearly shattered. And though the reason for the sudden cessation of his attack remained a mystery, an opportunity had presented itself. Initially, she had hoped to conserve her strength, but now, the fire element was unleashed. Purgatory Phoenix. An endless inferno coalesced into a fiery phoenix, its cry resonating as the sky was painted with crimson clouds. The burden of elemental liberation was immense, and Gu Na's body could not withstand the simultaneous release of multiple elements. Otherwise, her power would be unmatched in the Outer Academy at this moment. The phoenix lunged at Ouyang's son, and although in his presence, the colossal bird appeared as merely a comparable avian creature, the terrifying heat and force altered Ouyang's son's expression. Dragon Spiral Mongoose. Dragon Spiral Roar. The luminous feathers atop Ouyang's son's head transformed into a massive mongoose and a fire dragon, engaging the phoenix in fierce combat. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of the phoenix, and they could only endure for a brief moment. Yet, time was sufficient. At the instant the mongoose and dragon were torn apart by the phoenix, Ouyang's son seized the Gatling gun once more. A fiercer barrage ensued. The phoenix was drenched in blood. In mere moments, the fiery phoenix was swept into oblivion by a relentless hail of gunfire. The remaining bullets soared through the ashes towards the recuperating Gu Na. Horrific dust billowed upwards. Around Gu Na, everything but the ground upon which she stood had sunk several meters. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, falling into the chasm before her. So this is it. Your technique is formidable, and if I am not mistaken, each attack is thrice as powerful as the last. However, you have run out of opportunities. Gu Na gradually propped herself up with the dragon spear. Oh, he would have known it. For your final blow, I shall send you to the depths of hell. A deep voice resonated as a brilliant red light emanated from the Gatling gun in Ouyang's son's hands, an overwhelming energy coalescing at its muzzle. Gu Na slowly closed her eyes, only to reopen them, revealing pupils devoid of color. Her entire gaze turned an eerie white. Lightning element liberation, the apocalypse's divine edict. The dragon spear ascended, boundless thunder converging upon it, exuding an aura of annihilation. In the next moment, the spear traversed space, hurtling towards Ouyang's Sunday. The energy in Ouyang's son's Gatling gun had also fully coalesced. A crimson beam targeted the dragon spear and Gu Na. At the instant the red beam manifested, the very fabric of space rippled. A colossal explosion echoed. A mushroom cloud rose majestically. On that day, The entirety of Shrek's city witnessed the mushroom. Would element liberation, the savior's ancient tree. The arena was once again marked by the deep pit from yesterday. Is the world truly this insane now? Why does it resort to such mutually destructive techniques at every turn? Ma Xiaotao's eyes had dimmed, gazing at the apocalyptic battlefield, lost in profound contemplation. A sound of swallowing echoed in the silence. Wang Dong gazed upon the battlefield, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Surely, this was a place where lives were lost. Was it truly necessary for an assessment to escalate to such a perilous extent? He found himself perplexed. Beneath the depths of the pit, Gu Yuna knelt. Her extraordinary wood elemental healing combined with the remnants of earth element energy and the physical fortitude conferred by the Silver Dragon King's martial soul, allowing her to withstand that blow. However, she had also succumbed to the loss of her combat capabilities. Ouyang's son stood not far from Gu Yuna, the glow of his eyes beneath the mask no longer radiating the ominous red light. With the aid of 20,000 clones and the effects of the King of Hell's power, Ouyang's son weathered the explosion. Yet, all his enhancements were shattered in that singular moment, and the backlash surged forth with relentless fury. Ouyang's son reverted to that golden-haired youth, collapsing backwards. While at the same instant, Gu Yuna too could no longer sustain herself and fell forward. The continuous release of elemental energy inflicted upon her a terrifying retribution. Had it not been for the Silver Dragon King being a divine-level martial soul, she might have truly descended into the abyss without the invocation of divine power. Gu Feng and Gu Qiuo appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. Gu Qiuo supported Gu Yuna's shoulder, gently embracing her. Gu Feng wrapped his arm around Ouyang's son's shoulder, allowing him to lean against him. 2 emerald leaves flew towards Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna, stabilizing their injuries. Gu Feng and Gu Qiuo exchanged a glance, and together they departed the battlefield with Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna. The outcome of this battle was a draw. Yin Xiaojia announced the result with a grim expression. The arena would need repairs once more. After declaring the results, he left the stands with several elders. I returned to my cultivation, striving to break through to Soul Saint before the grand competition. Ma Xiaotao stood quietly for a moment before spreading her wings and soaring towards the training room in the inner courtyard. Dai Yueheng and Ling Luoqing exchanged glances and followed in the direction of the training room. Qiuer, what was the result of the match? Who won? Gu Yuna inquired after regaining consciousness, looking at Gu Qiuer beside her. Gu Qiuer, with reddened eyes, embraced Gu Yuna, trembling slightly. Upon noticing this, a fleeting smile graced Gu Yuna's face as she gently patted Gu Qiuer's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. I've always been here. Everything is fine now, Qiuer. After a considerable time, Gu Qiuer finally calmed down, although the lingering redness in her eyes rendered her more vulnerable. A draw? That is acceptable. At least we didn't lose. So, did we both faint at the same time? Ouyang's son gazed at Gu Feng, who was beside him enjoying a watermelon. His expression one of exasperation. You hit it quite well. Are you all right, son and Ouyang? Gu Feng looked at Ouyang's son, putting down the watermelon and peeling an apple for him. They are recuperating within me. This time, they'll need an extended period of rest. Your injuries should require some time to heal as well. Ouyang's son munched on the apple that Gu Feng had prepared, reclining on the bed while responding to Gu Feng's inquiry. Well, this time we really suffered a huge loss. Our intel is nearly all known by the Academy, except for the forces behind us that the Academy remains unaware of. Gu Feng sighed, settling onto the bed to prepare for rest. Ouyang's son glanced at Gu Feng, who was ready to sleep, chuckling softly before drifting off himself. Chapter 19. Core Disciples and the Changes in Next Year's Competition. The third day of the competition concluded, and just like in the original narrative, Hui Yuhao and his companions ultimately prevailed in the match, winning with their martial soul fusion technique. Gu Feng, Lan Shui, Ouyang's son, and Gu Yuna's team ranked 5th. After that fierce battle, they collectively forfeited the subsequent matches. It was then that Hui Yuhao and his companions, much like in the original narrative, secured the coveted first place. A week later, following the assessment, the ranking statistics were compiled, and the class divisions were established, leading us to the award ceremony for the new students' evaluation. Now, I shall announce the top 3 teams of this new student assessment. In 3rd place, we have the Ningtian team. In 2nd place, the Dai Huabin team. And in 1st place, the Guangdong team. Now, I declare the rewards for the top 3 teams in the new student assessment. Each of these teams will receive a unified reward from the Academy. Every member may request assistance from the Academy to obtain a soul ring that they can bear, one that is most suitable for them. valid for rings below the 9th tier. This year's new students exhibit qualities surpassing those of previous cohorts. I hope you continue to strive diligently. The heavens reward hard work. No matter how great your talent, without effort, you shall reap no rewards. Our Shrek Academy stands as the foremost Soul Master Academy on the continent, and I hope that all of you will successfully graduate and achieve outstanding results. Given the emergence of exceptional new students in this competition, the Academy has granted permission for a select group to become core disciples of the Outer Academy. I will now announce the list of core disciples. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, Chen Feng, Xie Huanyu, and Xiao Yushuan. Considering that some new students demonstrated deficiencies in their abilities and talents during the assessment, the Academy has decided to bestow core disciple privileges upon them, with hopes that they will officially become core disciples next year. I will now announce the names. Hui Yuhao, Chuiji, Wu Feng, Namin Yuner, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Huang Chutian. This new student assessment has concluded successfully. The first place winner. Please accompany me to the office to receive a special reward. The others may stay at the Academy for 3 days. After that, the Academy will be on break for a month. During this month, you may arrange your time freely. However, there will be an entrance examination upon the resumption of classes. If you do not pass this examination, you must return whence you came. Du Weilin rattled off a multitude of details. Yet, the core aspects were few: the vacation period and the core disciple spots. Upon hearing about the core disciple positions, Hui Yuhao did not feel the same sense of injustice as in the original narrative. After all, several formidable individuals did not attain core disciple status, nor did they receive any privileges. It was indeed as expected. The core disciple status? It hardly held any value. At best, it merely allowed one to represent Shrek in the continental competition. However, what significance does that trivial competition hold? To act as a mere performer? There is nothing of worth to be gained, aside from a few soul bones, but those soul bones, ugh, they are quite unappealing. Moreover, those few worthless soul bones are better left untouched. Gu Feng, seated beneath a tree, remarked leisurely after Du Weilin announced the results of the new student assessment. Indeed, those things are truly unnecessary. It has come to my attention that there have been alterations to the competition scheduled for next year. It appears that the Douluo region has discovered a hidden realm, one that emerged approximately 2 decades ago. After years of exploration, much of the realm has been thoroughly investigated. However, there remains a plethora of enigmas to uncover. Notably, entry to this realm is restricted to individuals under the age of 20. Consequently, various nations have resolved to amend the rules for this event. Each academy is permitted to send forth 2 teams for exploration, while sects are allowed to participate as well, albeit with the limitation of sending only a single team. Most intriguingly, independent cultivators are also granted the opportunity to take part, though they are not required to register their teams. However, any gains acquired by these independent cultivators will be subject to a substantial confiscation by the Douluo authorities, in addition to the hefty entrance fee. Ouyang Sun was elucidating the changes in next year's competition to Gu Feng, fully aware that this layabout was likely oblivious to such developments. What? Is this true? How was I not informed? Gu Feng inquired, suddenly intrigued, as he rushed to Ouyang Sun's side, eager for further details. I'm not entirely certain, but it seems that the realm is connected to a land that is not part of the Douluo continent. From what I've gathered from those who have ventured in before, it is a continent devoid of much life essence. Its expanse appears to surpass that of both the Douluo continent and the Sun Moon Empire combined, though many areas have succumbed to a state of void, leaving only a territory comparable to that of a single empire. In this realm, soul power cannot be utilized, yet soul skills and the abilities of soul bones remain effective. Nevertheless, in the absence of soul power, soul masters are not significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. This environment should be quite advantageous for the members of the body sect, though I doubt we will share such concerns. Ouyang Sun remarked, glancing at Gu Feng, who scratched his head and nodded, signaling for Ouyang Sun to continue. Moreover, there exists a multitude of monsters within this realm, all lacking any soul power, yet even the weakest among them possesses the strength of a high-ranking soul master. The only advantage is that these creatures seem to lack intelligence. During the initial explorations by Douluo, a significant number of individuals perished within the realm. Eventually, Douluo could no longer maintain control over the realm, leading to its opening to the entire continent. However, subsequent explorations have proven to be fraught with difficulties. Eventually, the Sun-Moon Empire intervened, bringing along numerous 7th and 8th grade soul-guiding devices, which facilitated a more successful exploration. The materials extracted from the realm are of remarkable strength. Even damaged materials can be utilized to forge 9th grade advanced soul-guiding devices. Yet, these materials are exceedingly hard, and current technology is insufficient for their manufacturing. Otherwise, the Sun-Moon Empire would have disregarded all else and deployed forces to Douluo. It is rumored that someone unearthed a remnant image from within, which was subsequently brought back. This image bears no resemblance to the characters of our Douluo continent or the Sun-Moon Empire, nonetheless. The latter has spent over a decade deciphering the script. Fragments of this image have been made public, albeit in a disjointed manner, revealing phrases such as Celestial Vessel, Songqing, Star Calendar 6300, and Devouring Realm Luoho. My family members in the Sun-Moon Empire were also involved in the deciphering of that image. Thus, the intelligence I have gathered is extensive, perhaps even more comprehensive than that possessed by Shrek. Allow me to elaborate on the mysterious realm. This domain is strewn with the remnants of shattered walls, indicative of a colossal conflict that must have transpired. Within this enigmatic place, one can behold a towering ancient tree, though it appears to have been severed. Furthermore, perilous creatures lurk near this tree. Those who have ventured within report that even the weakest among these monsters possess strength surpassing that of a soul Douluo. While the mightiest may well exceed the limits of a tidal Douluo, that is the extent of my knowledge. What troubles you, Feng? Has your injury recurred? Upon imparting all he knew, Ouyang's son cast a concerned glance at Gu Feng, whose complexion had turned ashen. Upon hearing those words, Gu Feng was rendered completely oblivious to everything that followed. He was engulfed in an overwhelming shock. His mind ceased to function, and he stood there in a daze. Yang, the deciphered text you mentioned, is it confirmed? Gu Feng swallowed hard, haltingly articulating the fragments of text that lingered in his memory. The immortal vessel, Songqing? Ouyang's son, observing Gu Feng's expression, realized the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded. Gu Feng remained silent for an indeterminate period before lifting his gaze to the sky. Yang, I must venture to that secret realm. Once the competition commences, I will depart from Shrek and can no longer accompany you there. Gu Feng resolutely made his decision. Ouyang's son patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. Share with me what you know. Let us embark together. There is little left to learn at Shrek. Yet I am quite curious why the mention of that place caused you such distress. Furthermore, our combined strengths could provide mutual support. Very well. Let us discuss this in our dormitory. This is not the place for such matters. Chapter 20. The Immortal Vessel now, Gu Feng. Enlighten me about this immortal vessel known as Songqing. After closing the dormitory door, Ouyang's son activated a shielding ability. The intelligence he previously mentioned was common knowledge among any influential forces on the continent. The individual before him appeared utterly oblivious to the circumstances of his own household. Otherwise, as a young lord of the outskirts, how could he remain ignorant of such news? However, noting Gu Feng's previous expression, Ouyang's son understood that the information to follow was not to be revealed lightly. Yang, what I am about to disclose may seem implausible. During this break, we shall return home and bring back what I have mentioned. At that time, arrange for someone to meet us at Xinglua. I'll call my mother. And you should summon a formidable ally to maintain order. Gu Feng spoke with gravity, and upon receiving Ouyang's son's nod, he began to recount the tale of the immortal vessel. The immortal vessel. Historical records indicate there were a total of 9. It is merely a means of transportation. Yet these vessels are colossal, each housing multiple cities. What you referred to earlier is merely the wreckage of one such immortal vessel. In ancient times, a great emperor, in pursuit of immortality, dispatched 9 immense flying craft into the starry sea in search of eternal life. They were dubbed the immortal vessels. However, as time elapsed, these 9 vessels became lost in the starry sea, unable to find their way home. Yet, amidst the endless expanse of the cosmos, the immortal vessels did discover a form of immortality. However, this immortality came at a price. A deity emerged among the crew, severing the path to eternal life. Subsequently, the deity led the immortal vessels in their struggle against immortality. In the course of this conflict, several vessels were utterly destroyed. The exact number escapes me now. Eventually, the remaining vessels formed a coalition known as the Immortal Vessel Alliance. Ouyang's son absorbed all the information Gu Feng had imparted, contemplating the so-called celestial vessel with utmost seriousness. One cannot help but ponder the existence of immortality. Has not divinity existed since eons past? Yet, when you speak of the deities associated with the celestial vessel, It seems as though Ouyang's son has raised a pertinent inquiry. Such matters are of an entirely different echelon. To articulate it more precisely, the deities we refer to are merely individuals endowed with heightened power, and their strengths are not particularly formidable. These exalted beings can indeed attain a form of longevity, however. Their version of immortality appears to diverge from that of the celestial vessel. Admittedly, my understanding remains somewhat nebulous. Nevertheless, the deities that dwell above us are overshadowed. A mere general from the celestial vessel could obliterate at least half of the divine realm, not to mention the deities of the celestial vessel themselves, whose mere strike could annihilate the entirety of the celestial vessel. Gu Feng conveyed to Ouyang's son the general situation regarding the celestial vessels from the shattered iron universe of his previous life. However, after more than a decade, his recollections were somewhat foggy, retaining only the more significant details. He was aware of the star gods, various powerful factions, and the envoys. Contrary to the conjectures from his past life, Douluo was not as feeble as anticipated. However, even the God King would struggle against the envoys, and might even falter against some of the ruthless individuals beneath their command. After all, there were hardly any capable of detonating stars among them. As for Songqing, according to Ouyang's son's intelligence, even the long-dilapidated Songqing was beyond the reach of Douluo's group. The previous fragment of hell had now revealed a spatial rift leading to the celestial vessel of Songqing. Gasped. Could it be? A sudden chill coursed through Gu Feng, causing his scalp to prickle. What's wrong, Feng? Ouyang observed Gu Feng, who appeared inexplicably dazed, and began to wonder if he had sustained some brain injury from the prior battle. It seemed the situation had turned troublesome. Was the rift bidirectional or unidirectional? If it were bidirectional, the arrival of those entities would spell disaster. A unidirectional rift would be manageable, but if someone had extracted those corpses and uncovered something sinister, it would pose an even greater predicament. Gu Feng contemplated for a moment before confiding in Ouyang's son about certain issues. Ouyang's son gazed deeply at Gu Feng, then proceeded to lie down on the bed to rest. You need not bear everything alone. I shall assist you. Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang's son, who was preparing to rest on the bed, a smile gracing his lips. He also approached the bed and lay down. Delightful. Gu Feng pondered over the intelligence gathered. The rift in the celestial vessel could lead to Douluo. Thus, the star gods must be aware of this universe. Hell was shattered by the cataclysmic battles of the star gods. The only star god battleground I am aware of, documented in the Collapse Iron, is the one that swept across multiple universes during the rebirth. Could it be that battlefield, or perhaps another star god battleground not mentioned in other games? Oh, apothecary. I hope the inhabitants of Douluo do not uncover anything alarming. Otherwise, if Douluo were to experience abundance, the scene involving the celestial vessel and lawn would be unimaginable, and arrows shattering stars. It is likely that the so-called divine realm would face annihilation as well. This implies that the ether within my body, along with other elements, is indeed a consequence of hell's destruction. Ether. I wonder if there is a connection between the ether elements that steal stars and the ether codes documented in Collapse Iron. Ether elements can encompass all matter, while ether codes seem capable of altering reality. Can ether elements perform the same feats as ether codes? And what of the celestial vessel? I am uncertain of the current timeline of Collapse Iron. Do those individuals I once knew still exist? Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Dan Hum, Ling Sha. Are those familiar faces from my past still present in this world? Or are they yet to be born? Who can say? And how could I forget Fei Xiao? Lost in thought, Gu Feng gradually fell into slumber. Let us go. We're off to eat melon. It seems there's a juicy tidbit today. The next morning, Gu Feng eagerly pulled Ouyang's son towards the school gate. Hey, Feng, what is happening? Where are we going? Ouyang's son, bewildered, was dragged along by Gu Feng, unable to comprehend the situation. We're going to eat melon. Afterward, let us return home and inform our families. Then we can team up to visit Song City. Have them come pick us up, Gu Feng replied as they hurried along, soon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Currently, Shrek appeared rather desolate. After Du Weiland's announcement yesterday, most had departed, leaving only Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, along with a few others who lived far away and preferred not to return home. No hurry, it should be arriving soon. Let us find a spot to watch the show. Gu Feng led Ouyang's son to a distance. I'm off now, return early. Wang Dong turned to say to Hui Yuhao. Upon seeing him, Hui Yuhao noticed something glistening in the corner of his eye. Over the past 4 months, the two had spent every moment together, training day and night. Though not inseparable, they had become close friends. As their impending separation loomed, An intense sense of reluctance choked them both. Though this sentiment might not linger for long, at least in this moment, they felt the profound pain of parting. Wang Dong uttered those words before dashing out of the academy, not looking back. Yet tears could no longer be contained as they cascaded down his cheeks. Whispering to himself, "Hui Yuhao, you big fool." Hui Yuhao watched as Wang Dong's increasingly elongated figure gradually faded from view, instinctively rubbing his eyes before turning to gaze at the sign of Shrek Academy. As they slowly departed from the academy, Ouyang's son expressed his disbelief. "Is this truly what you brought me to see?" He gazed at the two individuals, utterly perplexed by their explosive presence. To elaborate, these two had previously been in the same class, and after the assessment, they were once again placed together. Ouyang's son had also joined the first class, which was predominantly composed of the top 8 teams from the freshman assessment, excluding only the auxiliary soul masters. However, both Gu Feng and Ouyang's son had not set foot in the classroom since the assessment, claiming to be recuperating from serious injuries. This infuriated Shou-yi, who vented her frustrations daily in the classroom, yet she dared not confront these two formidable figures directly, despite her persistent requests to expel them being consistently denied. It was amusing to note that Dai Huabin, much like in the original narrative, questioned Shou-yi, leading to his ultimate expulsion. As Shou-yi found herself bested by Gu Feng and Ouyang Sunday, "I was wrong. I shall never indulge in such gossip again. It's enough to make my scalp tingle." Gu Feng, supporting Ouyang's son, dry-heaved at the absurdity of it all. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed from behind them. "What are you two up to?" Turning to face the approaching duo, Gu Feng quipped, "Are we acquainted, Gu Qiuer? And why are you two still lingering?" Gu Qiuer retorted with disdain, "Do you think this academy belongs to your family? What business is it of yours when my sister and I choose to leave?" Such a fiery temper. Gu Feng scoffed, while Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna exchanged glances, gently shaking their heads in shared understanding of their plight. The softness in their gazes reflected a burgeoning camaraderie. "All right, Feng, enough of your antics. Gu Yuna, may I inquire what brings you both here?" Ouyang's son interjected, redirecting the conversation. Gu Yuna, glancing at Gu Qiuer to silence her, elegantly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "My sister and I, with no plans during the break and unwilling to return home, wondered if we might accompany you to your residence." "Goodness, you two are indeed scheming to play with my brother's affections," Gu Feng exclaimed, stepping in front of Ouyang's son and pointing accusingly at Gu Yuna. "Very well. Let us go together." Gu Feng's sentence was abruptly cut off by Ouyang's Sunday. Gu Feng turned to Ouyang's son, a large question mark hovering above his head. Suddenly, peals of laughter erupted as Gu Qiuer doubled over, pointing at Gu Feng in amusement. "I never would have guessed, Gu Feng. You truly are the embodiment of a clown." In that moment, Gu Feng felt her face flush with anger, and she was tempted to confront her adversary, despite her injuries still not having healed. Even if she were unable to best Gu Qiuer in a physical confrontation, the provocation was intolerable. Ultimately, it was only through the persuasive words of Ouyang's son that Gu Feng was restrained. Thus, the group, amidst their bickering, made their way towards the outskirts of Shrek City. "Remember our matters," one of them urged. "We shall meet again when the new school year begins. I must take my leave now." After parting ways with Ouyang's son and the others, Gu Feng headed towards the direction of the border wilderness city. This city is situated at the confluence of the Star Do, Xingluo, and the Sun and Moon. The walls of border wilderness city are not particularly imposing. In comparison to Xingluo, they are hardly noteworthy. However, for miles beyond the city, one could see no signs of life, as all creatures had been driven far away, and those soul beasts and some soul masters who resisted had long since succumbed to eternal slumber beneath the ground. Gu Feng stealthily approached the city gate, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before slipping inside. Little did he know that his clandestine actions were well observed by a group of individuals. This mischievous lad, having been away for nearly a year, is now returning home. "My dear, just wait. I shall retrieve this rascal at once," a feeble voice declared, intending to sneak out and inform her son. "What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to tip him off? Stay right here, or else." A commanding voice interrupted, revealing a beautiful woman with flowing golden hair seated gracefully on a chair, her gaze fixed upon the shadowy figure displayed on the soul-guiding screen. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the renowned Qian Ruo Shui from a millennium ago. Adorned in luxurious golden attire, she exuded an air of nobility, casually resting her chin on one hand. As she observed the furtive figure, maternal affection glimmered in her eyes. "My husband, Do you think this cheeky boy is unaware that his fiancée is visiting us today? After a year of absence, he has chosen this moment to return. Should we not consider binding him and delivering him to the girl's room tonight? The golden-clad matron's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager to act upon her husband's approval. My dear, is that truly wise? Feng is still so young. Might we be rushing things? A tall middle-aged man appeared behind the woman, his tone laden with appeasement as he gently massaged her shoulders. Very well, it is settled then. This girl has been searching for him all year, and her strength far surpasses his. Besides, do you not find her to be quite remarkable? They share a history from their childhood. The matron cast a sidelong glance at her husband. Upon hearing his wife's sentiments, the man fell silent, continuing to massage her in quiet contemplation. The room descended into silence, save for the figure on the screen, which continued to advance toward them. Phew, it seems my parents are not home. What a relief. But why is the city so deserted today? Something feels amiss. Gu Feng suddenly stiffened, turning his head with an expression of dread. His lips twitched. Indeed, these two individuals were watching him from behind. Mother, I was wrong. I won't run away again, he pleaded, nearly in tears, as he gazed up at Qian Xiaoyu. With a firm twist, she released her grip, affectionately ruffling Gu Feng's hair. So, you've finally come back, huh? Now tell your mother what mischief you've been up to this past year. Have you caused any trouble? Have you set your sights on any lovely young ladies? Qian Xiaoyu casually inquired about Gu Feng's adventures over the year, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes when she asked about any beautiful girls. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Feng was too preoccupied with the throbbing pain in his ear to notice. Gu Yechen wiped the perspiration from his forehead, hoping that his son would remain safe in the days to come. He discreetly signaled to his son, yet Gu Feng remained oblivious. Qian Shiyue turned her head and shot Gu Yechen a fierce glare. Have you completed your tasks? Why not arrange everything for our return home and prepare for the new year? The concept of the new year was originally non-existent in this world. However, Gu Feng had proposed it long ago. With both parents finding it a delightful idea, they convened the townspeople to discuss the feasibility of such an arrangement. Thus, the significant day from his previous life continued to be celebrated in the border city. Gu Feng recounted the events and experiences of the past year to Qian Shouyue, until he reached the mention of Shrek. Qian Shouyue's lips twitched uncontrollably. What a revelation! That scoundrel was right under the girl's nose? However, it seemed that she had scarcely been present at the academy this year, which made her ignorance understandable. Nevertheless, that lad was certainly lucky. A playful thought crossed Qian Shouyue's mind, and her smile brightened. All right. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Just use the talisman your mother gave you. She will arrive through the spatial tunnel when the time comes. But let us set that matter aside for now. It's high time we discussed your affairs and settled the accounts. The first issue at hand is your escapade from home. That girl is quite delightful, and her strength and talent are formidable. At least that's the impression I get. The former, you would have been thoroughly bested by her. And I dare say the current you would still find yourself at a disadvantage. Moreover, she is a fox-eared, mature lady. Don't think I'm unaware of your inclinations. And it's not as if you're rushing into marriage. It's merely a meeting to arrange an engagement. Why are you fleeing? As she spoke, Qian Shouyue playfully punched Gu Feng. He curled up, cradling his head, tears almost spilling from his eyes. It truly hurt, seeing her little one in such a state. Qian Shouyue couldn't help but laugh. The second matter is what you mentioned earlier. I initially intended to discuss it with you. But who would have thought you would run away? Since you are already aware, I want to elaborate further. Just ensure your safety. The things within are not to be trifled with. We have encountered the items that were brought out before. Others might be oblivious. But I received a warning from the angel spirit. What was brought out is quite perilous. However, you might possess more details than we do, so I want to dwell on it. Just be cautious. Remember, you are the child I carried for 10 months. Your father and I are always behind you. When challenges arise, you have the advantage of reason on your side, so fear not. With your father and me supporting you, even the limit Douluo will have to show us some respect. Moreover, when your father goes mad, even the limit can be vanquished, though the cost may be steep. With an air of authority, Qian Shouyue spoke, affectionately ruffling her son's hair. To her surprise, the texture was quite pleasant. Though she anticipated that such moments would soon be a rarity, Gu Feng gazed at his mother, his eyes tinged with red. Yet, in the next moment, he stifled his tears. He certainly did not wish for the entire city to be aware of his emotions. If his mother became aware, it would not be long before the whole city knew. As for the final matter, well, how should one articulate it? Qian Shouyue hesitated. feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she deliberated whether to disclose this to her son. "Mother, what is it? Please, just speak plainly. This is rather uncharacteristic of you," Gu Feng remarked, observing his mother's bashful demeanor with a sense of novelty, for he had not witnessed her in such a state in over a decade. With a sympathetic glance, Qian Shouyue addressed Gu Feng. "Very well. Your fiancée will be spending the new year with us this year. She arrives tonight. And our home lacks additional rooms, so you shall have to manage with her. Additionally, she is attending Shrek Academy. How is that for a surprise? Mother, you jest. Do you not?" Gu Feng's expression stiffened in an instant, each word he uttered sending shivers down his spine, hoping this was not the reality. Qian Shouyue merely nodded gravely and caught the young man attempting to flee. "Run? You little rascal, do you think you can escape? If you attempt to flee, I shall ensure you regret it. She intends to find you and inquire why you would run away. That girl has searched for you for a year. You should consider yourself fortunate to have such a good girl in your life." As she glared at the fleeing figure, Qian Shouyue pinched Gu Feng's ear, causing him to gasp in pain. "Mother, I concede. I shall not run away. However, I have never even met her, and there exists no emotional foundation." Gu Feng rambled on, yet Qian Shouyue merely nodded. "And what of it? Do not offer me excuses. As for that girl, do you possess no memory of her? Were you not the one clamoring to marry her when you were little? She even held you in her arms back then," Qian Shouyue stated nonchalantly. "What? I have no recollection of this. When did this occur? I have no memory of such a thing." Gu Feng listened to her recounting, utterly bewildered. "Forget it. I am too weary to argue with you. We shall address it when the time comes." With a sigh, Qian Shouyue decided to leave him be and went to discuss strategies with Gu Yeqing, leaving Gu Feng alone, lost in a sea of questions. "Wait. What do you mean by too weary to care? Mother, is this not your doing?" Gu Feng exclaimed, hastily pursuing Qian Shouyue. The streets were adorned with red lanterns, the entire borderless city enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Each year during this time, the city would cleanse its surroundings of any forces that did not belong within its confines, compelling them to either relocate or face eternal slumber. Most factions preferred to show respect to borderless city, while those who did not had already succumbed to eternal rest. Neither Xing Luo nor Ryu could exert their influence over borderless city. After all, Border Wilderness City is home to 2 supreme Douluos and a multitude of formidable warriors. Despite its designation as a city, it resembles more of a large town, with a mere 100 inhabitants. However, the weakest among them, prior to Gu Feng's departure from home, had already attained the rank of sole Douluo. Although Gu Feng's parents are the only supreme Douluos, there are still over a dozen titled Douluos in Border Wilderness. Both empires aspire to sway Border Wilderness to their side, yet due to the presence of the Watcher Rift, the city remains neutral. Secretly, the people of Border Wilderness harbor a greater affinity for the Sun Moon Empire than for the Star Luo Empire, maintaining clandestine connections with the former Sun Moon Emperor. However, since the current Crown Prince assumed power, these ties have nearly severed. Before nightfall, fireworks illuminated the skies above Border Wilderness City. In his previous life, Gu Feng only experienced such merriment during the new year as a child. As he grew older, although he would still gather with family each year, the festive spirit gradually diminished, feeling more like mere assemblies. Arriving in this world, he has rediscovered the essence of celebrating the new year from his childhood. Perhaps, this is what he truly yearned for all along. Gu Feng leaned against the city wall, observing the bustling activity within the town. Although everyone appeared formidable, amidst this grand era, families resembled ordinary folk. Yet, the commonality of this world still prevailed. "Young lord, when will you return? You aren't planning to sneak away again, are you?" A middle-aged man inquired as he approached Gu Feng. "Why aren't you spending the new year with your family?" Gu Feng asked, astonished by the man's presence beside him. He moved closer to the man, both gazing at the myriad lights illuminating the homes below. "Look at this scene. I must express my gratitude, young lord, for introducing the celebration of the new year. It is indeed a festival, isn't it? Haha. In the past, most of us were oblivious to the true significance of cultivation and its purpose. We, the residents of the desolate city, initially followed the Lord simply for the promise of a better life, and he treated us quite well. Yet, the essence of it all remained elusive to us. It wasn't until you suggested celebrating the new year that many of us paid it little mind. However, now, as we behold these countless lights and the company of family and friends, it seems we have discovered our true direction. The most precious things have always been right beside us. What do you think, young lord?" The middle-aged man spoke softly, reflecting on these thoughts. Gu Feng stood in a daze after listening. The elder, after a moment of gazing at the lights, returned to his tasks, for these days each year were the busiest. Time gradually slipped away as Gu Feng contemplated atop the city wall, the elder's words echoing in his mind. Slowly, the vibrations within him intensified, the blood of the underworld boiling. Ether began to manifest around him. As the sun descended, illuminating the surroundings, Gu Feng's hair transformed into a deep black, cascading down to his shoulders. The ether gently retreated into Gu Feng's body, and his hair did not revert to its previous blue hue. It was time to return home. The myriad lights flickered, family gathered, friends remained. Was this truly what I desired most? Then I shall become stronger. Strong enough that no one in this universe can seize what I wish for. No one at all. Gu Feng raised his gaze to the lights of dusk, softly voicing his thoughts. Mother, I have returned. Upon entering, Gu Feng found 3 people engaged in conversation. Specifically, his mother was chatting with an unfamiliar figure, while his father shot him a knowing glance. However, his mother and the stranger had their backs turned to him, leaving Gu Feng uncertain of the person's identity. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with that silhouette. Qian Xiaoyu shot a glare at Gu Yichun, who had been the bearer of news. Go on. Why aren't you in the kitchen yet? Do you wish to starve me? She then kicked Gu Yichun into the kitchen. At that moment, Gu Feng approached Qian Xiaoyu and the mysterious figure, only to find himself frozen in place, as if paralyzed. What did he see? The figure bore 2 fox ears atop her head, pure white in color, with the tips adorned in sky blue fur. Her white hair was styled in a high ponytail, cascading down to her calves with the ends tinged in sky blue. The bangs parted elegantly on either side, revealing a golden diamond gem affixed to her forehead, accompanied by a round gem nestled beside it. Her eyes, a gentle blue, radiated warmth. A pendant of sky blue adorned the right side of her hair, while a red hairpin embellished her right ear. On her left, she wore 2 earrings. The upper garment resembled a chi pao, its azure hue exuding approachability, while the lower half featured practical shorts. Her battle boots accentuated her long, powerful legs, with 2 leg rings encircling her left leg, and a half cape reminiscent of ancient times draping over her right. A white belt cinched her waist, and the cape was also a shade of azure. Over it all, she donned a white trench coat, reminiscent of a general ready for battle. Both hands, clad in black and red gloves respectively, rested on her thighs. Engaged in conversation with his mother, her radiant smile illuminating her face, Qian Xiaoyu observed her son's foolish demeanor, surprised by the turn of events. She had initially thought her son was disinterested in girls, considering how she had previously endeavored to convince him of a certain girl's beauty, only for him to run away from home. Now, witnessing her son's smitten expression, she realized this was a solid win. The figure also noticed the bewildered Gu Feng. After a brief moment of surprise, they extended their hand and greeted Gu Feng with a warm smile. It's been a long time, Ah Feng. A radiant smile blossomed on their face. Gu Feng regained his senses and gazed at the figure etched in his memory. Looking into Fei Xiao's eyes, he comprehended something profound. It has been so long, Sister Fei Xiao. You little rascal, when did you come to know Xiao Xiao? How is it that I was unaware of this? Qian Xiaoyu observed the 2 greeting each other, feeling as though she were an intruder in this scene. Gu Feng and Fei Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously exclaiming, Indeed. We have known each other for quite some time. Their laughter resonated in unison, leaving Qian Xiaoyu and Gu Yichun, who had just entered with freshly prepared dishes, utterly bewildered. Chapter 23. Night conversations. The 4 of them concluded their dinner amidst an oddly charged atmosphere. As they prepared to retire for the night, Qian Xiaoyu and Gu Yichun observed their little rabbit's peculiar expression with a hint of confusion. Let us go, Ah Feng. The ladies likely Haven Tea tidied up the extra rooms. Over the past year, I've always rested in your room, Fei Xiao remarked, raising Gu Feng's chin with a finger and leaning in closer. In an instant, Gu Feng's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. With a smile, he then made his way toward the room he had not visited in a year. Oh, Ah Feng is feeling shy, Fei Xiao teased. Come along. Sister has some things to discuss with you. Gu Feng sat quietly in the room, motionless, still unable to collect his thoughts. Fei Xiao leaned against the headboard and stretched her back. Ah Feng, you must also be someone not of this world. Don't be too quick to refute me. When I first arrived in this realm, I owe you my gratitude. Without your presence, I might have succumbed to the madness of the moon and descended into darkness. Back then, you were just a tiny little thing. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so tall. And then there was someone who insisted on marrying me. Who would have thought that the little one from back then would end up fleeing from the wedding? Although I, as your elder sister, am indifferent to the notion of marriage, as the general of the immortal vessel, I have responsibilities to fulfill. Once those obligations are completed, if you still wish, we shall seek the Marshall's approval for marriage. Fei Xiao's eyes fixed upon Gu Feng, as if they could penetrate the secrets hidden within his heart. Sister Fei Xiao. I. Gu Feng gazed at the figure before him, the multitude of words he wished to express lodged in his throat. Take your time. No need to rush. Speak your mind freely. We may not belong to this world, but here I sense the shadow of Yaoqing. Quite delightful, indeed. Fei Xiao blinked, then turned her gaze toward the starry sky outside. The fireworks are truly beautiful. In Gu Feng's memories, the figure that declared, if this is what they desire, I shall accompany them at any time, gradually merged with the silhouette by the window. Indeed, I am not of this world. My parents must have surmised as much. Yet, I am undeniably their child, brought into existence by my mother after 10 months of gestation. Perhaps this is a reincarnation, a cycle of rebirth. Who can truly say? I possess some knowledge of your past, from a previous life. The incident from my childhood, I had always believed to be a mere dream. After all, I was barely 2 years old at the time, and you seemed to vanish the very next day. Thus, I had long considered it an illusion, an impossible dream. Little did I know, it was no dream at all. Gu Feng then seated himself upon the bed, gazing upwards, and continued, General Fei Xiao, you must have arrived here by accident. I hope that when you return to Yaoqing, should any insurmountable issues arise in this place, you might lend me your assistance. Gu Feng spoke earnestly, never considering himself the protagonist, nor believing that fortune would ever grace him. The mere possession of this beautiful memory sufficed for him. A shadow obstructed Gu Feng's line of sight as Fei Xiao gazed at the small boy before her, laughing heartily while clutching her belly. Oh dear, Gu Feng. Do you truly think I jest? She exclaimed. And by the way, you should call me sister. Regardless of how long you have lived prior, you are now merely a teenager. A little rascal, and must address me as such, understood? However, I must devise a way to return to Yaoqing. Although I am certain that Jiao Qiu and the others will manage affairs there in my absence, I currently find myself at a loss for how to return. It seems this place is shrouded by some force, and the energy emanating from it is at least that of a high-ranking emissary. Yet it does not reach the heights of a celestial deity. Otherwise, I would have returned to Yaoqing long ago. It has been nearly a decade since I arrived here. While my strength has not fully returned to its pinnacle, I have regained about 70 to 80% of it. The issue lies in the inability to find the path back. This is indeed a cursed place. Could it be the edge of the universe? Fei Xiao gently ruffled Gu Feng's long black hair, her expression tinged with concern. She truly was an exceptional general. Subsequently, Gu Feng recalled the enigmatic words from the infernal realm and the tales of the Changcheng ruins relayed to him by Ouyang Sunday. Gu Feng gazed at the figure he cherished in his past life, captivated by her sudden presence before him. As he listened to the promises she offered, Gu Feng smiled, a genuine joy illuminating his face. Yet, a hint of struggle lingered in his eyes. He was acutely aware that once he divulged the intelligence he possessed to Fei Xiao, she would undoubtedly part ways with Douluo, despite this being merely their second encounter, more accurately, their first formal meeting. Nevertheless, he trusted his instincts. Ultimately, Gu Feng resolved to speak. Sister Fei Xiao, I have gathered quite a bit of information as well. Upon hearing all that Gu Feng had to share, Fei Xiao regarded the boy before her, whose mood appeared rather dismal. She smiled, a heartfelt grin that radiated warmth. Fox spirits are, in essence, uncomplicated. Treat them with kindness, and they shall reciprocate. Just as Gu Feng had once saved her from the brink of lunacy during her childhood, her affection for him had blossomed. With the prospect of marrying him on her mind, Fei Xiao contemplated her future, especially as she found herself lost in this world, devoid of familiar faces. Yet this little fellow had not concealed the truth from her. Rather, he had been forthright. Fei Xiao stepped forward, embracing the boy, resting her head on his shoulder as she earnestly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ah Feng. I must return to Yaoqing. It is my responsibility. However, the prospect of marrying you is indeed genuine. I am not a child anymore, after all, but I suspect you have matters to attend to. Once you have completed your tasks, I shall be waiting for you in Yaoqing. Fei Xiao, as promised, enveloped Gu Feng, and as he felt the warmth of her embrace, a wave of tranquility washed over him. All right, I will wait for you, Sister Fei Xiao. Dear, did you overhear their conversation? That girl Xiao Xiao and that boy Gu Feng were completely oblivious to our presence. Otherwise, just Xiao Xiao alone could obliterate our entire city. Qian Xiaoyu mused, leaning against Gu Yichun, her voice a soft whisper. How fortunate our foolish son is to have crossed paths with such a girl. Gu Yichun gently caressed Qian Xiaoma's long hair. Indeed, this young lad is grown up. Can we still assist him, Xingluo? When the time comes, I will accompany you to fetch this little rascal. As for the so-called false gods, star gods, and hell that he mentioned, we shall leave those matters for him to resolve on his own. Let us refrain from complicating his endeavors and silently support him instead. They nestled closely together. Over the years, observing the scenes of Bianhuang City, their mindset had unknowingly transformed. As long as the family remained safe and sound, that was enough. So, Feng, what are your plans? I recall that Sanqing was devoured by the living planet, Shiji Luho. However, as long as the ancient tree in Sanqing still stands, I can reach out to Yaoqing. Yet, there should be plenty of bountiful treasures and other entities there. You must exercise caution when the time comes. Fei Xiao and Gu Feng lay together on the bed, deliberating the potential scenarios that might arise during their journey to Sanqing. Sister Fei Xiao, rest assured. However, the spatial rift in Sanqing is surprisingly connected to Douluo. It seems that Douluo has grown significantly stronger than I remember, likely due to the influence of hell. Thus, Sanqing may not be as straightforward as we anticipated. We need not concern ourselves with Shiji Luho for now. Although hell is shattered, we cannot ascertain whether anything has survived. Sister, you can probably only exert your powers as a messenger with great difficulty now. While your strength is invincible in Douluo, it is still wise to be cautious. Do not worry. I am known as the Great Victory General, after all. It seems there are some unfriendly entities lurking above your world. Would you like me to assist you in dealing with them? That should be one of your responsibilities as well, right? The strongest among them can barely touch the surface of half-step messenger powers. Although they are formidable here, they are insignificant in the vastness of the star sea. Fei Xiu spoke calmly, and upon hearing this, Gu Feng nearly succumbed to the urge to drag Fei Xiao along to obliterate the divine realm. However, he ultimately regained his composure and shook his head. Sister Fei Xiao, never mind. We do not yet know what will transpire on our journey to Sanqing. Your strength has not fully recovered, and I shall handle those false gods myself. If I cannot even deal with these pretenders, I would feel embarrassed to propose to Yaoqing. Gu Feng gazed upon the visage he had dreamt of countless times, pondering the future before succumbing to slumber. Fei Xiao observed the boy beside her. A sensation she had never experienced in her life, yet it was not unpleasant. She too quietly drifted into dreams. Chapter 24. The Holy Sun Ouyang. How much longer until we reach your home? Is it truly so far? Gu Qiu'er inquired after the fourth day, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Having grown weary of the scenery along the way. Qiu'er, please, I prefer to call him Ouyang. May I? Gu Yuna gently asked Ouyang's son, who remained silent unless spoken to. How much longer until we arrive? Look at Qiu'er. Yes, at our current pace, we should arrive by tomorrow, Ouyang's son replied, scratching his head as he patiently explained. I apologize, my home is somewhat distant, and my current abilities do not yet allow me to summon the cloud that travels 1,000 miles. However, by the time we return, I should be able to utilize it. Gu Yuna regarded the composed young man in front of her, her thoughts drifting back to the fierce figure from the recent battle. Her eyes sparkling as she pondered something profound. Gu Qiu'er tugged at her sleeve, breaking her reverie, and their group continued on their journey. We are nearly there. Just over this mountain lies my home. There aren't many family members, but they are all quite welcoming. I have some matters to discuss with my sister upon my return, so for now, I must ask you to rest. Ouyang's son spoke softly to Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er. The Holy Sun is almost home. Let us go and welcome him back, a blue-haired matron murmured. Great priestess, should we summon the young lady to return as well? The Holy Sun and the young lady share a close bond. Since he has gone to Shrek Academy, and she to Mingdu, should we inform her of his return? A beguiling voice floated from a nearby pool. The matron sighed as she glanced at the languid creature. Which, I have asked you not to refer to me as Great Priestess. It is merely the two of us and the siblings now. The others, alas. The mermaid's eyes dimmed at her words. She leaped from the pool, manifesting legs upon the ground, and embraced the blue-haired matron. Do not dwell on it. I, along with the two little ones, shall accompany you. The matron smiled at the figure who had shared many years with her. Thank you, witch, we must have faith in the Holy Sun and his companions. The witch regarded the matron, her eyes shimmering with light. Wherever you are, I shall be. Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you. With that, she playfully nipped at the matron's earlobe. Ah, Witch, you. The matron blushed, gently pushing the witch away, meeting her fervent gaze before lowering her head and speaking softly. Oh, once the holy child and miss have matured, let us find a secluded place to reside together. Dear witch. Cece, have you finally consented? Ha. Those foolish ones have departed splendidly. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark about when I could win your heart, Cece. The witch laughed heartily, then cradled Posy, whispering warm breaths into her ear. Sister Cece, I'm back. Ouyang's son, accompanied by Guiyuan Na and her companions, approached only to witness the tender scene of Posy and the witch nestled together. Startled, he retreated abruptly, shielding Guiyuan Na and Gu Chouer's view. My apologies, Sister Cece. Sister Witch, I saw nothing. He then hurriedly whisked Guiyuan Na and the others away. It's all your fault for being seen by Xiaoyang. It's all your fault. Posy's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's behind, as she incessantly swatted at the sea witch. The sea witch gazed at the charming woman in her embrace, her eyes twinkling with a hint of starlight. Posy, feeling the witch's fervent gaze, whispered softly, Shall we discuss this later? Xiaoyang has just returned today, and he brought 2 girls home. Let's talk tonight, shall we? Posy's face was flushed, resembling a meek bride who had been thoroughly teased. All right, Xiaoyang, who are they? Guiyuan Na asked, her cheeks also tinged with red, having never witnessed such a scene. It left an impression on her heart. Well, since you have seen, I kindly ask that you keep this to yourselves. They are my family. I have always called them sisters, and you may do the same, Ouyang's son said softly, glancing towards the door. Xiaoyang, are they your friends? You returned without a word. It would have been better if you had brought more people back. Now, only Cece, you, and the 2 of us siblings remain in our lineage. The future rests on your shoulders. The sea witch emerged with Posy. Yes, I will. And what of my sister? Is she still busy crafting her special weapon? Ouyang's son inquired about his sister, not having seen her. Indeed. We have already sent word to Cheer. She will return tonight. You've been away for so long. How long will you stay this time? Posy embraced Ouyang's son and gently asked. A month. I have much to discuss with you all. Let us wait for my sister to return and share together. I apologize for the lack of hospitality, Guiyuan Na and Gu Chouer. Ouyang's son first addressed Posy before turning to Guiyuan Na and the others. Is that so? Xiaoyang. Now Autumn and I wish to ask you a question, hoping you can share your thoughts with us. Guiyuan Na and Gu Chouer exchanged glances, deciding to lay their cards on the table as they had previously discussed. Oh, little sister, what question do you wish to ask our holy child? He has no girlfriend. And our holy child is truly a wonderful person. The witch suddenly appeared before Guiyuan Na and her companions, introducing Ouyang's Sunday sister witch, cease your antics. Guiyuan Na and her friends, feel free to inquire. I shall answer all questions that do not pertain to certain secrets. Ouyang's son pulled the witch aside and gently ushered her into Poseidon's embrace, turning back to address Guiyuan Na and the others. Yang. It seems that the power you wield is not closely related to the soul ring system. Is this cultivation method accessible to others? Moreover, what are your thoughts on soul masters and soul beasts? Guiyuan Na posed her questions, waiting alongside Gu Chouer for Ouyang's son's response. Their arrival in the human realm was primarily to resolve the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. Upon discovering Ouyang's son and Gu Feng at Shrek Academy, they had wished to inquire further. However, the abilities of Ouyang's son and Gu Feng were distinctly different. Additionally, Guiyuan Na felt a stronger affinity towards Ouyang's son than towards Gu Feng, perhaps due to the bond shared with Ouyang. As Guiyuan Na broached her question, Poseidon and the sea witch's soul power surged ominously, prepared to detain the 2 girls at a moment's notice. Guiyuan Na and Gu Chouer felt the oppressive aura emanating from the 2 super Douluos, their expressions shifting slightly. Guiyuan Na discreetly produced a piece of black dragon scale, readying herself for any ensuing developments. Ouyang's son regarded Guiyuan Na and Gu Chouer quietly, his deep-set eyes betraying an unspoken contemplation. Just as Poseidon and the sea witch could no longer restrain themselves and were about to act, Ouyang's son intervened with a raised hand, turning to lead them toward the courtyard. Come inside. We shall discuss matters further when my sister returns. Please stow away the dragon scales you possess. Sister Chishi, do not engage. The owner of that dragon scale must be of an extreme caliber. If I am not mistaken, only one being in the entire continent possesses such a scale. Am I right? It belongs to the beast god of Stardo, does it not? Do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of enmity towards you. We merely wish to comprehend your cultivation system. To express our sincerity, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Silver Dragon King, the true sovereign of Stardo, and the common ruler of all soul beasts. Chiaoer, here is the Emperor's divine beast of Star Douluo. Gu Yuna watched as Ouyang's son stepped into the interior. Just as his figure was on the verge of disappearing, she suddenly proclaimed their identities. Emperor's divine beast? Xiaoyang this? Poseidon exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment at Ouyang's Sunday. This revelation indeed took both Poseidon and the witch by surprise. Emperor's divine beast? The precious gem of Star Douluo. How did you come to be here? And why have you entered Shrek? Ouyang's son, upon hearing this, turned back to inquire. I accompanied my sister. She wishes to alter the plight of the Soul Beast clan, and I support her in this endeavor. Yet, you still have not answered our questions. Gu Chiaoer responded with a hint of pride. Ouyang's son chuckled softly, inviting Poseidon and the sea witch into the courtyard. As I mentioned, we shall discuss this further upon my sister's return. Please, do come inside. With the deterrent presence of Emperor Tian, we shall not take any hostile actions against you. Chapter 25 Cooperation. Little brother, you're back. A girl with blue hair rushed into the room and embraced Ouyang's son tightly. Sister, you've returned. Let us eat first. After dinner, we have a few matters to attend to. We shouldn't keep our guests waiting too long, Ouyang's son replied, hugging Ouyang Chiaoer and patting her back gently. Yes. It's been ages since I've had your cooking. Tonight is going to be a treat. Ouyang Chiaoer exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement at the mention of food. Dinner was spent in a mix of Ouyang Chiaoer's delighted chatter and a comfortable silence among the others. After the meal, the group sat together quietly. Ouyang's son, have you thought about the question your sister asked? What are your thoughts? Gu Chiaoer inquired, her gaze fixed on him, with Gu Yuna also awaiting his response. Let me consider how to articulate this. To put it plainly, my cultivation system is indeed distinct from that of spirit masters, but it is one that cannot be practiced by them. Currently, on this continent, aside from my sister and me, I have not encountered anyone who shares our system. I attempted to pass this cultivation method on to Sister Qianqian, but as you might sense, she and her peers still adhere to the spirit ring system. Therefore, disseminating my cultivation method might not be feasible. In fact, regarding this matter, I believe you could consult Gu Feng. He is another individual I have met who does not belong to the spirit master system. However, his cultivation system differs from ours, and he is quite enigmatic. Perhaps he knows how to navigate this. As for your inquiry about spirit beasts, my perspective aligns closely with that of most people. However, I believe that spirit beasts are an integral part of this continent. If not for the spirit ring system, perhaps we could coexist peacefully, or perhaps not. Even if peaceful coexistence were impossible, it wouldn't have to be in such a state of mutual destruction as it is now. This system seems to exist solely for the annihilation of spirit beasts, which is a grotesque reality, yet it is unavoidable. This aberrant situation, I suspect, is related to those so-called gods above. To effect change, one must confront these so-called deities directly. Ouyang's son expressed all his views in one breath, while Gu Yuna's eyes dimmed with each word. By the time he finished, she had lowered her head. Is there truly no other way? Gu Yuna's voice emerged, tinged with a faint sense of despair. Ouyang Chiaoer, observing the helpless girl before her, poked Ouyang's Sunday. He swatted her hand away and shot her an exasperated glance. Shall we collaborate? Gu Yuna and Gu Chiaoer proposed. If your goal aligns with confronting those gods. Ouyang's son's suggestion left Gu Yuna and her companion astonished. Gu Yuna lifted her head, gazing incredulously at the young man who casually spoke of opposing gods. She found it hard to comprehend. Don't be so surprised, Ouyang's son remarked, sensing their astonishment. We harbor a grudge against a certain deity above, or perhaps a multitude of them. Yet, the specifics are of little consequence. What truly matters is that we face pressing issues with some of those celestial beings, conflicts that are unyielding and relentless. If my conjectures hold true, it seems you share our predicament, having reached a point of no reconciliation with those divine entities. In light of this, how about we consider a collaboration? After all, our individual strengths are rather feeble. To ensure our partnership flourishes rather than one party becoming subservient to the other, allow me to disclose our capabilities. My sister and I have the potential to ascend to the level of deities. However, I cannot ascertain the exact extent of our strength. Furthermore, we possess an ally, Gu Feng, whose objectives also conflict with those celestial beings. Thus, should we form an alliance, it could be viewed as a triad of collaboration. What are your thoughts on this proposal? This represents my sincere offer. Additionally, I have an intriguing piece of information to share. If my assumptions are correct, there exists something that transcends limits within the Douluo secret realm next year, albeit it carries considerable danger. This intelligence was sourced from Gu Feng, and its authenticity appears quite credible. My sister and I plan to withdraw from Shrek during that period, entering the secret realm under the guise of independent cultivators, and naturally, my sister will accompany us. Right, sister? Ouyang's son concluded all inquiries posed by Guyuna and others, also seeking his sister's opinion. Ouyang Chier gazed at Ouyang's son in bewilderment, but soon embraced his head with a spirited demeanor. Of course, little brother, I would never refuse your request for assistance, she declared, affectionately ruffling his hair. Guyuna and Gu Chier exchanged glances, a powerful mental wave emanating between them as they communicated within the sea of consciousness. Once the mental fluctuation subsided, Guyuna spoke, I apologize, but Autumn and I need to confer with Dtion regarding the alliance. We can collaborate on the exploration of the secret realm, but the matter of alliance requires further discussion. Rest assured, we will provide our response before the academic term commences. Even if our conclusion does not lead to an alliance, we shall not become adversaries. Ouyang's son's fingers tapped rhythmically against the chair. Very well. We shall await your favorable news. In the meantime, there are other matters for you to be apprised of. After addressing Guyuna and her companions, he shifted topics. What is it, Xiaoyang? Both the witch and I will support you, Poseidon said gently, her gaze fixed on Ouyang Sunday. The witch nodded in agreement from her side. Well, I hope that Sister Qian and Sister Witch can come to our aid when the time comes. That fellow Gu Feng is apprehensive about potential mishaps. They will dispatch someone from the borderlands to assist us, and if I am not mistaken, the emissary from that side might be the Angel Douluo, the sun-shooting Douluo, or perhaps both. We must trouble Sister Qian and Sister Witch, as unforeseen events may arise when we venture out. From the tone of Feng, it seems that Xing Luo might be in for a significant misfortune this time. Ouyang's son succinctly conveyed the matters discussed with Gu Yi at the academy before turning his attention to what his sister was working on. Sister, what are you crafting? Ouyang's son inquired, eyeing the crimson scarf in Ouyang Chier's hands. Oh, this is the culmination of my efforts over the years. It's no ordinary scarf. I have yet to complete it, as 2 segments remain unfinished. Currently, this scarf possesses 5 abilities. Although it may not serve much purpose for you, dear brother. I assure you, I am not as formidable as you are, so its powers are of great assistance to me. Ouyang Chier explained while continuing to work on the red scarf. Ouyang's son leaned in to see if he could offer any assistance. Ayong. Chier and I will take our leave to rest and discuss the alliance with Dtion, Gyu announced before departing with Gu Chier. Qian. Do you remember what you said? Now that we have completed the tasks, let us return to the bedroom, the witch said. Her excitement palpable as she gazed at the bunny-like Poseidon, eager to seize the moment. But be gentle. There are outsiders present. And Chier and Xiaoyang have returned, Poseidon murmured, her voice barely audible. Nevertheless, the witch caught her words. You must hold back, my darling Qian. Or how will my precious Qian face Chier and Xiaoyang later? The witch whispered inappropriate words into Poseidon's ear. Subsequently, amid Ouyang's son's bewildered gaze and Ouyang Chier's astonished expression, the witch scooped up Poseidon and rushed toward the bedroom. Brother. Do you think Sister Qian and Sister would share that kind of relationship? They are both girls. Is that truly acceptable? Should we not advise them? Ouyang Chier asked, regaining her composure. Well, it seems to be that kind of relationship. What advice could we offer? Sister Qian and Sister Witch have been together for so many years. Besides, I am uncertain when they solidified their feelings. As for 2 girls, it is certainly preferable to 2 boys. Ouyang's son recalled the melons Gu Feng had shared with him on their way home. He felt that 2 girls were far more agreeable than 2 boys. The latter was truly eye-watering. A shiver ran down Ouyang's son's spine. Upon hearing Ouyang's son's mention of 2 boys, Ouyang Chier instantly caught a whiff of the melon's fragrance and began to pester Ouyang's son to recount the story behind it. Chapter 26. Wei Yuhao's journey to the extreme north Tianming. It is so cold here. Could you please tell me what soul beast you have prepared for my second martial soul? A young boy clad in layers of thick cotton clothing struggled through the snowy landscape. A golden phantom floated beside him. Yuhao. Let me first share my purpose with you, came the response. I arrived here with a personal agenda. The golden figure gazed upon the expanse of pristine white, reminiscent of the geniuses of this era. Eventually, he bowed his head to observe the figure struggling in the snow, reflecting on the efforts of the past months. And with a sigh, he confided his ulterior motives to Hui Yuhao. However, Yuhao, rest assured, even if the Ice Emperor ultimately does not join us, I can guarantee our safety. At that time, I shall employ a portion of my essence to forcibly grant you the Ice Emperor's source. Do you still wish to trust me, Yuhao? Hui Yuhao halted in his tracks. After a brief pause, he continued to inch toward their objective. His voice gradually reached them. Brother Tianming, thank you for sharing so much with me. We are in this together, are we not? I only hope you can inform me in advance next time, all right? Indeed, Yuhao, thank you. Brother Tianming, how much longer? We have lingered here for several days. Hui Yuhao excavated an ice cave in the snow to rest, replenishing his strength with food. Tianming blinked and observed the storm outside, slowly retreating into the distance. It prompted Hui Yuhao to take out its cicada shell, urging him to continue their journey. Days passed, and they reached the core of the extreme north. Tianming instructed Hui Yuhao to conceal himself. In an instant, a golden mental force enveloped half of the core area, unleashing 1,000,000 years of psychic pressure. Soul beasts under 10,000 years old were instantly overwhelmed and brought to their knees. Ice Emperor, do you recall what I once said? I, Tianming, have returned. Tianming Binkin declared. Are you too afraid to face me? At that moment, it showcased the majesty befitting a 1,000,000-year soul beast, saturating the core of the extreme north with an aura reminiscent of divine authority. Yuhao, hide well and remain silent. They are coming. The distant sky manifested a vibrant emerald hue. The arrival of the sovereign of the extreme north heralded a transformation in the realm. A scorpion, entirely emerald in hue, materialized in the heavens above. It measured only a few meters in size, its body encrusted with jewel-like crystals, and its 9-segmented tail culminated in a green stinger. Its eyes sparkled like blue gems, illuminating the green radiance within the realm of the extreme north. Insect, I have searched for you for so many years. I nearly gave up hope, yet here you are before me. It is truly the greatest gift from the heavens. Allow me to feast upon you. A commanding female voice resonated from the scorpion. Oh, could it be that the rumors of the extreme north are indeed true? Ice Emperor, you truly hold affection for the Snow Emperor? She rejected you, and thus you are so furious. Tianming Binkin initially intended to provoke the Ice Emperor, seizing the opportunity to capture her. However, the moment the Ice Emperor heard of the Snow Emperor's rejection, the elements of ice in the world erupted in chaos. Insect, you court death. Everfrost domain. The solid ice rapidly spread across the 10,000-mile radius of the extreme north core. The wrath of the ice sovereign. A tangible green beam shot forth from the scorpion's tail. In an instant, Tianming Bingsan's spiritual form was pierced. A golden cicada shell seized the scorpion the moment it unleashed its attack, and then vanished in an instant. The oppressive spiritual aura of the extreme north core has vanished without a trace. In an instant, chaos erupted within the extreme north core region as countless presences, each over 100,000 years old, began to surge forth. The next moment, the snow of the extreme north suddenly stilled in the air. The psychic fluctuations of the Snow Emperor, the sovereign of the extreme north, radiated from the core to the entirety of the region in a fleeting moment. Just as this psychic wave approached, Tianming swiftly transported Hui Yuhao and the Ice Emperor out of the inner confines of the extreme north. A psychic barrier was created at the periphery of the extreme north. That startled me. The Snow Emperor is still conscious at this moment, Tianming thought. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly, though it was a pity about his own spiritual essence. To be safe, Tianming had utilized 100,000 years of spiritual essence to teleport Hui Yuhao and the Ice Emperor to the outer edges of the extreme north. The Ice Emperor struggled incessantly, the golden chrysalis continually shifting form, yet it remained bound. Tianming, are you not concerned that by using your spiritual essence this way, you might not be able to return to your body? After several futile attempts, the Ice Emperor fell silent, for as the ruler of the extreme north, one must never lose composure. Ah, Ice, can't you see that I am left with nothing but my spiritual essence? He introduced himself. I am now the soul ring of Yuhao, the first unprecedented 1,000,000-year wisdom soul ring in the history of the continent. Tianming, the ice silkworm, unearthed Hui Yuhao, who had been buried in the snow. Subsequently, Tianming shared his divine creation plan with the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, would you be willing to collaborate with us in the creation of a deity? If not, I shall have no choice but to extinguish your spirit. The divine creation plan must proceed. After outlining his plan, Tianming observed the Ice Emperor's indifference and reluctantly revealed his contingency. A mocking feminine voice chimed in. Oh, is that so? In the absence of my cooperation, can this young man absorb my power source to form a second martial soul? Indeed, with my assistance. It is entirely possible, provided your consciousness is eradicated. Ice Emperor, are you truly not inclined to join us in this gamble of divine creation? Your catastrophic tribulation approaches. Does it not? Surely you lack the assurance to transcend it. Tianming incisively pointed out the Ice Emperor's dire predicament. The concealed space of Tianming fell into a prolonged silence. Greetings, Ice Emperor. I am Hui Yuhao. Although my talent may not be remarkable, I believe that with Tianming's aid, I shall achieve divinity. And I possess compelling reasons to do so. Hui Yuhao articulated his rationale. Though Tianming was cognizant of the boy's memories, he could not help but be moved. They awaited the Ice Emperor's response, yet she remained silent. Alas, Great Worm and Little Scorpion, Yuhao shall attain divinity. Under the stimulation of Yuhao's memories, I too have regained a portion of my own. How about I serve as a guarantor? Suddenly, the entire space transformed into shades of gray. An air of desolation enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything a pallid hue. Hui Yuhao's eyes turned gray, and his hair instantly followed suit. An ancient voice emerged from Hui Yuhao's lips. Who are you? How did you come to reside within Yuhao's body? This aura feels so familiar. You are that little gray sphere. This is the essence of a deity. A voice of astonishment emanated from Tianming, and the entire creature was engulfed in ecstasy. Following the emergence of divine consciousness, a wave of mental energy radiated from the Ice Emperor. Before Hui Yuhao stood a young maiden clad in a verdant dress. Adorned with a tail, her green twin ponytails and eyes, along with 3 dark green magical patterns gracing her face, bestowed upon her an unparalleled allure. Indeed, the aura surrounding you bears the essence of divinity. I am willing to acquiesce to your plans. However, what is the success rate of your endeavors? The maiden spoke, folding her arms as she hovered above Hui Yuhao. As the oppressive silence dissipated, Hui Yuhao reverted to his true form, his previously aged voice resonating. You may consult this great insect. I must stabilize my divine consciousness. At present, I can only recall fragmented memories. Do not disturb me without cause. The Ice Emperor regarded Tianming, awaiting its response. Previously, with only my assistance, the chances of Yuhao attaining divinity were merely 30%, for I am not adept in combat. However, with your involvement, I can assure a 60% probability. Together, we could cultivate a prodigious talent of the millennium. Furthermore, considering the elderly figure we encountered earlier, I possess a 90% certainty. Tianming and Hui Yuhao exchanged glances, deliberating within the sea of consciousness for a while before Tianming proffered its answer. Very well. I shall collaborate with you, but I implore that upon achieving divinity, you allow me to depart. Should this not be feasible, I would rather be reduced to ashes. The Ice Emperor articulated her terms. Hui Yuhao interjected, grasping Tianming, interrupting its words, and subsequently imparted some ideas within the sea of consciousness. Tianming's eyes brightened, and it nodded in affirmation towards the Ice Emperor. Deep within the extreme north, in a natural sanctuary, a colossal ice crystal tree reached from the earth to the heavens, with a crystalline palace materializing atop its branches. Beneath the palace, 2 figures engaged in a game of chess. The figure with snow-white hair was on the verge of triumph over the deep blue-haired counterpart. The ethereal presence of the white-haired figure, embodying the beauty of the cosmos, elicited admiration. Her flowing white hair cascaded behind her, and a long robe enveloped her graceful form. The deep blue-haired figure squinted slightly. A blood-red longsword embedded in the palace floor beside her. Her body was wrapped in bandages around vital areas, yet the exposed alabaster skin stirred fervor. The simplicity of her adornments could not obscure the aura she exuded, blending an elfin beauty with a hint of tenderness within her commanding presence. Your victory is assured. I, Gu, am not fond of chess. My injuries have stabilized, and you should have completed your recultivation as well. I shall assist you in addressing the recent occurrences. You are my first friend in this world. That is her own tribulation. We cannot assist her. Very well, let us proceed together. I shall journey to Shrek. Where traces of the divine linger, I wish to investigate. Shall you accompany me? Indeed. Chapter 27. The Snow Emperor of the Extreme North and Empress Songyue. Snow. Do you know the way? Point the way, and I shall lead you there. Songyue suddenly declared 3 days after departing from the far north. I know not. I have remained in the far north until now. However, according to the soul masters from that region, our destination lies at the heart of the continent. We need merely travel in a single direction, Shuedi responded haughtily, though a flicker of unease danced across her features. Songyue halted, gazing quietly at Shuedi. Very well. I shall inquire for directions, she said with a hint of resignation as she opened a portal and vanished from sight. Before long, Songyue encountered a young lad who had dashed out from the far north, and before either Tianming or Bingdi could react, she had brought Hui Yuhao along. Hui Yuhao, caught off guard, found himself unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Upon looking up, he was momentarily entranced by the 2 stunning, icy women before him. Song Yue nudged Hui Yuhao with her foot. Do you know the way to Shrek? Point us in the right direction. I am headed to Shrek with this woman. Song Yue then settled onto a stone, crossing her legs in a manner that heightened her allure. Listen well, for I have a name. I am Xue Yue, not just this woman. So remember it. Xuedi, or rather Xu Yue, replied coldly to Song Yue. A few days prior, when Song Yue and Xuedi resolved to journey to Shrek, Xuedi had lacked a name and, unfamiliar with the human world, had taken on a name inspired by Song Yue. The pair had discussed various matters of caution for their journey. For one had spent most of her time in the far north, and the other showed little regard for humanity. Yet now, they needed to be cautious. For one had yet to regain her former strength while the other had already undergone a rebirth. This world was no ordinary realm inhabited by mere mortals. In keeping with Song Yue's character, she remarked, if I ask you a question and you remain silent, then do not speak at all. I shall find another to inquire. Thus, how would this person fare? Song Yue's mood would dictate their fate. If she was in good spirits, they could leave, but if not, they might find themselves transformed into ice sculptures. Returning to the present, both Song Yue and Xu Yue awaited Hui Yuhao's response, unaware that his spiritual sea was in turmoil. Tianming, let me out. That I swear out there. How could she have undergone a rebirth? Release me. Bingdi was thrashing wildly in Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. Bound by shimmering golden chains, Tianming wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, having sealed off the entire spiritual realm. Hui Yuhao remained oblivious to the situation, for he was still too inexperienced to conceal such matters. Bingdi, first, you must recognize our current predicament. Xue Yue is the sovereign of the far north. If she were to discover that you have become a human's martial soul, do you think she would not perceive it as treachery against the far north? Moreover, who is that girl beside Xue Yue? From her dialogue with Xue Yue, she must be of equal standing. Otherwise, Xue Yue would have already acted. Until I ascertain their attitudes, I shall not release you. Moreover, what could possibly draw them to Shrek? What secrets does Shrek hold that attracts all manner of creatures? We must seek clarity. Ice Emperor, our endeavor is to achieve divinity. Let us not squander our hard-earned progress. Tianming, with a blend of irreverence and gentleness, spoke these words. The Ice Emperor ceased her struggles, and the sea of consciousness fell into a profound silence. Clenching her fists, she recalled the essence of her being and the soul bone that merged with Hui Yuhao. His unwavering spirit and perseverance suggested he might indeed ascend to divinity. Ultimately, the Ice Emperor acquiesced, and the sea of consciousness settled into tranquility. Tianming opened a sliver of the sea's seal, transmitting a wave of mental energy to Hui Yuhao before sealing it once more. Yuhao, the Ice Emperor, and I require rest. Our efforts to assist you have drained much of our essence. Answer whatever inquiries these two young ladies pose. I have sealed the sea of consciousness. Above all, do not provoke them. A large question mark appeared above Hui Yuhao's head, yet none were aware of his confusion as he faced the two stunning women awaiting his reply. Sisters, I am a student of Shrek Academy. I can escort you there. However, my enrollment is fast approaching, so we should depart promptly, Hui Yuhao declared, glancing at the two before him. Although pressed for time, he dared not venture forth alone. For each of these girls exuded a power far surpassing that of his previous acquaintance. Fortune smiles upon the solitary. Snow, what is your wish now that we have a guide? Shall we proceed directly or observe first? Song Yue leapt down from her perch, gazing into the distance. Let us observe first. If time permits, we might open a portal a few days in advance. I must learn more about this world, the proud Snow Empress asserted, turning toward the burgeoning city visible ahead. Hui Yuhao listened intently to their discourse, acutely aware that danger loomed ever closer. He could only feign ignorance as he followed in their wake. In this brief interlude, the Snow Empress and Song Yue had already encountered numerous situations due to their striking appearances, often attracting unwanted attention from the more unsavory elements of remote towns. The fate of those who dared to harass them was invariably dire. They either became frozen sculptures or were dispatched by Song Yue to feed the fish. Through these experiences, Hui Yuhao gained an indirect glimpse of their formidable power. The Soul Emperor was easily subdued with a single strike, while the Soul Sage remained an unknown challenge. Notably, both of them seldom relied on soul techniques. When their spirits were high, Hui Yuhao endeavored to inquire how he might strengthen himself. The Snow Empress disregarded his presence entirely, whereas Song Yue smiled at him and casually offered insights into the manipulation of mental energy. Song Yue's former royal brother had mastered such arts, though his prowess was on an entirely different scale compared to Hui Yuhao's. Subsequently, the trio intermittently acquired numerous items across various cities. Of course, it was Xue Di and Songyu who were making the purchases, while Hui Yuhao reluctantly accompanied them as an unintentional aid. Despite not having a girlfriend, Hui Yuhao experienced the peculiar joy of accompanying women on shopping excursions. However, they were not invincible. They could be injured. During their last rest in the wilderness, they encountered a soul saint-level evil soul master. Hui Yuhao had already silently prepared his will. To his astonishment, he witnessed Xue Di effortlessly dispatch the evil soul master, while Songyu didn't even lift a finger. Although Xue Di sustained a minor injury in the aftermath, it was truly negligible. Hui Yuhao once again comprehended the advantages of having a powerful ally, intensifying his desire for strength. Let us go, Xue. We've been wandering for days with nothing of interest. Let us head directly to Shrek. The young lad guiding us is visibly anxious. After Songyu casually dealt with the nuisances bothering them, she gestured towards Hui Yuhao. Yet, I too am weary. Let us proceed to Shrek. Hoping there is something there that can elevate my abilities. Xue Di set her teacup down and gazed distantly. In recent days, both Xue Di and Songyu had developed several interests. Songyu had taken a liking to reading, embracing all kinds of literature, while Xue Di had developed a penchant for tea tasting. Hui Yuhao, however, felt he was still unworthy. A fissure resembling a portal appeared before the trio, its edges adorned with enigmatic patterns. Hui Yuhao scrutinized these designs but discerned nothing of significance. With a swift kick, he was propelled into the portal. What is there to see? A waste of time. Let us go, Xue. Following this, Songyu and Xue Di stepped through the time-space gate together. On the other side, Gu Feng and Fei Xiao also bid farewell to their parents before heading towards Shrek. Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna had reached an agreement and were en route to Shrek as well, accompanied by a new member, Ouyang Qi'er. Simultaneously, in the inner courtyard of Shrek, Lan Shui was dining with Ma Xiaodao and her companions, while also taking on the task of enrollment. At the registration desk, Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing stood quietly. Lan Shui was diligently registering the incoming applicants, and unsurprisingly, they had the highest number of registrants. Having lost a bet, Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing were now forced to serve as the face of the event, expressionless as they managed the enrollment process, silently condemning Dai Yuang, who had proposed the wager. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the registration desk. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed towards the source of the disturbance, leaving Lan Shui to silently play the role of an assistant. Finally, I'm no longer a doorman. It was painfully awkward. Ice Queen, don't you feel it? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her energy revitalized as she dashed away. No. I simply prefer not to speak. It was too embarrassing, replied Ling Luoqing. Ling Luoqing, with a hint of arrogance, spoke as he strode towards the source of the commotion. Behind the line of new students, a fissure resembling a portal materialized in mid-air, imbued with spatial energy. Both Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing's expressions turned grave, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Chapter 28. Gathering at Shrek help. A cry for assistance echoed from the portal. Hui Yuhao plummeted from the celestial opening. And just as he was about to meet a disastrous fate, a delicate hand grasped the nape of his neck. You are the top scorer of the new student assessment. Are you not? I believe your name is Hui Yuhao. Could you enlighten us about that door-like object above? A warm breath brushed against Hui Yuhao's head. Ma Xiaodao held Hui Yuhao beneath the portal, remaining vigilant. Ling Luoqing had already redirected the surrounding new students to a different registration point. That was the martial spirit of 2 new students this year. Hui Yuhao was poised to explain, yet before he could utter a word, Ma Xiaodao hurled him aside. Boom. Dust erupted from the ground as a crimson blade embedded itself into the earth. The sound of high heels echoed through the area. As the dust settled, 2 ethereal women materialized before them. One stood with her arms crossed, observing silently, while the other approached the blood-red long knife, gently extracting it from the ground. Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing had already manifested their martial spirits, prepared for any confrontation. This must be Shrek, right? What will you do, Songyue? Songyue sheathed the blood-red demonic blade and turned to inquire of the Snow Empress. She was not inclined to ponder excessively. She simply yearned for a battle with a formidable opponent. The Snow Empress glanced around, spotting a boy in the distance. He appears to be a student of Shrek Academy. Let us join that academy and explore. Perhaps it holds what I seek. After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Empress resolved to investigate the legendary academy that had captivated tales for millennia. I must inform you that both of you exceed the age limit for new student registration. Thus, you are ineligible to join Shrek. Ma Xiaodao stated firmly to the 2 enchanting figures who appeared to be of similar age. Oh, Can you truly assert authority over me? A commanding voice resonated, and an icy chill enveloped the area. Ling Luoqing sensed an overwhelming pressure, while Ma Xiaotao's fiery phoenix flames began to flicker dangerously close to extinguishment. Shock reflected in their eyes. This scenario could only signify one possibility: the ultimate ice. The girl wielding the blood-red blade possessed the ultimate attribute, that of ice. Suddenly, a formidable aura akin to that of a super Douluo erupted from within Shrek. A radiant energy surged from the direction of the inner courtyard towards the entrance of Shrek, followed by numerous tidal Douluos rushing towards the enrollment point. Song Yue sensed the approach of these powerful presences, estimating that they would arrive in mere minutes. Her own aura flared, as she assumed these individuals were adversaries. Oh, did you think summoning reinforcements would be of any use? Before their arrival, it was sufficient to eliminate you all in solitude. Song Yu believed those individuals were her adversaries, intending to decisively strike down the ones before her and flee with the Snow Emperor. Song Yu conceived this plan and executed it. She unleashed her ultimate move, Absolute Zero. The frigid chill of the world descended instantaneously. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing attempted to explain, but before their words could escape their lips, they were transformed into ice sculptures. Due to the origin of the Ice Emperor and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Hui Yuhao narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, he was left trembling in the cold. Shivering on the side, Song Yu conjured 2 crystalline ice roses, which soared towards Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing. However, an unforeseen event occurred. A beam of light sliced through the 2 ice roses, shattering them in midair. The golden-haired Lan Shui appeared before them, wielding a luminous sword. Who are you? If Shrek strikes, do not blame me for taking you down. Upon finishing her words, countless beams of light descended from above Shrek's entrance. Antarctic Crossstar. A massive diamond-shaped crystal shield manifested above Song Yu, blocking the falling beams. Emperor Hantian, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun. Snow. A blizzard enveloped the area, as a colossal domain unfurled, revealing a blue sun in midair that emitted no warmth but instead brought an extreme chill. The Snow Emperor floated before the blue sun, conjuring an ice sword, which she hurled into the sky. Above them, a vast vortex of frigid air formed, from which a gigantic ice crystal sword descended. Emperor's Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched. A roar erupted as Song Yu drove her demonic blade into the ground, from which an ice dragon surged forth. Standing atop the ice dragon, Song Yu swept her blade forward, causing a blue lotus to spin at its tip, flying towards Lan Shui. Extreme Cold, Ice Lotus. In an instant, Lan Shui transported Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing to safety. She had to intercept these attacks, otherwise, many of the new students could be harmed. As for Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing, the absolute suppression of attributes would lead to their demise if not rescued. Lan Shui plunged her luminous sword into the ground, forming a golden formation, within which a hexagram pattern continuously rotated. Transparent beams of light coalesced into a hexagonal shield, standing before the ice sword and ice lotus. Hexagram, Light Guard. A thunderous sound erupted at Shrek's entrance, and a fierce shockwave sent Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao, already within the safety zone, flying far away once more. Some new students, who fancied themselves capable, were also blown out. Lan Shui bravely withstood 2 attacks, sustaining some injury. The demonic blade carved a path of ice, and the Snow Emperor manifested a new imperial sword in her hand. The clang of clashing weapons reverberated. Oh, that golden-haired one? It's only been a month, and you look so disheveled, beaten to this state. I haven't fought in a long time. Sun, wielding a black staff, blocked the demonic blade before leaping back to Ouyang Sun's side. Fei Xiao, riding a black cloud dragon, pinched the Snow Emperor's imperial sword between 2 fingers. Do not be so impulsive. Impulsiveness does not resolve matters. A gentle voice resonated. In an instant, the Snow Empress recoiled, as the fox-eared lady before her exuded an aura of profound danger. Gu Feng appeared behind Fei Xiao, subsequently pulling her aside. Sister Fei Xiao, weren't we just here to watch a show? Why did you suddenly jump into the fray? Isn't it enough to see that little girl, Xiao Xue, struggle against her opponents? After all, I have been at Shrek for quite some time. I ought to lend a hand. Fei Xiao gently ruffled Gu Feng's hair before leaping down from the cloud dragon to join Lan Xue. Upon seeing Fei Xiao, Lan Xue rushed forward and embraced her. Sister Fei Xiao, it's been so long. We've missed you dearly. Have you found that despicable runaway groom? That man must have saved the continent in his past life to deserve a fiancé like you. Yet he dares to flee. I truly wish to give him a good beating on your behalf. Lan Xue vented her frustrations to Fei Xiao. The Snow Empress gracefully descended beside Song Yue, her expression heavy with concern. Are we to retreat, or engage. San Yue's cold voice reached the Snow Empress. The latter retracted her domain and dissipated the Emperor's sword, shaking her head in response. The ice dragon landed softly, gradually transforming into glistening ice crystals before vanishing into shimmering flecks of ice, and the demon blade was also sheathed. However, San Yue's gaze towards Sun was filled with a fierce battle intent. There was a familiar aura. All right, I have returned, Xiaoxue. That heartless man has indeed been found. Moreover, he simply did not realize that I am his fiancée. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled, would he? Fei Xiao consoled Lan Xue, but as she spoke, she suddenly turned to Gu Feng and uttered a statement that left all present, except for San Yue and the Snow Empress, utterly speechless. Lan Xue stiffly turned her head to look at Gu Feng. One cannot conceal the intention to strike from one's gaze. Gu Feng, who had been savoring the unfolding drama, suddenly found himself caught beneath an unexpected revelation. Gu Feng's lips twitched as he glanced at Fei Xiao's enigmatic smile. He then ingratiatingly approached her, offering to massage her shoulders. Sister Fei Xiao, what do you say? My feelings for you are such that even the celestial deities cannot impede them. Surely, you must be aware of this. Sister Fei Xiao. As Gu Feng's voice dwindled, he gazed upon Fei Xiao's countenance, recalling how Fei Xiao had searched for him tirelessly for an entire year. A deep sense of guilt began to envelop him. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of Lan Xue and the peculiar looks from Ouyang's son and the others, Fei Xiao boldly released Lan Xue and wrapped his arms around Gu Feng's neck, drawing him close to his chest, while one hand gently caressed Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng experiences both anguish and joy. The pain manifests as a throbbing sensation on his head, while the joy envelopes him in Fei Xiao's gentle embrace. A warmth unlike any other. Gu Feng sinks into the plush pillow, immobilized, with his entire head and half of his shoulder nestled deep within its softness. At that moment, Yin Xiaozhe and his companions arrived just in time to grasp the situation. Upon realizing that this entire affair stems from a misunderstanding, they find themselves at a loss for words. Just a second before Yin Xiaozhe's arrival, Fei Xiao releases Gu Feng, pushing him aside with a casual flick. You lot are all a handful, he remarks. Gu Feng, Ouyang's son, you too, never mind. I'm too accustomed to your antics to be bothered. As for you, Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er, don't follow in the footsteps of these two troublemakers. Fei Xiao has returned as well. Li Xian and the others have missed you dearly. As for you two, Song Yu and Shui Yu, if you wish to join Shrek, follow me. And you, the one beside Gu Qiu'er, come along too. You little ones, join me as well. As for you, Hui Yu Hao, head back to the academy for your reporting duties. With that, Yin Xiaozhe leads the group to the inner courtyard. Lan Xue seizes the opportunity to inquire about the situation between Fei Xiao and Gu Feng. Ouyang's son engages Gu Feng in a discussion about their plans, while Ouyang Qi'er and Gu Yuna deliberate on matters concerning Ouyang's Sunday. Upon learning that this was merely a misunderstanding, Song Yu and Shui Di thaw the icy relations with Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing. In the end, the entire group strides towards the inner courtyard, a lively procession. The only casualties from this hasty skirmish are Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing, who are still trembling from the encounter. Chapter 29. A collective entry into the inner courtyard in the inner courtyard of Shrek, on the open grounds of Sea God Island. Yin Xiaozhe and Xuanzi await the arrival of the little monsters in silence. Many others covertly direct their gaze towards this gathering. Xiaozhe, is this truly Mulao's decision? Are we really to admit all those little ones into the inner courtyard? Shrek has never set such a precedent, Xuanzi inquires, savoring his drink and meat while seated contentedly on the ground. Indeed, Elder Xian, this is the teacher's decision, and everyone else concurs, do they not? The strength of those peculiar entities ranks among the elite in the inner courtyard. If they were placed in the outer courtyard, they would overshadow the other ordinary talents. Yin Xiaozhe responds, feeling somewhat helpless for the first time due to the overwhelming prowess of his students. While strong students are generally a boon, having two rebellious ones is quite the challenge. Now, it seems, two more have arrived. Yin Xiaozhe recalls the two girls who had just engaged in the commotion at Shrek. A shiver running down his spine. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son had already given him a headache, and now there are two more, sigh. Despite the prior conflict, the group slowly advances towards the inner courtyard in clusters. Ma Xiaotao attempts to speak, but Ling Luoqing interjects, pulling her aside. Violent girl, don't act recklessly. We cannot contend with any of these individuals. They are merely heading to the inner courtyard. If they take their time, let them. Just don't drag me down with your impulsiveness, Ling Luoqing whispers, attempting to calm Ma Xiaotao, who is still haunted by the recent chill. Ma Xiaotao opened her mouth, gazing at the group of people frolicking ahead. After casting a fleeting glance at the two girls, she shivered and quietly followed them. Well, look at you. You've actually found yourself a girl. I thought you were indifferent to such things, Sun exclaimed, munching on a fruit atop Gu Feng's head. However, as Sun uttered these words, a sudden stillness enveloped the surroundings, and cold sweat began to trickle down Gu Feng's brow. A shadow loomed before him. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sun attempted to flee, only to be seized by a delicate hand. Oh, where did this little monkey come from? Absolutely adorable. Wouldn't you agree, Gu Feng? Gu Feng's desire for survival surged instantly as he hurriedly approached Fei Xiao, offering a gentle massage on his shoulders while diverting attention. Sun Ho, usually fearless, suddenly felt an unsettling sense of dread. All right, I shall spare you this time. But let this be a lesson, Fei Xiao said softly, patting Gu Feng's shoulder before handing Sun over to Ouyang Sunday. The moment Sun left Fei Xiao's grasp, it transformed into sparkling stardust, vanishing into the ether. Ouyang Sun stepped forward, observing Gu Feng's forced smile. He discreetly conveyed, "What troubles you? You seem to be in pain." Gu Feng hastily called upon Ouyang Sun to assist him, then conveyed a message through thought. "My bones are shattered. Do you think it hurts? Fortunately, my recovery ability is quite robust." Ouch, it truly aches. Upon receiving Gu Feng's telepathic communication, Ouyang Sun shuddered slightly and discreetly glanced at Fei Xiao's figure, casting a look of resignation toward Gu Feng. "What do you suppose Director Yin summoned us to the inner courtyard for? Surely he does not expect us to join the inner courtyard ahead of time," Ouyang Sun remarked, his voice tapering off. "You thought of that too, haven't you? It's only natural. No one in the outer courtyard can truly manage us given our prowess. We shall see, but I have no intention of joining the inner courtyard. By the way, who is that lively girl with blue hair? You certainly seem to attract the ladies. Or is it merely because you have golden locks?" Gu Feng's tongue remained as sharp as ever, and, as anticipated, he was sent flying by Ouyang Sun's punch, crashing against a tree. All eyes turned towards the two, filled with curiosity. "Oh, brother, what is happening between you two? Is he not your friend? Or is this your peculiar way of communicating?" Ouyang Chier, already not the brightest, seemed even more bewildered. "It's nothing, Sister Chier. It's not surprising for these two to behave this way. After all, a Yang and that fellow Gu Feng, when together, can be quite unpredictable," Gu Yuna said, exasperated, as she pulled the confused Ouyang Chier forward. "Huh? What is going on with Xiao Feng?" Fei Xiao observed Gu Feng, who was slowly sliding down from the tree and lying on the ground, sensing that their relationship resembled that of Mo's and Jiao Qiu. "Oh dear, Sister Fei Xiao. It's always like this when those two are together. One simply gets used to it. Ouyang Sun is quite reliable when alone, and Gu Feng merely enjoys spectating when on his own. However, together, they become quite the spectacle," Lan Shui interjected, her words trailing off, mindful of preserving Gu Feng's dignity in front of Fei Xiao. After all, she wanted to avoid any complications with a person as troublesome as he. "Shui. Aside from those two women trailing behind, the rest of the individuals here are formidable," Gu Yu noted, her desire to engage in battle bubbling within her. "I truly wish to spar with them right now, whether it be the girl with pink hair or the one with yellow locks." Song Yu could sense that there was not a weakling among this group. The fighting instincts ingrained in her very genes were awakening. Noticing this, Shui Di quickly grasped Song Yu's arm. "Song Yu, there's time to challenge them later, but for now, let us follow them and hear what that old man has to say about joining Shrek." Shui Di gazed towards the approaching sea god lake, where she could faintly discern a small island. "Feng, what are your thoughts? Shall we collaborate with them?" Ouyang Sun inquired of Gu Feng as they neared the sea god lake, having previously shared Gu Yuna's intentions. Gu Feng glanced at Gu Yuina and then at Ouyang Sun, a glimmer of mischief evident in his eyes. Just as Ouyang Sun was about to deliver a punch, Gu Feng's voice rang out in agreement. Nonetheless, Ouyang Sun followed her instincts and struck him. A vast lake lay before them, and Ma Xiaotao stepped forward to inform them how to traverse the sea god lake, inundating them with a plethora of precautions. "How bothersome. It's merely a passage. I am not a member of the inner court, so these rules hold no relevance for me." Gu Feng, utterly exasperated, interrupted Ma Xiaotao's lengthy discourse. Suddenly, a black cloud dragon descended from the heavens, landing beside Gu Feng, who stood atop its head. Just as he prepared to take flight, Fei Xiu materialized beside him, pushing him back as if he were a general commanding from above the cloud dragon. Lan Shui transformed into a beam of light, coalescing into her form beside Fei Xiao, entwining her arm with his. "Let us go, little Feng. Our destination is the inner court." Fei Xiu pointed toward the inner court, and the cloud dragon ascended into the sky. Gu Feng quietly settled behind them, observing Fei Xiao's silhouette with a foolish grin. TSK, 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 this fellow has indeed come to this day, truly. Every creature has its own nemesis. Gu Qiu'er, witnessing the fearless Gu Feng, couldn't help but marvel. Brother, you and Nana should go ahead. I will accompany Qiu'er. Is that all right, Qiu'er? Ouyang Qiu'er, with a golden glow at her waist, had transformed her scarf into a decorative accessory. Upon her utterance, Ouyang's son, Gu Yuena, and Gu Qiu'er felt their faces flush simultaneously. Gu Yuena and Ouyang's son exchanged a glance, and a nimbus cloud appeared above them. Ouyang's son grasped Gu Yuena, and they soared onto the cloud. Sister Qiu'er, shall we proceed? Gu Qiu'er shyly looked at Ouyang Qiu'er. Over the past month, as Gu Yuena and Ouyang's son had excluded her from their companionship, coupled with her frequent observations of the peculiar relationship between Poseidon and the Sea Witch, Gu Qiu'er had gradually developed feelings for Ouyang Qiu'er. In an unexpected turn, she found herself smitten with her. Ouyang's son, Gu Yuena, and Poseidon were all aware of Gu Qiu'er's predicament and wholeheartedly supported her. Yet, Qiu'er remained blissfully unaware, thinking Gu Qiu'er simply enjoyed her company. One wondered when Ouyang Qiu'er would finally discern Gu Qiu'er's affections. Blazing eyes, seraphim. 3 pairs of fiery wings materialized behind Ouyang Qiu'er as she embraced Gu Qiu'er and soared toward the inner court. Gu Qiu'er instinctively wrapped her arms around Ouyang Qiu'er's neck, resting her head against her shoulder. A colossal ice dragon emerged from the void, with 2 striking women standing atop it, as the dragon glided slowly toward the inner court. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing simultaneously swallowed hard. That fierce woman, that intense aura just now, was that the ultimate fire? No. Has the ultimate attribute become so devalued? I am uncertain as well. This era is rife with monsters, and only now do I comprehend the meaning of the saying, there are always greater beings beyond humans. Ma Xiaotao has grown accustomed to setbacks, yet she cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Alas, such admiration cannot be cultivated. Eventually, the 2 unfurled their wings, one conjuring ice from beneath their feet as they departed from the sea god lake towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 30. My rejection outside the sea god pavilion in the inner courtyard. A black cloud dragon soared above the golden tree. Yin Shaozhe and his companions darkened at the sight, poised to take action to bring that rascal down. Suddenly, 3 figures descended upon the dragon. One of them grasped another, unceremoniously dropping him before Yin Shaozhe and the others. Upon seeing Gu Feng attempting to stir up trouble once more, Fei Xiao seized him and leapt from the cloud dragon. A human-shaped indentation marked the ground, with Gu Feng's legs twitching, indicating he was still alive and unharmed. Lan Shui stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Serves him right. Sister Fei Xiao, you are truly formidable. You effortlessly managed to deal with this fellow. She whispered to Fei Xiao while linking arms with her. He's simply too mischievous. Just a moment ago, he wanted me to leap directly to the treetop for some fun. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have yanked Xiao Feng down so decisively. Fei Xiao observed the figure she had just emerged from, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She approached Gu Feng, tidied his disheveled attire, and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Then, with a swift motion, she grasped his ear. Xiao Feng, could you not act so frivolously for a single day? When I first met you, you were such a shy youth. How is it that you seem to have strayed so far now? After a light reprimand, Fei Xiao released her hold on Gu Feng, exchanged pleasantries with Yin Shaozhe and the others, and then took her place beside Lan Shui, aware that this time the spotlight was not on her and Lan Shui. Gu Feng rubbed his ears, softly murmuring to himself. Didn't he, Sister Fei Xiao, say that I shouldn't exhaust myself? That I should be more carefree and natural? It's quite tiring to have my mind occupied with thoughts all day. Yet, Gu Feng only dared to grumble quietly, lest he face reprimand. Yin Shaozhe and the others gazed at the seemingly obedient Gu Feng, rubbing their eyes, feeling as if the sun had risen from the west. A drifting cloud descended, carrying Ouyang's son and Gu Yuena, landing beside Gu Feng. Ouyang's son patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, giving him an incredulous look. Gu Yuena covered her mouth and laughed. They had just witnessed everything from above. It was evident that Gu Feng was courting disaster. For how else could he have been pulled down from such heights? Upon reflection, it would indeed be strange if he were not to tempt fate. At that moment, Ouyang Qiu'er descended, cradling Gu Qiu'er. Yin Shaozhe and the others felt an overwhelming surge of fiery energy, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, thoughts of Fei Xiao, Lan Shui, and Gu Feng soon calmed their nerves. Goodness, Gu Qiu'er, is that a blush I see? Surely, you aren't in heat, are you? Well, I've never seen anything like this before, Gu Feng exclaimed, rushing to the front of Gu Chuo'er and Ouyang Chi'er. Words tumbled from his lips, leaving Ouyang's son at a loss for words, while Gu Yuna's smile morphed into a twitch. Ouyang Chi'er stood in shock, glancing at Ouyang's son. Then at Gu Yuna and Gu Chuo'er, momentarily frozen in place. An invisible aura of anger radiated from Gu Chuo'er, who was teetering on the edge of fury, holding back only because Ouyang Chi'er was present. Yet, certain individuals incessantly babbled nearby, uttering nonsensical remarks about Heat and the two girls, while endlessly flitting about in front of her. Golden Dragon Perception. Dragon's Power. Gift of Strength. Golden Dragon Burst. With a resounding crash, a massive pit several meters deep appeared, with Gu Feng lying at the bottom, his foot occasionally twitching, a testament to his continued existence. Relief washed over him. Indeed, he could not endure the provocations of that wretched girl. After unleashing her anger, Gu Chuo'er rushed to Ouyang Chi'er's side, resembling a child who had erred. All right, Chuo'er, it's fine. I actually quite like you, Ouyang Chi'er said, momentarily donning a peculiar smile. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ouyang Chi'er, then glanced at Gu Chuo'er, who was deeply moved, both silently exclaiming in disbelief. Two blue figures also appeared, observing their surroundings. Now that everyone is present, I shall speak plainly. Following discussions within the academy, it has been decided to offer you the opportunity to join the Inner Academy ahead of schedule. You all wish to join, don't you? Our Shrek Inner Academy is entirely different from the Outer Academy. Our duty is to safeguard the continent, eradicating evil soul masters and the malignant influences from various nations. To join the Shrek Inner Court is to also join the Shrek Prosecutor's Office, which serves as our external guardian of peace across the continent. Each year, students from the Inner Court fall in their noble quest for tranquility. Yet, this is our duty and their honor. Perhaps they shall remain unremembered. Perhaps the path is fraught with peril, but it is our mission, dear children. Are you willing to embrace this calling and join the Shrek Inner Court? Moreover, the Inner Court does not conflict with your original factions. On the contrary, you will gain our support. And Shrek Academy generally refrains from interfering in your respective forces unless you so desire. Once everyone had gathered, Xuanzi announced a startling revelation. Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing looked on enviously. They had endured considerable hardship to join the Inner Court, unlike the ease with which others could now gain admission. Indeed, graduating from the Outer Court poses little challenge, while graduation from the Inner Court demands the successful completion of tasks set by the Prosecutor's Office. Failure to fulfill these tasks precludes graduation, and those who do graduate from the Inner Court emerge as formidable champions in their fields. Yet, many have perished in the pursuit of peace, succumbing to the trials of their missions. Nonetheless, this is an obligation we must uphold at Shrek Inner Court, as we stand as the foremost force on the continent dedicated to preserving tranquility. In recent years, the Sun and Moon Empire has harbored ulterior motives, and we at Shrek have vigilantly safeguarded peace. Thus, should the Empire initiate conflict, they shall become our adversaries. Xuanzi reiterated the conditions for joining the Inner Court and the requirements that must be met. Gu Yuna, Gu Chuo'er, Ouyang Chi'er, Ouyang's son, and even the Snow Emperor were profoundly impacted by Xuanzi's words. They had been unaware of the immense responsibilities borne by the Shrek Inner Court. The Gu Yuna sisters and Ouyang Chi'er exchanged glances at Ouyang's son, as they had always followed his lead, regardless of Xuanzi's eloquence. They preferred to trust Ouyang's son's judgment. Although Ouyang's son was taken aback by the weight of Shrek Inner Court's legacy, he remained a man of his word. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, for he had previously promised Gu Feng that if Gu Feng joined, he too would follow suit. Songyu, what are your thoughts? Joining the Shrek Inner Court seems to offer us no advantages. As for maintaining peace, what concern is human tranquility to me? The Snow Emperor's voice echoed in Songyu's mind. She listened quietly to the old man's discourse on honor and duty, finding it absurd. She deemed this so-called academy unworthy of the mantle of peacekeeping. VV Academy, the gentlewoman from her memories who had established an institution to uphold world harmony, stood in stark contrast to this institution. Comparing it to VV Academy was an affront. Oh, Snow Emperor, do you wish to join such a disreputable academy? Listening to that old man's rhetoric makes me feel nauseous. I shall not become a member of this academy. The voice of Songyue resonated with a palpable anger directed towards the Snow Empress. Observing this, the Snow Empress hastily grasped Songyue, striving to prevent her from spiraling into rage. It was a novel experience for the Snow Empress, as she had never before sensed such an emotional tempest within Songyue. This was the first instance that illuminated the fact that Sanyue, too, was capable of experiencing ire. Fei Xiao hoisted Gu Feng from the pit and proceeded to administer a superficial bandage. She was aware of the boy's extraordinary recuperative abilities, akin to those of a bountiful creature, albeit devoid of any aura of abundance. It would not be long before he would heal on his own. Indeed, as Gu Feng regained consciousness, Xuanzi had just concluded his discourse. Fei Xiao found herself recounting the tale again to Gu Feng, who responded with a sardonic smile, directing his gaze towards her. Fei Xiao, have you then joined this inner academy? Gu Feng's expression betrayed little, yet internally, it felt as though something was lodged within him. Observing the discomfort on the boy's face, Fei Xiao affectionately ruffled his hair, a gesture that had become a comforting habit over the past month. Gu Feng's hair was quite pleasant to touch. Not at all. Who could have anticipated that a certain scoundrel would flee from his wedding? I have been searching for someone for a year, so naturally, I have not joined the inner academy. However, I have grown quite familiar with some individuals from that institution as they traverse the continent. Occasionally, when I encounter them, I do lend a helping hand. Yet, I remain oblivious to the self-important demands purported by this so-called inner academy. Do you understand? Upon hearing Fei Xiao's words, Gu Feng appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and cautiously inquired about Fei Xiao's perspective. Fei Xiao gazed at the boy before her, who was evidently concerned for her. Gentle words echoed in his mind. Sister, of course, I intend to follow you. After all, if the intelligence from Sanqing is accurate, I will be able to contact Yao Qing at the ruins of Sanqing. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. You are my betrothed, after all. I cannot allow another to steal you away. Moreover, I have little fondness for the so-called peacekeeping efforts of the inner court. Do not forget, my sister is a general of the Xianzhou. Fei Xiu playfully pinched Gu Feng's cheek, and upon learning her answer, Gu Feng felt resolute. He looked towards Ouyang's son, who nodded in response. Fei Xiao, how about you set an example? Came the words from Xuanzai. Fei Xiu was momentarily taken aback, her expression cooling slightly. Yet she still replied to Xuanzai, Old Xuanzai, I cannot make decisions on my own. I must heed my little man's wishes. Such matters must be determined by him. With a wink directed at Gu Feng, Fei Xiao's playful gesture left him momentarily frozen, his face suddenly flushed. Seeing his embarrassment, Fei Xiao chuckled. So, what is your answer, young man? Will you join the inner court? Xuanzai interrupted their playful banter. Oh, me? I refuse, of course. Chapter 31. Confrontation. Very well. Since you have consented, what do you say? You have declined. Xuanzai, having anticipated Gu Feng's acceptance into the inner court, was abruptly halted by the sound of rejection. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the space, broken only by the sound of the wind. Oh, this is intriguing. Let us observe how they resolve this matter. Shuedi. Sangyue's voice reached Shuedi's ears. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shuedi quietly awaited the unfolding events. Then, I too refuse to join the inner court, Old Xuanzai. My apologies. Ouyang Sun's calm voice emerged at that moment. Ah, Old Xuanzai, you heard my little man's words, did you not? Thus, I too must decline joining the inner court. Fei Xiao's gentle tone followed Ouyang Sun's refusal. Yet, it carried a hint of mockery and disdain. Having fought valiantly for many years in Xianzhou, she had encountered much and found the pretense of righteousness in such civilized endeavors rather detestable. Typically, she refrained from taking action against it. Xuanzai had never faced rejection before, and now faced a cascade of refusals. Anger surfaced on his visage, swiftly giving way to the formidable presence of a super Douluo. Provide me with a reason for your refusal. The glory of Shrek is not something you can trample upon at will. If you cannot justify your decision, do not blame me for being unkind. Yan Xiaozhe and his companions wore expressions that were far from pleasant. Their rejection of Elder Xian symbolized a rejection of Shrek, akin to a slap in the face. Sister Fei Xiao, why does Lan Shui still wish to speak? Yet, she was interrupted by Yan Xiaozhe. Xiao Shiwei. This matter has escalated beyond simple resolution. Let Elder Xian handle it. He then led Lan Shui to a distance. Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luochan observed their responses. Feeling equally indignant, yet they too departed, taking Lan Shui along with them. Ouyang's son approached Gu Yuna and the others, greeting Fei Xiu with a nod. Gu Feng, glancing at Xuanzi, couldn't help but find the situation rather amusing. In his previous life, Gu Feng observed the disciples of the Tang sect and felt that Shrek was somewhat afflicted. Now, however, he perceives that this affliction is indeed quite extraordinary. No wonder. During the era of the Dragon King, the Federation resorted to deploying a divine killing missile. How audacious of that old man to show such disrespect towards us. Who does he think he is? I am eager to witness how he intends to demonstrate this lack of courtesy. Gu Feng extracted a level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shell from his soul guide and placed it directly upon Sea God Island. Behind the level 9 shell lay 3 level 8 shells, all aimed squarely at Xuanzi. A chilling sensation enveloped all present, while Fei Xiao merely furrowed his brow. The others were gripped by an impending sense of doom. You foolish child, do you think brandishing this can intimidate me? You are courting death. Xuanzi's furious voice resounded. Yet, deep down, Xuanzi felt an undeniable trepidation. His instincts warned him that any aggressive move towards Gu Feng would trigger the detonation of that device, marking him as a sinner of Shrek. Then come, test it. Who besides me can prevent this thing from exploding? Old fool, here I am. Go on. End my life if you dare. Afraid, are you? Pathetic relic. Gu Feng, as a figure of the 20th century, lived in an era where everyone was prone to sharp tongues and indulgent pleasures, albeit at a considerable cost. However, in the world of Douluo, with his family being paramount powerhouses of this age, he had also matured to a degree where he could no longer be effortlessly defeated. Thus, what cost? It was, in essence, a cost devoid of any consequence. A dense aura enveloped the air, with Xuanzi emanating an exceedingly unstable energy, poised to erupt at any moment, instilling a chilling sense of dread upon all present. Stay calm. Xuanzi, Gu Feng, please, maintain your composure. Yan Xiaozhe and a group of elder statesmen hastily implored the two adversaries, cautiously mediating amidst a presence that could threaten even a limit de law. They were well aware that had anyone carried such a device, they would never have been permitted entry into the inner academy. It was far too perilous. Snow Empress, is this what you deem the pinnacle of technological weaponry in your world? Its power rivals that of nuclear arms. Yet it poses less of a threat to me than the nuclear weaponry of my previous existence, Song Yu stated, observing the weapon that resembled a nuclear armament. Despite its ominous aura, she felt certain she could whisk the Snow Empress away at the moment of detonation, perceiving the weapon's might as akin to a conventional nuclear device, devoid of radiation. Nonetheless, the destructive capacity of nuclear arms was indeed formidable. At present, she could not withstand such force, but she could evade it. I am uncertain, but this should be the most powerful weapon in our world, though my knowledge is limited. I have spent my life in the far north, thus am unfamiliar with the outside world, the Snow Empress replied, eliciting a look of exasperation from Song Yu. It appeared that both of them were equally ignorant of the situation. Yet, judging by the current scenario, this nuclear-like weapon was certainly among the most advanced deterrent weapons in this realm. Brother, what does your friend's family do? They possess both 8th and 9th grade fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Is your friend truly that formidable? Surely, he wouldn't actually detonate it, would he? If this thing were to explode, it would obliterate the entire island, and Shrek Academy would be decimated. Ouyang Qi'er stammered. As Gu Yu and Gu Qiu'er gazed gravely at the artillery shell, while Ouyang Sun's face twitched incessantly, his voice tinged with resignation. It's not certain. While others might refrain from detonating such a device, I cannot speak for Gu Feng. Xuanzi was pulled aside by Yan Xiaozhe and the other elders, anxious that this reckless individual might provoke Gu Feng into igniting the soul-guided artillery shell. If it detonated, Shrek would likely be consigned to history. If its purpose were to strike, they might have been able to intercept it and detonate it in midair, yet now it had manifested directly outside the Sea God Pavilion, leaving them utterly helpless, feeling a sense of frustration without any recourse. What? Can we finally converse civilly with you? Is there an issue with my desire to abstain from joining your inner academy nonsense? How dare you threaten me? Engaging in coercive tactics. Do you truly believe I am unprepared for self-defense while venturing out? You foolish lot, come forth, for today I shall confront you head-on. Gu Feng directed his vitriol at Yan Xiaozhe and his companions, unleashing a torrent of invective for over half an hour. The faces of Yan Xiaozhe and his cohort had turned an alarming shade of dark red, had it not been for the soul-guided cannon. They would have ensured that this insolent youth faced dire consequences. Upon realizing that he was not the sole target of this verbal onslaught, Xuanzi inexplicably felt a surge of relief, although he still harbored a desire to tear the foul-mouthed brat to shreds. After Gu Feng took a sip of water, he intended to continue his tirade. However, he found himself unable to contend with these seasoned veterans. Fei Xiao, on the other hand, could effortlessly dispatch them. But that was his own affair, and Fei Xiao needed to conserve his strength, refraining from wasting energy on these old-timers. The Douluo universe had been sealed by that hellish demon lord, and the energy of fate was alarmingly scarce. Fei Xiao required considerable time to replenish even a small amount of his energy. The time for the secret realm's opening was fast approaching, and it remained uncertain what challenges lay ahead. Therefore, it was prudent to abstain from action for the time being. Presently, Gu Feng could only indulge in verbal sparring, as these old fellows were simply incapable of matching his wit. Enough, my young friend. The young lord of the borderless city certainly did not need to align with other factions, but that was no justification for insulting our Shrek. This soul-guided canon will not spare you, and we are not intimidated by the borderless. You must either bring them into Shrek, where I can reserve a place for you at Sea God Pavilion, or else. A radiant aura enveloped the entire island. Although this light was not as qualitatively potent as the divine energy emanating from Lan Shui, its quantity was on an entirely different scale. An ancient voice resonated within the minds of all present. This voice seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, subtly sinister and blending with the aura of light in a nefarious manner. Suddenly, Gu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as the ether surrounding him surged violently. Ouyang Sun's visage transformed, donning a mask, while ethereal feathers and down swirled about him. A divine staff clasped firmly in his grasp. Gu Yuna sprouted dragon horns and scales, and a golden radiance enveloped Gu Qiu'er. Ouyang Qi'er's one eye glowed of vivid crimson, her waist ornaments emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. And from her back unfurled 3 pairs of wings. In the hands of the Snow Empress appeared the imperial sword, while the demon blade of Tsongyu also emerged. Fei Xiao narrowed his eyes, fixated on the apex of the golden tree. A cerulean light blanketed the entirety of the sea god lake, an energy distinct from soul power manifesting upon its surface. Just as Fei Xiao prepared to make a move, Gu Feng intervened. This phenomenon was left behind by that malevolent being from a millennium past. Although formidable, its potency was severely limited. Yet, it could not deter them. That old wretch. Does he still intend to brainwash us? Does he truly believe he has us at his mercy, that I, the young master, would shy away from detonating such a thing? Let us see. As Gu Feng made his appearance, he immediately communicated with Tsongyu. The moment Gu Feng took action, he attempted to retreat with them. However, their path was obstructed by the radiant light of the ocean, which she could not yet transcend. Chapter 32. Action and departure in an instant. An overwhelming aura of destruction erupted, and Tsongyu opened a portal to another dimension. They all evaded the damage inflicted by the soul-guiding cannonballs. A towering mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. However, the damage was negligible, as the light of the sea god shielded them from the majority of it. Nevertheless, several elders from the Sea God Pavilion suffered severe injuries, with the exception of the resilient Xuanzi. Mun summoned the light of the sea god to intercept the terrifying soul-guiding cannonballs, rendering himself incapable of further action. The explosion was contained outside the Sea God Pavilion, affecting only a radius of 100 meters, yet a deep pit several thousand meters wide formed in the ground. Mun directed the energy both underground and skyward, manifesting a second sun in an instant. I will bring about your demise. Xuanzi, empowered by his martial spirit, coughed up blood, though his robust physique afforded him some protection. The turmoil within his soul power rendered him unable to utilize his soul techniques, which was perhaps a mixed blessing for Gu Feng and the others. Ether Cloud Lock. Black clouds instantly ensnared Xuanzi, continuously multiplying in number. Calming Divine Formation. Ouyang Sun plunged the divine demon staff into the ground, summoning 4 towering pillars around Xuanzi, each adorned with golden chains that bound his limbs. Crimson Extreme Cold. Heart Blood Cold Lotus. An intense chill enveloped the area as Tsongyu drew her demonic blade and made a cut upon her palm. The sanguine cold coalesced into a multitude of blood-colored ice lotus flowers, which, upon contact with Xuanzi, encased everything in frost. Imperial Cold Sky. Snow Dance. Radiant Sun. A blizzard descended, concealing all their figures within its midst as various auras surged toward this direction, lost in the tempest. Purple Extreme Star. Eye of Insight. Ouyang Qi'er's one eye glimmered with a resplendent purple hue, featuring a rotating purple cross star emblem within. That old rascal's weakness lies beneath his armpit. Strike there with all your might. In a heartbeat, all present unleash their power. Ether. Ultra-low configuration. Pseudo-apocalypse cannon. The clouds formed several abyssal beasts, which devoured one another to create a massive cannon mouth. The chaotic energies surged forth, disrupting the protective domain of Snow Dance, Radiant Sun, and barreled toward Xuanzi. Full enhancement. Stacking Hunter Sniper. Ouyang's sun radiated an aura nearing the pinnacle of power, as terrifying waves coalesced at the tip of the divine demon staff, causing the air around the energy convergence to sizzle. Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme, Peerless. A colossal ice sword materialized in the air, gradually compressing until it resembled a mere ordinary ice sword. As it swept through the air, a pitch-black fissure appeared in space, and the ice sword vanished into it, only for a rift to manifest before Xuanzi, heralding a terrifying intent to kill. Crimson Extreme Cold Lotus Slash. The endless crimson ice lotus surged into the demon blade held by Tsang Yu, emanating a blood-red radiance. With a swift motion, Tsang Yu wielded the blade, unleashing countless blood-hued ice crystals that shot upward, hurtling towards Xuanzi. Just as they were about to reach Xuanzi, the blood crystals transformed into a colossal blood-red dragon. In a state of blazing awakening, stellar goddess Ouyang Qiera's garments abruptly vanished, leaving her form enveloped in bandages that obscured her modesty, golden bandages coiling around her eyes. Behind her, a miniature galaxy emerged. A small meteor descended from the heavens. Elemental Liberation of Fire, Phoenix of Purgatory. Elemental Liberation of Thunder, Apocalypse S Divine Revelation. Gu Yuna unleashed the mightiest of her elemental powers, as lightning danced around the phoenix. The thunderous fire phoenix emitted a piercing cry and charged at Xuanzi. Eye of Fate, Judgment. Gu Qiuer traced a finger across her forehead, and a vertically aligned eye adorned with golden red patterns appeared. As the eye opened, a radiant beam shot forth, transcending time and space, instantly materializing before Xuanzi. Roar. A monstrous creature, towering 100 meters, obstructed the attacks of Gu Feng and his companions. The beast bore a ram's head and bull's horns, its razor-sharp teeth glistening with menace, resembling a black hole within its maw. Its eyes were positioned beneath its forelimbs, one of which was rendered immobile by their concentrated assault. Xuanzi's martial soul manifested as the fearsome, gluttonous divine bull. A supermartial soul with the bloodline of a savage beast. I shall see you perish. The deep, resounding voice reverberated from the colossal beast as a massive claw descended towards Gu Feng and his group, a terrifying force sufficient to flatten them into oblivion. The dimensional portal had opened after they unleashed their attacks, and Gu Feng and his companions had already fled post-attack. They were not yet capable of vanquishing such a formidable being, one at the apex of this world. The sea god island within Shrek's inner courtyard trembled slightly as the giant claw struck the ground, creating a depression akin to a small lake, followed by Xuanzi's furious roar. Damn them! Do not let me find them? Why did this happen? Why did the teachers engage in battle with Sister Fei Xiao? What was the reason behind it all? Was it Gu Feng? Yes. If not for him, Sister Fei Xiao would still be within the inner courtyard. It was indeed him. Lan Shui, witnessing this scene, fell into a trance, experiencing a moment of growth, albeit in a twisted manner. The light of salvation could also be the light of destruction. Yet, Gu Feng remained unaware of all this. Even if he were, he would not take it to heart. After all, it was Shrek, where even the most eccentric individuals could be found, one of the most bizarre places in this world. In a mountainous region, the 8 of them landed. Upon descent, apart from Fei Xiao and Gu Feng, the others were recuperating, for a super Douluo near their limits was not easily subdued. The backlash of their attacks was beyond their capacity to endure, and it was only because they were not ordinary individuals that they survived. Normal people would have perished long ago in Shrek. Fei Xiao refrained from intervening, mindful of her concerns, for the journey to Tsang City was fraught with uncertainty, and her strength could not be recklessly unleashed. Due to the infernal blood he previously acquired, Gu Feng's recovery capabilities have become remarkably akin to those of abundance. However, the offspring of abundance can only be vanquished through extraordinary means. Otherwise, they are nearly indestructible and can simply overwhelm their foes. In contrast, the infernal blood within Gu Feng has merely enhanced his physical resilience and regenerative abilities, the latter of which is somewhat aberrant, resembling accelerated regeneration. Gu Feng and Fei Xiao stood watch together. Xiao Feng, how much longer do you think we can share moments like this? Will we still be able to witness sunrises and sunsets together in the future? Fei Xiao rested her head on Gu Feng's shoulder, seemingly burdened by some unspoken concern. She sensed that her time was limited, yet she chose to remain by Gu Feng's side. After all, with her strength, she could have ventured alone into the ruins of Changqing. Over the years, Fei Xiao preferred to refrain from engaging in conflict. Her moon madness was a calamity for the world, and no one could impede her once she succumbed to it. A decade prior, Her moon madness had erupted, but it was at that moment a certain child had appeared. Fei Xiao pondered deeply, gradually succumbing to slumber on Gu Feng's shoulder, a trace of sorrow etched upon her brow. In truth, Fei Xiao was extraordinarily fatigued, yet she felt compelled to conceal her weariness from others. As a general, if she were to display exhaustion, then what would become of Yao Qing? Gu Feng gazed at the slumbering Fei Xiao, his thoughts drifting far away. Eventually, his eyes settled on her profile, and he resolved to make a significant decision. A hand gently patted Gu Feng's shoulder. It was Ouyang's son, who had recovered and approached without disturbing Fei Xiao. Gu, there are still approximately 6 months until the secret realm opens. What shall we do next? Ouyang's son communicated telepathically, while Tsang Yu and others lingered behind, curious about the potential for collaboration, as they were not ones to suffer losses. Let us first establish an academy. Our group can conveniently form a 7-member battle team, with Sister Fei Xiao serving as the leading instructor. As for the academy's principal, I can invite my parents for a courtesy visit. Shrek Academy. That group of old fools will inevitably have to settle their debts with us eventually. What about the rest of you? What are your plans? Gu Feng gazed at them, and Ouyang's son nodded, intending to accompany them. Tsang Yu and the Snow Emperor also concurred. However, Gu Feng, I need you to assist me with a favor, and I shall owe you one. Tsang Yu suddenly addressed Gu Feng. Chapter 33, The VV Academy and the Killing Organization. Well then, let us converse as we walk. Gu Feng gently cradled Fei Xiao and walked towards the outskirts, contemplating the establishment of an academy in that very wilderness. Where was his home? There. He could return at any moment, and that was splendid. Being too far from home would inevitably evoke feelings of nostalgia, even if this homeland was not the one from his previous life. Xiaoyang, may we invite Sister Qian Qian and the others as well? They must be rather lonely over there in Ryu. Ouyang Cheer inquired of Ouyang Sunday. Yes, certainly. I will send a message to Sister Qian Qian for them to gather at the city of the wilderness. Feng, I trust you wouldn't mind our presence. Ouyang's son replied with a smile, relaying the message to Gu Feng. They all observed Gu Feng tenderly holding Fei Xiao, wishing not to disturb the slumbering gentle elder sister. Of course, you are most welcome. Tsang Yu, do tell me how I might assist you. Gu Feng's tone was unusually gentle as he communicated with Tsang Yu while gazing at Fei Xiao in his arms. Have you decided on a name for the academy? What is the purpose of its existence? Surely, it cannot be merely to contend with that inferior Shrek Academy. Moreover, Shrek currently only accepts prodigies with recommendations. Yet there are countless individuals in this world whose talents remain hidden. Are we not also establishing an academy that admits those with unique abilities? In this world, ordinary individuals are the majority. What are your thoughts on this? Although the academy will initially comprise only as few, have you considered what will happen once we triumph over Shrek in a direct confrontation? While I regard that academy as inferior, I must concede that it possesses a certain renown, one that has endured for millennia. If we were to emerge victorious, many would come seeking us. Would we refuse them or welcome them? Or shall we disband the academy? Have you pondered this? Tsang Yu had never spoken so extensively in front of the Snow Empress, and this marked the first occasion the Snow Empress witnessed Tsang Yu express herself so freely. Ouyang's son and the others began to reflect, realizing they had not contemplated such matters in depth. As for a certain Dragon King, the lackadaisical one, it was best left unmentioned. Regardless, that Silver Dragon's intentions were solely beneficial to the soul beasts, bearing no relevance to their affairs. I have considered this. I aspire to end this era and shape the world into what I envision. Perhaps to some, I may be perceived as a so-called dictator. Who can say? After spending a year in the world, with 6 months at Shrek and the remaining time observing extensively, I believe this world ought not to be as it is. I once heard a saying, what happens on the mountain stays on the mountain. Allow me to explain. This phrase signifies the separation of ordinary individuals from those with power, where the former pose no threat to the latter. Yet, the powerful can unwittingly bring about devastation to the ordinary, perhaps without any forewarning. The sky suddenly falls. This scenario is not uncommon in our world. I wish to establish a force, a power that will put an end to such circumstances. This academy is merely the embryonic form, aimed at restraining the soul masters. Gu Feng articulated thoughts that profoundly moved everyone present. In an instant, all attendees fell into contemplation, reflecting on the pathological perception they held of the world. Previously, they had regarded it with indifference. However, upon hearing Gu Feng's perspective, they realized, perhaps unwittingly, that they had become akin to those they once scorned. Ouyang's son was the first to respond, followed by a resigned smile. Gu Feng, you are indeed correct. Is the matter on the mountain confined to the mountain? I find it quite commendable. I shall assist you. If my younger brother is supporting you, then as your elder sister, I am also willing to join. Ouyang Cheater glanced at Ouyang's son and then smiled in agreement, recognizing the gentle nature of her brother. Diana and Gu Qiuer exchanged knowing smiles before harmoniously declaring, "We shall join as well. After all, it is our chosen companion who is partaking." Upon uttering these words, both Ouyang's son and Ouyang Cheater felt their cheeks flush simultaneously. Song Yu listened intently to Gu Feng's aspirations and discerned that this young man resembled that woman, exhibiting a similar gentleness towards the world. However, the woman named Ai Mi was eclipsed by him. Gu Feng's kindness towards the world did not extend indiscriminately to all. I understand, she thought, therefore. I too wish to witness how you manifest the world you described on the mountain. Snow Empress observed her friend Song Yu and pondered. If this world can indeed be realized as the young man envisions, could the spirit beasts also be approached in such a manner? Her curiosity piqued. As she was the sovereign of the far north, I too wish to glimpse the world you describe. Perhaps I might glean something from you to improve the far north. At that moment, Song Yu suddenly recalled something. Have you all decided on the name for the academy? And what about the organization? Surely, it cannot be called the Mountain Academy or Mountain Organization. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent, and Gu Feng sensed the collective gaze upon him, rendering him quite uneasy. I haven't given it much thought yet. Let us first reach the border wilderness city, and then we can deliberate. Moreover, this journey ahead may not be so straightforward. For that particular academy may not wish us well. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he embraced Fei Xiao and strode towards the mountains. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang's son and the others followed suit, albeit each lost in their own thoughts. The border town. Oh, has the young lord returned? Hiss. Could it be that he has skipped class? First eloping from marriage and now from lessons, the young lord is quite audacious. I must inform the city lord at once. The guards on duty caught sight of the disheveled figures of the aide in the distance. Indeed, it is evident that the journey back was fraught with difficulties. That group from Shrek, truly relentless. Gu Feng, upon seeing his home, could not help but voice his grievances. Recalling the numerous obstructions and direct confrontations that had left them feeling utterly disgusted. At first, Gu Feng and his companions attempted to articulate their position. But it became evident that those individuals had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Shrek. Their explanations fell on deaf ears. They resorted to violence against anyone who obstructed their path. Along their journey, they encountered relentless assaults, and without the strength of a soul sage, they were swiftly overwhelmed. After all, soul sages are not easily found. Yet, it was bewildering to witness the sheer number of Shrek's members. They were caught in a dilemma of whether to engage or retreat. The situation was quite nauseating. Eliminate one adversary, only to be met with a swarm of others. Eliminate a group, and yet another would emerge. The primary strategy seemed to revolve around an apparent disregard for life. And notably, very few of Shrek's members perished. Most were former graduates. Avoiding conflict felt akin to being stuck with a stubborn adhesive, leaving them utterly exasperated. Compounding their troubles was Fei Xiao's deteriorating condition. His recovery of power also heralded the resurgence of the moon frenzy embedded in his genes. Although Fei Xiao had not confided in anyone, Gu Feng had discreetly observed Fei Xiao's distress during the night. Moon frenzy, the ruins of Tsangqing, the hunter's storm, and the abundant pharmacist. What on earth is going on with you? You rascal? Why are you in such a predicament? What has transpired? And what of Xiao Xiao? Gu Yechen pulled Gu Feng aside to inquire. Qian Xiaoyu engaged in conversation with the young ladies while subtly gathering information about Gu Feng. Gu Yechen pressed on with his questions, accompanied by Ouyang Sunday. In simple terms, Shrek had insisted that we join their so-called inner academy, to which I declined. Those old fogies accused me of insulting Shrek and belittling them. Subsequently, that old man named Xuanzi attempted to take action, prompting me to deploy the 9th-level fixed-position soul-guided artillery shells that we had secured from the Sun and Moon Alliance long ago, and a confrontation ensued. After escaping Shrek, I found myself being pursued across the continent. Gu Feng concluded his tale, casually taking a piece of fruit, presenting an air of nonchalance as if it were merely a trivial matter. Gu Yechen's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the insufferable brat before him. A 9th-level fixed-point soul-guided cannonball had exploded in his home? He would never let this go. What enmity could justify such an act? So, you all plan to establish an academy together? This institution is merely the embryonic form of the power that Xiao Feng described. Have you contemplated the significance of your organization and the name of the academy? Qian Shiyue was momentarily taken aback by their aspirations, yet she fully supported them. Had it not been for the ancient dragon of Shrek claiming to still be alive, she would have directly led Yechen to confront Shrek. She had never even laid a hand on her own child, yet this pathetic Shrek dared to act against her offspring without just cause, treating them as if they were mere clay to be molded. Irrespective of whether her child was right or wrong, in this world, power speaks louder than words. Although she had listened to their vision for the world they wished to create, it remained unrealized. Subsequently, Gu Yechen hurried to the city lord's mansion to convene a discussion on openly challenging Shrek. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and the others began deliberating the names for their academy and organization under Qian Shiyue's witness. Stop, stop, stop. We cannot resolve anything by bickering like this. I shall decide. Before Gu Feng could finish, Fei Xiao seized his ear and pulled him aside. Gu Feng observed the names being discussed by the women nearby and exchanged a glance with Ouyang's son, both sighing in unison, feeling utterly excluded from the conversation. Stop. No need for further discussion. I shall decisively declare that the academy will be divided into 8 classes. Each will be led by one individual. And the names of these classes can be chosen freely. Is that agreeable? Gu Feng regarded the group of women who had been engrossed in their debate until the late hours, feeling overwhelmed. They seemed to realize the futility of their discussions and nodded in agreement, though Fei Zhao's expression was slightly displeased. She opened her mouth, silently conveying a message. Wait until tonight, little Feng. You possess quite the audacity. It's over. Gu Feng shivered at Fei Zhao's unspoken words and watched as they finally ceased their deliberations and acquiesced to his proposal. He then uttered the 2 names that would instill fear and reverence in the hearts of future generations, VV Academy. The killing organization. Here, I would like to offer some explanations, which may be disregarded without impact, regarding the combat power in this book. Traditionally, in the realm of Douluo, strength is determined by soul rings. However, those familiar with Douluo know that soul rings are merely ornamental, as the protagonist can easily surpass levels, and almost no one can challenge them. In my writing, I have incorporated elements from Thief Star, Crushing Iron, and Grey Keeper, and may introduce additional elements based on their plausibility in the future. Combat strength will not be determined by Douluo and Thief Star. It is calculated based on one's self-developed abilities, while Crushing Iron has only 3 tiers: Star God, Envoy, and Below Envoy. The protagonist's abilities derive from the 8 ether elements of Thief Star and Hell's Blood. Fei Zhao's narrative suppression is notable, otherwise she could easily defeat a Douluo in an instant, and even an Envoy could handle a mediocre Douluo in the Divine Realm without difficulty, even if victory is not guaranteed. Furthermore, the strength of the local Douluo lineup has been slightly enhanced, though not to an outrageous extent. After all, with such a powerful protagonist faction, an excessively weak opposing faction would render it a story of invincibility. Strong adversaries will emerge later on, such as the 5th Mio of Thief Star, the bountiful entities of Crushing Iron, the Destruction Legion, and Tang San's arrangements. I recall from the original work that the Celestial City was destroyed by the Imperial Bow. But here, it is noted that a core part has been preserved, a creative liberty taken for the sake of the plot. Lastly, regarding the comparison of combat strength, it is evident that Crushing Iron ranks highest, followed by Thief Star, while Douluo, regardless of enhancements, remains among the weakest. As for the reason behind Fei Zhao's predicament, it is relatively reasonable. The essence of the Iron Collapse's devouring star god is an ancient beast, while the thieving star demon lord, Liu Xing, possesses a hell filled with abyssal giants. I remain uncertain as to which of the 2 is stronger. After all, the information provided by Iron Collapse indicates that the baseline for adult ancient beasts is a formidable combat strength, with the possibility of some attaining the celestial prowess of the star gods. The hell mentioned in the context of Thieving Star refers to a high-dimensional realm, seemingly 5-dimensional. However, the complexities that ensue render it difficult to ascertain. Thus, I shall proceed according to my own interpretations. Consequently, I have designated the pinnacle of Thieving Star's power as being infinitely close to that of the star gods, capable of standing alone against one. For weakness is simply not an option. Furthermore, Fei Xiao is unable to engage in combat due to certain constraints. The original narrative of Moon Frenzy does not elaborate on how it is suppressed. Therefore, I shall correlate this with power dynamics. Once recovery is achieved, the symptoms of Moon Frenzy intensify, prohibiting any form of action. As for the resolution of Moon Frenzy, I have yet to determine whether it will involve the assistance of Ruan Mei or the pharmacist. Currently, based on my personal analysis, I posit the following. First, Fei Xiao's moon frenzy does not appear to be a mere ailment. When the immortal vessel received the bountiful blessing, Fei Xiu was still engaged in combat alongside the Liren. Fei Xiao's ascendance to combat prowess stems from a bloodline reversion. Second, the bloodthirst emerging from Fei Xiao's ancestral bloodline can likely be attributed to genetic factors. The current narrative of iron collapse is still in its infancy and seems to exhibit a certain degree of specialization, particularly in the realm of treatment, which appears to be hindered by the pharmacist's involvement. Third, I shall elaborate on why I believe Ruan Mei could assist Fei Xiao. Ruan Mei is a prodigious scientist, perhaps even a mad scientist, who delves into genetics and has succeeded in cloning the formidable insect king, albeit briefly. This achievement signifies that Ruan Mei possesses profound knowledge in genetic research, leading me to believe she could potentially alleviate Fei Xiao's bloodthirst stemming from moon frenzy. Lastly, regarding the pharmacist, there is little need for elaboration. Those who are aware understand the capabilities of this bug-level star god, who undoubtedly possesses the means for healing. Now, let us discuss the protagonists. The main character, Gu Feng, is endowed with the abilities of ether manipulation and the enhancement of hellish blood, alongside restoration and the potential for demonic transformation, which I may elaborate on later, or perhaps not at all. Ouyang's son possesses the talent of the thousand-kill divine net. Inspired by the archetype of a monkey, the original work of the Grave Guardian seems to reflect this as well, although I intend to make some modifications. After all, the original portrayal of the monkey brother is overly chaotic, daring to confront anyone. The monkey in my narrative shall also be exceptionally formidable, for he is my beloved character from childhood. His strength is a necessity. Sangyu, possessing top-tier strength, should be capable of matching Jinglu's prowess. However, if not, it is of little consequence, as the mere existence of such a capability suffices. September, Lan Shui, being a peak true deity, is currently not at her best, likely possessing no more than demigod strength, perhaps akin to the might of a herald, given that her narrative arc involves a dark transformation. As for the silver dragon and the auspicious beast, I have yet to determine the extent of their enhancement, but it is reasonable to assume they may reach the threshold of a demigod, considering their mastery over fate and elements is not insignificant. The original work, however, is rather convoluted, leaving one somewhat perplexed. Ouyang Qi'er, in terms of characterization, can be likened to an incarnation of fire, or perhaps a manifestation of the sun. Her ultimate strength would not deviate far from that of the leader of the Li Run, who is undeniably formidable. The Snow Empress has also seen an elevation in her capabilities, being a naturally born spirit. Under normal circumstances, she would be regarded as a celestial being. And in other realms, she would be exceedingly powerful, akin to a unique ancient beast in the realm of collapse iron. She should be enhanced to a level similar to that of the Dragon King and the auspicious beast. It is certain that Di Tian will make an appearance later on, necessitating some enhancement, though I find myself disinclined to ponder this further. Should there be any enhancement, it would pertain to the eternal dragon aspect, a notion I am reluctant to delve into. The Fifth Meyer and her subsequent allies will possess combat prowess that is at least on par with, if not approaching, that of a herald. However, they are currently in a state of recovery. The protagonist has yet to reach their zenith, while these individuals have yet to restore their powers to their former glory. Thus, this encapsulates the situation. Chapter 34. The Tournament and its Rewards, once again transformed following this. A grand academy rose beyond the borders of the desolate city. It must be noted that the realm of fantasy possesses one undeniable advantage over my previous life. The pace of infrastructure development is remarkably swift. In my former existence, establishing a single academy would require many months to lay the groundwork. Here, everything is completed within a month, an absurdity that would astound even the most incredulous. Subsequently, Ouyang's son's two elder sisters arrived. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had been bettered in for 3 days, having been thoroughly defeated. When Poseidon and the Sea Witch arrived, they clasped hands, reminiscent of Gu Qiuer and Ouyang Qi'er, while Ouyang's son was accompanying Gu Yuna at that moment. Gu Feng ascended the tree to indulge in the whimsical pastime of fishing while napping, accompanied by Poseidon and the Sea Witch, who appeared youthful. He erroneously assumed they were there to seek his favor. In his reckless folly, he blurted out an exclamation, a crude remark that, while not entirely offensive, was ill-timed as he brazenly scrutinized Poseidon and the Sea Witch, causing them to flush with embarrassment. Subsequently, Gu Feng succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the passing hours. It was only during the evening gathering for Poseidon and the Sea Witch that they noticed his absence, discovering him in a heap of sleep outside the city. Upon grasping the situation, Fei Xiao, in front of a gathering crowd, hoisted Gu Feng and unceremoniously tossed him back into his chamber, where he remained unconscious for 3 days. One could only marvel at the vigor of youth that allowed him such untroubled repose. Later, Gu Feng found himself somewhat intimidated by the presence of the witch. Lacking the audacity to provoke her, primarily because she had indeed struck him, and he was acutely aware of his inability to retaliate. Time slipped by unnoticed until the grand tournament across the continent was imminent. What? They changed the rules again? Gu Feng exclaimed, incredulous. Isn't Xingluo afraid of antagonizing these factions? He could not contain his grievances, weary of the incessant alterations. Yet, as he noticed everyone's gaze fixed upon him, a dawning realization struck him. Tentatively, he pointed to himself, and upon receiving unanimous nods and affirmation, he nearly faltered. Is Shrek truly out of their minds? No wonder the rules have been altered again. It's that bumbling group at Shrek causing all this chaos. I haven't even sought them out, and yet they are stirring trouble. Fei Xiao struck Gu Feng on the head, resulting in a conspicuous swelling that brought tears to his eyes as he looked up at her. The pitiable expression stirred something maternal within Fei Xiao, but the recollection of his past misdeeds swiftly brought her back to reality. She embraced him, albeit with a hint of exasperation. As she consoled the beleaguered Gu Feng, "Enough, little Feng. I am well aware of your recuperative abilities. Cease your antics and listen to your elders regarding the rules." But it hurts so much, Gu Feng lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at Fei Xiao. Fei Xiao chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. The onlookers had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Despite her frequent playful jabs at Gu Feng, they understood that had it been anyone else displaying such antics before Fei Xiao, the outcome would likely have been far less lenient. Sometimes, they even wished to reprimand him themselves, acknowledging that Fei Xiao's temperament was remarkably forgiving. Ahem, enough of this nonsense. Pay attention to what I am about to say. Although you possess formidable strength, being caught off guard could prove detrimental. So listen closely, especially you, young man. Gu Yechen interrupted the idle chatter of those present, subsequently directing a stern reprimand at Gu Feng, who gazed at his father with a look of deep resentment. The prior regulations had not been particularly advantageous for Shrek. However, at that time, Shrek boasted the prowess of Xiao Xiao and a young lady named Lan Shui, which alleviated any concerns. Furthermore, with 2 teams involved, Shrek was even less troubled. After delivering his admonition, Gu Yechen cast a glance at his son Gu Feng, rendering the boy rather embarrassed. He continued, however, "It was not long before you youngsters stirred up trouble at Shrek. Although the specifics of the incidents were tightly under wraps, it is known that during the new student assessment, Shrek experienced 2 significant explosions. I have heard that one of these was the result of a confrontation between you, little Feng, and Lan Shui, while the other stemmed from a duel between Xiao Yang and Nana. At that moment, many envied Shrek for having such formidable students. Later, in Shrek City, Songyu and Shuiyu also engaged in combat, an event that became widely known, prompting many to seek information. Following that, the sea goddess Light appeared above Shrek City, along with the manifestation of 2 suns, compounded by the spectacular explosion from Shrek Academy. Although the explosion's impact was limited, the spies were not foolish. They recognized that Shrek was in distress. Before they could ascertain further details, Shrek issued a bounty on your heads. Once the bounty was declared, there was no need for further inquiry. Subsequently, the old dragon from Shrek approached every faction of notable strength to discuss the alterations to the rules. However, the Sun and Moon sect, the body sect, and we ourselves were not visited by that old dragon, nor would he dare to come. Should he do so, we would not hesitate to eliminate him. Thus, while our 3 factions firmly opposed the changes, we were ultimately outvoted by nearly the entire continent, leaving us with no recourse but to acquiesce to the revised regulations. Gu Yechen spoke at length, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat before continuing. The regulations have undergone some changes since the previous competition. Firstly, this tournament permits both sect and civilian forces to participate, provided they are composed of a minimum of 7 individuals. Previously, each faction was allowed to form 2 teams. However, this has now been revised to a single team per faction. This alteration is inconsequential for us, as we originally comprise 8 members, with Xiao Xiao being ineligible to compete. The format will proceed directly to elimination rounds. Yes, a straightforward knockout system, with no points-based matches. Opponents will be drawn at random, continuing until only 64 contestants remain. It is important to note that losing in the elimination rounds does not equate to the end of one's chances. Once the top 64 are determined, Those eliminated from the knockout stages will have a singular opportunity to challenge the top contestants. Should they prevail, the defeated will be replaced, and the victor will ascend into the ranks of the top 64. One crucial point to bear in mind is that contestants in the knockout rounds are prohibited from inflicting excessive harm on those within the top 64. Conversely, there are no restrictions on the latter, which inherently minimizes their likelihood of defeat. The secret realm of Sangqing, as it is called, serves as the prize for the top 64, granting access solely to those who participated in the competition. Furthermore, the top 8 teams in the competition may each include 2 teams, with the top 3 allowed to appoint an accompanying instructor. Naturally, this instructor will exceed the so-called age limit of 20. It appears that something noteworthy has been discovered on the Xingluo side. Following testing, it has been established that those who possess this artifact may be aged up to 40 years. As for Xiao, I am uncertain if you will be able to utilize it. If not, after Gu Yechen spoke, he turned his gaze towards Fei Xiao, acknowledging that she was indeed quite different from the rest of them. Rest assured, the restrictions placed upon me are not as burdensome as they may seem. If it were not for the desire to spare everyone from worry and my own reluctance to resort to forceful means, I could, in fact, enter that secret realm right now. Fei Xiao's commanding voice resonated with each individual present, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. During their time together, they had all come to understand Fei Xiao's situation. Her longing to return to her homeland, Yaoqing, was palpable. The thought of being hindered by so-called age limitations was disheartening. However, Gu Feng observed Fei Xiao closely, realizing that the matter was far more complex. Yu Kuang had been suppressed for too long, and with no one to help Fei Xiao regain her balance, coupled with her gradually recovering strength, she found herself needing to exert even more energy to restrain Yu Kuang. In the past, Fei Xiao might have been willing to fight fiercely. Yet now, due to Gu Feng's influence, she continually suppressed her own burgeoning power in the presence of Yu Kuang, unwilling to become a mere instrument of slaughter. Gu Feng clenched his fist, reaffirming his resolve deep within. As night descended, he returned to his bedroom to find Fei Xiao, who had changed out of her usual attire into a tank top and shorts. Seated by the window, gazing at the starry sky. "Sister Fei Xiao, what troubles you? You seem pensive. Would you care to share?" Gu Feng asked, mustering his spirits and smiling at her. Fei Xiao turned her head slowly, silently observing Gu Feng until the smile faded from his face. She gently leapt down from the window ledge, gesturing for him to sit beside her on the bed. After he complied, she suddenly embraced him. "Little Feng, I appreciate your concern, but my condition has become increasingly difficult to manage. If only I had known about Sangqing years ago. Now, time is of the essence. Yet, had I known back then, I might never have met you, and perhaps that would have been for the best. I only wish that if I were to lose control, you would have the strength to end my suffering." Fei Xiao softly expressed her innermost thoughts while holding Gu Feng close. "Sister Fei Xiao," Gu Feng began, but was swiftly interrupted as she guided him to lie down and rest. Gu Feng lay in bed for an extended period, gazing at Fei Xiao's serene face in slumber. His conviction grew stronger. Fei Xiao could no longer be delayed. Even if it meant becoming adversaries in the end, he simply wished for her to survive, alive, healthy, and joyful. Chapter 35, the beginning of the tournament in the Xingluo Empire. Within the desolate city of Xingluo, he pondered the formidable city walls. What purpose do such thick walls serve? Are they meant to thwart sieges? What were the inhabitants of the Xingluo Empire thinking? In a realm endowed with extraordinary powers, do such barriers truly hold any value? As Gu Feng and his companions beheld the towering city walls, thick and soaring several dozen meters high, they were momentarily struck dumb. Gu Feng could not help but voice his thoughts, leaving the others astonished by his remarks. Initially, they had only considered that such fortifications might withstand even the might of a super Douluo. However, they had never contemplated the possibility of a super Douluo simply soaring over the walls to wreak havoc upon those within. Thus, these walls seemed rather ineffective. At that moment, Fei Xiao shook her head in resignation, casting a stern glance at Gu Feng, and proceeded to elucidate the rationale behind the construction of the walls by Xingluo. As she was an expert on the matter, it was evident that while a super Douluo could easily surpass the walls, those inside would become mere targets. Xingluo possessed their own formidable warriors, and anyone who ventured over the walls must be prepared for an onslaught. To avoid being besieged, the only recourse was to launch an assault on the city. Gu Feng's remark about the walls being useless stemmed from his own unique abilities. He could effortlessly ascend to heights of 10,000 meters, a feat unattainable by the powerful of this continent. Therefore, to him, the walls held no value. Yet for the denizens of this land, They were indeed quite significant. Gu Feng's perspective diverged from that of many others. They needed only to focus on their own strengths and not be led astray by his thoughts. After a nod of agreement, the group looked at Gu Feng, whose indifferent expression sparked a fleeting urge to confront him physically. Fortunately, they were in Douluo, not on the borders. Had they been in the wilderness, Gu Feng would certainly have faced a collective reprimand. All right, let's go, xiao, everyone. Let us find a place to rest as we await tomorrow's elimination rounds. Came the gentle voice of Qian Qiuyu, accompanied by Gu Yichen and Posey. This time, the elite forces of the border wilderness city had gathered, primarily to deter the old hands of Shrek from resorting to unscrupulous tactics. With the four of them present, whether it be Shrek or any other factions, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of four super Douluos. After Gu Feng and his group entered the city, a cadre of individuals shrouded in black robes also made their way in. There were 8 of them, all cloaked in mystery and danger. Young master, this time we must teach that group from Shrek a severe lesson. It is time for the world to once again recognize the might of our body sect. One of the imposing figures declared to the youth leading the group. The young man, though not conventionally handsome, exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word. Rest assured, our body sect will secure first place this time. I have fully mastered the Golden Awakening, and I sense that there exists an even greater awakening beyond the Golden level, which I have just begun to touch upon. The youth led his companions to their hotel, having awaited this day for a long time. However, this tournament represented the most unfortunate luck for them. The world is vast, filled with talents, yet what is lacking are those with the right connections, abilities, and innate gifts. Moreover, possessing these attributes does not preclude others from having them as well. No one dares to assert that they are the strongest, nor can anyone guarantee their own success. It is wise to anticipate the worst possible outcomes. Such is the nature of Gu Feng. By preparing for the most unfavorable scenarios, one can embrace them, and if the worst is bearable, then what remains that cannot be accepted? Just as he felt upon first encountering Fei Xiao, having envisioned the direst of consequences, one can strive towards a favorable outcome through effort. In his past life, Gu Feng overthought everything, striving for perfection, only to discover that he was merely human and could not achieve excellence in all endeavors, often falling short of his own expectations. In this life, he chooses not to dwell excessively on possibilities, focusing solely on the worst outcomes, for they cannot be any worse. This mindset grants him a sense of freedom, perhaps yielding the best result of all. Do these crumbling city walls truly stand a chance against our soul-guiding cannonballs? How utterly laughable, mused the silver-haired youth as he stood beneath the wall alongside a silver-haired maiden. The young man resembled a noble scion, albeit imbued with youthful audacity. Observing her spirited elder brother, the girl could not help but shake her head before pulling him towards a white-haired youth. Mir, let us depart. My brother has once again lost his senses. The girl entwined her arm with the white-haired youth's, and the cold demeanor of the latter evaporated upon seeing her. Indeed. Let us go. May this competition be an enjoyable endeavor. With me by your side, no harm shall befall you. The girl caught only the former part of his statement, while the latter seemed to be the boy's soliloquy or perhaps a resolute determination. Saintus, the majority of the competitors are the prized disciples of various sections. Must we eliminate them? An ominous elder bowed before the shadowy figure cloaked in black. A hoarse voice emerged from the shroud, resonating as if echoing through the void, reaching the ears of several figures clad in black. Let us first find a suitable location. There are too many people here. Death is their ultimate destiny. No one can escape. The cloak shifted slightly, revealing a visage that seemed to belong to another realm. As night descended, Shrek arrived in Douluo City, weary yet determined. Their path mirrored the fated trajectory of the original tale, converging to confront the hand of death. Fortunately, with Lan Shui and the senior sister Zhang Lishuan from the inner academy present, the inner sect endured minimal casualties, aside from the pretentious Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yueheng, who sustained minor injuries. Upon entering the city, numerous hidden gazes fixated on this so-called premier academy of the continent. All those of strength observed Shrek's members, eager to ascertain whether they could defeat or even eliminate these perennial champions. Xiaofeng, what captures your attention? Fei Xiao approached Gu Feng from behind the rooftop, following his gaze to the figures of Shrek. Is your anger still unresolved, Xiaofeng? If so, I shall cheer for you from the sidelines, and you can give them a thorough thrashing. As they conversed, Fei Xiao rested her head on Gu Feng's shoulder, her eyes slightly squinted, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Gu Feng detected the scent of alcohol emanating from Fei Xiao, causing his countenance to darken. Fortunately, she was not inebriated this time. He recalled their previous heart-to-heart conversation, after which Fei Xiao had produced a jar of fine wine, and he had indulged her with a sip. Little did he know, after only one cup, Fei Xiao would succumb to the antics of drunkenness. Had it not been for Gu Feng's remarkable recuperative abilities, rivaling even those of abundance, he might have found himself sprawled on the ground the following day, with Fei Xiao pleading for his survival. That moment marked the first time Gu Feng felt such dread. Since then, he had vigilantly monitored Fei Xiao, ensuring she steered clear of alcohol. This time, however, while visiting the rooftop to observe whether the Shrek individuals would endure the tribulations depicted in the original tale, he was fortunate that Fei Xiao had consumed only a modest amount and had not succumbed to drunken revelry. Instead, she displayed an enchanting grace. Gu Feng held Fei Xiao close and cast one last glance in the direction of Shrek. Gu Feng lowered his head to gaze at the fox sister in his arms. His heart had never been so tranquil. With the blessings of the hunt, the brilliance of flight, the madness of the moon, and the return to ancestral bloodlines, all he wished for was the safety and happiness of the enchanting lady he held close. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Gu Feng's eyes. If he ultimately faced defeat, it was highly probable that Fei Xiao would perish. In that moment, he would likely lose his sanity. Indeed, love can often be incomprehensible and irrational. Gu Feng found himself ensnared in the very love he once detested. Chapter 36. The Display of Individual Prowess. The following day, at the grandest soul-fighting arena in Xinglua Imperial City, due to the tournament schedule, all teams were required to engage in a frenzied series of matches on the first day. With no respite, victors would face the next team in line until the top 64 were determined. Some claimed this was unjust. However, the world has always been inherently unfair. And since everyone was competing, those unable to triumph could only concede to their inferiority in skill. No excuses could be made, nor would any be entertained. Meanwhile, the nobility and populace of Xinglua City reveled in the spectacle of this grand tournament. It is a lamentable world, akin to a performance by monkeys, where the aristocrats watch as these so-called geniuses fight for their lives, all while remaining proud of their own status. Gu Feng increasingly yearned to witness the world you described. Song Yu observed the morbid state of the world and its equally afflicted inhabitants, unable to suppress a sigh of despair. What has become of this world? No one could provide an answer. Perhaps, when the Spirit Hall was defeated millennia ago, there was no longer a place for ordinary people in this realm. The once mighty force that protected the populace had vanished into thin air. What the predecessors failed to accomplish, they would undertake. Most of them were either reincarnated or had lived long enough to start anew. They too wished to act without restraint. Thus, it begins here. In the forthcoming elimination rounds, each of you will face one match, swiftly concluding, to showcase the strength of our borderlands and to elevate the reputation of your slaughtering organization. Qian Shiyue regarded the young ones. Their aspirations extended far beyond this mere tournament. Ultimately, a competition is but a competition, far less brutal than the true battlefield. Gu Feng and his companions exchanged glances and nodded in unison. When it was their turn, each person took the stage one at a time. Out of boredom, they began to wager, guessing who would take the longest to finish. The one who took the most time would be obliged to run errands for everyone for a day, regardless of the task, as long as it was not excessively burdensome. Ethereal, nether bloom. Gu Feng braced himself against the earth, dark patterns spreading across the arena, as a continuous beam of light instantaneously obliterated an entire team. Frozen, the Snow Emperor waved his hand, and a blizzard descended upon the arena, encasing a group in ice sculptures. Heavenly Staff Punishment. The divine staff in Ouyang Sun's grasp emanated a golden radiance, sweeping across the battlefield and sending an entire battalion flying. Blinding Eyes, Tornado. Ouyang Chi'er's eyes glowed crimson, unleashing fiery tornadoes that swiftly eliminated another team of competitors. Above and below, I reign supreme. With a flourish of her demon blade, Song Yu cleaved the arena in two, transforming all present, including the referee, into ice sculptures. Golden Dragon Explosion. The Golden Dragon roared. With a single dragon's cry, Gu Qiu'er caused the arena to tremble, ripples of fissures spreading as it appeared to upheave, leaving no one standing. Elemental Torrent. Gu Yuna commanded the elements to rampage. Her initial reluctance to engage in such a mundane wager dissipated as she decided to take it a bit more seriously, given that everyone else was participating. Consequently, after a round of instantaneous eliminations, it could only be deemed a draw. Perhaps their tactics displeased some. as formidable individuals began to emerge from various academies. Golden Surge. A silver-haired youth stepped onto the stage, multiple metallic spheres materializing behind him, which swiftly formed into hundreds of soul-guiding artillery, overwhelming the battlefield in an instant. With unparalleled speed, a flash of light eliminated all opponents. Lan Shui cast a glance towards Gu Feng and the others, a glint of coldness flickering in her profound eyes. Interestingly, Hu Yuhao, in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, simulated 600,000-year soul rings, leaving an entire team dumbfounded, amusing many onlookers while some simply regarded it as entertainment. Cubs. Observe those fellows. If the opportunity arises, eliminate them directly. They are the ancestral foes of my family. If it weren't tantamount to declaring war across the continent, I would relish the chance to annihilate them. Qian Shui approached with Gu Yeqing and Poseidon, fury blazing in her eyes as the vermin from the shadows resurfaced. Shrek truly was a disgrace. Unable to contain herself, Qian Shui struck the spectator stand, leaving a massive crater that startled Gu Feng and Gu Yeqing into hastily providing official explanations, for neither wished to incur any financial losses. Then, a figure clad in black raised a hand, summoning a pitch-black ring that expanded to engulf the entire arena, causing the competitors within to vanish in an instant, as if erased by an unseen force. The black ring then dissipated, and the cloaked figure departed without uttering a word. The arena fell into a profound silence. Despite the numerous formidable fighters showcasing their prowess today, none had witnessed such an instantaneous annihilation of a team until this very moment. The expressions on Gu Feng and his companions grew somewhat solemn. Once again, they encountered a power that did not belong to this continent. A power that appeared perilously capable of annihilating everything. Goodness, what an array of strange entities we have here. However, Mother, if you urge me to eliminate that individual, I shall undoubtedly strive to do so. Yet, Gu Yu, I believe you may find interest in the cultivation system possessed by that person. Would you like me to spare you a moment? My companions, A Yang, Chier, and Sister Fei Xiao, along with myself, find our own systems ineffective in this realm. After all, it is not often we encounter another. Should I allow you some respite? Gu Feng gazed at the figure in black robes vanishing from the arena. Although he was acutely aware that he might not possess the strength to vanquish that individual alone, this was not a one-on-one confrontation. He had comrades at his side. Gyuna cast a disdainful glance at Gu Feng, recognizing immediately his intention to make her the scapegoat. However, this task was assigned by Aunt Chiyoyu, a responsibility that this scoundrel was attempting to shirk. Despite the fact that the individual's cultivation system did not originate from their continent, Gu Yuna, through her prior research, understood that this endeavor would likely yield no fruitful results. Gu Feng, that fellow, is simply reluctant to engage, opting instead to delegate this laborious task. Fear not, Aunt Yu. When the time comes, we shall vanquish those dark-robed figures together. Ouyang interrupted the impending quarrel between Gu Feng and Gu Yuna, shaking his head in resignation before joining Qian Xiuyu and Poseidon in conversation. At that moment, several formidable individuals were eliminated from the competition. A striking young man unleashed a punch upon the arena, sending everyone except himself soaring through the air with the sheer force of the shockwave. He then brushed off the dust from his attire and descended from the stage, his commanding voice resonating throughout the stands. I, Long Outyin of the main body sect, hereby reserve the championship for ourselves. A remarkably handsome, sword-wielding youth effortlessly dispatched an entire team with a mere flick of his blade. He gazed in the direction of Long Outyin's departure and coldly declared, "You are indeed formidable. I seek a duel with you. I am Ji Juechen of the Mingda Hall." The sword intent of the young swordsman surged skyward, captivating the attention of numerous powerful individuals. Oh, that young man cultivates sword intent as well. Intriguing. I desire to battle him, but you must not interfere, lest you face my wrath. Songyu, witnessing the soaring battle spirit, felt her own desire for combat ignite. Thus, the first day's elimination round concluded amidst the display of their unique talents. Chapter 37. The auction arrives ahead of schedule. It appears that this grand competition harbors a multitude of deeply concealed talents. Whoever faces defeat shall find themselves in a most awkward predicament. As Gu Feng and his companions indulged in playful banter during the evening, Gu Feng spoke up, eliciting a collective eye roll from the ladies. Ouyang's son and Gu Yechen exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. This fellow was perpetually frivolous, seemingly unaware of the need to adopt a more serious demeanor. Fei Xiao smiled as she approached Gu Feng. "Xiao Feng, come, accompany me for a stroll. I have scarcely explored the streets." Taking his hand, Fei Xiu declared, "Let us go," embodying the decisive nature of a general. Meanwhile, Ouyang's son accompanied Gu Yuna on a shopping excursion, while Ouyang Chi and Gu Chou retreated to their room, engrossed in some mysterious study throughout the day. Meanwhile, Shui Di and Song Yu ventured to an auction, hoping to uncover something of value, while Poseidon and the Sea Witch sought a room outside. The two were currently in the throes of romance, prompting Ouyang Chi and Shui Di to consider seeking advice from the witch. The dynamics among them had shifted, with the balance of power leaning heavily towards the women. Only Gu Feng and Ouyang's son represented the male faction, overshadowed by a multitude of formidable females. It was uncertain whether they could triumph in a one-on-one confrontation. Desperation could yield unpredictable results, as victory and killing were distinctly different outcomes. That night, as everyone returned to the Xinglua Grand Hotel to rest, Song Yu and Shui Di burst in, urgently pulling the others toward the auction. "What is happening? Have you discovered something remarkable?" Gu Feng inquired, having rarely seen them in such a flustered state. The auction had announced a sensational item in advance. And Song Yu turned to the group, articulating the astonishing news with deliberate clarity. "Hell fragments. What on earth? Hell fragments? How did Xinglua acquire them? Are they auctioning information or something else? They can't possibly be auctioning the world of hell itself. Moreover, how did you find out? And how did Xinglua learn of it and release such information?" Gu Feng was taken aback, unable to contain his expletives. It was inevitable, as during the establishment of the Killing and VV Academy, they had shared sensitive information, including secrets. Thus, they were aware of the fundamental reason why those wretched deities could not meddle in the continent. The former demon lord Liuxing had sealed this realm. Liuxing possessed immense power, capable of contending with the star gods. However, he had not ascended, and in terms of life forms, he could not compete with those deities, especially since the battlefield was set in hell. Let us proceed. We can discuss this en route. Many have already left, and the news is too astounding. Song Yu led the way, and along their journey, they learned the unfolding circumstances. Xinglua had explored the ruins of Tsang City for many years, initially yielding nothing, until Su Jiawei returned to the site of their former sect and unexpectedly discovered a fragment of space. The fragment of space serves as a direct conduit to another realm, which you may have already surmised. This fragment leads to a desolate portion of hell. Su Jiawei and his team dispatched individuals to explore this infernal remnant, where the utilization of soul power is rendered impossible, and even the replenishment of elemental energies proves to be exceedingly challenging. This place is a sanctuary for those who cultivate their physical forms. The fragment manifests as an endless sea of blood, and Su Jiawei hesitated to send anyone into its depths. However, the periphery of this blood sea is littered with numerous remnants of powerful beings. These remnants are formidable, far exceeding the capabilities of the lowly Douluos, who cannot even obliterate these spectral forms, often falling victim to the vengeful spirits of the remnants, resulting in the demise of a titled Douluo. Su Jiawei and his associates are unwilling to retain possession of this artifact. They intend to auction it off in exchange for items of practical use. Upon arriving at the auction house, they entered a private room, and at that moment, Song Yu had nearly elucidated the situation. Thus, it can be concluded that this is merely a stroke of fortune. Gu Feng bowed his head in contemplation, pondering the remnants spoken of by Xinglua. The progenitor of hell was none other than the demon realm, which subsequently transformed into hell under the reign of the demon lord, Lu Xing. Thus, these remnants must be the abyssal beasts. In an instant, Gu Feng contemplated a certain possibility. He abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The abyssal behemoth. He must acquire that shard to venture into the remnants of hell. Whether for himself or for Fei Xiao, he needed power, and the abyssal behemoth could bestow such strength upon him. As time went by, various capable and powerful factions began to assemble. Prior to auctioning the spatial fragment, Xinglua had already presented numerous other items for bidding. Those items held no value for their group. Yet when the ice-blue scorpion's soul bone from the original narrative made its appearance, the Snow Empress's expression darkened considerably. That was her kin, and now their remains were being showcased at the auction. One could only imagine her turmoil. "Gu Yu, lend me a favor. Have Emperor Tian seize that shard directly. It is of utmost importance to me, and I shall owe your soul beast clan a favor in return." Gu Feng suddenly called out to Gu Yuna, his cold words piercing the air. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, recognizing the gravity of the situation that weighed heavily upon him. "Very well, but such a favor is not easily repaid," Gu Yuna replied indifferently after contacting Tian. As the auction progressed to its final phase, for seals appeared, locking down the venue. The auctioneer presented the grand finale. Suddenly, Darkness enveloped the entire auction house, plunging it into an impenetrable blackness. Within this profound void, terrifying breaths echoed, and two colossal golden vertical pupils emerged above the auction house, tearing the very fabric of the atmosphere. A roar resonated through Douluo City as a gigantic dragon claw descended upon the auctioneer, leaving him utterly obliterated in an instant. As swiftly as it had come, the darkness dissipated, along with Tion's silhouette vanishing from Douluo City, leaving only the wreckage of the auction house as testament to his presence. Guyuna summoned everyone back to the hotel. Upon their arrival, they found Tion awaiting them in a room. News of the incident had been suppressed. There was no alternative. At this juncture, Tion's abrupt intervention had left everyone astounded. After all, he was the foremost figure of the continent, in plain sight. "Remember, you owe me a favor, and it is not easily repaid," Guyuna remarked casually, tossing a shard to Gu Feng. "Nana, I too owe you a favor. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges ahead, feel free to reach out to me, provided your adversary is not a star god. I shall assist you once." Fei Xiao promised Guyuna. Her eyes sparkled with joy at this exchange, for a small act had garnered two substantial debts of gratitude. Gu Feng possesses immense potential. The favor owed to him will prove invaluable in the future. Fei Xiao's strength is formidable, and her influence is equally powerful, rendering the so-called deities of the divine realm mere trifles unworthy of her attention. Although Fei Xiao is currently unable to act decisively due to certain circumstances, she has nonetheless secured this favor. With this alliance, her Soul Beast clan now possesses a well-defined path of retreat, which is quite advantageous. Subsequently, Gu Feng returned to his chamber with a serious demeanor, and after a moment of contemplation, Fei Xiao followed suit. They gradually made their way back to their respective rooms to prepare for rest, awaiting the forthcoming matches. Chapter 38, Elimination Round Advancing to the Top 64, Part 1, in the Grand Coliseum of the Douluo Imperial City. The following day's competition boasted a larger number of participants compared to previous years, as the inclusion of independent cultivators has opened up new avenues for advancement. Although such methods have yet to be utilized, Gu Feng observed the revelers and the proud soul masters entering the venue, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was truly exasperating. Being treated like a mere spectator was not to his liking. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, he would have utterly despised such an atmosphere. The crowd, upon hearing his words, cast peculiar glances in his direction. Ouyang's son, with a resigned sigh, patted Gu Feng on the shoulder before dismissing him from his mind. "What is wrong with you, monkey? I'm still a monkey, aren't I? Do you look down on monkeys?" Sun leaped around Gu Feng's head, venting its dissatisfaction. A gentle hand grasped the nape of Sun's neck, accompanied by a soothing, mature voice. "All right, enough of the antics, little monkey." Gu Feng isn't particularly fond of this environment. And to be honest, I share his sentiment. It feels rather odd. If it were a normal competition, I wouldn't mind, but this ambience strikes me as peculiar. Fei Xiao tossed Sun into Gu Yuna's embrace, resting her chin on her palm, pondering the source of this strange feeling. Gu also sensed an oddity. It seemed that those present were not genuinely there to witness a competition, but rather to observe a performance, as if there were no ordinary people among them. Songyu too felt the dissonance. In a continental competition, the absence of genuine commoners raised questions about its significance. It's rather strange, ordinarily. Wouldn't common folks be able to witness the match? What purpose do they serve here? Yet, they are not ordinary nobility. Gu Feng's expression grew somewhat frosty, aware that none among this crowd were simpletons, and his words prompted a shared understanding. The countenances of those present darkened. Just then, Qian Xiaoyu approached, noting the somber expressions and shaking her head in dismay. She then seized Gu Feng's face and playfully pinched it. "Oh dear. This isn't the time for you to fret. Didn't you express a desire to create a new world? So, rally your spirits. Don't overthink it. These individuals are, to some extent, representatives. If you triumph and secure first place, wouldn't that benefit your aspirations? Focus on the competition. But who among you will participate in the elimination rounds?" After a brief moment of playful face squeezing, Qian Xiaoyu regarded the others, who appeared indifferent. Frankly, they had little desire to engage in the elimination rounds. Song Yu and Xue Di seemed engrossed in their own discussion, while Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna were debating the reform direction of the Soul Beast clan. Gu Qiao observed Ouyang Qi tinkering with her bizarre trinkets, occasionally lending a hand. Noticing this, Qian Xiaoyu swiftly apprehended her rebellious little one, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Gu Fenghan's hair stood on end. and he promptly patted his chest, indicating that if he did not take on this responsibility, who would? Qianqiu cheerfully tidied up the disheveled corners of Gu Feng's attire. Subsequently, she exited their chat room, wishing him with a bright smile to keep up the good work. Gu Feng cast a resentful glance at the group of unreliable companions, who responded with awkward smiles, for none of them wished to partake in such a tedious affair, leaving Gu Feng to bear the brunt of misfortune. All right, enough of the sulking. This elimination round is somewhat different. You have the option to engage in 10 consecutive battles, and a victory will ensure your advancement. Just endure it a little, and hurry back so we can take a stroll together, Fei Xiao said gently, embracing Gu Feng, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. He nodded in response and turned towards the arena of combat. Below, VV Academy faced off against Ji Academy. Gu Feng observed the 7 individuals across from him, clad in the uniform of the academy, and sensed their aura, 2 Soul Kings for Soul Sects and 1 Soul Master. Although the Soul Kings were of a lower rank, their presence was still quite formidable. What do you mean? Is it that your academy has sent only you? Deeming us unworthy? Gu Feng, uninterested in the foolish banter, thought that on the battlefield, such prattle would lead to swift demise. He glanced at the referee, signaling when the combat might commence. Oh, is the VV Academy truly only sending forth a single combatant? Are you certain? If so, we may proceed. The referee reconfirmed with the VV Academy regarding their solitary representative, and upon receiving the answer, he signaled for the battle to begin. Onlookers could not help but focus on the confrontation of 1 against 7. Opinions varied, with some regarding it as farcical while others wore expressions of concern. Hey, you scoundrel. What do you mean by that? Before the sentence could be completed, the speaker, a Soul King, was launched out of the arena, leaving an imprint on the wall. Gu Feng, having taken the place of the Soul King, nonchalantly cleared his ears. The remaining 6 were momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, they prepared to unleash their martial souls. Yet, before they could manifest their powers, Gu Feng's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, all 6 were eliminated, and the arena fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a fervent wave of cheers. Referee, we request 10 battles. Please expedite the selection process. As I am pressed for time, Gu Feng calmly took his seat in the soul fighting arena. After conveying Gu Feng's request to the officials, the referee proceeded with the arrangements for the next match. The second round ended in a swift victory. The third round followed suit, also concluding in a rapid defeat of his opponent. The fourth round, too, was a mere formality, resulting in yet another instant victory. Now, only the final match remained. Once concluded, respite would finally be within reach. Gu Feng stretched lazily, awaiting his final opponent. In the 10th match, VV Academy was set to face Tianjung Academy. It was time for Tianjung Academy to take the stage. The top 16 from the previous tournament. I wonder if we can unveil some secrets of that individual. Hong Chen's gaze was fixed upon the dark-haired youth on the arena, an impossible task to ignore. A group of individuals clad in black robes fixated on the boy, their oppressive aura swirling around them as they stood isolated. After all, few wish to associate with those who dwell in shadows. Intriguing. I did not expect to encounter formidable opponents beyond Shrek. It seems we have worthy adversaries this time, mused the man at the helm of the body sect. His interest piqued. He was powerful, and he looked forward to the imminent clash. Many contenders appeared quite formidable. The handsome youth, observing Gu Feng on the arena, opened his eyes and remarked to the purple-haired lady beside him before succumbing once more to slumber. The lady, gazing at this sword-obsessed individual, pondered what had captivated her attention. Was it perhaps his visage? She scrutinized Ji Juechen's face and felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Lan Shui watched Gu Feng on the arena, then glanced at Fei Xiao outside, lost in thought, while Hui Yuhao contemplated Gu Feng's second martial soul and his own strength, curious about the disparity between himself and Gu Feng. Since Gu Feng and his companions departed from Shrek, he had established himself as a prominent figure in the outer academy, even managing to hold his ground against Lan Shui for a time. However, had Lan Shui been privy to Hui Yuhao's thoughts, the scenario would have unfolded quite differently. After all, if he were to falter after holding back, it would render him unworthy of being the child of destiny. Are you still planning to go solo? We are not one of those inferior academies, declared Yi Wuqing, the captain of Tianjung Academy, as he approached with his teammates. Gu Feng regarded this individual, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Shrek's inner academy competitors, recalling the inexplicable manner of his defeat in the original narrative. He shifted his gaze toward Hui Yuhao's direction, contemplating briefly before looking to the heavens, as if a revelation dawned upon him. He then shook his head and turned his attention to the referee. You shall learn the price of underestimating us. Yi Wuqing seethed, observing Gu Feng's disregard for him, his anger igniting as golden leaves hovered around him. His companions activated their martial souls, Angel, Bao, Wolf, and Bell, Ethereal, Sun, and Moon. Suddenly, a black sun and a white moon emerged upon the arena. The black sun rising from behind Gu Feng, while the white moon ascended from the Tianzhong side. The sun and moon formed a unique domain. And as Gu Feng extended his hand, the sun of dark energy and the moon of white energy plummeted simultaneously, crashing towards Yi Wuqing and his team. Since Gu Feng acquired the blood of hell, he appears to have become even more ruthless. He has always refrained from utilizing the power of this blood, for it is a force he cannot yet fully control. The remains of the abyssal behemoth within the shards of hell are something he currently lacks the time to address, and perhaps even the capability. Nevertheless, his comprehension and mastery of the etheric elements have grown significantly more adept. Yi Wuqing and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths as they gazed at the descending sun and moon, each resorting to their most formidable techniques, the dance of golden leaves, the angelic divine slash, and a volley of 5 arrows. A massive cloud of dust enveloped the arena. And as it settled, the members of Tianzhong Academy lay sprawled on the ground, succumbed to unconsciousness. Aside from Gu Feng, not a single corner of the arena remained unscathed. Gu Feng turned and walked towards the stands, the deafening cheers from the crowd resonating outside. Chapter 39, Advancing to the Top 64, Part 2. The referee observed the departing youth, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he could not match this young prodigy. Subsequently, the staff began to repair the battle arena, and the next round of elimination matches commenced. I shall take the stage in the upcoming elimination round. Let us finish this swiftly. This round of elimination is an utter waste of time, and we, as Shrek, cannot be outdone by that fellow. Lan Xue's cold voice echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Wang Yin wished to advise Lan Xue to conserve her strength, but recalling the fierce battles between Gu Feng and Lan Xue at Shrek, he lowered his raised hand. He glanced at the Shrek team, and they all nodded in agreement. While the outcome of the competition held great significance, they could not afford to be disparaged by those who lacked understanding if they failed to maintain a perfect record. Thank you, everyone. If we do not encounter those formidable teams in the top 64, I shall refrain from participating. Xian Lao should be arriving at Shrek soon, she continued. Xiao Shui, please be cautious and do not push yourself too hard. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. Perhaps let Xiao Yuhao accompany you, Zhang Lishuan gently suggested. However, Lan Xue merely shook her head and proceeded to explain, Thank you for your concern, Lishuan. My injuries have healed, and light can also facilitate recovery. Yours are far more severe than mine. Who would have thought that the rogue soul master possessed a body of soul sage caliber? Had it not been for your resilience in withstanding the first wave of attacks, I would not have been able to extricate them completely. After that incident, I sent word to Shrek, and Xian Lao should be arriving shortly. Observing Lan Xue's determination, Zhang Lishuan chose not to press further, simply advising her to remain cautious. For no one knew if there were any ruthless individuals among the scattered practitioners or other academies. Is Shrek planning to field only one participant? She inquired. Yes. It is preferable to conclude this early. I appreciate your assistance, referee. Lan Xue softly communicated her request to the referee, who cast a deep glance at Shrek and Vivi Academy's positions. Lan Xue took note of Gu Feng's location, her hair gradually transforming to a golden hue from the tips. 9 consecutive victories. In the 10th match, Shrek faced Qianji Academy. Lan Xue gazed at the previous year's top 32, intending to eliminate them swiftly, but suddenly recalled Gu Feng's maneuvers, causing her to pause for a moment. An instant later, a golden hexagram formation emerged behind her, and a colossal beam of light surged forth, instantly propelling the 7 members of Qianji Academy out of the battle arena, leaving them all unconscious. Intriguing. They each play this way. I shall not waste time. Referee, kindly make the necessary arrangements. In an instant, the silver-haired youth leaped onto the arena just as Lan Xue descended. The referee glanced at Su Jiawei seated at the head table, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the referee to arrange for the match involving Xiao Hongchen. It seems this competition is teeming with prodigies, yet I consider myself among the most gifted. Second only to Muir. The others do not even register on my radar. Are you truly my adversaries? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. As Xiao Hongchen took to the stage, he began to prattle on like a character afflicted by adolescent delusions. Soon, a golden aura enveloped him, and an additional leg materialized behind him, an oddity that nevertheless radiated a sacred essence. With a swift motion of his hand, hundreds of golden metallic forms emerged behind him, transforming at an astonishing speed. Before the 7 opponents could rush forward, the metal had morphed into a multitude of cannon barrels. An unrelenting barrage of projectiles ensued, prompting the referee to intervene swiftly to save the 7 competitors. Observing his opponents, Xiao Hongqian made a gesture resembling a pistol with his fingers, lifting it slightly as he cast a mocking glance towards the audience below. Next, the relentless cannon fire continued unabated, marking Xiao Hongqian as the most eccentric victor of the 10 battles, having secured his wins solely through the relentless firing of hundreds of soul-guided cannons. Many formidable contenders watched the exuberant Xiao Hongqian, pondering their thoughts in silence. A black circular aura materialized in the arena, and a figure cloaked in black emerged atop the stage. An echoing voice emanated from this shadowy presence, resonating throughout the space. I challenge you to 10 battles. Death shall be your only destiny. As the hollow words reverberated, an oppressive aura surged forth, causing even the referee to instinctively retreat. A band of rogue cultivators ascended the stage, desperate souls with no path of retreat. Having tasted blood, they felt compelled to confront the ominous figure in the black robe despite the eerie black ring hovering over the arena. The ring erupted, expanding instantaneously, engulfing the entire stage in its dark embrace, only to reappear around the cloaked figure moments later. The ring spun slowly behind the figure, erasing all presence from the stage, while the referee's eyes turned pale before he collapsed, as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying. The stunned spectators rose to their feet, and above Shrek Academy, a disheveled elder appeared. A colossal hand suddenly reached for the shadowy figure on the arena, while a resounding voice echoed through the entire battleground. A soul master dares to participate in the continental competition? Prepare to meet your end. The figure cloaked in black gazed upon the ethereal giant hand that coalesced in the sky, as a long-handled colossal sword materialized in its grasp. The sword's design was particularly bizarre, its blade adorned with numerous backward-facing barbs, while an irregularly shaped crystal crowned the end of its handle. As the sword was plunged into the ground, a gray beam of light surged skyward, scattering the heavenly giant hand into dust. And a new black ring emerged above the colossal sword, spinning incessantly. In an instant, titled Douluo appeared in the soul arena, intervening to prevent Xuanzi from making further attempts to engage. What is this? Do you intend to obstruct me as well? He thundered. Evil soul masters deserve to be eradicated. Are you from Star Luo attempting to shield them? Xian Lao, this is a competition. It cannot be interrupted. Please consider that after the contest. Star Luo will not impede you, but during the match, that is unacceptable. Su Jiawei, unlike his depiction in the original text, stepped forward, exuding an emperor's formidable aura. Suddenly, the night sky manifested above, and a regal crown appeared upon his head, with starlight locking onto Xuanzi. Before Xuanzi could erupt in fury, Zhang Lishuan hastily restrained him and apologized to Su Jiawei, acknowledging that his earlier presence was overwhelming. They could not afford to provoke such a formidable entity, especially on his own territory. The competition continues, Su Jiawei declared before returning to the stands, with Xuanzi and the others also retreating to the audience. Subsequently, the cloaked figure resumed the match. However, due to the recent carnage, no one dared to step onto the stage, leading the referee to reluctantly declare the black-robed individual the victor by default. Interesting. Now it is my turn to test my mettle. Long Outyan descended onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust as his commanding voice resonated throughout the soul arena. His fighting style was not as swift as Gu Feng or Lan Shui, nor did it possess the overwhelming firepower of Xiao Hongqian, nor was it as enigmatic as that of the cloaked figure. Yet, each strike landed with palpable force, as he pressed his opponent's heads firmly against the arena floor. Following this, Star Luo Academy and several other institutions achieved consecutive victories, making it evident to all present who the formidable contenders were and who the potential champions might be. Meanwhile, on the streets, as Fei Xiao strolled, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the starry sky above the soul arena, a look of grave concern flashing in his blue eyes. The aura of a formidable opponent. Gu Feng gazed at the suddenly halted Fei Xiao, following her line of sight to the starry sky, accompanied by her murmurs. He gently tugged at Fei Xiao, shaking his head. Sister Fei Xiao, do not fret. I shall resolve these matters. Your current objective is the ruins of Tsang City, and then reach out to the Immortal Vessel Alliance to return to Yaoqing. Upon hearing this, Fei Xiao looked at the boy whose eyes were filled with affection for her. She wanted to say something, but ultimately just embraced him tenderly. Chapter 40. The Advancement of the Top 32, Part 1. The Emergence of the Yellow Springs. The moment the competitors stepped into the Seoul Duel arena, a wave of cheers erupted, as every spectator in the stands erupted with enthusiasm, as if they themselves were the participants. Perhaps this is what a concert in a past life felt like. Gu Feng reminisced about the concerts he had witnessed in his previous life, where the crowd exhibited a similar fervor. However, he found such occasions rather distasteful, as he had always been a reclusive individual, preferring solitude. Below, the Vivi Academy was set to face the Heavenly Dragon sect. Representatives from both sides, please come forward to draw the competition format. Yang, you go draw. I'm too lazy to do it, and luck has never favored me, Gu Feng shrugged, spreading his hands and delegating the task to Ouyang Sunday. All right. Before long, Ouyang's son returned and glanced at Gu Feng, just as the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena. The competition formats will consist of individual matches and team battles. Now, may the first contestant from each side take the stage. So, why are you all staring at me? Damn it, it's me again. Why aren't any of you stepping up? I'd much rather take it easy. Gu Feng grumbled at the group of onlookers. The crowd exchanged glances before simultaneously preparing to reprimand this loquacious individual. Wait. You're all formidable, my dear elder brothers and sisters. I was wrong. I'll go. Realizing the predicament, Gu Feng hurriedly ascended the platform. There was no way he could face them alone. As they were not inclined to play fair, and with Fei Xiao watching, he certainly did not wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. As both parties took the stage, the audience erupted into even louder cheers upon seeing Gu Feng. The competitor from the Heavenly Dragon sect was a young girl, which was quite unusual, as the sect, known for its blue electric Tyrannosaurus lineage, rarely featured female participants. Gu Feng sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the young girl, an essence that seemed incongruent with the realm of Douluo. His eyes narrowed as he began to take the situation seriously. Upon the girl's ascendance to the stage, the moment the referee exited, intricate black patterns coalesced beneath her feet, forming a flower-like design. Ethereal, the nether flower. The girl was instantly engulfed by a towering column of black clouds, and before the dark clouds dissipated, a black sun and a white moon emerged. An overwhelming pressure descended, a peculiar gravitational force palpable even from outside the arena. However, most of this pressure bore down upon the girl ensconced within the black clouds. She was no ordinary opponent, and Gu Feng realized he was in for a challenge. Had he known such a formidable adversary awaited him, he would have prepared himself more thoroughly. Sangyu observed Gu Feng's readiness with great excitement. Yet a pang of regret struck her as she recalled her decision to forego this encounter with such a worthy opponent due to her disdain for trifling contests. If Gu Feng were aware of Songyu's sentiments, he would undoubtedly express his frustration and confront her without hesitation. All right, when the time comes, feel free to join in, for it seems that there is more than one hidden power among us. Those like us, who reveal their strength upon arrival, are indeed in the minority, Fei Xiao reassured Sangyu, smiling at the fervor reflected in the eyes of the crowd. She then turned her gaze toward Gu Feng, who was fully committed on the stage, a smile gracing her features. As Gu Feng launched his assault, many spectators began to watch intently. Recognizing that an opponent who could compel Gu Feng to focus was at least on par with them, if not slightly more capable. Lan Shui, the Hongchen siblings, Long Ao Tian, Miao Erv, Ji Ju Chun, alongside the figure in the black robe, and a multitude of concealed observers began to strategize their responses and counterattacks against such an onslaught. Ethereal, Nano Vanguard. The black and white currents merged, and in an instant, four figures materialized. The white Bardell wielded dual swords as he soared through the sky, flanked by 4 high-tech purple Hella aircraft. With a flourish of his hand, a swarm of crimson J Mungander spikes appeared behind him, alongside a figure resembling Bardell, but wielding blades in both hands, geary-eyed. The black clouds were cleaved apart, and the girl's form underwent a significant transformation. She was no longer just a girl. She had become a striking woman, adorned with an unusual 2-meter-long katana at her waist, its hilt embellished with what appeared to be monstrous eyes. With her flowing purple hair and a peculiar ornament atop her head, she wore uniquely styled shorts around her slender waist. The split hem of her attire danced in the wind, while her wide sleeves cascaded gracefully to her feet. My goodness! Gu Feng beheld the figure before him, unable to stifle an exclamation. Though he was aware that an encounter with the denizens of his past life was inevitable, facing the formidable envoy of death, Huang Quan, was an occurrence he had not anticipated. The moment the lavender-haired enchantress materialized, she appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly grappling with the bewilderment of her presence in this realm. Gu Feng hesitated, an unusual trepidation washing over him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Huang Quan raised her hand to examine the etheric current swirling around Gu Feng. With a gentle closing of her eyes, she attuned herself to an odd pulsation of blood. Grasping her blade with one hand, she subtly drew it forth before resheathing it, murmuring softly to herself. Ah, so that is it. The atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness, with 4 sentinels poised before Gu Feng, primed for action, as the presence of the black sun and white moon intensified. A chilling voice echoed in Gu Feng's ear. Strike. If your strength is sufficient, I shall reveal to you the means to resolve the afflictions that plague her. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his body gradually leaning downwards. In his previous life, he remained unaware of how Fei Xiao's ailment was ultimately resolved. He did not even know if Fei Xiao had recovered at all. He had always placed his hopes upon the apothecary, yet there was no guarantee that the apothecary would respond to him. Moreover, Huang Wan, the most enigmatic envoy within the crumbling iron universe, might indeed possess a solution. Gu Feng gazed towards Fei Xiao's position, his aura settling into tranquility. He recalled the silhouette of Fei Xiao quietly seated by the window at night. It seemed she too wished not to be ensnared by the madness of the moon. As the general of the celestial vessel, she now found herself unable to wield her own power, fearing a loss of control. The once carefree and unrepentant general now appeared to be burdened with a multitude of considerations. The images in Gu Feng's mind ultimately lingered on the future that Fei Xiao had once described, where Yao Qing awaited his proposal. Alone. Eerie laughter gradually escalated into madness as Gu Feng brushed aside the hair from his forehead, an overwhelming frenzy enveloping him. Then let us fight. With the emergence of the Yellow Springs, Fei Xiao stood up in concern, sensing the ominous aura of a doomed fate, fearing for Gu Feng's safety. Just as Fei Xiao contemplated bringing back the wildly laughing Gu Feng, they conceded defeat, only to be intercepted by Ouyang Sunday. Let him give it his all. He has suppressed himself for far too long. He was not like this back at Shrek. Gu Feng, at that moment, could not contemplate such matters. You are the reason for his transformation. We must have faith in him. Even if Gu Feng were to lose, we would still be here for him. Ouyang Sun's fighting spirit soared to the heavens, supported by Tsangyu, Xue Di, Ouyang Qi'er, and the sisters Gyuna, who stood resolutely behind him, all gazing at Fei Xiao, awaiting her decision. Fei Xiao observed Gu Feng's figure, then sighed helplessly, gently resting her chin on the railing. Her blue eyes seemingly lost in thought. Very well, let us place our trust in Little Feng. Chapter 41. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, Part 2. The Pseudo-Apocalypse Canon. For spearheads, charged simultaneously towards the Yellow Springs, each possessing strength equivalent to a soul sage in this realm. The Yellow Springs deftly wielded his long blade to parry Gu Rueda's assault, pivoting to send Bedell flying with a swift kick, and gracefully leaping aside to evade the nano spikes unleashed by Yemojiet. Hela commanded the floating cannons to relentlessly bombard the Yellow Springs with nano missiles, while Bedell's shoulder armor opened to unleash a barrage of countless nano missiles. Yemojiet conjured spikes extending several meters, aimed at the Yellow Springs, as Gu Rueda's long blade ignited with a black flame, slashing towards him. The 2-meter-long blade traced a graceful arc, and in the next moment, the attacks from the 4 nano spearheads, along with all other assaults, simultaneously dissipated upon the arena. Spectators outside the arena gasped in astonishment, realizing that they too could counter Gu Feng's nano spearheads. Though certainly not with the ease displayed by the purple-haired empress on the stage. She was astonishingly powerful, and many breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the clash between 2 formidable opponents would certainly benefit them, regardless of the outcome. The Yellow Springs spun in place, the long blade carving an arc as a shockwave surged forth, uprooting the ground and hurtling towards Gu Feng. 3 paths of withering: ether, sun, and moon. The black sun and white moon vanished in an instant from the arena, only to reappear on Gu Feng's shoulders the next moment, their diminished forms radiating an even more terrifying presence. Gu Feng bore the weight of the sun and moon upon his shoulders, his aura reaching its zenith. A formidable black sword materialized, shattering the waves of energy with a powerful ascent. Ether, judgment. As the air rippled, Gu Feng's figure materialized above Huang Quan, the crimson energy flickering upon the massive sword. With a sudden, forceful strike, he brought the blade crashing down upon Huang Quan. A colossal pit formed upon the arena, sending up a cloud of dust. Yet, when the dust settled, the scene that unfolded astonished most onlookers. Huang Quan leaned casually against his katana, leisurely enjoying a peach. Meanwhile, Gu Feng, bracing himself on the hilt of his sword, knelt within the vast pit. He withdrew the heavy sword from the ground, only for it to shatter into countless fragments, which turned to dust before touching the earth, leaving his shoulders, once adorned with the sun and moon, dimmed and dissipating into white smoke. Gu Feng slowly rose to his feet, his regenerative abilities, fueled by the blood of the underworld, now restrained by a peculiar energy, rendering his recovery far less potent than before. Gu Feng observed Huang Quan leaning against the blade. His understanding of her thoughts was limited, nonetheless. Her restraint from taking action was a relief. Gu Feng gradually closed his eyes as the ethereal energy circulating on the arena dissipated. Huang Quan glanced at Gu Feng before tucking the unfinished peach into her sleeve. She grasped the long blade firmly, fully prepared to counter any forthcoming assault. She needed to ascertain his approximate strength before contemplating whether to divulge certain truths to him. The glimpse of his future she had witnessed was but a fleeting fragment, a confrontation against the divine. Yet, this fragment appeared merely as a fleeting mirage, indistinct and overly illusory. His obsidian pupils radiated a crimson glow, while Gu Feng's visage bore an expression of utmost coldness. In an instant, a vast, pitch-black coffin enveloped Huang Quan, with ebony chains binding it on all sides, suspending the coffin in midair. The oppressive force of the confinement evoked discomfort among many spectators. Ethereal, black coffin. This entity could at most grant him a brief respite, and that was under the condition that Huang Quan was not fully earnest in her endeavors. Gu Feng adjusted his state, and the blood of the underworld finally mended his prior injuries. A multitude of tightly shut eyes materialized in the sky, their ethereal forms unfolding to reveal countless gazes fixated on the black coffin. As these eyes emerged, numerous individuals employed various means to obstruct their prying. They sensed the invasive nature of those celestial eyes, and many felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if foreboding misfortune loomed on the horizon. Once again, the sun and moon manifested upon his shoulder, and the dark heavy sword coalesced anew. The moment Gu Feng had sealed Huang Quan and made these preparations, a blade of light cleaved through the black coffin, shattering it into fragments that swiftly dissipated. Gu Feng deftly evaded the blade's glimmer, which vanished after extending several hundred meters ahead, leaving behind a massive chasm that stretched up to the spectator stands. Huang Quan maintained her leisurely demeanor, leisurely consuming the unfinished cloud peach in her hand, seemingly unconcerned by the peculiar eyes above her, instead eager to witness what further surprises he might unveil. Ethereal, the Emperor's cataclysmic light. Countless beams of energy cascaded forth, filling the arena with a cacophony of explosions, shattering the ground of this venue. Impervious even to Douluo's might, a shadowy figure lunged toward the violet-haired woman, its heavy sword sparking black flames as it scraped against the earth, swinging fiercely toward Huang Quan. With a resounding boom, the shadow was propelled backward, the black sword in its grasp disintegrating into dust. In the next moment, the dark energy was repeatedly repelled and surged toward Huang Quan. The entire space was enveloped in swirling shadows, while most spectators could only discern the violet-haired enchantress standing amidst the chaos, as the dark silhouettes clashed around her. She wielded her long sword, still sheathed, with grace, continuously deflecting the dark forms. However, the relentless onslaught began to irk her. As the shadowy figures swept past, they ignited pitch-black flames that slowly coalesced into an enigmatic pattern, though it went unnoticed by the onlookers. Once more, the dark silhouette charged at Huang Quan. This time a faint lightning aura enveloped her. In an instant, a terrifying thunderstorm engulfed the ground, leaving deep craters in its wake. The black flames extinguished under the brilliance of the lightning, revealing a pattern on the ground that captured everyone's curiosity. As they pondered the significance of the pattern, a colossal vortex materialized in the sky, enveloping the entire arena, prompting everyone to rise in unison. All the titled individuals felt an oppressive aura emanating from the vortex, while those beneath the titles collapsed to the ground. Several powerful presences erupted, withstanding the suffocating force. Ouyang's son, Lan Shui, Miao Er-V, Long Out-Yin, and several concealed figures revealed themselves all at once. The individuals who unleashed their auras exchanged glances before turning their attention to the arena, realizing that the phenomenon above was linked to the figure on the stage. A terrifying roar erupted, and in that instant, Su Jiawei, Xuanzi, Qian Shuyue, and others simultaneously intercepted the sound's propagation. Otherwise, this competition might have resulted in rivers of blood. The sky, like a mirror, began to crack, as several monstrous entities crawled out, snarling at one another, forming a grotesque cannon muzzle. The breath emanating from the cannon posed a formidable threat, even to Xuanzi, the weakest of the strong. The cannon was aimed at Huangquan on the arena, consuming boundless energy, depleting all the energy within the confines of the battlefield in an instant. The devouring force began to spread across the city of Xinghua. As Su Jiawei summoned the imperial crown, attempting to isolate this consuming power from the starry sky. However, the effect was far from satisfactory. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the figure on the arena, pondering deeply. The dusk ancient beast? No, it was merely similar. Lacking the oppressive aura of the true ancient beast, its presence significantly weaker. Yet, this entity still exuded a semblance of danger. At the moment the colossal beast emerged, Huangquan was momentarily taken aback, his body tense, fearing he had encountered the dusk ancient beast, but he gradually relaxed. The beast's size, strength, and oppressive aura were all inferior to that of a genuine ancient beast. However, the beast's essence seemed to share a common origin with the ancient beasts, closely resembling them. Huangquan sighed silently as he gazed at the indomitable entity above. With one hand grasping the scabbard and the other clutching the hilt, Huangquan slowly drew the long blade. The black ripples that followed it staining the entire space in shades of gray. All that had transpired would return to the void, akin to tears that would ultimately disappear in the rain. Do not look back. There is no path to return. I mourn for the departed, weeping like the rain, flooding the crossing, surging like a tide to guide you home. The moment the blade was unsheathed, Huang Xuan's violet hair turned ashen, his long-sleeved attire disintegrating into fragments. Beginning from the armor on his fingers, his entire body became imbued with crimson patterns, and his dark red eyes revealed an ominous portent. As Huangquan murmured, a hand emerged from the ruins, its ethereal energy surging wildly into the massive vortex above, merging with the beast's devouring power, which surged exponentially, instantly breaking through Su Jiawei's obstruction. A dark red beam of light cascaded down at the moment Huangquan's aura erupted, the waves of destruction descending upon the hearts of all present. The pseudo-Armageddon cannon. Suddenly, a black-red gleam of the blade tore through the dark red column of light, cleaving through the entirety of Xinghua City. The remnants of dreams stained the air, severed by a single stroke. The trail of the blade's light stretched beyond the city, gradually fading into nothingness. Light, an infinite gray light compelled everyone to shut their eyes. When the radiance dissipated, Gu Feng's figure lay quietly amidst the ruins, the blood of the underworld failing to restore him immediately. As the forces of the void and the blood of the underworld clashed against one another, Gu Feng lay on the ground, gazing at Huangquan, who lifted her head to observe the descending raindrops. She extended her hand to catch the droplets and transformed back into her violet-haired form, as if the fierce individual who had just cleaved the entire city in two had never existed. From her sleeve, she produced a crimson-oiled paper umbrella, unfurling it as she walked slowly toward Gu Feng. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the ground mingled with the patter of rain on the umbrella, resonating clearly in Gu Feng's ears. Let us take a moment's respite. That last move was merely a fragment of that power, wasn't it? It seems everything here suppresses the energy of fate. That force restraining the energy of destiny must be related to the essence within your body. When you awaken, I shall return to you, revealing the answers you seek. This is but a projection of mine, and I am unsure why it appears here. However, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an understanding. The sound of her high heels gradually faded away as Gu Feng slowly closed his eyes. Fei Xiao appeared before him the instant Huangquan departed, gently lifting Gu Feng and vanishing into the curtain of rain. The onlookers who witnessed the battle could only feel a sense of absurdity. Neither the swirling vortex that spanned the skies of Xinghua nor that exquisite flash of blade could be challenged by them. Xuanzi rose, determined to eliminate that threat, which loomed too large. At the moment he, along with others who wished to stifle such existence, prepared to act. Qin Shiyue, Gu Yeqing, Poseidon, and the sea which emerged together. The combined pressure of these four top-tier powerhouses dissuaded many from their intentions. Feeling the formidable presence of the four, Xuanzi reluctantly sat back down, lost in thought. Su Jiawei looked at the scar that cleaved through Xinghua, the terrifying aura emanating from it sending chills down his spine. The force within him, which had empowered him to surpass his limits, dared not stir in the face of that aura. He watched the violet-haired enchantress gradually recede, and the members of VV Academy disappear into the rain. Slowly, he turned back toward the Xinghua Palace. Chapter 42. The Top 32 Advancement Match, Part 3, The Terrifying Black Ring. after Gu Feng and Huang Quan had plowed the ground. This continental competition was forced to pause for 2 days. During this time, the Xingluo faction tirelessly repaired the Seoul arena, simultaneously strengthening the competition grounds. Now, representatives from the grassroots Holy Spirit sect and the Nine Treasures Liuli sect are invited to the stage to confirm the competition format. Gu Feng remained in a state of unconsciousness. Following the fierce battle between Gu Feng and Huang Quan, the Tianlong sect was single-handedly dismantled by Ouyang's son, who did not even exert his full strength, effortlessly conquering the entire individual competition. In the subsequent team match, devoid of Huang Quan, Ouyang's son ascended the stage alone and performed a peculiar melody, rendering the members of Tianlong unable to control their own bodies as he cast them out one by one. Chaos ensued. Ouyang's son's bizarre skill, the melody he played, could disorient the 5 senses, proving advantageous at times. The Jiobao sect, an esteemed and ancient faction, witnessed the notorious capabilities of the figure in the black robe. While they all harbored doubts about Jiobao's chances of victory, they nonetheless hoped it could compel the black-robed individual to unveil some of his techniques. The disparity in overall strength among them was not excessively vast, aside from desperate measures. Intelligence would enhance their odds of triumph in such circumstances. They collectively observed their opponent's match, seeking to glean useful information to avoid being caught off guard when their turn arrived. When the Jiobao participant took the stage, he wielded a long sword embedded with 6 gemstones, the hilt engraved with inscriptions that outlined its name, 7 kills. The instant the 2 participants entered the arena, a black ring simultaneously materialized on the platform, sword intent soaring into the sky as 6 soul rings illuminated in unison, the man's aura reaching its zenith. The 7 kills sword technique. It could sever both the heavens and the divine. In an instant, the blade's radiance tore through the nascent black ring as an odd, long-handled giant sword descended from within it, shattering the sword energy that had been directed at the black-robed figure as it embedded itself into the ground. The black-robed figure slowly advanced, extending a hand from beneath the cloak, its pallid hue resembling that of a corpse. With irregularly shaped gray-white crystals protruding from the wrist and elongated, slender, pitch-black fingers. As the long sword was drawn, a decaying aura and a chaotic energy simultaneously enveloped the arena, forcing the 7 kills warrior to retreat under the onslaught of this tumultuous presence. Gray sword energy cleaved through the battlefield, abruptly manifesting before the 7 kills warrior, as a realm of murderous intent coalesced around him. The 7 kills domain. The warrior swung his sword to sever the gray sword energy, his slightly crimson eyes betraying a murderous intent as the 7 kills sword soared into the sky, gradually fracturing, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Within mere breaths, a dense array of 7 kill swords blanketed the heavens above the battlefield, while the black-robed figure merely rested the giant sword upon his shoulder, remaining motionless. 10,000 swords converge as one. The 7 kills descend. All the long swords soared into the sky, parting the clouds, as a colossal 100-meter 7-killing sword materialized above. The great sword descended menacingly upon the figure cloaked in black, cleaving the air in its wake. A thunderous roar reverberated through the entire soul-fighting arena. And as the dust settled, the immense sword embedded itself into the ground. The black-robed figure stood beside the giant blade, utterly unscathed. Suddenly, several rents appeared in the black robe, which disintegrated into tattered strips that fluttered across the arena. The onlookers rose instinctively, their eyes transfixed on the figure unveiled beneath the robe. Those devoid of soul power were so terrified they fell to the ground, crawling backward in dread. Beneath the black robe stood a woman, her pale hair cascading to the floor, her eyes devoid of pupils, presenting an unsettling emptiness. Adorned with an array of crimson fissures across her skin, her arm joints bore gaping voids, as did her thigh joints, while sharp protrusions jutted from her body, emanating a sense of desolation and decay. Although devoid of any semblance of life, she stood brazenly on the arena, and at the moment her robe was torn asunder, chaos erupted throughout the platform. Soul power, elemental energy, spirit force, and even the so-called divine power could not be summoned. The spectators sensed an unforeseen anomaly in her presence. They felt her essence shifting. At times she appeared as a living being, at others as a corpse, resembling a soul beast, and then a deity, only to plunge again into darkness, akin to an abyss. Neither human, beast, corpse, deity, nor demon. What, indeed, was she? Ouyang's son and his companions, sensing the woman's aura, bore expressions of grave concern that mirrored across their faces. The woman's gaze was fixed upon the inheritor of the 7 kills, despite her lack of pupils. It was clear she was observing him intently. She pointed the long-handled giant sword at him, slowly moving her hand, and in an instant, the sword danced within her grasp, unleashing a barrage of countless ashen sword energies. Where the sword energy soared, the very essence of the world seemed to be devoured, casting the realm in shades of gray and white. In that fleeting moment, the inheritor of the 7 kills sensed a dire threat. He wished to concede. Yet no sound escaped his lips. The inheritor of the 9 treasures vanished within the sword energies, the 7 killing sword plummeting to the ground, disintegrating into dust along with half of the arena itself. The title holder of the 9 treasures sprang to his feet, a tempest of fury in his soul power directed at the gray-haired woman. This title holder was the sword Douluo of this era, and the master of the vanquished inheritor of the 7 kills, a super Douluo of 97 levels. The sword Douluo, known for his unparalleled offensive capabilities, surpassed even Xuanzai in sheer assault, though could not rival Gu Yechen, whose attacks were unrivaled across the continent, with extremes that even the boldest dared not provoke. Under the relentless assault of Gu Yechen, one could either survive or succumb to his lethal strikes. This was the very reason why the 4 of them had previously held sway over the multitude lurking in the shadows, hesitant to act against them. After all, no one wished to be taken by the wrathful Gu Yechen. The sound of swords clashing reverberated throughout the Seoul arena, and for reasons unknown, Su Jiawei refrained from intervening to halt the sword Douluo. In a moment of fury, the sword Douluo unleashed his martial spirit in its true form. A colossal sword, hundreds of meters in length, descended from the heavens, ultimately resting behind the sword Douluo. With a mere gesture, he transformed the massive blade into a 1.2-meter-long sword, its tip aimed at the silver-haired maiden. A chilling aura enveloped the hearts of all present as 9 distinct colored spirit rings emerged beneath his feet, with the 9th ring radiating a blood-red glow. Suddenly, the clouds above parted, and a beam of sword light sliced down towards the Seoul arena, cleaving the clouds with precision. In an instant, the silver-haired girl vanished beneath the overwhelming brilliance of the sword light. Just as the sword Douluo believed he had avenged his disciple, he turned to depart from this sorrowful place. However, a colossal black ring materialized in the skies above the Seoul arena, expanding instantaneously to engulf the entirety of Douluo City. Following Gu Feng's consumption of all energy within the Douluo realm and the severing of the city by Huang Quan's blade, a new force emerged to envelop Douluo City. All the formidable beings protected their own prodigies, gazing gravely at the ominous black ring that loomed over the city. The previous dark red cannon and that fleeting blade of light had already indicated the terrifying nature of these extraordinary phenomena. The black ring appeared at the very moment the silver-haired maiden vanished, stirring unease in the hearts of all present. As the black ring enveloped Douluo, the city was suddenly shrouded in darkness. In the next moment, a cacophony of frenzied sounds erupted: cries, laughter, roars, howls, pleas, and all the tormented echoes of humanity filled the air. The sword Douluo felt the hair on his body stand on end as all 9 spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, radiating the brilliance of spirit bones. He unleashed every possible means at his disposal, reaching an extreme state where he could momentarily contend with the very limits of existence. Yet, death still loomed ominously around him. Suddenly, a black mist enveloped the sword Douluo, swallowing him whole. Within the murky shroud, dazzling sword light flickered, and after a breath's time, the radiance dissipated, leaving the sword Douluo vanished within the black fog. The frenzied sounds within the black ring grew even more unruly before falling into a profound silence. Gradually, the black ring receded, and the silver-haired maiden reappeared upon the arena. A chill ran down the spines of all present, including Su Jiawei. Teetering on the brink of his limits, and the Silver Dragon King, the sovereign of spirit beasts. The unknown is the most terrifying. No one could fathom how the sword Douluo had vanished. In merely a breath's time after being consumed by the black mist, no trace remained of him. Even the silver-haired maiden, whom the sword Douluo had severed, re-emerged once more. The expression on the face of the Silver Dragon King darkened. For despite her peak spiritual perception revealing no discernible abnormalities, an unsettling chill enveloped her. She could sense the formidable aura of battle emanating from Ouyang's son, as well as the terrifying power within Fei Xiao, which was capable of annihilating the entire Douluo divine realm. Even the unusual energy radiating from Gu Feng did not escape her notice. Beyond the earlier encounter with the purple-clad lady, she had indeed felt nothing amiss until the moment of confrontation, when an overwhelming dread of life and death swept over her, an enormity capable of obliterating worlds. Yet, It was not as peculiar as the aura exuding from this gray-haired woman. Indeed, it was uncanny. A sense of eeriness gripped everyone. A chilling sensation that unsettled their very souls. The representative of the 9 treasures trembled as he yielded. Fear had taken root in them. For before this unknown terror of a woman, none but a select few remained unafraid. After the 9 treasures' representative conceded, the woman turned to leave, and wherever she tread, the ground turned a ghostly white. Once her black robe fell away, she became a walking catastrophe. Her companions, trembling in trepidation, offered her another black robe. And upon donning it, the eerie phenomena dissipated, save for the vanished sword Douluo and the marks left on the ground where she had previously walked without her robe. Everyone believed it to be a dream, yet the events that transpired in the Soul Arena attested to the reality of this terror. Chapter 43. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, Part 4. A startling turn of events. The following day, the competition for the top 32 resumed. After 2 days of matches, with the first day witnessing Huang Quan and Gu Feng obliterating the Soul Arena, and the second day seeing the gray-haired woman devastate half of it, the participants had only managed to contest a fraction of the total 64. Today, the advancement matches continued. But who could predict when an unexpected incident would occur? In the first match, the Sun Moon Royal Academy faced off against the Haotian sect. Both teams were summoned for battle. 7 from the Sun Moon side, along with 7 individuals donned in sect attire wielding 7 hammers, ascended to the Soul Arena. As the contest commenced, Muir graciously yielded the stage to Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen. Under the oppressive firepower of Meng Hongchen's Zhu Qingbingchen and Xiao Hongchen's relentless assault, the Haotian sect struggled to defend. Observing the gradual retreat of the Haotian team, Muir felt a slight relaxation. Reminiscing about the past as he gazed at the lively white-haired woman, vowing to share joyous moments with her in this life. Lost in reminiscence. The other 4 members of the Sun Moon team merely played a supporting role, for Ji Juechen and his companions, having departed for the Mingda Hall, were not part of the academy. Thus, they had brought along 4 who merely filled the ranks, sufficient for their needs. At that moment, an unexpected turn occurred. The 6 members of the Haotian side suddenly activated their 6 soul rings and charged toward Xiao Hongchen, intent on neutralizing her interference. The remaining individual underwent a transformation, his martial soul morphing as the surface of the Haotian hammer began to shed, revealing a hammer with one half crimson and the other half snow white, its handle entirely black, now in his grasp. The youth bore 7 soul rings radiating brilliance, 1 purple, for black, and 2 red. The blood-red glow astonished all the soul masters, compelling them to rise in shock. On the battlefield, a formidable soul saint with a 10,000-year soul ring emerged, marking the first appearance of a 7-ringed soul saint. Although there had been numerous displays of power surpassing that of a soul saint, the nature of those powers remained elusive to the onlookers. The sudden emergence of this exceptional soul saint ignited a fervor among them. The 7 soul rings detonated, transforming into energy that surged into the young boy's body. Muir, astonished by the unexpected aura, regained his focus just in time to witness the crimson hammer strike Dream Hongchen, sending him flying. As Dream Hongchen soared through the air, he coughed up blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Xiao Hongchen, in a fit of rage, unleashed an assault on the 6 members of the Haotian team, yet found himself unable to extricate himself from the fray. Muir, witnessing the shattered figure, trembled as he caught the broken form of Dream Hongchen, tears streaming down his face. He felt the fading breath of the figure in his arms, like a marionette holding onto a shattered soul. As Dream Hongchen's presence waned, a sense of foreboding washed over everyone. The granddaughter of the Sun Moon Mingda Hall's master lay dead in Star Luo. Such a tragedy was catastrophic. The colossal bicolored hammer descended upon Muir, causing the higher-ups of the Star Luo and Shrek, along with certain factions across the continent, to rise with grim expressions. In this competition, anyone could perish. However, should a few specific individuals meet with misfortune, the consequences would be dire. Firstly, if Bian Huang Gu Feng were to face calamity, Gu Yechen and Qin Shouyue would undoubtedly go mad. With the Super Douluo level Divine Angel Martial Soul, even the utmost limits might not suffice to save her. Especially with Gu Yechen, who could not be restrained even by the extremes. Secondly, if the descendant of Ryu Jing Hongchun were to lose his son, he would be left with only a grandson and granddaughter. Any harm to either would invoke wrath, and the furious Mingda Hall could obliterate a principality in a single day. Lastly, there were the 2 women with purple and gray hair, both exceedingly perilous. One was shrouded in mystery, rumored to possess power akin to divinity, while the other was exceedingly enigmatic, with no one understanding how she could make a sword Douluo of this generation vanish in the blink of an eye. Now, a life had been lost, and such grievous injuries were beyond any hope of salvation. Even divine intervention would prove futile. Su Jiawei and his companions pondered how to thwart the impending vengeance of the Mingda Hall. At that moment, a frenzied voice erupted from the Soul Arena, and the eyes of the white-haired youth turned blood-red. After encasing Dream Hongchen's shattered body in extreme ice, he laughed maniacally. At this moment, he possessed the capability to mend Dream Hongchen's injuries, yet the soul was absent. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, he pressed a hand to his head. 6 elements swirling around him in a frenzy, his aura continuously ascending, reaching its zenith within mere breaths, and still climbing ever higher. A youth, grasping 2 colored hammers, kneels upon the ground, engulfed by an unparalleled terror. One hand forcefully presses down on the boy's head, smashing it against the earth, creating a vast pit beneath. Blood streams from the boy's head, and upon witnessing this scene, several titled experts from the Haotian sect rush forth. At the instant Dream Hongchen encounters calamity, she readies her soul-guiding device. A torrent of soul cannons is unleashed upon the Haotian sect, for she desires their demise alongside her own. Neo-Air entrusts the frozen Dream Hongchen to the care of Xiao Hongchen and Ji Juechen, then hoists the boy, who lies on the ground like a lifeless dog, his crimson eyes flashing with fury. Where has the soul of the dream gone? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift release. Ha! It is beings like you, who do not belong to this world, that have rendered my existence so miserable. Rest assured, her soul has been exiled. You shall never find it. The boy's eyes turn pitch black, and in the next moment, a void engulfs him, causing his form to vanish without a trace. A low, sinister laughter begins to resonate, gradually intensifying, echoing throughout the Star Luo. Those who do not belong to this world, I lost to Gu Xilan 19,000 years ago, and once more to Lu Xing a millennium ago. I had intended to relinquish everything and live peacefully, but since this realm cannot accommodate me, let it be destroyed. As the words leave his lips, the ground of Star Luo quakes, and countless underground fires surge forth. A thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens, as torrential rain mingled with lightning descends, drawing all metal towards the celestial dome. The golden essence of the Star Luo realm is instantaneously drained, and the molten metal, along with the extracted golden elements, coalesces into a towering 6-winged metallic structure reaching a height of 100,000 meters. As the 6 wings unfurl, a sharp and oppressive aura blankets the skies above Star Luo. In that very moment, powerful beings across the land sensed the mournful wails of the Douluo realm. The final will of Douluo had initially chosen to place its hope in Hui Yuhao, yearning for him to liberate it from its grasp. Yet, with the unfolding of these disastrous events, control becomes irrelevant. The world risks obliteration. At Shrek Academy, Moon perceives the tremors emanating from Star Luo and gazes at the 6 wings above the realm, his expression sharpening. The holy dragon of light tears through the fabric of space, racing towards Star Luo City, followed by numerous members of the Sea God Pavilion. Within the Sun and Moon Imperial Palace, Kong Dimming, engrossed in the study of a 10th-level soul-guiding device, suddenly senses the Earth's lamentation. His countenance darkens as he employs the Silver Moon Divine Light shield to traverse space towards the guiding point in the abyss. In the Evil Spirit Forest, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao are in deliberation with the evil emperor when their eyes meet, prompting them to hasten towards Star Luo simultaneously. From the depths of the ocean, the sea god lineage, Extreme Douluo, and the sea god Douluo, along with the demon queen, who relentlessly assaults the sea god's kin, rupture the fabric of space en route to Star Luo. In the depths of Tianhan, the boy's disheveled figure appears atop the Haotian Great Hall. After murmuring softly, he succumbs to a profound state of unconsciousness. Cursed fate! I have awakened memories of my past life, born within the Haotian sect, supported by the great Buddha of Tang, and possessing 2 divine martial souls. Why then do I falter against these outsiders? Am I not the protagonist? The 2 sect masters of Haotian were astonished upon witnessing the disheveled state of their talented disciple. Before they could inquire further, they felt the tremors of the earth and hastily tore through the fabric of space to reach the site of the incident. In the extreme North Sea, the sea princess instructed her 2 daughters to calm their people, when suddenly, the ocean floor ruptured with gaping fissures. Many of her kin were caught unawares and were swiftly drawn into the abyss. She surfaced, gazing at the waters as they formed a colossal whirlpool, following the currents to their ultimate destination. Under the golden tree of Shrek, shortly after Moon's departure, within the mysterious expanse beneath the towering tree, a blue-haired beauty hurriedly tended to a rugged man. He had been locked in a fierce struggle against the will of the realm, but was suddenly caught off guard by its violent upheaval. Having refined a portion of the realm's essence, he understood the gravity of the situation, but was instantly gravely wounded. "What shall we do now?" exclaimed Hua. "Xiao San and the others cannot assist us at this moment." "Ain, we must rely on ourselves," came the resolute reply. "Allow me a moment to recuperate, and we shall proceed. If we do not impede that individual, the entire continent may face annihilation." Tang Hua's gaze pierced through the vast expanse, locking onto the immense 6 wings hovering in the sky above the star Luo Empire. Deep within the Stardo forest, a colossal black dragon raised its head to behold the 6 wings in the heavens. The towering trees of the forest swayed vigorously, the dragon's roar echoing across the land. As a great bear charged forth, arriving before the emperor, King of Beasts, Spirit of the Monsters, Lady Z, and Lord Qi. "You shall remain in Stardo to avert the calamity. Bear King, by Ji, we must depart." The dragon's silhouette tore through the fabric of space alongside Bai Ji and the Great Bear. Across the continent, aside from the poles, all eyes were drawn skyward to behold the 6 wings suspended in the firmament. The distance was so vast, yet the devastation at the site of the incident remained unfathomable. In an instant, Star Luo City was reduced to ruins amidst Muir's maniacal laughter, the once mighty wall that was said to withstand divine assaults crumbling into debris. The casualties in Star Luo were incalculable. Gu Yechen, grasping an ancient longbow, wore a grave expression as he stared at Muir, suspended high above. Su Jiawei's imperial crown radiated boundless starlight, shielding his sister and other royal dignitaries. The immortal poison of his sect, Shrek Xuanzi, protected their own pride of heaven. Qian Qiuyu, transformed into an angel, alongside Poseidon, guided the denizens of the fringe away from the battlefield, where the ground had turned to molten rock, claiming the lives of all who could not take flight. No one anticipated that a mere competition could spark such turmoil across the entire continent. Chapter 44. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, and Lightning Wanchuan Guardian Mei. With 6 wings unfurled, a terrifying tempest was unleashed, causing the earth to convulse as the ruins of the Star Luo Imperial City were swallowed into the depths through the fissures that emerged upon the ground. Millennia of history vanished from the continent in an instant as a colossal earthen dragon surged forth from the chasms, obscuring the sky with its immense form. Soaring to the heavens at a staggering height of 100,000 meters, the dragon turned its gaze toward the earth, where Mir stood upon its head. The roar of the dragon echoing across the continent, its ferocious cry audible even to the soul beasts in the far north. The mighty dragon raised its claw, energy coalescing upon its talon, gradually forming an earthen elemental spear. The dragon twisted its massive body, hurling the spear into the higher reaches of the sky, parting the atmosphere. As a colossal spearhead materialized above the dragon and the 6 wings. From beyond Douluo star, a sight unfolded. The earthen spear pierced through the outer space toward Douluo. The atmospheric barrier of the planet shattering as if struck by a meteor, resembling the delicate rupture of a balloon pricked by chopsticks. The spear, poised to breach the atmosphere, boasted a tip of 100,000 meters in size. Should this complete spear descend, the Douluo continent would be submerged, a testament to divine might. The cataclysmic power, akin to a natural disaster, reverberated through every heart. The spatial fabric of Star Luo City had become exceedingly fragile. What once required extreme force to tear asunder could now be ruptured by a soul saint, though the fate of the soul saints utilizing this space for travel remained uncertain. The radiant and dark holy dragons circled above the ruins, upon the heads of which rested a hunched elder and a commanding elder, respectively. A colossal blood-colored puppet loomed beside the holy dragons, atop which stood an enchanting sorceress of breathtaking beauty. A 1,000-meter-tall cyclopean figure towered, its single eye surrounded by hundreds of tentacles, each 1,000 meters long, slashing through the air to create rifts, emanating an eerie blue glow. Roar. The darkness descended, as colossal bears and a 1,000-meter black dragon emitted a chorus of growls from the shadows, while a mermaid crowned in gold and a gargantuan whale, stretching 10,000 meters, surged forth from the ocean currents approaching the horizon. Upon the arrival of all the mighty beings from the continent, they gazed upwards at the spearheads emerging from the sky, reflecting on the ruins of Star Luo with a sense of melancholy, before collectively directing their attention toward the heavens. Little one, mother and father must go to assist now. You should depart with your friends. Star Luo is no more. Venture to that secret realm. We will return safely. A magnificent 6-winged angel appeared amidst the chaos, upon whose shoulders stood a man wielding an ancient longbow, his soul rings flickering, the silvery rings flashing wildly. A terrifying aura causing the hairs on the back of many necks to rise. Awakening, Gu Feng extended his hand toward his departing parents, only to let it fall in the end. Ouyang's son, observing Poseidon in the sea which ascending into the sky, patted Gu Feng's shoulder, awaiting his decision. I will take charge. That entity cannot be obstructed by these beings. At worst, they will perish, and the continent will be preserved, with Star Luo reduced to true ruins. Or perhaps some will die, and Star Luo's domain will transform into a place of divine retribution. A heavy tone emanated from Fei Xiao as it resonated beside Gu Feng. The entity in the heavens was approaching the point of no return, something beyond the capabilities of mere mortals who had never ventured beyond their own planets. If you have not yet reached a conclusion, I can offer my assistance. However, in the future, you must aid me in combating the void. A transcendent voice echoed from behind as a figure with violet hair approached, gracefully traversing the void while holding a crimson-oiled paper umbrella, exuding an air of mystery, danger, and unwavering confidence. Huangquan. Most were unaware of what Huangquan referred to as the void, save for Fei Xiao and Gu Feng. Feng, do not concern yourself with this woman. The eternal sleep monarch is not something we can contend with, nor will we be able to face it in the future. A hand restrained Fei Xiao from making a move. Very well. When that day arrives, call upon me, and as long as I still exist, I shall come. Gu Feng stood with his back to Huangquan, gazing at the impending descent of the stone spear from the heavens. In his current state, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. At best, he could ensure his survival against it. I will come to find you, he vowed. The matters at hand could only be resolved by him. Returning to the celestial vessel would indeed present alternative avenues. The power of my projection can still wield a blade, capable of momentarily cleaving through the veil of this world. After that strike, I can lead her away from this sealed realm. If you venture there, uncertainty looms large. Consider this an additional offering of assistance. As Huangquan's words faded, she lifted her gaze towards the firmament and let out a slow sigh, memories of the past flooding her mind. The shattered Takamagara and Izumo, a land strewn with broken swords and blades, the obsidian sun and ashen sky, crimson rain, and that silhouette amidst the downpour. A gentle woman adorned in sacrificial garb, with 2 horns of ebony hair, clutched a fractured long sword, staring at the swirling black hole above. The figure from her recollection wielded the blade, which gradually transformed into a sanguine longsword. As the blade materialized, the special horns atop the girl's head faded from memory, and in that moment of wielding the sword, her hair turned to a silvery gray. A torrent of memories surged through Huangquan's mind, culminating in the final image, a friend traversing the same path, inquiring about her name. She had forgotten countless things. Yet one remained etched in her memory, her name, Thunder. Huangquan Guardian. Mei. Huangquan, in her high heels, stepped forward into the void, rippling the space like water. Gu Feng was drawn into a peculiar realm. With her crimson eyes and gray hair, Huangquan turned to face him, a red long sword in her grasp. The surface of the sea within this space rippled incessantly, while a colossal black hole spun in the distance. Huangquan regarded the steadfast gaze of the youth before her, reminiscent of an old friend, the chaotic healer. In the long night ahead, you are likely to encounter numerous setbacks and witness many tragedies, ultimately perceiving only the stark contrast of black and white. Yet, please believe that amidst that monochrome world, a fleeting glimmer of red will emerge. When the moment of choice arrives, it shall manifest once more. You must carefully contemplate its significance. Subsequently, Huangquan slowly drew forth a crimson blade, cleaving towards the black hole. A scarlet gash appeared before the abyss. The ocean's surface cleaved apart, and Gu Feng tumbled forth from this peculiar realm. After Huangquan's strike, the contrasting colors of black and white suddenly expanded across the world, saturating it in an instant. The realms of Star Luo, the sun and moon, celestial souls, spirit fighters, starry constellations, the seas, the poles, and all within the Shrek domain bore witness to the overwhelming surge of black and white, transforming the entire world into a monochromatic tableau. The formidable beings across all continents of Star Luo were gathering their strength, preparing to counter the impending descent of the rock spears from above. The eruption of black and white left them in utter astonishment, and the shock in Myoer's eyes was unparalleled. The hidden Neo-Tion Titan in the void, along with Ain and Tang Hao beneath Shrek, were completely taken aback. In a mere breath, the dual colors enveloped the entire planet, turning the descending rock spears to a shade of gray, before a flash of crimson illuminated the monochrome world. The intense red light cleaved towards the heavens, splitting the colossal rock spears capable of shattering continents into 2, causing them to dissipate into the void. The sky was rent asunder. creating a crimson fissure that would become a future testament of divinity. The monochrome world gradually regained its original hues, and Myo-air vanished into the heavens amidst the red glow. Huang Quan's ethereal form re-emerged before the onlookers, her ephemeral presence indicating that her time was running short. This fragment of power was on the verge of dissipating. "General of the Yaoqing celestial vessel, you have a moment left for goodbyes," she said. "Moreover, I have only impeded that calamity. The individual has sustained grave injuries from the residual force. The ensuing matters lie in your hands." Following this, Huang Quan's projection entrusted time to Fei Xiao and Gu Feng, while Ouyang's son and the others, witnessing the scene, granted them the space they needed. Chapter 45. The oncoming turmoil. I will await you aboard the celestial vessel. In the future, I shall stand by your side to confront the eternal slumber sovereign. Fei Xiao embraced Gu Feng quietly. After a moment, gentle words echoed in Gu Feng's ears. "Take care of yourself. We must depart. Time is fleeting, and if we linger, this realm will once again be sealed by that entity." "All right, I understand." Fei Xiao cast a final glance at Gu Feng before vanishing into the rift in the sky alongside Huang Quan. The six-winged angel descended beside them, accompanied by the ethereal figure of the sea god wielding a scepter. The witch and Gu Yechen stood sentinel around them, while the supermodel had completely vanished, and Xing Luo was utterly incapacitated. Thus, it was time for reckoning. Soul beasts, evil soul masters, as well as Shrek and the enigmatic Xing Luo, among others. A fierce battle erupted, with the angel and the sea god confronting the blood-red puppet simultaneously. The colossal whale and sea god island engaged in a cautious dance of probing, neither daring to reveal their full strength before these formidable adversaries, as they were not of this continent. The light and dark holy dragons intertwined in a fierce struggle, while the witch held back the devouring divine bull, and Gu Yechen faced off against Su Jiawei. Suddenly, the death god puppet appeared on the battlefield, its scythe aimed menacingly at Shrek's ranks. Just in time, the radiant phoenix manifested, intercepting the sweeping blade and swiftly leading Shrek-S group into a frenzied retreat, blood staining the golden feathers of the phoenix. The forces of Shrek clashed with the evil soul masters, as Di Tian and Xiong Jun sensed the presence of the two traitors, Titan and Nyo Tian, and charged at them in a fury. The collision of four ultimate-level soul beasts sent tremors through the very earth. At the moment Huang Quan tore through the barrier of the former demon lord, multiple divine consciousnesses descended simultaneously from the divine realm. Gu Qiuwa crouched in midair, clutching her head and wailing, while Wang Donger emitted an ethereal voice amidst Hui Yuhao's incredulous expression. Blue divine consciousnesses descended upon the radiant holy dragon and sea god island, followed by a strand of consciousness shooting from Gu Qiuwa's mind straight towards Wang Donger. Gu Qiuwa promptly lost consciousness as Ouyang's son, Ouyang Qi'er, and Gu Yuna examined her injuries, revealing damage to her soul. Their expressions turned grim. Meanwhile, Wang Donger, now to be called Tang Wudong, unfurled resplendent butterfly wings behind her. A golden trident descended from the heavens, its radiance illuminating the ground. Tang Wutong extended her jade-like hand, and the trident vibrated slowly, materializing in her grasp. The aura of the super artifact momentarily quelled the chaos around them. It was time to fight with all their might. They had lingered at the pinnacle of this world for far too long, long enough that their days were numbered. This sudden appearance of a super artifact might just provide the means to take that crucial step forward. The current calmness signified an intensity of madness, none wished for death. Everyone had departed from Tang Wudong's side, leaving her in a vortex where anyone who approached would suffer. Hui Yuhao wanted to say something, but his companions seemed to have vanished, and the demeanor of that girl was entirely different from those he knew. Yet, there was a silver lining. At least the destined child of this world had not yet been ensnared, and the arrangements made by the divine King Tang were now utterly rendered ineffective. The will of heaven and earth suddenly alerted everyone, swiftly whisking Hui Yuhao away, only for him to vanish from sight. Tang Wutong cast a lingering gaze at the disappearing Hui Yuhao, the child of fate, indeed a favored one of the heavens. She then turned her attention to the culprits behind all this chaos. You stand no chance. Even if you wielded divine artifacts, you could never ascend to godhood. However, there exists a rare opportunity for you to attain divinity, and that is to eradicate those who do not belong to Douluo. Tang Wudong pointed her sword at Gu Feng and the others, including the silver-haired Nox. The black sun and moon rose from the ruins, only to explode. Ether, sun, and moon. The explosion sent a cloud of dust soaring, prompting Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, along with those unassociated with Douluo, to flee for their lives. When the divine consciousness descended, Gu Feng sensed impending doom and prepared himself. Their strength was not yet sufficient to confront the top-tier powerhouses of the continent. The death god puppets and blood puppets charged towards Nox, and in that instant, Nox was shattered into fragments. Darkness, sheer darkness. It enveloped the entire star Luo, extending to the borders of Douluo. From within the darkness, countless whispers emerged. You have arrived. We long for your release to slay them. The black ring erupted. The prior black mist surged towards everyone in Star Luo. Damn, what is this? Zayushui, take cover. The dark sacred dragon, burning with soul power, momentarily swept Yizishui out of the black mist. Its form appeared corroded, scales decaying, horns withering, and claws aging. The dark sacred dragon transformed back into a tall elder, exuding a feeble aura, spitting forth a stream of black blood, and hurriedly led Yizishui towards the sun and moon. Zhongli Wu. At the moment the dragon Xiaoyao broke through the black mist, also dashed out, following them in a desperate escape. He bore the greatest loss, having sacrificed 400,000-year-old soul beast souls and the Bone Dragon King to break free. The angel and sea god fought valiantly, while the witch was pushed back by Tao Tai. And Gu Yeqing found himself trapped by Su Jiawei in the heavens, ensnared by the guardian of the imperial crown, unable to escape in the short term. As the dust cleared, Gu Feng and his companions were intercepted by the members of the body sect, the angel, sea god, and which stood resolutely before the undying poison. While Shrek and other forces from the continent surrounded them, the hooves of the Tao Tai divine bull thundered down, and Ouyang Sun's maniacal laughter echoed. Come, come. This is how it should be. With one hand propped against his forehead, a piercing crimson light emanated from his eyes, while golden feathers and white fluff danced in the wake of the tyrant divine ox's mighty steps. Chi Tian, the crowd witnessed, as Ouyang's son, burdened by the weight of the world upon his shoulders, sent the tyrant divine ox soaring through the air in a singular moment. Yet, despite this remarkable feat, Ouyang's son ultimately proved no match for such a formidable adversary. After propelling the divine beast away, he reverted to his former state, momentarily rendered powerless. The aura of the Snow Empress surged wildly, ascending through the ranks of Soul Saint and Soul Douluo, on the brink of a breakthrough to the title of Douluo. She yearned to conclude her arduous reconstruction, although the outcome would likely not enable her to contend with these powerful beings. There remained a glimmer of hope for her escape from this place. Gu Feng extended a hand to rest gently upon the shoulder of the Snow Empress, then stepped away to approach Qian Shiyue, enveloping her in a tender embrace. Mother, do not worry. We shall be fine, I assure you. He then rendered his mother unconscious with a swift strike, supporting her as she fell, and entrusted her care to the witch and Poseidon. As for his father, he was unable to assist at the moment, though it appeared that concern for him was unwarranted. The number of titled individuals around them was increasing. The allure of ascendance to divinity was overwhelming. Previously, these individuals had been at a loss, but now, everyone was eager to partake in the unfolding chaos. I can lead you away. There is no need to resort to that. Song Yu observed the encircling throng, assessing their remaining combat strength. The probability of a complete escape was merely 40%, yet that was sufficient. I do not wish to retreat again. Shrek has fled once, and I avoided my escape when Fei Shu departed. I am not a great sage, nor do I relish entanglements, but the number of those I care for is limited, my family. Whoever harms them shall face death. A whisper echoed, followed by increasingly frenzied words, a mad aura emanating from Gu Feng. Song Yu noticed the ethereal energy and crimson aura surging from him. She gripped her blade, knowing she could unleash one final strike, enough to ensnare everyone for a fleeting second. Song Yu, take them away, and please look after them. Wait for me in the borderlands. I shall return. Song Yu gazed at Gu Feng's departing figure, contemplating for a moment before replying, very well. She retreated to the vicinity of Ouyang's son and the others. None among the encircled dared to strike. They were not seeking to grant farewells, but were acutely aware that the individuals surrounding them hailed from various origins, each vying for the elusive opportunity of divinity. Within the circle were 3 super Douluo. Now, only 2 remained, yet none wished to be the first to act. They needed to guard against a breakout from within while remaining vigilant against threats from without. Preserve your strength for now. Do not grant these ruffians a chance to escape. Xuanzi returned, one arm broken. Ouyang's son's strike had rendered it so, truly a testament to the might of one at the limits of power. The onlookers regarded Xuanzi's injured arm, their pupils narrowing, as they coalesced their strength, preparing to act. Chapter 46. Demon. Apothecary. A low, resonant laughter reverberated within the encirclement, while the chaotic mutterings of the Black Ring echoed nearby, soon followed by the dispersal of the black mist from the area. The Emperor's crown drew down the stars, intercepting the dark fog. The Black Ring slowly advanced from the star Douluo towards the direction of Douluo, the black mist trailing behind it, consuming all life in its path. Something is amiss. Why is that Black Ring departing from here? Moon and the enigmatic Ain Tang Hao furrowed their brows in contemplation. The bizarre nature of that entity was beyond their comprehension. They could merely ensure their own safety while attempting to shield those under their protection. Why had it suddenly retreated? From beneath the ruins of Starfall, an endless tide of black mist surged forth, swirling around Gu Feng, where, amidst the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes ignited. The inky blackness of the pupils and sclera was pierced only by a ring of white at the edges, and these eerie eyes emitted a haunting crimson glow. Hee. The maniacal laughter morphed into a sinister, deranged chuckle. Come, let us continue. Today, you shall all perish here, he. The frenzied words echoed through the boundless black mist. Gu Feng's consciousness descended into the depths of his soul, where the dark red blood seemed to harbor the essence of the entire world. Awaken, the demon slumbering within me. Assist me in overcoming this trial. I am willing to barter my future for this. A faint chuckle echoed within his heart, and the ephemeral visage of the demon flickered away. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, the demon bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, its face momentarily adorned with a mocking, human-like smirk. In an instant, the dark red blood coursed through his entire being, shattering the invisible shackles that bound him, as a colossal demonic silhouette flashed into existence behind him. Everyone's attention was drawn to that fleeting specter, an indescribable terror descending upon their hearts at its manifestation. None could discern the demon's true form. Though it appeared for but a moment, a profound unease enveloped them, as if a great horror had arrived. The moment the demon's apparition emerged, the deities in the divine realm, the hidden Tang Hao, the concealed Ain, the lurking mirror, and even Huang Quan, far beyond this realm, all sensed something extraordinary. Yet, only Huang Quan comprehended the true nature of that phenomenon. Endless dark miasma erupted from the ground, and amidst the blackened currents, a flicker of red appeared, transforming the dark vapors into a sinister crimson stream. A shadowy figure abruptly vanished before them, a hand seizing Xuanzi's face and forcefully pressing him into the earth, creating a massive pit hundreds of meters deep. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves, a visceral sense of danger flooding their hearts. Die, die. The depths of the pit resonated with frenzied laughter and tyrannical roars. The shattered earth began to tremble as Gu Feng grasped Xuanzi's foot, relentlessly smashing him against the ground. Dominion over the world. Dragon Emperor's quake. Dragon Emperor's obliteration. The once-hunched figure suddenly towered in stature. The strongest of his generation unleashed his renowned techniques from a century ago. The amalgamation of three formidable moves, coupled with a surprise attack, struck while Gu Feng was still engaged in his assault on Xuanzi. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, Gu Feng was reduced to a mist of blood. Ouyang's son and the others, witnessing the gruesome transformation of Gu Feng, clenched their fists tightly. At the moment Muin made his move, all attention was diverted, allowing Songyu to open a portal. In a fleeting moment, everyone was cast into its depths. Subsequently, as Gu Yechen arrived, he intended to depart with him. A chilling voice interrupted Song Yu's actions. I want these people dead. Gu Yechen drew the sun-shooting bow. An endless stream of sunlight cascaded from the heavens, striking the taut string of the bow, as an arrow forged from rays of light, imbued with searing heat, was aimed at Muin. The sun had set. For a fleeting moment, the brilliance of the sun dimmed, and the arrow composed of sunlight transformed into a new sun. Hurtling down towards Muin, a colossal crimson hammer, spanning thousands of meters, suddenly appeared in the path of the luminous arrow. A deafening explosion ensued. A vast crater, spanning thousands of miles, emerged in the starry expanse as a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere. This mushroom cloud was visible from every corner of the Douluo continent. This day would later be recognized as the dawn of chaos, the inception of all malevolence. Birthed from the ascent of this very mushroom cloud, Tang Hao, leaning on the shrunken Haotian hammer, coughed up blood, while Ain continuously channeled life energy to heal him. Gu Yechen was supported by Songyu. All the formidable beings surrounded Gu Yechen and Songyu, none daring to let him depart. Should he leave to exact vengeance, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. The magnitude of that power had already transcended limits, truly reaching the realm of the divine. Gu Yechen gently released the hand of Songyu, who was assisting him, As the sun-shooting bow reappeared, everyone stepped back, none daring to wager whether he could draw an arrow. At that moment of confrontation, while Ain was treating Tang Hao, an endless torrent of black and red energy had obscured the sky over Star Luo. The black and red currents spun wildly. A dim sun and a crimson moon emerged simultaneously on the horizon. On this day, the inhabitants of Douluo witnessed three celestial bodies, the faint sun, the dark sun, and the red moon. This extraordinary event was recorded by future generations, yet few believed it. Save for the elders who had witnessed it, nearly no one accepted its veracity. It was a miracle, a calamity. Those present amidst the ruins of Star Luo were rendered speechless by the sight of the sun and moon above. The apocalyptic spectacle sent shivers down their spines. Beginning with rock spears powerful enough to sink continents. Now, the ominous dark sun and blood-red moon had returned, and their current state was far from favorable. Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao had already fled, while Kong Deming retreated with them to the sun and moon after the rock spear was cleaved in two. Di Tian and Xiong Jun had also lost their vigor after battling Niu Tian and Titan. Both Niu Tian and Titan were gravely wounded. After Gu Yu and the others retreated, Di Tian and Xiong Jun unleashed the Dragon God Claw and the Rending Sky Claw, inflicting severe injuries on Titan and Niu Tian before departing from Star Luo. The Demon Queen had clashed with the denizens of Sea God Island, although she sustained little injury. Her condition was far from optimal. Shrek's Moon and Xuanzi were also left in a state of half-impairment. Tang Hao, having forcibly withstood Gu Yechen's furious strike while previously merging with the will of heaven and earth, found himself temporarily devoid of strength. Song Yue opened the dimensional gate and entered with Gu Yechen. At the very moment they stepped inside, a voice resonated throughout the universe, its authority palpable. Yet, Gu Yechen and Song Yue understood precisely whose voice it was. Subsequently, the dimensional gate closed. Ether, sun, and moon. The black sun and crimson moon descended simultaneously, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse, the true and descending upon Douluo. All resistance was abandoned. In the face of calamity, humanity ultimately reaches its limits. Unable to withstand the inevitable, everyone began to pray, beseeching the gods for salvation, as countless ordinary people and soul masters cried out. Su Jiawei called upon the name he had discovered within the secret realm. The collective supplications of a world, coupled with Su Jiawei's journey towards abundance, momentarily summoned the ethereal visage of a great existence. With antlers atop his head, bearing a visage that transcends gender, and endowed with 6 arms adorned with countless eyes, he gazes benevolently upon the world, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. The towering celestial tree stretches skyward, supporting the black sun and the blood moon, which are firmly anchored in the heavens by its formidable power, amidst the ominous crimson currents. A pair of blood-red eyes flickers to life as Gu Feng observes the celestial tree halting the black sun and blood moon. Just as Gu Feng prepares for further action, he gestures, unveiling a rift. Beyond this fissure lies an oppressive aura, a sky stained crimson, and an endless sea of blood, upon which stands a partially collapsed colossal city, an ancient remnant of hell. The core of the demon realm remains unscathed, suspended in the dimensional space of Douluo. The heart of hell is indeed the essence of the demon realm. A higher dimensional universe is effortlessly opened by his hand. He casts Gu Feng into this abyss. A roar reverberates through the cosmos before vanishing from this world. The apothecary. Subsequently, the rift seals and the endless black and red currents, now bereft of their master, gradually dissipate. He shrinks the celestial tree, transforming the sun and moon into its extraordinary fruits. His compassionate gaze sweeps across this realm before he disappears from existence. Chapter 1. A shifting paradigm. A year after the celestial convergence, transformations unfold across the continent. Gu Yechen and his companions return to the border wasteland, which had already entered a state of full-scale military preparation at that time. Under the leadership of Tang Hao and Ain, the group from Shrek returned to the academy, where Moon entrusted the position of Sea God Pavilion Master to Tang Hao. Upon taking office, the Haotian sect also emerged, with Tang Wudong designated as the next prospective Pavilion Master. The young man from Haotian sect, who had ignited the fuse a year prior, Tang Wujia, also joined Shrek. During this year, numerous significant events transpired, among which the most renowned include the Douling incident, the Xing Luo incident, the Tianhan incident, as well as the Ryu and Xinling incidents. The black ring that erupted on that day lingered for a while before drifting towards the Douling realm. On that fateful day, Douling transformed into a realm of death. Although the powerful sects managed to escape, the ordinary populace was virtually annihilated. Presently, Douluo stands as a dead nation, with the black ring hovering ominously in its sky, no longer in motion. Xingluo, as the battlefield of that apocalyptic event, has been nearly entirely rendered desolate. However, the aftermath of the divine phenomena left behind a terrifying impact. Initially, some individuals worshipped the savior deity, acquiring an almost immortal ability. Yet, it was not long before they morphed into monstrous beings, covered in withered branches, frenzied and bloodthirsty, attacking any living creatures they encountered. Subsequently, the Songqing secret realm, governed by Xingluo, fused directly with the imperial capital of Xingluo, forming a vast chasm. A severed tree took root amidst the ruins of Xingluo, granting Su Jiawei extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, due to Tang Hao's emergence and the divine heritage bestowed, there has yet to be any significant movement. Under the calamity, Xingluo is nearly devoid of living souls, with the corpses throughout the realm transformed into monsters, congregating in the ruins of the imperial capital. The Tianhun realm fares the best, albeit in a state of chaos. Douluo and Xingluo pose extreme dangers, yet for ordinary people, the threat has diminished, as they have largely perished. Suddenly, a hybrid entity of human and demon emerged in Tianhun. These discovered demons are bloodthirsty, lacking in soul power, but exhibiting remarkable speed, strength, and formidable physicality. They can even disguise themselves as humans, preying upon the living. The threat posed by these demons is exceedingly grave. The leaders of the Binti sect, along with several other sects, have formed a demon-hunting alliance. Although large-scale incidents of demons consuming humans have ceased, smaller occurrences persist. And those demons that have fed on humans can awaken various abilities. This threat has become the most pressing issue to address, lest the entirety of Tianhun's populace be devoured, giving rise to unknown horrors. The Ryu realm has split into two factions, one led by the Crown Prince and Yi Shishui's Holy Spirit sect, alongside the evil emperor, while the other faction is led by Muir. This individual, who initiated the apocalypse, has resurfaced after a period of silence. The boundless sea of blood spreads from the shores of Ryu, extending beyond the realm of Mingdu. The sole mentor legion of the sun and moon has been engulfed, the sea of blood absorbing all sustenance, and has been halted outside the capital. Muir's injuries remain unhealed. After all, the power of the void is not easily born. Following this upheaval, the Crown Prince has allied with the Holy Spirit Church to ascend to power, while Jing Hongchun of the Mingda Hall, accompanied by Xiao Hongchun, has vanished from the capital. Above the boundless sea of blood, a colossal blood orb has emerged, within which 6 extraordinary lives are gestating. Xuanzi from Shrek led an expedition to investigate, but was repelled by the crimson figures lurking within the sea. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwu seized the opportunity to severely wound Xuanzi, nearly leaving him behind in the sun and moon. During this year, the divine inheritances scattered across Douluo have converged, resonating throughout the continent. All have heard the echoes of the divine legacy from the ruins of Jialing Pass, dating back a millennium. However, these ruins were sealed away by the gods long ago, containing the shattered divinity of angels, the legacy of Rakshasas, and the inheritances of the deities, all now residing within Jialing Pass. This very site looms above Shrek City. The seal is set to be broken 3 years hence, a fleeting moment in time. The denizens of the continent are striving to enhance their powers, all yearning to attain the divine inheritance. Naturally, there are also those who seek to obliterate it, such as the Soul Beast clan, the demons, Muir, and the inhabitants of the borderlands. Miss Songyue, would you indulge me in a drink? Gu Yechen stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, his drink swaying towards the newly arrived Songyue. The wine that Gu Yechen held found its way into Songyue's hands. The wine was exquisite, and thus she accepted it. Qiu Yu is looking for you, she remarked. Her previously icy tone softened slightly by the fine elixir. With that, she vanished atop the city wall, clutching the wine. Gu Yechen gazed quietly at the horizon, where a solitary, gnarled tree stood, adorned with a scattering of stars. Though it lacked the grandeur of the miraculous tree, it remained discernible in the twilight. Sigh. The figure of Gu Yechen gradually faded from the city wall. Sister, Chiyoer's soul has fallen into silence. Gu mentioned that a part of Chiyoer's soul is missing, but it seems that something has preserved her life, and she is now slowly recovering. Yes, I understand. Are you planning to go out? Indeed. Gu has returned to the Stardell. The continent is currently in turmoil. As the master of soul beasts, she must carve a path for them. As this is her mission, please take care of yourself. Here, take this. I am not entirely sure what it is, but I am certain it complements your abilities well. especially with your recovery over the past year. If all goes as expected, in a desperate situation, you should be able to wreak havoc like that previous Xuanzi. Ouyang Qiuer's voice gradually diminished towards the end. Ouyang's son, looking at his unreliable elder sister, shook his head helplessly and then pushed open the door. He waved goodbye to Ouyang Qiuer over his shoulder, turned his gaze to the rooftop, where nothing was visible, yet he smiled and waved again before disappearing from sight. Two figures emerged on the rooftop. The witch cradled Poseidon, comforting her as they watched Ouyang's son depart, hoping for his safety. That night, the Snow Empress stood atop the high tower in the city. Songyu quietly leaned back, sipping the wine obtained from Gu Yechen. I intend to venture out. Although I am no longer the sovereign of the far north, during the great battle last year, if I had not fought desperately, I would have been of no use at all. Huh, a light laugh echoed. But I am indeed the sovereign of the far north. Next time, I shall not merely stand by and watch. The Snow Empress's cold voice resonated in the tranquil night. Songyu paused her drinking, then smiled and continued to sip her wine. Well, I had intended to tell you as well. I need to recover my strength. It is ironic that during that battle, my role was merely to lead the retreat. I am a war god. The soaring spirit and endless chill surged at the moment Songyu's words fell. After a while, the intensity subsided, and the Snow Empress turned to look at Songyu. The two aloof, reserved women simultaneously burst into laughter. Songyu tossed the wine towards the Snow Empress, who took a swig before they both departed in different directions. In the Shrek City prison, a golden-haired figure was sealed and imprisoned, every inch of her body marred, covered in filth, and without a single garment. Hee. This woman has been locked up for a year, subjected to every form of torture, yet it was all in vain. However, one must admit, this woman is truly exquisite. Indeed, after being explored by so many, she remains so enchanting. Ha ha, now you've got me wanting to experience it again. Brother, how about you? Shall we go? Half an hour later, two guards simultaneously exited the cell of the golden-haired figure, leaving Lan Shui sprawled upon the filthy ground. Lan Shui had endured relentless torment for an entire year. Under the pretense of a divine descent a millennium ago, and at the behest of Tang Wudong, she was apprehended. The Shrek Academy, where she had lived for over a decade, had not intervened in the slightest. Rather, it had become a principal accomplice. Had they chosen to aid her, she might have managed to escape, even if she could not have fought back. However, the betrayal and treachery of Shrek had plunged her into the abyss. Daily, she suffered humiliation at the hands of various tormentors, and the resentment brewing within her yearned to annihilate the entire world. Soon, you shall all perish as you deserve. In the darkness, her formerly white eyes began to glisten with a blood-red hue, and her golden hair transformed into a snowy white. Is this truly the fate that was destined for me? What am I? Merely your pawn. Or perhaps something more. A child of destiny? What is this identity bestowed upon me? Only endless suffering. An unseen will once again transmitted a message to the figure with blue hair. This was the life that Tang San chose not to interfere with. A being with an innate level 20 divine martial soul, aligned with the Star Luo Empire. Encountered individuals from the Star Crown sect, aiding a woman from that sect to ascend as empress. She became a queen, he a general, his mother was proud of him. And his father treated his mother with utmost affection. He unified the continent, soaring to the divine realm with his family, liberating the common folk. A blissful family and a longed for love. This was his true destiny, not a life lived like that of a dog. The Ice Emperor and Tianming were engulfed in boundless rage. The chosen ones were predetermined from birth. Were their choices merely orchestrated as well? How intriguing. I have obliterated half the continent. Gods are not invincible. Now, it has become quite entertaining, Yuhao. How about you take me as your master and learn the art of necromancy? A phantom with platinum long hair materialized. That fellow's ascension to godhood was a mistake. But do you dare oppose him? He is a god, after all, and in their current state. The platinum-haired figure's voice resonated softly. Tianming and the Ice Emperor lowered their heads in resignation. Indeed, he is a god. In his eyes, they could be extinguished at will. I refuse to accept such a life. I desire my own destiny. I wish to take charge of my own existence. If you can teach me, I am willing to take you as my master. Splendid. Through your misfortune, I have gained considerable benefits. This fragment of my divine consciousness shall not dissipate. Above you, there are a senior brother and sister who are no less formidable than the gods of this world. Yuhao, I merely hope that in the future, you can live a life free from that fellow's interference and contribute to the people of this world. My name is the Necrotic Catastrophe, Saint of the Undead, Ilex. Chapter 2. Ouyang Lingsing Do, is there truly no soul beast even at the periphery of the Stardo forest? How intriguing, how intriguing. The golden feathers fluttered as Ouyang's son, wielding the divine demon staff, stepped into the Stardo. 2 years prior, several other youths also embarked on their journey from this very place towards the Stardo. His destination was unequivocal, the core of the Stardo. Any who dared to obstruct him would meet their demise. However, the Soul Beast tribe was unlikely to stand in his way, for he bore her scales. It was only natural that she would sense his presence the moment he set foot in the Stardo. It seems the Stardo is not at peace. There have been numerous wanderers in the border wilderness this past year. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the border guards and the deterrent of Gu Yeqing, none dared to advance any further. As for the Stardo, its high-tier combat forces consist of merely a handful of ferocious beasts. She has undergone a complete recultivation. While her battle prowess remains commendable, it ultimately pales in comparison to her previous strength. Shrek has acquired divine tier combatants, a troublesome development. It remains uncertain how she has fared during this time. Ouyang's sun transformed into a beam of golden light, surging towards the core of the Stardo. As he approached the inner circle, he halted. Oh, is the situation truly this dire? He leaped onto a tree, concealing his presence. Before him, towering walls had been erected around the inner circle, with countless high-tech soul-guiding devices aimed at it. On the city walls, the auras of 2 super Douluos could be discerned. This was merely one vantage point. The inner circle's expanse was vast, and based on the positions of the 2 super Douluos he sensed, it would require at least 16 super Douluos to encircle the inner circle, 2 from each direction, east, west, south, and north, with others available for timely support. Where did Shrek acquire such a multitude of super Douluos? Unless Ouyang's son contemplated the most formidable scenario, these super Douluos were not solely from Shrek. They represented a collective effort from all the forces across the continent. But why? Ouyang's son and his companions had limited interaction with the outside world over the past year. The individuals from the border wilderness were not weaklings. They had no need for soul rings. It could be said that they were all soul Douluos or tidal Douluos. Although the advancement from soul Douluo to tidal Douluo has become significantly easier compared to 10 millennia ago, the people of the border wilderness were reluctant to utilize soul cores for advancement. This notion was echoed by that scoundrel, Gu Feng, who remarked that advancing via soul cores was merely a shortcut. The advancement to tidal Douluo 10 millennia ago required accumulation and deep understanding, allowing one to harness the power of the heavens and earth. Thus, it is unlikely that a large number of tidal Douluos would emerge from the border wilderness in the near future. One could only wonder how that lad was faring. Gu Changzhu and San Yue had mentioned that he was still alive, and it was indeed he who ultimately brought forth the 3-star emergence. Yet, the roar that resounded across the continent was undeniably his voice. The apothecary. Is that the phantom? Ouyang's son recalled the peculiar figure that had waved to ward off disaster, and surprisingly found the entity to possess a gentle demeanor, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity within him. This was rather unusual, for he considered himself a forsaken being. How could this be so? It appeared that the situation was far more complex than it initially seemed. Regaining his focus, Ouyang's son surveyed the immense wall before him. Realizing that he had no viable means of traversing it without expending energy, he could only charge through. A blinding crimson light emanated from his gaze, and in an instant, the silhouettes of all those atop the city wall materialized in his mind. This was the technique of burning eye, thermal imaging, a somewhat lackluster, yet undeniably practical ability. The number of adversaries before him was not overly formidable: 10 soul saints, 3 Douluo, and a single tidal Douluo, with no super Douluo present in this vicinity. The greater concern lay with the 2 super Douluo. The tidal Douluo would merely be a matter of time to handle. However, time was of the essence, as delaying would only allow the super Douluo on the opposing side to provide reinforcements, thus potentially forfeiting any future opportunities. Ouyang's son's mind raced as golden feathers danced in the trees, while white fluff cascaded from the treetops. Suddenly, a red scarf, radiating 7 distinct colors of light, soared toward his neck. What was this? The peculiar weapon his sister had been studying? Ah, the stone feather ribbon? 7 abilities, yet only 5 were currently accessible? 7 diamonds, each embodying a unique power. The red diamond, a spear forged from the essence of fire and poison, capable of infinite division. The yellow diamond could summon 1001 tombstones, each inscribed with unique runes visible to the naked eye. The purple diamond temporarily enhances one's organs, even fortifying cells to attain extraordinary abilities, though only 2 organs can be chosen, and once selected, cannot be altered. This enhancement could be likened to evolution. The green diamond. A verdant bell inscribed with verses of rebirth, served as an ancient scripture related to spirits and exorcism, capable of safeguarding the sea of consciousness and protecting the soul. The blue diamond, composed of a flock of azure thunderbirds, was unyielding and immortal, imbued with lightning, acting as his eyes, allowing him to swap positions with any of them and gain their perspective. The pink diamond was sealed by innumerable chains, seemingly connecting to another realm within his perception. The black diamond, dull and devoid of any radiance, seemed to momentarily lack any brilliance. However, he sensed that its latent abilities were the most formidable of all. As Ouyang's son absorbed the information conveyed by the stone feather ribbon, his mind momentarily faltered. This was something that his sister, the foolish one, could have created? No. It was not her invention. Rather, she had fashioned her ribbon based on this very item. It seemed that the world was rife with demons and monsters. As such weaponry had emerged, one could only wonder whether other extraordinary weapons might also exist. Ouyang's son's crimson eyes dimmed for an instant, but in the next moment, the divine demon staff radiated a resplendent golden light. Stone feather ribbon? The capabilities are indeed formidable. However, the divine demon staff is equally impressive, perhaps even superior in terms of offensive power. The feathered silk requires a cool-down period after each use, yet at this moment, it aptly resolves his infiltration dilemma. Blue diamonds. Purple diamonds. The purple star of ZY, enhancing blood, shadows. From the void, a multitude of blue crows emerged, alighting upon the towering trees. The golden radiance emanating from the divine demon staff became increasingly blinding as Ouyang's son wielded it like a mighty axe, cleaving through the air and creating a gaping breach several meters wide in the city wall. Ouyang's son's shadow coalesced into his form, as the blue crows soared into the chaos toward the newly formed opening. The purple shadow exuded an air of nobility, while Ouyang's son discreetly concealed his figure. Purple star of ZY Qitian. The purple shadow grew to a towering height of hundreds of meters, a dark purple divine demon staff materializing in its grasp. This shadow could harness all his offensive capabilities and was impervious to destruction. Its sole drawback was that it was merely a shadow, unable to stray too far from his position, requiring his direct control, and incapable of utilizing the abilities of the feathered silk or certain enhancement states. Yet, Qitian was an exception, as it too possessed offensive capabilities. Purple star of ZY. 6 paths of reincarnation cannon. The staff and shadow Ouyang's son's hands transformed into a Gatling gun. He had previously contemplated that he lacked particularly terrifying attacks. However, his intention was solely to establish firepower suppression. All issues stemmed from the inadequacy of the parties involved. And moreover, the God Hunter could indeed slay deities, yet it was merely a matter of insufficient power at present. The individuals atop the city wall reacted swiftly, yet they were caught unprepared against a premeditated assault. The outcome was already predetermined. The 6 paths of reincarnation cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, reaching the wall before the titled and super Douluo could respond to the opening. Hundreds of blue crows surged toward the immense gap. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. They desperately attempted to intercept the blue crows, yet ultimately, several managed to slip through. At the moment the blue crows entered, the purple shadow vanished in an instant. The titled individuals found nothing upon their investigation, though they sensed that this matter was far from simple. A speed-type soul saint dashed toward Shrek, yet Ouyang's son remained oblivious to this development. Ouyang's son's figure appeared beside the blue crows, followed by the emergence of Emperor Tian, who cast a profound glance at Ouyang's Sunday. Alas, let us depart. The master awaits your return. Chapter 3. Bluefield Jade. Ouyang's son, Mask of the Mad God. Tian led Ouyang's son towards the Lake of Life. Along the way, Ouyang's son witnessed numerous soul beasts tending to their wounds. A shallow green lake emerged before him, shrouded in a thick mist, the essence of the world enveloping the surface, where the vitality of existence was particularly palpable. The water shimmered in hues of green, and a figure with green hair tirelessly healed a portion of the soul beasts by the lake's edge. In the center of the lake lay a small island. Though calling it an island might be an overstatement, it was more accurately a modest patch of land occupying a space in the water. An ancient tree of a deep azure swayed gently, beneath which several figures gathered. A muscular man, towering at 2 meters, emanated a sharp aura. A striking woman with purple hair, standing at 1 meter 80, boasted purple dragon horns adorning her head, her dragon-like eyes a deep violet. and a tail gracefully swayed in the air from her spine. A robust man with red hair suffered from wounds bleeding profusely, diligently working to recover from his injuries. An elderly man, shrouded in shadows by the tree, squinted as if deeply calculating something, occasionally glancing up at the figure atop the ancient tree. A delicate, effeminate man stood behind the red-haired warrior, assisting in his healing. His presence was elusive, almost as if he could vanish at any moment if not closely observed. A porcelain-skinned doll dressed in a white gown slumbered peacefully under the ancient tree, her blue hair interspersed with strands of white, a faint royal emblem appearing on her forehead. As Di Tian and Ouyang's son made their entrance, all eyes turned towards the masked Ouyang's son, sensing an air of threat emanating from his presence, which was just strong enough to rival a 10,000-year soul beast. "You've arrived, Ouyang," a voice called from above. Ouyang's son gazed up at the top of the ancient tree. A silver figure descended gracefully, landing before him, rendering the surroundings seemingly non-existent. The silver figure embraced Ouyang's son, while the ferocious beasts nearby refrained from interrupting their moment. The upheavals of the past year had been monumental. The fate of the soul beast rested heavily upon their young leader's shoulders. Yet, in the eyes of those ancient beings, she remained but a child, despite her formidable strength and noble lineage. Moreover, she had undergone a rebirth, striving to secure a future for them all. Born into severe injury, unable to fully recover and face the continent's tumultuous changes, their leader bore immense burdens and suffering. Though Ouyang's son's mask concealed any expression, his piercing crimson eyes shone with intensity as he felt the girl in his embrace. The fiery light in his gaze softened slightly. He extended his hands gently, offering comfort to the leader of the Soul Beast clan, sensing the shared experiences that bound them. He was determined to return to Sea God Island alongside Poseidon, the Sea Witch. And his sister, where is their home? She intends to lead the Soul Beast tribe in carving out a path in this world. Essentially, they share a similar fate. Forsaken by the divine, yet what of him? They too have long been abandoned by the gods, have they not? Disrespecting the current Sea God on Sea God Island, can it still be called Sea God Island? They yearn for the former deity rather than this so-called Sea God of the present. It has been a long time. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask. Ouyang's son's mask betrayed no hint of emotion. Why do you wear a mask? Do you not reached out? Eager to glimpse the visage of her beloved boy concealed beneath the mask, Ouyang's son did not prevent her. He stood motionless like a statue, allowing her to proceed. Her delicate hand caressed the mask, where slender, blood-red tendrils writhed incessantly. Gu Yuna's hand recoiled sharply, and her graceful form withdrew. The surrounding beasts coalesced in a display of formidable energy, prepared to confront any sudden developments. "Who are you?" she inquired coldly, aiming her silver dragon spear at the shadowy figure before her. The mask once again settled upon Ouyang's son's face, his crimson eyes radiating a blood-red luminescence. He rested one hand upon his forehead, and a maniacal grin emerged upon the mask. Who am I? Ah, yes. I recall now. My name is Lantianyu. But at present, I go by Ouyang's son. Thank you. Without your performance, I would have been at a loss regarding my next move. What I initially thought would be a headache has turned out rather well. The god-demon's staff plunged into the ground, and Ouyang's son squatted atop its apex, golden feathers emanating a resplendent light. A frenzied smile danced upon the mask. His blood-red eyes continuously emitted a crimson glow, and waves of energy erupted from him, stirring everything in the vicinity. To Di Tian and the others, as they aimed their weapons at this being named Ouyang's son, it seemed as though something within him stirred, something not of this world. It appeared to reveal itself without restraint, exuding an aura foreign to this realm. Ouyang's son gently descended to the ground, lifting the god-demon's staff embedded in the earth. He rested the staff against his neck, tilting his masked head as the manic smile grew even more pronounced, just as a conflict seemed imminent. The king of all beasts suddenly appeared between Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna. "Master, this young friend, can we first address another matter?" When this young friend intruded, he was detected. The two divine beings from Shrek are approaching swiftly. The trees have conveyed to me a delightful aura. It's the scent of the weeds from 10,000 years ago. Could you first resolve matters over there before discussing your own affairs? The aged voice resonated among them. The king of all beasts. Di Tian suppressed his fury directed at the king of all beasts. In Di Tian's heart, this was a profound disrespect towards their master. Oh. Ouyang's son suddenly turned towards the direction he had arrived from, the patterns on his mask glowing ever more vibrantly. Is that the kind of fellow? Ouyang's son turned his back to them, his shadow extending infinitely in the sunlight. Turning his head to respond, One eye emitted a crimson radiance under the setting sun, a phenomenon both extinct and miraculous. Before the power granted by the mask of madness dissipates, I find myself itching for action. I might as well take care of those few nuisances. As for our unresolved grievances, I shall address them once I handle those matters. A spark leapt continuously in his crimson eyes, flames soaring several meters high. Ouyang's son gradually crouched down, the ground beneath him fracturing into a web-like pattern. In the next moment, Ouyang's son vanished from the lakeside beneath the ancient trees. The silver silhouette held the long spear pointed at the adversary until the king of all beasts named the enemy, at which point it was slowly lowered. Let us also take a look. All the beasts followed Guyunna's decision towards the high walls imprisoning the star doe. Chapter 4. Battle with Tang. How this aura outside the wall. 3 men and 2 women gazed at the gap opened by Ouyang Sunday. Tang Hao pondered. This aura feels so familiar, yet he could not recall it at that moment. It is that damn brat. Xuanzi's expression suddenly twisted as he fell into a trance. Calm down. A booming voice resonated in Xuanzi's mind, snapping him back to reality. Mu and waved his hand, sending forth a gentle aura that stabilized Xuanzi's state. Ain connected with the blue-silver grass below. Although she was no longer the blue-silver emperor, the culmination of 100,000 years as a sovereign, coupled with her divine essence and the core of her life as scheming in Douluo, rendered her mastery over the blue-silver grass even greater than that of the blue-silver emperor. Xuanzi, whose aura is this? Do you recognize it? Tang Hao inquired once Xuanzi had regained his composure. It is that kid from Star Luo from years ago. Yes, it is that brat. Tang Hao recalled the moment when that figure had sent Xuanzi flying. It was indeed that child. No wonder Xuanzi had been enraged. It all made sense now, especially since he had been ridiculed countless times in private due to that incident. Grandfather, grandmother, what are you worried about? Not everyone is like those 2 beings who could annihilate the continent. A playful voice chimed in their ears. Tang Wutong was just a child in front of familiar faces. Although she was indeed a child in many respects. Little 7, one must not underestimate the people on this continent, not to mention those 2 world-ending beings. The challenges presented by the Black Ring of Doling are far from trivial. And the laughing red dust of sun and moon is hardly inferior to your father in his youth. There are also many others, including the young master of the opposing force to Shrek and those from the border wilderness. Shrek possesses its own talents. These individuals, even a millennium ago, would not pale in comparison to your father. Thus, Shaoqi, do not let pride overwhelm you. Tang Hao gently tousled Tang Wudong's flowing blue-purple locks. Despite his words, he remained unconcerned. The angelic deity from a millennium past had ascended long before his little third entered divinity, yet in the end, it was still his little third who triumphed. Moreover, he was aware of certain arrangements made by Tang San. Hu Yuhao's innate talent vastly exceeded that of Qian Renxue from a millennium ago. However, his abilities had been transferred to Shaoqi, rendering him currently inconsequential. Unbeknownst to him, the will of heaven and earth had bestowed upon his progeny a remarkable advantage, revealing both his original fate and his present destiny. As Tang Wudong sought to charm her father and the others, a fiery light descended from the heavens behind her. Ouyang's son, wielding the demon god staff, gazed at the so-called gods with scarlet eyes. Is it merely you few? Resolving you shall suffice. Prepare to meet your end. With that, countless weapons materialized in the sky, each possessing unique traits, sharpness, explosive power, magic suppression, and more, akin to the glittering treasures within the King Asphalt. However, there were ultimately not enough weapons to overwhelm them. An endless rain of golden weaponry cascaded toward them. Heavenly soldiers, sword rain. In an instant, the towering walls were reduced to mere sieves, and the trees in the vicinity were flattened, clearing an expanse of several miles. As Emperor Tian tore through the fabric of space with Wanya Wang Xiong-jun and Guyunna, they were greeted by this scene. Yan Ao's silhouette bore the demon god staff upon his shoulder, entirely exposed to the elements. This day, nothing could obscure his vision. A resounding bellow echoed. A colossal hoof descending. The hoof, encased in a thick, earthy membrane, stirred a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Is this the little one? Is he courting death? This presented the perfect opportunity to resolve matters in one fell swoop. Mu In, you and Xian Zi take care of them. I am eager to see whether the Silver Dragon King has truly undergone a complete rebirth. If he has, I would not mind settling the affairs of the Soul Beast clan today. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer. The crimson giant hammer pointed menacingly at Guyunna. Tian and Xiang Jun attempted to advance but were halted as Guyunna gestured for them to withdraw. Silver dragon scales enveloped her entire form. Silver horns sprouted forth, and her amethyst eyes shimmered with brilliance. A pair of pristine white dragon wings unfurled from her back, while her tail swayed gracefully behind her. The silver dragon spear materialized from the void, aimed at Tang Hao, as the elements of heaven and earth rejoiced in exuberance. "Do you look down upon me, old man?" A voice tinged with dissatisfaction echoed. Ouyang's son, wielding the divine demon staff, treaded carefully upon the hearts of the onlookers. Behind him lay a half-dead Taotai divine bull and a wounded radiant dragon, its horns shattered. Beside the two colossal beasts, Tang Wutong knelt on the ground, devoid of resistance. While Yin upheld a blue barrier before Ouyang's son, tirelessly healing Tang Wutong's injuries. As the dust settled, Ouyang's son's full figure emerged. One of his arms dangled limply in midair, while the other gripped the divine demon staff, his body cloaked in dust. The golden feathers had dimmed slightly, and the white fur was mired in grime. However, the eyes behind the mask glowed with an increasingly bright crimson light. Body of warm jade. Blood oath body. Life and death ledger. With each phrase uttered by Ouyang's son, multiple enhancement, recovery, and status skills activated simultaneously. Ouyang's son reappeared in his complete form, exuding an even more potent aura. "They are incapable, but what of you? If you cannot entertain me, then perish." His maniacal laughter reverberated through the air. A deep pit formed in the earth as Ouyang's son moved with the swiftness akin to teleportation, appearing above Tang Hao in an instant. The divine demon staff crackled with erratic golden lightning, while flames danced in his crimson eyes. Heavenly soldier, staff of punishment. A mushroom cloud erupted. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer to block the assault of the divine demon staff, the violent explosion propelling him through the air. A distant small hill was obliterated into fragments as Tang Hao emerged from the wreckage, with his tattered cloak billowing. The ascended Tang Hao no longer required time to gather strength. He engaged in a fierce exchange with Ouyang's son, quickly gaining the upper hand. In a heartbeat, the tide of battle shifted. Ouyang's son, gripping the divine demon staff, carved a 1,000-meter-long mark upon the ground. Heavenly Gate, dragon-swirling weasel. Heavenly Gate, jade pipa. The ancient dragon emerged, adorned with antlers, fish scales, a bovine muzzle, a horse's tail, and eagle claws, charging fiercely towards Tang Hao. In Ouyang's son's grasp, the divine demon staff transformed into a pipa. The haunting melodies resonated through the heavens and earth. Tang Wutong clutched her head, wailing incessantly, while Yin struggled to withstand the bewitching sounds. Simultaneously, Tang Hao engaged in a fierce confrontation with the ancient dragon, striving to suppress the overwhelming cacophony that filled the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 5. The 1,000 Kills of the Divine Luo. Heavenly Soldiers, Sword Rain. The jade pipa reverted to the form of the divine demon staff. Ouyang's son, wielding the staff, pointed it at Tang Hao. As a deluge of golden light cascaded from the heavens like raindrops. Humph! Tang Hao stifled the blood rising to his lips, his aura propelling the fiery dragon into the air. The fiery dragon was shattered by a colossal hammer. With a strike from the skies, the blood-red Haotian hammer grew immense, crashing down upon the descending golden rain. Countless golden ripples danced upon the surface of the Haotian hammer, momentarily halting its descent. As the golden rain continuously replenished, the hammer's handle began to bend under the pressure. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, its massive hand striking towards Ouyang's son. Hearing the thunderous sound, Ouyang's son raised the divine demon staff defensively. The air rippled as he was abruptly sent flying by the titan ape's fist. With Ouyang's son's offensive force diminished, Tang Hao gradually dispersed the golden rain above. Beneath the blue-silver emperor's crown and the Haotian crown, we arrived too late. A multitude of dark clouds gathered in the sky, a deep azure dragon weaving through the air. The Tianqing bull python. No. It should now be called the Tianqing divine dragon. With Tang San's assistance, a small serpent had transformed into a dragon. If not for this, during the Star Luo incident, these two traitors would have been eliminated by Emperor Tian and Xiong Jun. The moment Emperor Tian and Xiong Jun beheld the largest traitor among the soul beasts, their eyes ignited with fury. However, Gu Yuna intervened, her silver-white spear blocking their path. Despite the two traitors having become the lapdogs of the divine, they held confidence in their ability to eliminate them, as long as no deities intervened. Master, allow me and Xiong Jun to slay those two traitors. Indeed, my lord. Xiong Jun and I shall dispatch those treacherous fiends. Gu Yuna merely shook her head gently, refraining from uttering a single word, her silvery spear showing no intention of being lowered. A purple glimmer flickered within her violet eyes, lost in thought. In the distance, a figure gradually emerged, shrouded in dust, coming into view for both parties. Gu Yuna gazed at Ouyang's son, seemingly awaiting him to speak. Ouyang's son, however, paid no heed to the spirit beasts. His attention fixed instead on the two newly arrived titans, sensing the latent power concealed within their forms. A sense of gravity settled upon him. Had it not been for the flicker of threat he felt while contemplating the swift demise of the woman with blue-purple hair, he might have acted differently. The woman lying motionless on the ground was beyond saving, while the blue-haired healer posed a more formidable challenge. Her regenerative abilities were alarmingly potent, making her difficult to eliminate. Moreover, she appeared to harbor an unusual force within her, although she seemed ill-equipped for aggression. As for the one wielding the hammer, the strength emanating from him was the most formidable, yet it seemed bound by some unseen limitations that restrained its use. Both beasts contained a similar essence of power, which posed a slight complication for him, especially since the strength granted by the mask of the berserker was gradually waning. The presence of those two beasts felt only a shade weaker than that of Tian and the bear, with the hammer wielder being somewhat stronger. Is this the one beneath the Haotian crown? He appears rather unimpressive. Brother, do not underestimate him, retorted the Titan giant ape dismissively. Just as the heavenly azure dragon finished speaking, he prepared to counter, only to be launched into the mountains by a swift strike. The stick that propelled him vanished rapidly. Tang Hao and Tian's pupils constricted, realizing that the peculiar stick was capable of extending and retracting. A blue glow shot towards the Titan in the mountains. And in an instant, the Titan's earlier injuries were fully mended due to his momentary carelessness. Ouyang's son brandished the demon god staff, which radiated a crimson brilliance. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that, he declared, twisting the staff into the ground. He leapt atop the demon god staff, his form gradually lifting into the air above it. The staff continuously drew upon the earth's formidable energy. The crimson light emanating from the eyes of Ouyang's son's mask intensified. The red glow surged skyward, followed by a deep, resonant voice proclaiming, "Let us commence the second round. Scoundrels, I hope you do not perish here, for I would be deprived of several toys." As Ouyang's son's words fell, a brilliant crimson light suddenly retracted sharply into his eyes. A colossal statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha rose majestically behind him, towering 1,000 meters high. The statue, entirely cloaked in dark gold, bore its eyes tightly shut, with a multitude of hands manifesting behind it. Tang Hao, Tian, and Titan gazed in awe at this bizarre apparition that had abruptly emerged from the ground. They sensed an uncanny energy emanating from it, though its nature eluded them. Originally, the realm of Douluo was devoid of celestial beings and demons. However, Gu Feng's descent into darkness introduced the concept of demons for the first time. Now, Ouyang's son had conjured the first Buddha, though this was far from the benevolent figure of legend. A gigantic hammer stirred up violent winds as lightning rained down upon the statue's crown, while Titan expelled a swirling orb of crimson energy from his mouth. 3 extreme-level attacks surged toward Ouyang, and though they were unaware of the nature of this entity, they understood the imperative. It must be stopped. The battlefield is not a place for reasoned discourse. The sole objective is to vanquish the enemy. For survival is the ultimate truth. As for the so-called grand tournament, it is but child's play. Who would pause to exchange threats in the heat of battle? Who has ever witnessed a fight where one grants time for the opponent to gather their strength, unless one is unable to escape or is overpowered? Who would willingly take a hit? After all, not everyone possesses the tenacity of that lad Gufone from years past or the enigmatic woman with purple hair. Just as the attacks were about to descend upon Ouyang's son, the Buddha's eyes opened. The golden visage, now adorned with crimson irises, exuded both sanctity and foreboding, both Buddha and demon. The combined onslaught of one man and 2 beasts was instantaneously thwarted by the mysterious statue. Ouyang's son gently descended to the ground, taking 2 steps forward, lifting the divine staff embedded in the earth. He tilted his head, resting the staff upon his shoulder. As the white fur danced in the air, "Let us proceed, my companions." With these words, the statue's hands began to move. Most of the arms remained illusory, yet a small portion began to animate. Heavenly chaos, jade pipa, celestial soldiers, sword thrust, celestial soldiers, sword rain, heavenly gate chaos, crimson ling. A myriad of weapons materialized in the Buddha's hands, unleashing a relentless barrage upon them. Staffs, guns, knives, swords, halberds, spears, crimsonlings, rings, pipas, and flutes. The violent explosions uprooted the trees in the vicinity, leaving the 3 severely wounded. Ain hastily invoked the profound powers of the blue-silver emperor to heal them. Terrifying waves of energy coalesced behind the statue, its ethereal form dimming. Yet, as the statue began to fade, a gigantic Gatling gun manifested in its grasp. 1,000 kill divine law. 6 paths of reincarnation cannon. These combined to form what was whispered about in Gu Feng's past life on the internet, the mysterious entity known as Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, the fragments of chaos. I shall send you into reincarnation. Chapter 6. The God Hunter's Assassination. Upon sighting the Gatling gun, Tang Hao and his companions felt their pupils constrict sharply. The gun erupted with a cacophony of fire, as the Buddha figure raised the Gatling and mercilessly aimed it at Tang Hao and his group. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon them, yet in an instant, the blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into an immense barrier of azure vines. This blue barrier splintered under the relentless assault, while Ayin tirelessly wielded her portion of the authority over life to mend the peculiar weapon's onslaught. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the Douluo forest, reaching even the distant ears of Shrek Academy. From within Shrek, several streaks of light shot forth towards the heart of the Douluo. On the massive wall, several powerful presences surged towards Ouyang's son and his companions. In the darkness, a pair of dark red eyes flickered to life. Oh, have those fellows departed? It appears they truly have, leaving no one behind. They have all forgotten about me. Hee hee. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter gradually echoed from within Shrek's prison. That woman has lost her mind again. Wasn't she once an exemplary student of Shrek? Indeed, she was a student of the inner court. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had her powers stripped away by Shrek's divine authority. Otherwise, how would we have the chance to savor such a woman? One of the guards, reminiscing about Lan Shui's exquisite form, beckoned another guard, intending to indulge once more. Oh, what is it to savor? Gentlemen, I too wish to experience it. A sultry voice whispered into the ear of the guard. What else could it be but that celestial beauty? The guard, oblivious to the unfolding events, continued to spout lascivious remarks, reveling in the notion of overpowering a defenseless paragon, further inflating their desires. Eventually, he came to realize that only the two of them were on watch. So whose beguiling voice was that? A figure, devoid of any garments, silently observed him from behind, while his companion had already succumbed to lifelessness. A chill ran down his spine. The guard retreated, the specter of death looming ominously over him. I am sorry. Before he could finish his plea, he witnessed the final scene of his life, his own body. Pitch-black flames ignited within Shrek City, and the students of Shrek tirelessly worked to extinguish these dark flames, oblivious to the seductive figure stealthily making her way toward the inner court. Brother Hao, while my attacks may lack strength, I possess a fragment of the core of life. This assault poses no threat to us. It must be his final gamble. Once his last strike ceases, just as Ayin completed her sentence, she spewed forth a mouthful of blood. She had suffered a backlash. The ancient golden tree has encountered a problem. How can this be possible? Lan Shui gazed at the golden ancient tree as it slowly transformed into a pitch-black form, a flicker of madness flashing in her blood-red eyes. It is almost time. This is merely the beginning, and our vendetta is far from over. From the treetop, Lan Shui incessantly channeled the dark light into the golden ancient tree. Her gaze fixed upon the stars, a bloodthirsty smile blossomed upon her face. Boom. Devoid of the support from the authority of life, the Gatling gun in the ancient Buddha's hand instantly pierced through the protective barriers of the tree. Azure tranquility, annihilating thunder. Sluggish domain. Titan celestial cannon. Gravitational domain. Explosive rings. The 9 secrets of Haotian. Breaking word secret. Slaughter domain. They unleashed their most formidable attacks to thwart the strikes from the ancient Buddha behind Ouyang Sunday He. Following the onslaught, a sinister laughter echoed, as the 1,000-kill divine net behind Ouyang's sun dissolved into motes of light. In the next moment, an immense crack appeared in the heavens and the earth. The fissure widened, revealing a giant dark red eye. The crimson hue of one of Ouyang's sun's eyes had morphed into an inky blackness. As the eye in the sky fixated upon Tang Hao and the others, the pitch-black flames spread forth, igniting in the void, relentlessly breaching the overlapping domains of the three. 1,001 peculiar tombstones surged from the ground, with Ouyang's sun perched atop the highest one. A pair of eyes, one as black as ink and the other as red as blood, quietly observing the few who struggled to resist the engulfing black flames. Behind him, the ends of his flowing fur shimmered with purple and yellow brilliance, radiating dazzling light at the tips of the white strands. That was a weapon not of this world. The stone feather satin, enhanced with purple diamonds, dazzling blood, yellow diamonds, amplifying 1,001 tombstones. The inscriptions on all tombstones directed their power towards Ouyang's sun, as the staff of divinity and demon erupted with terrifying devouring force. Countless soul beasts and spirit masters perished daily in this vast forest, although the death toll has recently diminished due to the high walls. Nevertheless, The disparity in this world remained significant. Countless souls of the deceased intertwined with the essence of heaven and earth converged upon Ouyang Sun's staff. The heavens shifted in hue. The sky behind Ouyang Sun darkened. As endless black clouds roared ominously, Tang Hao and his companions felt the looming threat of death as the dark flames incessantly eroded their strength, rendering them incapable of even summoning the divine power within them. They could only watch helplessly as the attack that altered the colors of heaven and earth gradually took shape. My lord, shall we strike decisively to eliminate these Shrek individuals? Di Tian contemplated the formidable power emanating from the towering gravestone of Ouyang Sun, a peculiar sense of dissonance washing over him. Though undeniably potent, this attack seemed to possess more latent strength than what it displayed. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to obliterate those traitors and that so-called god. Even if it did not annihilate them, it would render them utterly defenseless, allowing him and Xiangjun to dispatch them with ease. Yet, a lingering apprehension arose. There were hidden contingencies in play. As Di Tian was about to inquire about these contingencies, a tempestuous blue sea surged forth from the direction of the unconscious Tang Wudo. An incessant warning echoed in their minds. This was the power of the god. Across the continent, the overwhelming aura was palpable. The figure of Tang Wudong hovered before Ouyang Sun, her azure eyes radiating divinity. Blasphemer, the heavens shall execute your judgment. A profound voice resonated from her being, reverberating throughout the cosmos, audible to all. Oh, a god? Ha ha. Ouyang Sun, propped up by one hand, erupted into maniacal laughter, reminiscent of an unhinged jester. He recalled that individual S-words. Indeed, these beings dared to call themselves gods. The heavens shall execute me? Look around. Does this realm dare oppose me? If this is what they term a god, then I shall demonstrate my might. Besides, you are but a fragment of consciousness pretending to be formidable. Fools. Even if your true form were to descend, you would still perish here. Meanwhile, the soul of the star constellation continued to coalesce. Yet Ouyang Sun could no longer afford to wait or gather strength. Countless vengeful spirits were consumed by the demon god staff, a black luminescence slicing through space towards Tang Wudo, the god-slaying strike. This current technique was but a mere shadow of its true form, a fraction of the power that could devour the souls of an entire world alongside its elemental essence. God, dare to obstruct me, and you shall meet your demise here. Chapter 7. Reactions from All Sides, Part 1. Of the grievances of heaven and earth, the essence of life. And the souls of the departed were all drifting towards the star constellation. I do wish to partake in the excitement. Alas, having only recently escaped that place, my wounds remain unhealed. I shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Such a pity beside the ignited sea god pavilion. Lan Shui dipped her jade foot into the sea god lake, causing gentle ripples. Wouldn't you agree, my dear senior sister? Behind her stood Zhang Lishuan, gravely injured and bound by dark chains. Shrek had not been without its powerful warriors, yet all the elite had ventured to the star constellation for support. While Zhang Lishuan was indeed formidable, her youth proved to be a disadvantage. After a series of unforeseen events, Lan Shui had succumbed to darkness, capturing Zhang Lishuan effortlessly. Oh dear, is my senior sister looking at me with hopes of being released? Rest assured, my esteemed senior sister, I shall release you, albeit within the confines of the auction house. The enchanting figure gracefully approached Zhang Lishuan, as Lan Shui gently crouched down, her vibrant crimson lips brushing against Zhang Lishuan's ear. The sultry whisper that reached Zhang Lishuan brought forth an overwhelming sense of dread. Beneath the conflagration, the golden tree began to tilt and collapse, while two graceful silhouettes gradually vanished into the inferno. Following the upheaval, the members of Shrek searched for Zhang Lishuan for an extended period, only to rediscover her within the auction house just before the opening of the Jialing Pass, presented as a mere commodity for sale. The light in Zhang Lishuan's eyes had long since extinguished, her demeanor devoid of gentleness, exuding an air of beguiling allure. Beyond the realms of the sun and moon, amidst the sea of blood, a figure with silver hair observed the burgeoning realms of Azura and Celestial within the six paths. These were the vanished Xia Honkin and Jing Hongchen, their essence transcending limits, slowly manifesting upon them. Soon, once the six paths were fully formed, the conquest of this world would commence. Dream. I shall resurrect you with the vitality of this entire world. We shall remain together, I vow. The silver-haired mirror gazed upon the slumbering Ming Hongchen within the crystal, her soul incomplete. Yet, he was not without means. To fully resurrect Ming Hongchen, he employed the arcane arts of the past life, the Kalen Kaya's secret techniques, forging the six paths, and thereafter intended to use this world as a sacrifice to unleash the forbidden sorcery of Kalankaya. Within the secret realm of the Sun and Moon Palace, there existed a miniature world, suffused with the essence of destruction. The martial spirits of the Sun and Moon royal family were, in fact, among the most prestigious legacies throughout the Douluo continent. The Sun, the Moon, and the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon. The human form could not withstand the Sun martial spirit, rendering it somewhat ostentatious. As for the Moon martial spirit, it demanded a sacrifice. What the sacrifice entailed remained a mystery. All that was known was that the inaugural master of the Moon martial spirit referred to it as the Harbinger of Calamity. This was a legacy passed down through the royal lineage. Otherwise, the royal martial spirit would not have predominantly been the Sun concerning the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon martial spirit. Sutian arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Sun and Moon after usurping the throne by committing patricide. His Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon martial spirit finally revealed its true form, a divine martial spirit, possessing unparalleled talent and devastation. Once I complete the acceptance of the Purple Radiance Annihilation Dragon's legacy, there shall be but one voice resonating throughout this world. The echoes of manic laughter reverberated through the deserted secret realm, as Su Tianran's acceptance of this legacy unexpectedly healed his legs, transforming him into a truly human being once more. And once again, these deities. Upon the precipice of the celestial divide, a mystical sect is nestled, within which a grand hall convenes. The esteemed elders of the sect, immune to poison, gather to deliberate on the matter of the demons concealed by the celestial souls. The divine proclamation reverberates across the continent, and naturally, the sect of the true body hears the words, "Grant me time, and I shall surpass these deities." The awakening of my true body martial spirit has reached the pinnacle of the diamond stage. I sense there are 2 more awakenings that lie ahead. At present, I can engage the esteemed Elder Gene in battle utilizing only my corporeal strength, ensuring my invincibility. This is merely the inception of my awakening, and it appears I have also unlocked an innate domain. As I speak, the azure sea rises with the green lotus, and the luminous moon descends from the heavens. An unparalleled force of suppression instantaneously envelopes the entire hall, rendering the poison-immune elder incapable of perceiving the power of heaven and earth at that moment. Splendid. Aotion. If there is aught we old fellows can assist with, do not hesitate to speak, exclaims the elder, along with the assembly of the true body sect. Erupting in joyous exultation, fate seems to be favoring them this time. In a concealed corner, whispers arise. Miss, do these fools truly dare to call themselves gods? I yearn to vanquish that audacious scoundrel. Uncle Ping, disregard such imbeciles. We seem to have arrived in this realm whilst exploring a secret domain. The territory is not vast, yet it conceals myriad wonders, far more intriguing than the eastern wilderness. Besides, we are at a loss for the way back. By the way, Uncle Ping, has that ethereal figure gleaned any information? The young lady scoffs at the fool who announces matters across the continent while tending to her pet. Suddenly, her tone becomes urgent. No tidings whatsoever. The master of that ethereal figure has left no trace of information. However, judging by the figure's actions, it is at least of the ancestral level. So formidable? It appears there may indeed be remarkable legacies within this realm, rendering my efforts to contend with those beings worthwhile. And what of that violet-haired woman and the dark-haired individual? The violet-haired woman remains shrouded in mystery. We only know she is immensely powerful, certainly surpassing me. And that seems to be merely a projection of her strength. What? How can that be? And the other individual? The young lady is taken aback by Uncle Ping's intelligence. Such a level of prowess already aligns with the formidable beings of her former world, and it may not even represent their full capabilities. This world, it seems, harbors far greater peril than she had anticipated, prompting her to temper her arrogance. I sense an ominous aura, akin to confronting an ancient imperial lineage. The man sighs, feeling rather helpless. He had thought his strength was at the pinnacle in this realm, where the manipulation of celestial energy is beyond comprehension, yet who could have foreseen? Above the spirit-fighting arena, a colossal black ring perpetually spins, as a figure devoid of presence gradually materializes. A god? A celestial resonance emanated from within the black ring. Nox, with hollow eyes devoid of color, gazed towards the stars. After observing the so-called deity for a moment, he turned and stepped into the dark circle. A cacophony of voices arose. A god? Is such a being truly worthy of that title? Such a creature would not dare to act so brazenly in our realm, unaware of its own demise. How I long to assimilate it into our midst. Within the black ring, countless conversations ensued, yet none regarded that detritus with any seriousness. Chapter 8. Reactions from All Sides. Part 2. Upon the half-remaining giant tree in Xingluo, a man adorned with a diadem surveyed the undying monstrosities below. "Oh, deity! Why do you evoke such a pitiful sense of weakness? Is it due to your non-corporeal nature, or are you simply a failure?" Intriguing indeed. A god of this realm meddles with the continent yet remains woefully feeble. This world is in dire need of a new voice. Allow me to usher in this rejuvenation. Su Jiawei rose from the throne he had constructed at the heart of the colossal tree, the myriad stars shimmering faintly behind him. Beneath the tree, an uncountable chorus of roars resonated. Numerous bizarre figures, their bodies adorned with withered branches, bellowed as they began to wander from the ruins of Xingluo's imperial city across the continent. "Evolution or annihilation, I shall bring forth a rebirth for this world." Su Jiawei's voice reverberated throughout the imperial city. "Grandma Man-Yi, is he truly still himself?" The elegant maiden observed the increasingly unfamiliar figure beneath the tree, her heart heavy with concern. "Your Highness, I cannot ascertain what changes His Majesty has undergone, but I can say that he appears genuinely elated. It has been a long time since he has experienced such joy." Su Jiao gazed at the exuberant silhouette atop the tree. After much contemplation, a smile graced her worried countenance. "Indeed, that is sufficient. In the far north, beneath layers of towering ice, the monkey has swiftly engaged those gods in battle. A woman with flowing white hair awaited a snow-white cold lotus, adorned with 12 petals. Yet, that is not quite right, though the monkey is a warrior at heart. He should not be confronting them so soon. Is it due to that so-called soul beast overlord in the direction of the stars? How ironic." The Snow Empress seemed to have recalled something. A flicker of anger crossed her cold visage, a blend of frustration and resignation towards her fate. She clenched her fists tightly before loosening them. The destiny of their spirit beasts, particularly those of the far north, would not be entrusted to that so-called spirit beast sovereign. As for the imperial sacred beast, it had merely been a pawn in a grand scheme. Perhaps she too had once been ensnared in such machinations. The Snow Empress reminisced about the moment she obtained the Snow Lotus, an array of icy crystalline spikes emerging around her. "Was this your scheme? One day, I shall personally return the favor." Her gaze pierced through the towering layers of ice towards the direction of the stars. At the bottom of the deep sea, Songyu, adorned in blue dragon-patterned attire, traversed the ocean floor, devoid of any aura or fluctuation. Her pure physical form withstood the immense pressure of the ocean, allowing her to walk effortlessly at the seabed. Even now, relying solely on her corporeal strength, she could easily shatter the formidable guardian, the supreme elder of the Holy Spirit sect. Oh, that monkey might find himself in quite a predicament facing those adversaries. A blood-red Tang Dao materialized in Song Yu's hand as she pondered whether to lend a hand to that monkey, perhaps even take down a god in the process. Ultimately, she set aside the crimson blade. "Mermaid, are you here to hinder me?" Song Yu's delicate, supple eyelashes veiled her slightly narrowed eyes, concealing her thoughts from the golden-crowned mermaid before her. Opposite Song Yu, the silhouette of a mermaid materialized at the ocean floor. Recalling the commands issued by the sea deity they served, she sensed the lethal threat emanating from Song Yu and remembered the various actions of the newly appointed sea god. A long sigh escaped her lips. "Do not misunderstand. Our merfolk serve the old sea god, not that entity of the stars. I have come merely to invite you to visit our merfolk clan, for it seems we possess something that resonates with the aura you carry." "Intriguing. Then lead the way. I must see what this is." In the depths of the demon whale sea a millennium ago, a colossal demon whale rushed towards the ocean's abyss. Mother. It is the human who killed father 1,000 years ago." The demon whale transformed into a girl cradling a beautiful woman, tears streaming down her cheeks as she thought of her father. The enchanting woman gently consoled the weeping girl, her face radiating boundless tenderness. However, as she gazed towards the stars, her eyes betrayed an enduring hatred. She loathed, yet she understood that to that individual, she was merely a larger-than-usual ant, despite her current prowess equaling that of her husband from a millennium prior. "Bodhisattva, I promise you, I shall avenge your father." The choked voice of Lan Fozai echoed intermittently in the depths of the sea, reaching the ears of the demon queen. No, Mama. We cannot defeat that person. I don't want to lose you again." Upon hearing this, a flicker of tenderness appeared in the demon queen's eyes. She wished to say something but ultimately chose to gently comfort her distraught daughter. "We shall discuss that matter later." The demon queen cast a final glance towards the direction of the stars before shifting her gaze to the place where her husband had frequently resided for countless millennia. There, a massive green crystal radiated a soft emerald light, a glow that not only mitigated the adverse effects of her rapid ascension but also continually fortified her body. Opposite the green crystal lay a purple crystal imbued with a sense of annihilation, which incessantly obliterated everything in its vicinity. However, under the influence of the green crystal, all was restored to its former state. She had initially intended to invite her daughter to cultivate there, but given her current condition, never mind. We shall wait until she feels better. Tang San, that day will not be far off. The demon queen pondered silently. Her pale violet eyes emitted a profound green light from one and a rich black light from the other, their brilliance fleeting. The essence belonging to the divine flickered and vanished. Humph. Divine? Gu Yechen stood on the wall of the border wasteland, bow in hand, as he slowly drew the string, preparing to unleash an arrow at the deity. He was eager to see if the deity could withstand his shot. A delicate hand gently pressed down on Gu Yechen's bow-drawing arm. We must have faith in those children, just as we believe in our own offspring. As Qianqiu spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Although they now knew that Gu Feng was not dead, they remained oblivious to his whereabouts that day. They had only witnessed the ethereal figure escorting Gu Feng away from Douluo. Gu Yechen embraced Qianqiu, reassuring her, "Do not worry. We shall undoubtedly locate that young man." He comforted both his beloved and himself, yet a resolute glint shimmered in his eyes. He was determined to find their child, and anyone who dared to obstruct his path would face his wrath. The hunter's divine strike surged forth, propelled by the collected essence of countless spirits and energies. Aimed directly at Tang Wudong. Her pupils constricted in alarm as the divine trident of the sea god soared into the azure heavens. The boundless radiance of the sea god shielded her from the devastating onslaught of the hunter's strike, which had been weakened through numerous iterations. Are you prepared to accept divine retribution, blasphemer? Chapter 9. The Descent of the Gods, the Sea God. The demon approaches, the demon lord. The smile upon Ouyang Sun's mask gradually faded. He was troubled. That individual had left behind such contingencies in Douluo. A spectral figure emerged within Tang Wudong's mind. A projection of Tang San's divine consciousness, infused with his inherent power and the formidable sea god Esh Trident. In the current realm of Douluo, he was undoubtedly among the foremost powers. As Tang San wielded the trident, the vast sea transformed into a torrential downpour, water piercing through stone, further enhanced by his divine might. In an instant, Ouyang's sun erupted, and 2,000 miniature versions of him leapt amongst the towering gravestones. Tang San was momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure. He had never encountered such a life-preserving technique. He contemplated unleashing the vast oceanic power stored within the sea god Esh Trident to clear the battlefield. However, a year had passed in Douluo, and the barriers of Liuxing had regained much of their strength. He could only vaguely sense the presence of his true form. If he were to ignite this fragment of divine consciousness, and if his true self was willing to pay a price, he could potentially collaborate with other divine monarchs to briefly manifest a doppelganger. He understood his true form, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It would already be in contact with the other divine rulers by the time his consciousness appeared. Once his doppelganger descended, all extraneous factors not accounted for in his script could be addressed. A fierce glint flashed in Tang San's eyes, just as he prepared to act again. A powerful aura locked onto him. Douluo, wielding the dragon spear, unfurled her dragon wings, with the elements of heaven and earth coalescing behind her. Oh, does the Silver Dragon King intend to engage me in battle? Can your current state truly impede my advance? Although Tang San expressed such sentiments, he ultimately refrained from taking action. No one could ascertain whether the Silver Dragon King possessed any hidden strategies. If his fragment of consciousness were indeed eliminated before the arrival of his avatar, he would have to wait for that peculiar barrier to dissipate in order to eliminate these uncertainties. The diminutive Ouyang Sun was captured entirely by the arriving Shrek members, while Tang San and Gu Yuna were in confrontation. The shrunken Ouyang Sun seemed to have lost his formidable combat prowess, and all who approached were formidable Shrek warriors. After a brief struggle, they apprehended all of Ouyang's Sunday. In their perception, those 20,000 Ouyang Suns were all considered the main body, or perhaps a portion of it. After the Shrek members arrived, Ditian and Xiong Jun retreated behind Yuna. Their top-tier combatants were vastly outnumbered compared to Shrek. Yet, this was the core of the Stardow Forest. If a battle ensued, they could potentially detain all of Shrek's members, though the cost would be too great for them to bear. Silver Dragon King, what if we both take a step back? We could withdraw and advise the Academy and Houghton and Sect to refrain from entering the core area of the Stardow Forest. First, let us stabilize this mother dragon. Once my main body is prepared, in the end, The ultimate victor shall still be me. No one knew what thoughts lingered in Tang San's mind, but Guyana's eyes sparkled with determination upon hearing this. She felt a stirring within. Although she could still unleash her divine combat strength one final time, the price would be her very life. She was not ready to perish. The weaknesses of the dragon god had been bequeathed unto her. Otherwise, had she and the golden dragon king remained behind, they would have perished in the divine realm. However, at least half of the 5 divine kings would have fallen. Hiki. After Tang San proposed a mutual retreat, countless innocent giggles resonated throughout the area. Do you truly believe victory is assured? The 20,000 diminutive Ouyang sons chorused in unison with their childlike voices. The scene was indescribably bizarre. As the 20,000 Ouyang sons spoke the same words with identical, peculiar smiles. Eliminate him. The divine voice echoed in the hearts of Shrek's members. Gu Yuna cast a glance at Tang San, contemplating words, then turned her gaze to the beasts behind her, and finally to Ouyang's son, who remained on the sidelines with Tian and the others. Hiki. The laughter erupted once more as the Shrek members unleashed their fury upon the entire assembly of Ouyang's sons. Only when the last Ouyang son was vanquished did the eerie laughter finally cease, following the demise of the final Ouyang son. A heavy pall settled upon the faces of Shrek's members. Tang San's expression darkened. After the extinction of the 20,000 diminutive Ouyang sons, the elemental energies of the Stardo core surged violently, disrupting the vast expanse Tang San had conjured. God, you think you are worthy? Silver Dragon King. Our collaboration has concluded, and indeed, so has our association. Ha ha ha. That lad is indeed correct. From beginning to end, he has seen everything with remarkable clarity. However, it matters little now. Celestial Fragment, arise. The divine demonic staff struck towards Tang San. The trident intercepted the staff. Yet Tang San was hurled into the depths of the earth by the force of the blow. Tang San's consciousness had become ethereal and fragile as Mu In, Tang Hao, and the members of Shrek stood before this flicker of his spirit. Heavenly Soldier, Sword Piercer. A golden streak of light shot forth from the divine demonic staff, instantly piercing through the defenses of the gathered heroes and penetrating Tang San's consciousness. Just as the golden light was about to strike him, a smile grazed Tang San's lips. The heavens and earth transformed. The sky above the continent turned a resplendent shade of azure. The ocean rejoiced, and a figure descended, bolstered by the 5 divine kings. 8 pristine white wings unfurled, clad in deep blue armor, as the sea god's trident flew towards the descending man, whose oceanic aura locked onto Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna, as well as those foreign presences upon the continent. Father, little Seven misses you dearly. Upon seeing the man, Tang Wutong dove into his embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Tang Sen gently tousled Tang Wutong's hair, helping her untangle the mess. Little Seven, wait here for father. I will join you once I have resolved this matter. Ouyang's son's mind was filled with alarm bells. How could one possibly fight under these circumstances? It was as if someone had activated a cheat code. How could one possibly contend? It was a battle of equals, yet one had reached an insurmountable level. How could one prevail? In the depths of the ocean, Songyu drew forth a blood-red blade, and a portal began to take shape before her. The sun and moon's mirror blossomed with an eerie smile as an immense sanguine sun rose from the boundless sea of blood. The spirit of combat, Nox, once again emerged from the dark ring as endless whispers resonated throughout the battlefield. Su Jiawei of the Starfall was momentarily taken aback. But upon sensing the aura of the sea god, he wished to roar with laughter. This divine power could not extinguish him. My lady, shall I eliminate him? Elder Peng, your strength has yet to be restored on this continent. Should I dispose of this avatar, would you not also dissipate? The elder silently observed the girl, offering no further words. Beneath the towering ice layers, the Snow Empress, the Demon King of the Whale Sea, and Su Tian ran within the sun and moon's secret realm simultaneously, felt a profound sense of helplessness. They were all beings of Douluo, inherently suppressed by this divine might. Yet, given time, even a god can be challenged. Very well, prepare to accept divine retribution, O you who have defiled the divine. The sound of space tearing echoed in the ears of every individual on the continent. Suddenly, a gaping maw opened behind Tang San. His pitch-black eyes, deepened by the dark hue of his long hair cascading behind him, contrasted starkly with his bare form, where his muscles emitted a faint, eerie glow. In an instant, his obsidian gaze flickered with a crimson light. Tang San's doppelganger sensed the presence behind him, yet he found himself utterly immobilized, ensnared by a chilling force the moment that figure materialized. A hand slowly extended, grasping Tang San's head, and subsequently he was drawn into the rift. The fissure sealed shut, and the divine might vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The deity, which had sent countless alarm bells ringing, disappeared without a remnant. The crowd at Douluo watched in horror at the terror within the rift. Even after a year had elapsed, most present still recognized that formidable silhouette. Chapter 10. The Vanishing Stars. As Gu Feng emerged, the overwhelming aura of Tang San descended upon the world, only to vanish without a trace. Taking with it Tang San's avatar, a being infused with half of his formidable power, sent to the mortal realm by the gods. In that fleeting moment of Gu Feng's appearance, the onlookers beheld a fragment of a crimson world, where the heavens were awash in a sanguine hue. The blood-red city lay lifeless, its dilapidated edifices exuding a miasma of decay that hovered ominously above. Through the rift, Ouyang's son and his companions seemed to witness the immense power of time itself. A colossal beast soared from the ocean of blood, its ferocious aura piercing the sky, only to be felled by a gray stream of energy that transformed into a sword, severing the beast's head. Countless battles and endless malevolence characterized this devouring realm, where strength dictated survival or demise. From the instant of Gu Feng's arrival, it appeared that he belonged to the elite echelon of this world's mightiest. However, an unforeseen event seemed to have transpired. Ouyang's son, perched upon the divine demon staff, pondered deeply. His lifeless eyes reflected the pervasive decay of demonic might, suggesting even his previously relied upon ether had undergone a transformation. The crimson glow of his eyes, intensified by the enhancement of the purple extreme star, instinctively activated. In this augmented state, Ouyang's fiery gaze discerned a wisp of gray energy slowly descending at the point where the rift had vanished. An alarm rang in his mind, and the heightened awareness imparted by the purple extreme star urged him to flee, while his blazing eyes continued to burn, issuing warnings. What treacherous entity is this, instilling such a sense of peril? Rising to his feet, Ouyang's son realized that when Gu Feng had taken that foolish deity away, everyone had been immobilized in this place. In that fleeting moment, Ouyang's son contemplated his discontent with leaving without resolution. His crimson eyes turned towards the members of Shrek, and he tightened his grip on the divine demon staff. Before they could react, he pointed the staff towards the weakest among them, Tang Wudong, the daughter of the sea god, Tang San. A golden streak of light pierced through the air, impaling Tang Wudong's chest, obliterating her heart in a vaporous explosion of blood and flesh. Her eyes gradually dimmed as she plummeted from the sky. Ouyang's son glanced at the descending Tang Wudong, surprised to note that she had not yet succumbed to her grievous injuries. A faint breath still lingered. Yet, there was no time for him to deliver a fatal blow. As the others began to react, after a prolonged confrontation with that foolish god, Ouyang's son was in a dire state himself. He cast a final, profound gaze upon the members of Shrek. Suddenly, the blood-colored Haotian hammer descended from above, aimed squarely at Ouyang's son. Guyana gestured towards his position, but ultimately refrained from taking action. As the massive crimson hammer loomed closer, Ouyang's son caught sight of Guyana's gesture, a derisive smile creeping across his masked face. Is this what one calls a partner? However, he never intended to entrust his safety into the hands of these beasts. Awaken. Calamity Buddha Ape. Return to source. As the colossal hammer descended, Ouyang's son's figure transformed into a myriad of light particles, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Teng Hao, having absorbed a fragment of the Douluo will, emanated a surge of energy. There was no trace of Ouyang's son left. He had completely disappeared from this realm. Ain, clinging to the core of life, held on to Tang Wudong's final breath. How? I shall take little Seven back to the Haotian sect and find a way to stabilize her life force. After speaking, Ain hastened away with Tang Wudong towards the heavenly soul realm. The domain of slaughter enveloped Emperor Tian and his companions. Darkness descended, clashing with the blood-red realm of carnage, creating an ultimate zone of obscurity. The collision of these two extreme domains was palpable. Tang Hao cast a gaze filled with murderous intent towards Emperor Tian and the so-called sovereign of soul beasts, the Mother Dragon. What? Do you believe our soul beast clan is easy to bully? Emperor Tian, stop wasting words. Let us eliminate this brat together. In the sky, 5 fissures appeared, the space sliced open by an intensely sharp aura. 5 claw marks lunged towards Tang Hao as Xiangjun spoke. The rending claw? In battle, Xiangjun was far from his usual foolish demeanor. He belonged to the Dark Gold Terror Claw clan, born warriors. The bloodline of the Beaming bestowed upon them unparalleled combat prowess. A colorful aura coalesced in Emperor Tian's grasp, a divine ability granted by the dragon god. It allowed him a brief transcendence to godhood upon the continent. Dragon Goddess Claw. The vibrant dragon claw followed the rending claw, intent on swiftly eliminating him, for a limit-breaking retaliation would be perilous for them. Simultaneously, 6 black and 3 red soul rings shattered, an overwhelming surge of soul power converging upon the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand. Exploding rings, Great Summer Hammer. At the moment the 3 attacks were about to collide, a surge of gray energy erupted. The 3 limit-defying assaults were entirely consumed by the gray haze. An extreme sense of threat flickered in the hearts of all present. Emperor Tian tore through space, desperately fleeing towards the life lake within the Star Doe forest. Accompanied by the soul beasts, Tang Hao, utilizing the residual power of the exploding rings, forcibly ripped open a portal, leading the Shrek members away from this place. Indifferent to the fate of the allied forces, after absorbing the 3 attacks, the gray mist seemed to have garnered sufficient energy. A wave surged forth as the titled and soul Douluo from multiple nations rushed towards them, along with the frantically fleeing Emperor Tian and Tang Hao. All those swept by that wave were immobilized, an overwhelming aura coalescing around them. Regardless of their strength, all felt the summons of the King of Hell. Emperor Tian, run. Head towards the depths of the life lake, quickly. Guyuna wielded the power of her divine consciousness, momentarily breaking free from the confines that bound her. Tian gazed upon Guyuna, who had collapsed after uttering those words, as he ignited his essence and surged toward the lake of life alongside the myriad beasts. The divine power residing within Tang Hao erupted violently, forcibly shattering the enigmatic force that had ensnared him. During this brief period of confinement, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. Lacking the spatial talents of Tian's black dragon, he knew he could not escape as swiftly. Yet he had often fled in such circumstances a millennium ago. Accompanied by his comrades from Shrek, he fervently tapped into his divine energy, desperately pushing toward the Star Doe forest. However, the fate of others within the Star Doe was far less fortunate. A gray luminescence emanated from the turbulent air, spreading outward. In every area of confinement, wherever life existed, everything was reduced to ashes: trees, soul beasts, soil, and humanity, all stripped of their vitality. Humans, beasts, and flora dissipated into ethereal smoke, while the land transformed into a pallid gray, exuding an ominous aura. In this realm, the essence of life was completely expelled. A significant portion of the Star Doe forest vanished from a land that had endured for countless years, rendering it a true forbidden zone, the Star Doe Forbidden Land. Also known as the Ruined Forbidden Land, it would later be recognized as the most perilous of all the forbidden zones in Douluo. Devoid of anything but an insatiable force that consumed all who ventured into its depths. Chapter 11. The uncommon Hui Yuhao on the fringes of the Star Doe. Ouyang Sun's figure emerged quietly after the wave of energy obliterated much of the forest. In that moment, he appeared devoid of the former arrogance, seemingly reverting to the gentle Ouyang Sun of yore. I believe I now comprehend the meaning behind your earlier words, yet it is indeed ironic. You sought to establish a world that separates the extraordinary from the ordinary, and yet you are the one who has wrought the greatest destruction. Half of the Star Doe, which has evolved over eons on Douluo, has now been irrevocably altered by your hand. Leaning against a tree that had escaped annihilation, he murmured to the sky. Perhaps sharing his thoughts with Gu Feng or simply engaging in solitary reflection, who could say for certain? He himself could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it was the sheer helplessness he felt upon witnessing this scene. Natural disasters and man-made calamities, or perhaps disasters born of human actions. A year ago, similar catastrophes had occurred, yet they had not been directly affected. Both calamities had been miraculously averted. Now, experiencing this disaster firsthand, Ouyang Sun found himself enveloped in confusion. The divine staff rested upon his shoulder as he vanished into the horizon, swallowed by the setting sun. At the heart of the starry expanse, the ancient tree that had existed since the dawn of the stars ceased its swaying. This venerable tree resisted the encroaching grayness, gradually transforming into ashes while expending its last vestiges of energy to protect the soul beast sheltered beneath its branches. Emperor Tian, Guyuna, Xiangjun. The myriad kings of demons, the spirit beasts, by G, ZG, and those powerful soul beasts that have been here for over 100,000 years. Emperor Tian, let us depart, utilizing the ancient tree's final strength to escape this place. Guyuna gazed at the silent Emperor Tian, never having witnessed such profound silence from him. Xiangjun and the others also refrained from speaking. A solemn melancholy enveloped them, with the exception of her. She had been in slumber, while Emperor Tian and the others had lived here for countless years. This was their home. Indeed, my lord, let us go. Emperor Tian transformed into a majestic black dragon, a resounding roar echoing across this future forbidden zone. A single tear fell from his immense golden vertical eye. Its origin uncertain, whether it was shed for the soul beasts of the forest or for their beloved home. Perhaps it was for both. Suddenly, Hui Yuhao clutched his chest, a fierce palpitation emerging within him. He glanced towards the direction of the Douluo continent's stars, sensing that something was amiss. Yuhao, do not dwell on it too much. Knowing our previous fate, we still face a formidable adversary. Indeed, Yuhao, the worm Tianming speaks wisely. The one who orchestrates our destinies has been a deity for millennia. Who knows what traps he has left upon the continent? What we know now includes Shrek Academy, the Haotian clan, and Sea God Island. But who can say what hidden machinations remain? What we must focus on now is to strengthen ourselves, to become so powerful that no one can interfere with our fate. A small emerald-green scorpion struck a plump white insect away with its pincers. Subsequently, a melodious feminine voice resonated in Hui Yuhao's ears. Following the intervention of the will of heaven and earth, Hui Yuhao reaped numerous benefits. His innate deficiencies were rectified, and the hidden injuries within his body were eradicated. With the assistance of the heavens, and due to the tumultuous state of this world, his martial soul underwent a transformation, evolving into a talent. His soul rings shattered, and the immense energy within them continuously purified him. Under the baptism of the celestial dream ice silkworm, which had existed for 1,000,000 years, the Ice Emperor for 400,000 years, and the soul ring imbued with divine power from Ilex, he now embodied a formidable beast. With the joint support of Ilex and the Ice Emperor, Hui Yuhao initially grasped this newfound power, enabling him to contend with ordinary soul beasts of 100,000 years. This assertion came from the Ice Emperor, and the greatest advantage bestowed upon Hui Yuhao was the removal of Tang San's hidden influence, alongside a noticeable change in his spiritual eye, which seemed to be in a state of gestation. The specifics of this transformation would only be revealed once the gestation was complete. The three companions accompanying Hui Yuhao also benefited significantly. Primarily, the Celestial Dream and the Ice Emperor received new physical forms, endowed with exceptional talents, although their cultivation had been devoted to Hui Yuhao. Ilex had completely stabilized his divine consciousness, rendering him nearly invincible among mortals, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yuhao, this continent appears to be a new land. The will of heaven and earth ultimately delivered you here and then fell into slumber. There must be elements here that can aid your ascension. This realm has undergone profound transformations. You must grow swiftly, for even as the destined child of fate, you risk being swept away by the current if you do not. Moreover, significant events were indeed unfolding on Douluo continent. As Ilex spoke, he moved to a more open space, turning his back to Hui Yuhao while gazing towards Douluo continent. He seemed to ponder whether to share this knowledge with Hui Yuhao, resulting in a palpable silence between the master and disciple. The Celestial Dream and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances, bewildered by the conversation, their powers long diminished, rendering them unable to perceive the terrifying aura sensed by Ilex, nor the chilling dread emanating from Hui Yuhao. They were not the children of destiny, two small beasts bewildered, unable to comprehend the silent exchange between the master and his pupil. Master, I know you have my best interests at heart, however. I still wish to understand what has transpired. If I cannot confront the events that have already occurred, how can I face the future? Although Hui Yuhao did not complete his thought, Ilex understood all too well. Master, Ilex waved his hand and let out a long sigh. Alas, Yuhao. Two significant events have transpired on Douluo continent, one of which pertains to your adversary. Upon hearing this, an unnamed fury surged in Hui Yuhao's eyes. Tang San, the origin of all misfortunes. As Hui Yuhao managed to quell his anger, a glimmer of jade light flickered across his being. At that moment, his spiritual eye was fully formed. However, he sensed that he was currently unable to utilize it, as it required a certain opportunity to manifest. Master, please continue. I wish to understand what has transpired on the continent. Ilex regarded Hui Yuhao, who had achieved complete control over his emotions, with a hint of admiration in his gaze. To be honest, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. However, I do know that the world rejoiced. Tang San ascended to godhood in Douluo, claiming dominion over the ocean. I have observed your continent's history. Perhaps he also possesses the sky authority of the defeated angel god from millennia past, as well as the authority of the Rakshasa god. Even if he does not, he can exert influence. When he descended, the heavens and earth rejoiced. Yet, in that very moment of his arrival, the celebration ceased, and a lament filled the air. Ilex paused slightly here, and then, with uncertainty, He ventured a shocking hypothesis that left the two beasts and the human in astonishment, although I do not know precisely what occurred. Such a shift in the natural order can only mean one thing. Tang Xin perished upon his descent. Chapter 12. The Mortal Realm, Part 1. A colossal question mark appeared above Hui Yuhao's head, stunned into silence by Ilex's revelation. Both Tianming and the Ice Emperor stood frozen beside him. They had been taken aback upon hearing of a god descending to the mortal realm. But the news of a god's demise shattered their worldview. The three-god war from a millennium ago had been grand in scale and lengthy in duration, with those three merely having just attained divinity at that time. To be honest, during that epoch, the extreme north was not particularly fearful. The Snow Emperor, aided by the extreme north, could also contend with them, though the outcome remained uncertain. However, the god who descended had surely been a deity for over a millennium, yet had been quietly eliminated. Though the world had undergone significant changes since their understanding, the notion that beings symbolizing immortality could perish on the continent left them bewildered. Little bug, little scorpion, do not dwell too much on it. The so-called gods are merely individuals of a higher caliber, Ilex remarked. He was reminded of a year prior, of a figure adorned with antlers, eyes covering their arms, and an androgynous appearance. At least the gods of your world are merely stronger beings. True divinity belongs solely to the specter that saved this continent. Ilex raised his gaze to the sky, where an imperceptible barrier manifested in his sight. The colorful regions absorbed the essence of Douluo continent. These beings are hardly worthy of being called gods. Big brother, what are you doing? Why do you always wear a mask? A little girl skipped joyfully to the base of a grand tree, calling out to Ouyang's son perched atop its branches. With crimson eyes wide open, Ouyang's son cast a fleeting glance at the half-meter-tall child. Just a little girl, he murmured before vanishing from sight. Hey, big brother. Where did you go? Do you not like Yaya? The girl's voice trembled, her eyes welling with tears. No one likes Yaya. They say she is a child without a father. Even you don't like Yaya? Her voice grew softer, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. A hand descended gently upon her head. Enough. Your noise is driving me mad. Ouyang's son's impatient voice resonated above her. With the other hand, he began to munch on a peach. Keep it up, and I'll send you back to your mother. Upon hearing this, Yaya quickly halted her sobs, though tears continued to trickle down her face. The sight of her trying to suppress her cries exasperated Ouyang's son. He had not realized how bothersome children could be. Just then, he noticed her eyes glancing at the peach in his hand, her small eyes blinking eagerly while occasionally wiping away her tears with her tiny hands. With a sigh, Ouyang's son retrieved another peach and tossed it to the little girl. All right, be quiet. If you make any more noise, I'll send you back to your mother. He spoke, taking a bite of his peach before reclining against the tree again. After the recent battle, Ouyang's son had drawn upon some peculiar powers. Although he was not gravely injured, he needed time to recuperate. This must be the vision that child dreams of, he mused. Observing the quaint village below, the villagers rose with the sun and returned at dusk, aiding one another and adorned with smiles of contentment. He found solace in this tranquil, carefree haven, which was why he had chosen to rest and heal here. It was indeed a fine place. Except Ouyang's son glanced down at the little girl, who had finished her peach and had now settled down under the tree to rest. A hint of helplessness flickered in his crimson eyes, intermingled with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Now I believe I understand your thoughts, but alas, you are no longer on this continent. Sighing, Ouyang's son shielded his eyes from the descending sunlight. Big brother, Yaya is going home now. If I don't return soon, mother will worry, Yaya declared. Her gaze fixed on the slowly setting sun as she skipped merrily toward her home. A gentle smile graced Ouyang's son's visage behind his mask. Then allow me to construct the world you wish to build. Ouyang's son gazed at Yaya's silhouette, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his crimson eyes. He, too, harbored an affection for this world. With no worries plaguing humanity, he had no regrets. Such was enough. The outskirts of the Doling Black Ring had been transformed into a front line. Within it resided those who had perished in that calamity, ordinary folk, soul masters, merchants, and the affluent. These individuals, united by a shared purpose, constructed a city that would testify to the existence of the nation of Doling. Previously, they had no connections. However, following Doling's disappearance, they spontaneously gathered together. In times of yore, wars between nations merely resulted in a change of leadership. Yet this time, indiscriminate death had descended upon all. Whether one was a noble, a crown prince, or an ordinary person, all were consumed by the black ring hovering above Doling. While many managed to escape, a significant portion had sought refuge in other countries. Nevertheless, some remained nostalgic, erecting this city in the hope of witnessing the disappearance of the black ring above Doling, wishing for the nation to not fade entirely into the annals of history, leaving behind only whispers. The inhabitants of this city named it Doling City, though outsiders referred to it as the abandoned city. Ah, good sir, is what you say truly the case? Are you all citizens of the Doling Empire? A voice of astonishment echoed through the tavern of this abandoned city. With resplendent crimson irises, lips as red as blood, and enchanting long hair. A voice filled with devilish allure drew the attention of many within the tavern. Though the woman before them ignited a spark of impulse in many hearts, none dared to act upon it. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Lan Shui surveyed the so-called abandoned city, though its residents referred to it as Doling City. Since her escape from Shrek City after destroying the golden ancient tree, she had traversed many places with her captive, Zhang Lishuan. Numerous individuals, upon seeing Zhang Lishuan with her, had been unable to restrain themselves. The dark laws had manifested vividly following the cataclysmic upheaval. Yet this place imparted a different sensation, despite the uncomfortable gazes from the men. She understood it was not their fault. Little girl, this is undoubtedly true. Cough, cough. There's no need to fear. Here, it is not like the outside world. This is our collective sanctuary. The old man coughed as he reassured Lan Shui, believing her apprehension to stem from the stares of those around her. Away with you, rascals. Have you never seen a girl before? The cacophony of noise did not irritate Lan Shui. Rather, it stirred long-buried memories. The affection among siblings, the Shrek from years past. Before any violence had been inflicted upon her. A flicker of struggle passed through her crimson eyes, yet she quickly recalled the subsequent actions of Shrek towards her. Her sanguine pupils betrayed an indelible hatred. She gazed at the city, which once again enveloped her in warmth, quietly observing the raucous patrons within the tavern. Silently, she withdrew from this place. She had matters to attend to and vengeance to exact. Perhaps, once she accomplished her intentions, this could also become a suitable place for a new life. Lan Shui contemplated the future in silence, a final trace of tenderness gracing her features. Chapter 13, Mundane Realm, Part 2. In the imperial city of Tianhan, the weary Long Outyin and his companions entered the royal domain. This time, they had failed to capture the leaders of the demons. Instead, they had fallen prey to some lesser creatures. Although there were no casualties, they found themselves in a rather disheveled state. Vina led Long Outyin to meet her father, the emperor of the Tianhan Empire, after which they sought respite on a street owned by her family as sect. Brother, do not overthink. This is not your fault. Vina gazed at Long Outyin, whose expression bore signs of distress, while two large figures embraced his arms in comfort. Startled by Vina's sudden gesture, Long Outyin's face remained impassive, though the keen-eyed Vina noticed the reddening of his earlobes, understanding that her man was shy. A smile blossomed on her face, captivating Long Outyin as they made their way to a noodle shop run by his parents. Before entering the shop, Long Outyin called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." "Welcome back, Outyin. How did it go this time? Was it successful?" His parents responded, bustling to prepare noodles for the customers. "You and Vina should take a moment to rest." A gentle voice emanated from the noodle shop. Long Outyin's mother was busy preparing noodles in the kitchen, while his father assisted her. After offering some gentle words of comfort to Weina, he entered the kitchen to lend a hand to his parents. Abducted but unharmed, he was brought back to the sect, and his family ran a modest noodle shop in the Tianhan Empire. Despite the daily exhaustion, they found joy in their labor. After he awakened his true form, his parents were summoned to the imperial city. However, having spent the majority of their lives as humble merchants, they had grown accustomed to their way of life. Restless, Long Outyin ultimately sought the help of the sect leader. With the combined assistance of the emperor and the sect leader, this street transformed into a gathering place for the families of the sect members, becoming a second home for them. The sect represented their aspirations, while this place served as a sanctuary for their souls. In the afternoon, after their work was done, Long Outyin took a moment to rest in the courtyard. He noticed Weina engaging in conversation with his parents, their faces adorned with smiles he had not seen in a long time, basking in the warmth radiated by those around them. His spirits, dampened by recent setbacks, began to lift amidst this newfound camaraderie. If only it could remain this way, he softly expressed his thoughts. "Outyin, come here." Weina beckoned with a wave of her arm, prompting a smile to spread across Long Outyin's face. The low-rise buildings evoked a sense of modernity. This was Mingdu, the place where they had once lived. "Dream. This is where you spent over a decade of your life. This is my final visit here." He recalled how she used to frequent this spot, always finding solace when her spirits were low. I would bring you here for a bowl of clear water noodles. I never understood what was so special about them. But watching you enjoy them, I gradually grew fond of them myself. Muir had concealed his whereabouts and arrived in Mingdu, where he was now wanted by the upper echelons of society. Yet, in a world predominantly inhabited by mortals, the elite had not anticipated that he would mingle among the common folk, visiting the places he and Dream often frequented. "Oh, it's you, young man." An elderly woman greeted him as she spotted him standing at the doorway. "Where's that girl, Dream? Have you two quarreled?" she inquired. "That girl is truly wonderful. You know, though I may not grasp what kind of life you seek, I can clearly see that all she desires is to live peacefully with you. She let it slip during one of our chats." "Ah," the elderly tend to ramble. "Don't take it too seriously." The elderly woman, upon finishing her words, hastily waved her hand, as if she had inadvertently let slip a secret. As soon as she spoke, a single tear emerged from the corner of Muir's eye. A trail of sorrow descended down his cheek, the drop landing on the ground with a crisp sound. It had been ages since he last wept. He did not shed a tear when the princess married, nor when Karinka fell, and not even when hope for the princess's revival was extinguished. He had long believed that he had exhausted all his tears, yet, here he was, weeping anew. Was it possible that I am still capable of tears? The soft whisper echoed in the air as Muir's figure vanished from the place that had once been so familiar to her. "Young man, come in and have a bowl of noodles before you go, and comfort that girl, Xiaoming." The old woman reappeared, holding a bowl of clear noodles that Dream often enjoyed. As Muir's spirit brushed past, he beheld that bowl of noodles, and tears welled up once more. "Truly, this life has left me in such a desolate state that I weep over this. Ha 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 ha." A deep, resonant laughter echoed across the sky, drawing the attention of the sun and moon, but the laughter faded swiftly. Amidst the vast sea of blood, Muir gazed at the endless expanse, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the old woman. It seemed as though he transcended space to look upon her. "Thank you, but alas, it is ultimately too late." Red lanterns were hung, draping the entire city in hues of crimson. Another year had passed, a creation of that young man. Yet this year he would not return. On the city wall, Gu Yecheng stared into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the boy from his memories. Leaning against the wall since that morning, as the sun dipped low, Qianqiu quietly observed Gu Yecheng. Her man had always been like this, shouldering everything alone. Meeting him was indeed a blessing. Qianqiu gently rested Gu Yecheng's head upon her lap. "Wife, what brings you here? Why aren't you celebrating with Cheer and Poseidon?" Gu Yecheng abruptly sat up, enveloping Qian Shoyue's shoulders and drawing her into his embrace. She quietly nestled against him, savoring the tranquility of the moment. "Yecheng, let us return home for the new year. If the little one were here, he would have already started talking about us. He would likely say, 'It's New Year's Day today. So stop being so busy. We can discuss it after today. You have been so weary day by day. Take this time to rest during the new year. Then he would discreetly usher us back home, taking it upon himself to manage those matters." Qian Shiyue leaned against him, her gaze fixed on the bustling outskirts. As she softly recounted tales of the past, Gu Yecheng tightened his grip on Qian Shiyue's arm slightly, gazing at the luminous moon ascending in the sky. "That lad will be all right. After all, he is most afraid of death. Hell, an endless expanse of crimson sky and an infinite blood-red ocean. A dilapidated city hovers above this sea of blood. A hoarse voice reverberates throughout this shattered realm. I seem to have forgotten something of great importance." Subsequently, a tumultuous gray current fills the entire sky as countless colossal beasts plunge into the depths of the sanguine sea. This monster, which arrived a millennium ago, always erupts into chaos at such times. Typically, they reside within that city, yet at this time, chaos erupts. Those who survived the Great War are now few in number. Chapter 14. The Undercurrents Rise. After the descent of the sea god, Douluo once again fell into an eerie tranquility. The immortal monsters that roamed Xinglua have all vanished, seemingly erased from existence. Following this, the emperor of Xinglua also disappeared without a trace. No one knows his whereabouts, leaving only a princess to guard the royal lineage. The endless blood sea has ceased its expansion, with the bloodthirsty creatures birthed from its depths retreating into the abyss. Rumors circulate that even more dreadful monsters have emerged from the depths of the blood sea, drawing all those bloodthirsty beings to worship this new terror. Though the truth remains uncertain. Overseas, a colossal wave once surged, lasting for several days before tranquility returned. The mysteries of the deep ocean remain unknown. According to powerful beings who ventured to investigate, an island was sunk, leaving only its outline visible, surrounded by waters stained crimson, the color lingering for ages. In the far north, an unusual snowfall has begun, deterring those beyond its borders from entering. Even ice attribute soul masters are unable to withstand the frigid temperatures that plummet below zero. Among the swirling snow, a towering phantom can be faintly discerned. Reminiscent of the Titan snow demon of the far north, yet no one dares to confirm its existence. The black ring of the Douluo Empire continues to spin. Yet the peculiar sounds that once accompanied it have fallen silent, as if their source has departed. Nonetheless, the ring persists in its orbit above Douluo, with those who dare to investigate never returning. The evil forest has grown increasingly uncanny, transforming into a veritable paradise of malevolence. Ordinary soul masters who enter soon emerge as evil soul masters, while those who remain unchanged find themselves stripped of many memories, leading to inexplicable deaths within a month. Those transformed into evil soul masters also meet untimely fates within a similar time frame. A dreadful entity seems to have taken root there, with dark red clouds enveloping the forest, intermittently illuminated by flashes of sinister lightning. Surprisingly, the icy seas of the far north remain eerily calm, a tranquility so profound that even the fish and shrimp of the shallower waters have vanished. Fishermen summoned investigators, yet ultimately found nothing. All creatures within the icy expanse appear to have inexplicably disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Even when fishermen artificially introduced fish, they vanished by the following day. The reasons remain a mystery. A titled guardian was dispatched to uncover the truth, but like the fish, he too vanished without a trace. In the Tianhun Empire, no strange phenomena have been reported, yet as sunset approaches, an unsettling stillness falls over the land. Only with the rising sun does vitality return. As Tianhun gradually transforms into a realm of the dead, where the disciples of the main sect and the lurking demons engage in a relentless struggle. The entire realm has become their battlefield, rife with assassination, poison, and traps. True warfare ensues, with the disciples suffering significant losses at first. Under the leadership of Long Outyin, they managed to gain a slight advantage, only to subsequently fall victim to the demon's cunning, sustaining grave injuries. On that day, the towering green giant roared in Tianhun, annihilating a city of demons. Perhaps not all inhabitants of that city were demons, but who truly cares? Perhaps Long Ao Tian would have cared, yet at that time, he lay in a coma. The furious poison, indomitable and lethal, annihilated an entire city, aiming to force out the masterminds behind those demons. Ultimately, the endeavor yielded no results. However, as Poison Indomitable prepared to return to his sect, he was ambushed and severely injured in an instant, during which he sensed a power that transcended the realm of mortals. Subsequently, the realm of Tianhun seemed to transform into a ghostly land, where people could only venture outside from noon until sunset without trepidation. The borders of the wasteland were sealed, and all the covert forces outside were eradicated by the inhabitants of the wasteland. A golden celestial canopy rose beyond the walls of the wasteland, under which patrols continued to roam. None knew what transpired within that canopy. Nothing could enter, nor could anything emerge from the wasteland, save for the searing warmth that emanated from it, a sensation bestowed upon them by the sun, albeit fraught with peril. At noon, a white rainbow would often pierce the heavens within the wasteland, its nature a mystery to all. Yet, the powerful sensed a vast aura emanating from that arc. The remnants of the starry soul beasts vanished following the resounding dragon's roar from Dtion. The whereabouts of those supreme soul beasts remained unknown, and some harbored murderous intent towards the homeless creatures. Initially, the members of the Holy Spirit sect scoured the world in search of these soul beasts. But despite combing the entire continent, they found no trace of Dtion and his companions. Ironically, their frequent movements caught the attention of Shrek, which was intriguing, as Shrek refrained from taking action against the Holy Spirit sect, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached between the two. Conversely, Shrek's action stirred the entire continent. Shrek mobilized all its graduated students to seek out the missing individuals. Moreover, Moon, a representative of Shrek, issued a proclamation across the continent, promising a favor to anyone who could provide accurate information. As long as the favor posed no threat to Shrek, he would strive to fulfill it, inciting the interest of several powerful figures lurking in the shadows. However, despite scouring the entire continent, those sought by Shrek seemed to have evaporated from existence, and no one had seen the once revered daughter of heaven, Zhang Lishuan, in years past. After Tang Hao's return, the Haotian sect commenced its migration, relocating to Shrek, where it became the most formidable force within Shrek City. Under the divine strength shared by Tang Wudong, Nyotion, and Titan, she managed to preserve her life. However, upon witnessing the collapse of the ancient golden tree, Ain and Elder Zhuang of Shrek could not withstand the blow, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Subsequently, Ain and Elder Zhuang, along with others, tirelessly invested rare materials to revive the golden tree, which gradually regained a semblance of vitality. Tang Wudong, nourished by both Ain and the golden tree, also began to recover. It seemed as though everything would continue in this manner until a towering beam of light erupted outside Shrek City, resonating across the continent. This was the manifestation of multiple divine legacies, their power spreading throughout the land, drawing the attention of all on Douluo Star towards Shrek City. Although the radiant beam lasted but a fleeting moment before vanishing outside the city, the continent descended into an even stranger silence thereafter. Shrek refrained from sending anyone to search for Zhang Lishuan, the Haotian sect, and Shrek mobilized all available combat strength back to Shrek. They no longer believed that merely relying on their foregods would secure their position. Time flowed quietly in this peculiar stillness until Shrek extended an invitation to all sects and empires on the continent to gather. Shrek, Haotian sect, 9 treasures. The splintered blue lightning, the body, star crown, and the Holy Spirit. Chapter 15. Gathering, the Eerie Trading Conference, Part 1. Half a month later, a colossal structure was erected outside Shrek City, serving as a grand trading venue. The individuals invited by Shrek would remain within this immense edifice until the commencement of the legacy. The building was half the size of Shrek City itself, and once the powerful began their construction, transforming the landscape became a mere ordinary feat. After all, Shrek merely required a space to host these attendees. As guests gradually arrived, 3 juniors emerged from the restored Sea God Pavilion. Their pride remained unabated, yet most were inclined to show Shrek a degree of respect, for this was their territory. And no one knew how many divine powers they still possessed. While Tang Wudong engaged in discussions with Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaodao, some individuals not on the invitation list stealthily made their way here. A captivating figure, exuding an enchanting fragrance, gracefully entered, seemingly unnoticed by the guards conducting inspections. Only after the woman let a rope inside did the guards' eyes regain their spark. Why do I feel something is amiss? A titled individual observed the seemingly unremarkable entrance. Yet something in his heart whispered that something was not quite right. Your Majesty, do not overthink it. In such an event, who would dare to cause trouble? A subordinate was flattering the sealed title. Indeed, all those with power and influence from the mainland had gathered, except for a few individuals who no longer belonged to their world. However, it was unlikely they would dare to provoke trouble while the continent's elite combatants were present. Perhaps they did not realize that this was also an opportunity for them, a chance to eliminate the renowned and formidable figures of Douluo in one fell swoop. Golden feathers danced through the marketplace, while white fluff swayed behind him, as Ouyang's son gazed silently at the rubbish strewn on the ground. What are we doing here? Do you truly value this litter? A flicker of agitation flashed through his crimson eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. A graceful figure lunged toward Ouyang's son, and his arm was enveloped in a warm embrace. He turned to face the blue-haired woman. An impulse to tear her apart surged within him. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Do you no longer like your sister? Indeed, Xiaoyu seemed to have outgrown her affection for her sister. The blue-haired woman's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, evoking a sense of pity. A multitude of hashtags appeared on Ouyang's son's mask as he struggled to contain his anger. My name is Ouyang's son now, not Lanyu. And put away that expression. Otherwise, even though you are my sister, I will not hesitate to tear you apart. Ouyang's son executed a sideways glance. His crimson eyes paired with the gesture, causing everyone around to flee from the vicinity. Ouyang Chier pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with her brother's demeanor. Yet she dared not provoke his ire. She was acutely aware that the brother who donned that mask was no longer the one who had always stood behind her in protection. A vivid image flashed through her mind, her brother in dire straits, receiving a call, preparing to rescue her, only to ultimately fail due to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, she understood that her brother was, at heart, a gentle soul. Such a tsundere, Ouyang Chier softly muttered, crossing her arms, her chest becoming an imposing weapon. She turned her head away, her blue hair sweeping past Ouyang's son as she strode ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Ouyang's son's crimson gaze followed her lively figure, and he let out a gentle sigh, his voice resonating softly in the deserted space. Sister, I cannot possibly guard you for a lifetime. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the confusion in his eyes, and clasped his hands behind his head to follow her. Sensing Ouyang's son's approach, Ouyang Chiener's face lit up with a radiant smile. and a voice that only she could hear gradually emerged. Such at Sundara. Oh dear, my little Lishuan, a new master shall soon arrive. What do you think? The alluring figure gently lifted Zhang Lishuan's chin, but her eyes had lost the brilliance they once possessed. During this harrowing period, she had endured inhumane torment. If given the choice, she would have chosen to end her life immediately. However, her soul power had been rendered useless, and she had been infused with a peculiar substance by Lan Shui. This substance had significantly enhanced her physical strength and other aspects, rendering her incapable of even taking her own life. Upon hearing the words of that sorceress, a flicker of light appeared in Zhang Lishuan's eyes, only to be enveloped once again by despair. She had become entirely useless. Under Lan Shui's control, she had grown accustomed to her fate. If another were in her place, no one could fathom the torment they would face. Zhang Lishuan extended her delicate tongue to gently caress Lan Shui's fingers, her eyes reflecting a strange sense of affection. For a moment, Lan Shui was taken aback by Zhang Lishuan's actions, but she quickly regained her composure. Cradling the beautiful face before her, she meticulously scrutinized this enchanting woman, who was referred to as the beloved dream by countless Shrek students. Observing the small woman who served her with trepidation, fearful of abandonment, one could hardly reconcile her with the once illustrious girl of celestial grace. Lan Shui leaned down slightly, whispering into Zhang Lishuan's ear, the faint scent brushing against her earlobe. Fear not, my dear puppy, since you are so reluctant to part ways, I shall not forsake you. However, my darling must perform a grand spectacle for me. Her enchanting voice gradually took on an authoritative tone as she spread her arms wide and gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly peering through it to the capricious deity that played with the threads of fate. A dim light enveloped the entire room, and in that glow, Zhang Lishuan beheld a pair of ruby-red eyes glimmering with a thirst for blood. The room fell silent once more, and Lan Shui transformed back into the beguiling sorceress, incessantly teasing her. Zhang Lishuan's delicate face flushed with color, her gaze becoming entranced. She realized she could never return to her former self. Zhang Lishuan gently closed her eyes, a single crystalline tear glistening within. When she reopened them, a pink glow flickered in her gaze. Laughter, delicate yet unrestrained, echoed softly as Lan Shui encircled Zhang Lishuan's waist from behind and lifted her amid her startled exclamations. A dim light enveloped the entire room as Lan Shui cast Zhang Lishuan onto the grand bed of the hotel. As the glow dissipated, Lan Shui stretched languidly, tilting her head to survey the disheveled scene on the bed and the unconscious Zhang Lishuan. A bittersweet smile, one that even she could not articulate, graced her lips. How wonderful it would have been if none of this had occurred. Her murmured sentiments faded into the air with her departure, save for herself. No one could fathom her thoughts at that moment. Chapter 16. Gathering, the Eerie Trade Meeting, Part 2. A door adorned with intricate patterns emerged from the shadows, and a foot clad in a high-heeled shoe stepped forth from the swirling vortex. A commanding silhouette followed, her long legs emerging with poise. Clad in a blue and white coat embroidered with blue anemones, paired with light gray jeans and a fitted top, her azure hair cascaded down to her feet. Her deep blue eyes were filled with indifference, a blood-red long knife materializing from the void, cradled in her embrace. Oh, has that monkey arrived so soon? I wonder how strong it has become. I hope it can amuse me. Her detached words lingered in the air as Tsanyue vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind save for the layer of ice that attested to her presence. Yue, come quickly and tell me if this looks good, Ouyang Qier called out. Invoking the name of Ouyang's son from her past life, the brother who had always protected her in her memories. With a resigned sigh, Ouyang's son stepped forward, then leaped back, the divine demon staff appearing in his hand. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he rested the staff on his shoulder, his crimson eyes fixed on the spot he had just vacated. A massive shard of ice erupted forth, a biting chill permeating the air. Most onlookers hastily retreated toward the outskirts of the market. Crazy woman, do you wish to die? I shall grant your wish. Leaving behind a fleeting shadow, he swung the divine demon staff roundly, aiming for Tsang Yue's head. Above heaven and below, I alone am supreme. Countless icy blasts erupted, the frigid aura freezing every creature within sight. In midair, Ouyang's son wielded the divine demon staff, his figure momentarily suspended as a colossal ice formation encased him. Behind Tsang Yue stood Ouyang Qier, her astonished expression solidified in ice. You're asking for death. A fragmented voice echoed as numerous cracks appeared in the immense ice. The ice shattered, and with a wave of her hand, Tsang Yue sent all approaching ice shards hurtling away. In the cold mist, a crimson light blossomed within Ouyang's son's eyes. Heavenly soldier, sword pierce. The golden radiance surged towards Song Yue, instantly melting the ice formed by the chilling air. The golden light, undeterred, advanced relentlessly toward Song Yue. The Antarctic Cross Star, a massive ice shield, shaped like a cross, stood resolutely before Song Yue. The explosive clash between the golden light and the colossal ice shield reverberated through the market, stirring the vigilant guards. The golden and blue figures paid little heed to the station personnel, engaging in a continuous barrage of collisions and the clashing of weapons. Ice, radiance, blade energy. And the shadows of staffs intertwined in a fierce confrontation between the battle-mad warriors, with only the downfall of one side able to halt the fray under ordinary circumstances. The red sun and the blue sun emerged simultaneously before them following their fierce exchanges. Song Yue, cease your assault for now. Where? Hold your strike. The simultaneous utterance of these voices momentarily halted Ouyang's son and Song Yue, who were poised to continue their duel. In a spacious chamber, the four congregated after departing from the market. Despite the commotion they caused, their whereabouts remained hidden amidst the throngs of people in this vast place. At least for the time being. The two women fixated on Song Yue and Ouyang's son, one wielding a blood-red demon blade, the other brandishing a divine staff emanating golden light. The crimson radiance flickered continuously in Ouyang's son's eyes, while Song Yue's gaze morphed into an icy blue. Enough, you two. The voices of the two women rang out in unison. Yue, this is not the place for conflict. Let us maintain our composure. Song Yue, opportunities to spar with Ouyang's son will abound in the future. Do not act recklessly at this juncture. Xue Di and Ouyang Qier exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of exasperation. Ouyang's son, donned in the mask of the Mad God, was a true combat fanatic. And Song Yue was no less of a battle maniac, as her passions lay equally in drinking and fighting. It was entirely natural for them to clash upon meeting. Even if Song Yue refrained from striking, a confrontation would ensue regardless. Their altercation stemmed not merely from Song Yue's desire to duel, but also from Ouyang's son's disdain for Song Yue's demeanor. In the past, they frequently brawled in the borderlands, and now, without their presence, these two would undoubtedly have been besieged by Shrek's members. It was likely that others would join in as well. With this thought, both women exchanged glances of dismay and directed a torrent of reprimands toward Song Yue and Ouyang Sunday. In the shadows, an enigmatic figure quietly observed the remnants of the battle between Ouyang's son and Song Yue. As the crowd filled the market, the figure gradually vanished into the darkness. Strands of gray-white hair brushed lightly against the air, transforming the shadow into a realm of muted tones. The decaying aura was discovered the following day, prompting the people of the Sea God Pavilion to seal off the area due to its unusual essence. After the departure of Ouyang's son and Song Yue, a hollow, raspy voice slowly echoed, "Death is the true destination." Oh, have those fellows arrived as well? Behind the gray-haired figure, a silver-haired, silver-eyed youth followed, his gaze seemingly transcending space to observe the two engaged in battle. Muir, what are you referring to? When shall we make the Hautian sect and those from Shrek pay the price? A suppressed voice emanated from the youth. Muir merely turned around and patted the shoulder of the smiling Hanchin. Soon, shout very soon. We shall make those who have harmed our dreams pay the ultimate price, the price of death. The Avengers lurked in the shadows, poised to reveal their fangs at any moment. I never expected all of them to come. Then allow me to draw back the curtain on this grand performance. My darling Lishuan, you will support me. One to you? Ha ha ha. Lan Shui, relying on her keen sense, leaned in close to Zhang Lishuan's ear, then abruptly stood upright. A wild, morbid voice and laugh echoed in the sealed chamber. Countless watchers in the shadows focused intently on the protagonists of this battle, contemplating ways to seize greater advantages in what was to come. The master of the Black Rings of Douluo, who had obliterated the entirety of Douluo, and the emperor of Luo, the nearly immortal Su Jiawei. The evil emperor of Ryu respectfully conveyed information to a looming figure. The ominous figure, shrouded in demonic energy, gazed upon the essence of the evil emperor. Oh, intriguing. The young master of the heavenly soul, Long Out Yin, had his blood surging tumultuously within him. The orchestrator behind the demon, the one referred to as Miss. The Demon King and Lan Fatsi stealthily appeared, eager to see what they might obtain. Gu Yuna, accompanied by Emperor Tian and Xiang Jun, quietly emerged in a concealed location. Sensing the aura of Ouyang's son, a flicker of emotion flashed through Gu Yuna's eyes. Quickly returning to tranquility, Hui Yuhao calmly gazed upward, perceiving the heavens above suffused with countless black and red calamities, with but a faint glimmer of golden light hidden within. He understood that Shrek was likely facing its demise. "Grandfather, they have all arrived. Can we truly keep these individuals at bay?" Tang Wudong's voice transformed from anger to a faltering tone. Back when they had confronted Ouyang's son, she had nearly been defeated by him, let alone facing so many anomalies. "Xiaoqi, do not worry. Shaoxin has once again aided me. I now possess the ability to wield the power of deities across the continent." A glimmer of gold flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Chapter 17. Gathering, the eerie trade fair, continued, following the skirmish between Ouyang's son and Song Yu. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew increasingly tense. However, Ouyang's son and his companions remained indifferent. After all, who would concern themselves with the anxieties of strangers? Moreover, a significant portion of their group harbored ambitions of world destruction or creation. Shrek Academy and the local residents of Douluo continued to bolster their patrols. Yet the unease only intensified despite these efforts. In the midst of this unbearable tension, Shrek issued an announcement that sparked the curiosity of those lurking in the shadows. "Oh, intriguing. A free trade, with the nature of the goods remaining unknown until the moment of exchange. The trading is set for tomorrow evening. As long as one possesses a trading token, they can simply present it and take their goods." Was this not akin to an unconventional auction? Such a trade, where only the owner is aware of the goods, promised to be quite fascinating, did it not? Ouyang's son turned his head toward the three women behind him, his eyes glinting with a dazzling crimson light, revealing his keen interest in this affair. Furthermore, what if the trade was unequal or someone dared to break the rules? Would that not provide an opportunity for conflict? The mere thought of a chaotic brawl erupting over a coveted item filled Ouyang's son with exhilaration. This foolish monkey. One could only wonder what thoughts were racing through his mind. Song Yu, observing Ouyang's son trembling with excitement, casually unleashed a blast of icy magic to temper his fervor. Crack! The crystal of extreme cold shattered beneath Ouyang's son's grip, sending exquisite ice shards dancing through the air. "I wouldn't mind dispatching you before participating in tomorrow's intriguing event, you foolish woman." His crimson eyes flickered with flames, a testament to his frustration with her provocations in recent days. The Snow Empress and Ouyang Qier exchanged glances, each placing a hand on their foreheads, utterly perplexed by the antics of these two. The Snow Empress tugged at Song Yu's collar while Ouyang Qier squatted on the ground, wrapping her arms around Ouyang's son's leg. As Ouyang's son's mask bore a succession of hash symbols, Song Yu was encased in ice and dragged away by the Snow Empress. Ouyang's son looked down at the life-sized feline clinging to his leg and, with no choice, grasped Ouyang Qier's collar to lift her up. "Foolish woman, if you cling to my leg again, I shall break your foot." Suppressing his fury, Ouyang's son admonished Ouyang Qier with deliberate precision. Aware of the gravity of her recent actions, Ouyang Qier recognized that her brother was not one to bear ill temper lightly. Fortuitously, it was she who had provoked him. Had it been another, the consequences could have been dire. Under Ouyang's son's watchful gaze, Ouyang Qier nodded repeatedly, much like a chick pecking for grains. Upon returning to her quarters, Lan Shui swiftly muted her surroundings, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. She then turned her attention to Zhang Lishuan, who awaited her in a maid's attire with utmost reverence. A subtle smile graced her lips as she glided gracefully towards Zhang Lishuan, her delicate fingers lifting the latter's chin. The heated breath escaping Lan Shui's lips caused Zhang Lishuan's ears to flush a deep crimson. "Is my dear Lishuan reluctant to fulfill her master's wishes? Or do you still dwell on those insignificant Shrek individuals?" Her seductive tone shifted to one of icy menace, her enchanting gaze imbued with a chilling intensity capable of annihilating the world. The frigid aura enveloped Zhang Lishuan, prompting a shudder to course through her. She was merely a woman of modest strength, feeling the weight of an overwhelming dread. As the oppressive cold and terrifying presence receded, Lan Shui regarded Zhang Lishuan, who had collapsed to the floor like a marionette whose strings had been severed. Reclining upon her bed, Lan Shui lightly tapped the edge with her fingers, observing Zhang Lishuan as she gasped for breath. Her eyes held a vacant look, as if lost in contemplation, until she glanced at Zhang Lishuan again, whose frail appearance ignited a tempest of resentment within her. With a delicate beckon, Lan Shui summoned Zhang Lishuan closer. The latter trembled at the command. Recalling the sickly visage Lan Shui had displayed days prior, a lingering pain still evident. Noticing Lan Shui's growing impatience, Zhang Lishuan inhaled deeply. Remembering the tale she had once read, gently, She lowered herself to the ground and, amidst Lan Shui's astonished expression, crawled to her feet. Lifting her gaze to meet Lan Shui's, she embraced the delicate ankle of her master, nuzzling her cheek against Lan Shui's slender leg. Tempting words slipped softly from Zhang Lishuan's crimson lips. Master, Lishuan feels no pain now. Might you grant me mercy today? Despite the shame that gnawed at her heart. Zhang Lishuan recited the lines she had encountered in her readings, though she had never completed the tale. Uncertain of the outcome, she sensed that such pleas bore fruit in those narratives. Suddenly, Lan Shui's breathing grew rapid. She leaned forward, cupping Zhang Lishuan's delicate face. Inhaling deeply before her heated voice resonated softly. Did you glean these actions from those tales? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Zhang Lishuan's face suddenly stiffened, the implications of which weighed heavily upon her. What consequences awaited her? Was she not meant to be spared? Could it be that the aftermath diverged from her expectations? Zhang Lishuan's mind raced through various possible outcomes, yet she ultimately could not fathom what repercussions might arise. Shouldn't her humble plea, devoid of dignity and integrity, evoke a sense of compassion in others? Was she not supposed to escape calamity? The confusion enveloped her. Lan Shui lifted Zhang Lishuan, her slightly breathless, delicate face drawing near to Zhang Lishuan's ear. The words that entered Zhang Lishuan's ear drained the color from her face. The consequence is that you have stirred within me an impulse to utterly ravage you. So, are you prepared? Lan Shui cast Zhang Lishuan onto the bed, leaving an imprint as dim light enveloped them from all directions. Please, I beg you, no. Zhang Lishuan's cries echoed in the darkness, accompanied by Lan Shui's piercing shrieks. Dream. Do you see? We could have indulged in the culinary delights of this world together, explored its breathtaking vistas. Though you lie in slumber now, I shall take you to behold the wonders of the world. Just wait until I make those hypocritical souls, and those who have cast you into this sleep, pay dearly. Mir opened the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, placing the crystal of frozen dreams in front of them, recounting the sights and experiences of recent days to Ming Hongchun. Even though she could not hear him now, Mir gently spoke of the world's beauty. No one paid heed to his unusual behavior at that moment. He had gathered all the beauty of existence within him. Tenderness, patience, sunlight, none could discern the urge to obliterate everything that simmered within this gentle soul. He had left all his splendor in the moments spent with Ming Hongchun, and thereafter, he transformed into a harbinger of destruction, yearning solely to annihilate the world. Time flowed gently onward, and on the following morning, a colossal stage was erected, destined to be the venue for that evening's trading event, unfettered by any coverings. This was a unique characteristic of the auction. Chapter 18. The commencement of the trading fair. Upon this grand stage, countless iron cages were shrouded in black cloth, imbued with shielding capabilities. A stunning woman, devoid of any soul force or extraordinary abilities, emerged at the center of the spotlight. Aside from the beam illuminating the woman who would introduce the goods, countless pairs of eyes outside the stage were fixated upon her. This unconventional auction captured the attention of many, for it was rumored that something extraordinary might indeed be unveiled. Due to the nature of this special transaction, no one dared to utter a word carelessly. The woman on stage was merely a tool to unveil the black cloth. As for the items up for trade, they would be communicated via a unique soul guide device, and the items would be thrown into the darkness in the direction of the calls. Whether these items would be intercepted in the shadows depended upon one's skill, and those who completed the transaction would need to ascend the stage to retrieve their belongings. Upon departure, one could never be certain if they would be followed, for after all, those who lived on the edge are often individuals with no retreat. The woman on stage used a cart to transport one of the items into the spotlight. The moment the black cloth fell, a surge of soul force erupted within many. Yet no one dared to rush in for a direct snatch. After all, if the tables were turned, it would be difficult to ascertain who the hunter truly was. Within the cage lay a skeletal structure, a dragon bone. The dark golden hue of the dragon bone emanated an aura of ancient might, with the winged skeleton radiating a faint crimson glow that flickered continuously. The first item up for trade was a dragon bone aged over 100,000 years. The mere appearance of this item sent ripples of excitement through the darkness, causing many to struggle with their anticipation. Dition's gaze was fixed intently on the dragon bone upon the stage, his dark golden vertical pupils igniting with fury. The kaleidoscopic glow in his hand flickered incessantly. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. He was acutely aware of the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, and a reckless move could lead to his demise. As the trading commenced, information was continuously relayed to the woman on stage, who then communicated it to the individuals offering the items. With each completed transaction, The overseer of the trade would earn 10,000 gold coins, a substantial sum for an ordinary person. Soon, the stage was littered with notes. For who among the soul masters could resist the allure of a 100,000-year dragon bone? The girl utilized a special soul guide device provided by the sun and moon to filter through the offers, quickly pinpointing the optimal item for trade. Among the treasures was the dragon bone, classified as one of the celestial items, the crystal blood dragon ginseng. The moment the information regarding this celestial item emerged, even more individuals in the shadows became intrigued, eagerly observing the unfolding process, keen to discover who would ultimately claim this exquisite treasure and the identity of its provider. They cannot believe that someone bold enough to trade an immortal item possesses only a single piece. If that individual's strength and the power behind him were lacking, the dark laws would be vividly manifested here. In the shadows, Tang Wujie approached the stage, clutching the millennia-old crystal blood dragon ginseng. In an instant, the elements erupted in chaos, a fleeting tempest of energy sensed by numerous powerful beings. Ah, it's you, scum. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intensely on Tang Wujie upon the stage. Miur silently observed the architect of the current scene, fury igniting within his heart. Yet, the moment was not ripe. The death of one would not quell the long-simmering rage within him. He yearned for the entire world to accompany him in demise. Tang Wujie. He would personally crush. That aura. It's that fellow. I wonder if he still possesses that world-ending power. I truly wish to test it. Flames danced in his scarlet eyes as Ouyang's sun gazed towards the source of elemental upheaval in the darkness. Presently, there were only two beings on this continent capable of inciting such elemental turmoil. One was the harbinger of destruction, and the other, a beast that could hardly be considered human. Monkey, I shall take the lead. It has been far too long since I last sparred with a formidable opponent. My blood is already boiling. A chill rushed through the darkness towards Ouyang's sun, as Tsang Yue conveyed in her own way that she had taken a liking to that individual and insisted on confronting him herself, lest the consequences be dire. Ouyang Qi, and Xue Di each grasped Ouyang's sun and Tsang Yue, for if chaos erupted above, they would surely be besieged by those lurking in the shadows. Though they were not particularly afraid of such individuals, caution was prudent, as nearly all strong beings on the continent were lying in wait, and a careless move could lead to serious trouble for them. Oh, that aura. Elder Pong, is it the harbinger of destruction? Such a person has also arrived. It seems the opportunity to pick up scraps is fading. However, should I wish to depart later, they cannot hinder me. The woman in the green attire inquired of the elder behind her, and upon receiving his affirmative response, she paused for a moment. Then, a confident voice resonated through the darkness. This is the tide of the world, as one not of this realm. Where will her journey ultimately lead? She, too, wishes to find out. She yearned to lead an era, even though most of the inhabitants of this world were inferior to those of her original realm. Nevertheless, there existed a number of exceptional beings, such as the enigmatic figure who had clashed with that despicable deity mere days ago. Although that god was indeed contemptible, the woman in the azure robe acknowledged that she was currently incapable of delivering a fatal blow. At most, she could inflict considerable injury at a cost to herself. Yet, aside from Ouyang's son and a few others, no one was aware that Tang San's avatar had been vanquished by Gu Feng. After all, tearing through the fabric of reality and obliterating Tang San's avatar left behind a trace of gray ether that annihilated the entire Star Dough, transforming it into a forbidden zone. Such a person was exceedingly perilous. Ouyang's son and his companions dared not speak carelessly, for who could ascertain whether that obviously unhinged Gu Feng would rend the very space to confront them? They certainly did not believe they could withstand such an onslaught. These individuals truly think us easy prey. It appears our prolonged silence has allowed the world to forget that Shrek Academy and the Houghton sect earned their titles through sheer strength. Tang Hao's commanding voice resonated in the darkness. Although he had failed to apprehend Ouyang's son in the Star Dough and had been forced to retreat in disarray, he now possessed divine power. He was confident he could subdue that monkey named Ouyang's son. Yet the shadow that had swiftly dispatched Xiao San sent a shiver down his spine. That figure was beyond his reach, even in Tang Hao's estimation. If 5 peak divine kings were to unite their efforts, the best outcome might be mutual destruction. However, had Ouyang's son been privy to Tang Hao's foolish thoughts, he might have laughed himself to death. Tang San's avatar, in all likelihood, was merely what this world referred to as a secondary deity. Upon reaching the primary level, even a fully powered inferior god would likely not be significantly formidable. At least Ouyang's son and his companions did not regard those gods with any seriousness. Nonetheless, They understood that without employing certain means, they could potentially fall victim to those deities. Yet, this did not deter them from holding those inferior gods in disdain. Ain observed the imposing Tang Hao and gently wrapped her arms around his robust waist, her entire being draped over his back. Chapter 19. The transaction in progress. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was held in Tang Wujie's hand as he glanced towards a certain direction in the darkness, where the members of the Haotian sect were situated. He subtly nodded towards the crowd below, and a small number of individuals, upon witnessing Tang Wujie's gesture, could not help but smirk in derision. Did they truly believe everyone was a fool? Tang Wujie is not a fool. Rather, he possesses an inexplicable confidence in Tang Hao and the others. However, this very confidence also serves as a mysterious reason behind the inexplicable demise of Tang San, which Tang Hao and his companions have chosen not to disclose. Instead, they publicly assert that Tang San's avatar descended to the mortal realm with his divine power exhausted, attributing the calamity that befell Star Do to his machinations. Without such a narrative, Shrek would lack the credibility to invite all factions across the continent. Yet, not everyone is willing to accept this version of events. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was cast into the darkness, where a shadowy green hue emerged, and a small hand reached for the ginseng, vanishing from sight. In the instant that the green shade dissipated, a golden streak surged toward that spot, followed by an arrival of extreme cold, revealing a magnificent crystalline form. However, they were a moment too late, as the poison immortal had already prepared for retreat at the moment of action. Ouyang Sun and Song Yu kept their eyes fixed on that direction, yet refrained from striking again. It was not yet the opportune moment. A colossal flame soared into the sky, and green toxic fumes formed a protective barrier around the poison immortal. The darkness was momentarily illuminated as Muir, cloaked and concealed, unleashed a torrent of flames against the poison immortal. He considered utilizing that ginseng to augment the blood sea, enhancing the 6 paths, albeit marginally. Yet, if it were for trade, it seemed unnecessary. Initially, they had the upper hand, but one must also maintain that advantage. Did they truly believe him to be made of clay? A gigantic green behemoth broke through the sea of flames, its massive fist aimed at Muir. Beneath the hood, Muir's gaze remained eerily calm as a Buddha formed from flames ascended behind him. The fire element, Akalanatha. The rising Buddha grasped the arm of the poison immortal with one hand while the other coalesced into the image of a flower from the other shore. The palm struck the poison immortal's body, and in a flash of golden light, the crystal blood dragon ginseng fell from him. Lan Shui transformed into a beam of light, seizing the ginseng with unparalleled speed before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Those lurking in the shadows, hoping to seize an opportunity, were left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated the presence of such a swift entity playing their game? The audacity! The furious roar of the poison immortal echoed throughout the trading venue. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Muir. A faint chuckle escaped Muir's lips. What a waste! Flames engulfed Muir's entire being, and as they subsided, his figure vanished from the scene. Though the poison immortal longed to obliterate the venue in his wrath, he ultimately lacked the strength to act without fear. Returning to his normal size, the poison immortal faded into the shadows. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was gently tossed into the air by Lan Shui, falling repeatedly as her gaze remained fixed upon an iron cage on the stage, lost in contemplation. Well, after accompanying me for so long, it would indeed be a pity if it were snatched back by Shrek. Lan Shui's crimson lips whispered a sound only she could faintly perceive. Yet even her true thoughts eluded her articulation. Countless dim streams of light wove peculiar patterns in the darkness. In the subsequent transactions, she refrained from causing any disruption until an intricate array enveloped the entire stage, prompting her to exhale slowly. This should suffice, she mused, feeling a tinge of weariness from arranging such an expansive defensive formation. Had she known, she would have ensured to fortify her physical capabilities beforehand. After this, she resolved to engage in some rigorous training. Lan Shui licked her alluring red lips, gazing at the stage, her murmurs perhaps meant for herself or others. Her eyes fell upon the crystal blood dragon ginseng in her hand, shimmering with an unseen radiance. Ouyang Sun's piercing gaze seemed to detect an anomaly. The silk ribbons of Shiyu activated, with the purple and blue diamonds igniting simultaneously. This place was perfect for these 2 diamonds. The eyes enhanced by the purple extreme star discerned the faint, flowing dark light. Although the nature of the glimmer remained elusive, the unfolding events appeared increasingly intriguing. The divine demon staff was planted into the ground, and Ouyang's Sun crouched upon it, quietly observing the developments ahead, eager to discern who would emerge as the hunter and who as the prey. So it is. An elemental light, yet not the light of salvation. rather one of annihilation. Strangely, this light of destruction seemed to safeguard the stage. Was there something of great significance concealed above? Muir sensed the elemental shift. His pinnacle strength was that of a demigod, a six-element demigod. He had even momentarily attained true divine power. The fluctuations of the light element could not escape his notice. Allow me to add a dash of intrigue, he thought. A mysterious gleam flickered in Muir's eyes as the essence of Earth surged within his grasp. It flowed into the stage, concealed beneath 100 meters of Earth. No one was aware of Muir's actions. After all, who would casually observe the depths below? Oh, such peculiar fluctuations. Am I imagining things? Or has someone made a move? An aged voice softly echoed. Though faint, the sound reached the ears of the woman in green. What is it, Elder Pung? Have you uncovered something? The elder shook his head, signaling uncertainty. He merely sensed an oddity but had not pinpointed anything amiss. The woman in green turned her gaze to Elder Ping, then to the stage, her face blossoming into a smile that bewitched the world. Elder Ping. Do not underestimate these individuals. They likely share our otherworldly origins. Exercise caution. An azure glow surged in her eyes, and a lotus mark appeared upon her forehead. Indeed. How intriguing. I nearly overlooked it. The woman noticed the unusual aspect, yet she refrained from taking action, for her hands bore no concealed tricks. To act recklessly could lead to trouble if discovered. The trade fair proceeded several times following the initial Dragonbone transaction, but thus far, nothing more precious than the Dragonbone had been observed. After Tang Wujie took the stage, a group of titled protectors from the Haotian sect shielded him as he secured the Dragonbone into the Soul Guide, then strode confidently into the shadows. After all, this location was perilously close to Shrek Academy in the Haotian sect, and they were uncertain of their ability to contend with so many titled Haotian hammers simultaneously. Moreover, who could ascertain whether there were hidden forces from the Haotian sect lurking in the dark? They certainly did not wish to be unexpectedly crushed by a sudden strike. As for Ouyang's son, Muir, Nox, and the enigmatic woman in dark attire alongside Lan Shui, they were merely biding their time. It was not yet the moment for action. The woman on stage unveiled an iron cage. As the black cloth was lifted, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, and peculiar thoughts began to arise within many hearts. Inside the iron cage were two bound figures. More accurately, they were two dragon maidens. Golden and silver scales adorned their concealed areas, captured by humans. The dragon maidens were teetering on the brink of their mating cycle. This transaction involved two dragon maidens, poised to enter estrus after a millennium. Such a prospect was immensely tempting, yet the curse of the dragon maidens deterred many. That matter could indeed prove fatal. Chapter 20. The Dragon Maiden and the Angel. At the moment the golden and silver dragon maidens appeared, emotions of greed, shock, fear, and sympathy surged forth. How fascinating. It was indeed this entity. The Shrek Academy and the Haotian sect ought to refrain from involvement. Whoever touched that curse would meet their demise. Tang Hao remarked to the restless Yan Shaozhe and Tang Wujie, declaring it a hot potato. There were benefits to be had, but one must possess a life to spend. Observing the waning spirit of Tang Wujie, Tang Hao held a favorable view of the lad, noting his unwavering gaze. Tang Hao quietly wiped non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, acknowledging that these two dragon maidens were indeed exquisite beings. Yet they were truly only to be approached by those who valued their lives. Tang Hao spoke softly to Tang Wujie and the others, revealing a little-known secret. The curse of the dragon maidens was no trifling matter. Previously, a second-tier deity had captured a dragon maiden and forcibly engaged with her, only to be cursed in return. As the audience listened, they were eager to learn the outcome. Though the tales of the dragon maiden's curse were legendary, surely even a deity could withstand its effects. Nevertheless, Tang Hao's subsequent words sent a collective shiver through them, filled with horror and trepidation. That second-tier deity, after being cursed, killed the dragon maiden, for to him, it was merely a game. He was a deity, after all, and held the dragon maiden in contempt. Subsequent events unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. After the deity vanquished the dragon maiden, thoughts of her exquisite form lingered in his mind, compelling him to seek her return for companionship. However, at the very moment he stepped out of the divine realm, a black hole materialized before him without any forewarning, and thus, the deity met an unfathomable demise. As Tang Hao recounted this tale, a flicker of fear crossed his visage, for curses possess an inexplicable nature that can often defy reason. He further elaborated that the deity's legacy was abruptly severed, as the very curse cast by the dragon maiden was designed to obliterate his lineage. The deity's divine inheritance now lay within the black hole, yet no soul dared to retrieve it, not even the God King. Ayan released her delicate grasp from Tang Hao's waist. and together they gazed at the two dragon maidens upon the stage, their eyes reflecting a tumult of unarticulated emotions. Tang Wuj intended to voice his thoughts, but upon witnessing Tang Hao and Ian's expressions, he could only exhale a resigned sigh. My lord, that is the leader of the Dragon Maiden clan, the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens. Should we intervene? A spark of excitement illuminated Di Tian's countenance. For the Dragon Maiden clan possessed formidable combat prowess, and their primordial essence bore additional significance. Yet, as these thoughts traversed his mind, Di Tian's expression grew increasingly intricate. Among their pure-blooded dragon clan, only the three of them remained. ZG, along with the Silver Dragon King, this was the curse from the former Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens. Most of ZG's kin were of mixed blood, not pure-blooded hellish dragons. She was a rare exception. A return to ancestral lineage occurring only once in hundreds of thousands of years. Biyuna observed the captivatingly undulating forms of the dragon maidens on stage, her thoughts deepening in contemplation. Just as Di Tian was poised to inquire once more, Biyuna's voice resonated. However, the architects of the current plight afflicting the Dragon Maiden clan are indeed our dragon lineage. They shall not lend us their aid. Upon hearing this, Di Tian opened his mouth to retort, yet words eluded him. The enmity between the Dragon Maiden clan and their dragon lineage was indeed profound. A bitter feud that could only culminate in mutual destruction. A sigh escaped his lips, and he regarded the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens, who appeared as mere commodities, with a complex expression of despondency. Countless individuals below yearned for the two Dragon Maidens upon the stage. Yet none were willing to proffer anything of value in exchange. The curse of the Dragon Maidens was an enigma, its principles unknown, leaving many uncertain whether they could withstand its effects. No one was willing to wager their life on the fleeting chance of obtaining a Dragon Maiden. A delicate hand tightly clasped Gu Yichen's palm. Gu Yechen gazed at the intricately expressive Qian Shuyue, quietly offering solace to his beloved wife. What troubles you? Do not fret, it bears no relation to us. Before Gu Yechen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qian Shuyue. Yechen, allow me to share a story with you, if you would. Her voice, low and resonant, transformed Gu Yechen's demeanor to one of utmost seriousness. He recognized that she was grappling with a matter of great significance. The gentle tones reverberated softly in his ears, weaving a tale from a distant past. Millennia ago, when the continent was home to only two nations, Tiando and Xinglua, Tiando had yet to fragment into the present-day Tiangong and Doling. At that time, the esteemed Shrek Academy was little more than an inconspicuous establishment. The practitioners of dark martial souls were not yet referred to as evil soul masters, nor did they conceal their innate talents. There was scarcely any conflict between the two great empires, and the practitioners of dark arts were known by another name, the fallen soul masters. During that era, soul masters revered a sacred site, universally acknowledged as the sanctum of the continent, the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, the legendary battle known as the War of the Three Gods ensued, resulting in the defeat of the Spirit Hall, which then faded into the annals of history. The victors, particularly Tang San, were glorified to an unparalleled degree by posterity. Few are aware that the resurgence of the evil soul masters was instigated by him. The Spirit Hall once bore the solemn duty of purging the fallen soul masters. Yet today, Shrek merely puts on a fayade. In those days, our angelic kin faced extinction. My ancestors fled to the vast wilderness under the joint pursuit of Tiando and Xinglua. It was a land of beauty, devoid of strife and war, where they were self-sufficient yet insular. Paradoxically, it was these very people who rescued my forebear. Once healed, my ancestors spent many years cultivating in the idyllic realm of Yunmengs, which claimed to be a paradise beyond the world. Eventually, he bid farewell to the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens, declaring that our angelic lineage had become a forsaken race and could not burden them. He imparted a final warning to us. His descendants, should we ever encounter the Dragon Maidens in peril, he did not insist we must intervene, but rather reminded us that without the Dragon Clan, our angelic lineage would have long since vanished from history. Yeqing, what do you think I should do? Qian Shuyue raised her beautiful face, her eyes slightly reddened. She was genuinely at a loss, knowing that if they were to save the Dragon Maidens, they would inevitably attract attention, potentially embroiling the wilderness in turmoil. Gu Yechen gently cradled Qiankiyu's face, tenderly smoothing the slightly disheveled strands of her hair, and then affectionately ruffled her small head. A gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Just ensure their safety." As Qiankiyu watched Gu Yechen vanish from her side, silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. I am unaware of what the other party desires from this transaction, but we shall claim those two Dragon Maidens. A commanding voice resounded throughout the realm. Gu Yechen's figure had already graced the arena, his hands poised on the drawn string of the sun-shooting bow. This formidable weapon was crafted from 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones. While I am aware that this may not suffice, I am willing to make a single decisive move. As for these 2 dragon maidens, they shall belong to our wilds. Gu Yechen cast his gaze upon the liaison on the stage, and after a brief moment, the individual nodded. Qian Shiyue appeared on stage, supporting 2 dragon maidens as they ventured into the shadows. In Gu Yechen's hand, the sun-shooting bow aimed unwaveringly at Qian Shiyue's position. Who dared to reveal themselves would meet an instantaneous demise. Chapter 21. Elemental Needle. The lurking figures in the darkness felt the aura emanating from the sun-shooting bow in Gu Yechen's grasp, compelling them to suppress their ambitions. The dragon maidens could still be captured through cunning means. However, facing Gu Yechen, the continent's foremost archer, even a single arrow would send them to meet their ancestors. When their forebears questioned the manner of their demise, it would be utterly implausible to claim they perished over 2 dragon maidens, only to be outmatched and eliminated in an instant. As Gu Yechen beheld Qian Shiyue and the 2 dragon maidens safely vanish from his sight, he finally lowered the bow he had been holding. He cast a glance towards the direction of Shrek in the darkness, now absent from the stage. Senior Yin Xiaoxia. He began, gazing at Tang Hao, yet his words were abruptly interrupted by a hand. Do refrain from provoking that individual if possible. He exudes a sense of danger that is palpable. Should one act rashly, even wielding divine power, the consequence could be disastrous. After uttering these words, Tang Hao fell into a contemplative silence. Everyone was taken aback by Tang Hao's assertion. It was indeed possible for a mortal to inflict harm upon a deity, even to slay one. The moment these words spread, a flicker of something unusual crossed Yin Xiaoxia and Mu Wen's eyes, stirring within them thoughts that ought not to exist. Tang Wujin, hidden from the sight of others, quietly observed Yin Xiaoxia and Mu Wen, his gaze filled with an indescribable mockery and derision. Oh, so these are the 2 dragon maidens. They seem rather unremarkable. Why then do so many fear these 2 defenseless women? Ouyang's son, utilizing an enhanced purple diamond, scrutinized the 2 dragon maidens but found nothing exceptional after a prolonged observation. Aside from their remarkably vibrant life force, various potent emotional toxins relentlessly eroded their sanity. Ouyang's son could discern no further peculiarities. Foolish monkey, if you could perceive that curse, it surely wouldn't deter even those divine beings. A mocking voice emerged from Song Yu's lips. Ouyang's son's mask bore a pattern of hash marks as he gripped his divine staff tightly. Insufferable woman. I have endured your antics for far too long. With that, he aimed a golden staff strike at Song Yu, an explosive sound reverberating through the darkness. Countless pairs of eyes in the shadows focused on their location, eager to discover who dared to clash at such a moment. Song Yu waved her hand, conjuring a dimensional portal, revealing a frigid landscape beyond. She understood that this was not the place for a brawl. If a fight ensued, they would surely be overwhelmed. She was no fool. She sought confrontation only with formidable opponents, and this monkey had long been a target of her desire for combat. Song Yu stepped into the dimensional portal, and Ouyang's son, with a forceful leap, transformed into a fleeting shadow rushing towards her. Unwilling to concern himself with the consequences any longer, he had tolerated this insufferable woman for far too long. Thus, their figures faded into the darkness. The Snow Emperor and Ouyang chairs simultaneously sighed, exchanging glances before shaking their heads in unison. They deemed it unworthy of concern, choosing to disregard the 2 troublemakers. Ice began to coalesce in the Snow Emperor's hand, and with a decisive strike, he aimed at the golden and silver dragon maidens, encasing the defenseless pair in a prison of frost. Observing the ice turning a shade of pink, a rare frown creased the Snow Emperor's features. Damn it. Just how potent is this emotional toxin? The Snow Empress found herself at a loss, and Ouyang Chier could only watch. For it was out of the question to employ fire to dispel the poison. Such an act would surely lead to calamity, while the toxin might be neutralized. The 2 dragon maidens would likely suffer dire consequences. The 2 women exchanged resigned glances, wishing they had accompanied Ouyang's son and Song Yu in their departure. A gentle holy light illuminated the darkness surrounding them, as 6 golden wings unfurled behind Qian Qiuyu, her 6 wings spread wide. A soothing aura permeated the frigid air, gradually purging the emotional toxin from the bodies of the 2 dragon maidens. However, as time passed, Qian Qiuyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. The mingled emotional poison had seeped into their very bones. She could do little more than restore their self-awareness temporarily. If this affliction remained unresolved, they would inevitably become slaves to their desires. Time does not pause for anyone. While Qian Qiuyu and her companions fretted over the plight of the 2 dragon maidens, The trading continued unabated. Rare soul bones, precious materials, and unique soul-guiding devices were all present. Most of the top-tier factions showed little interest, until a drop of peculiar blue blood emerged, prompting the body sect to re-enter the fray. This viscous blue blood exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Most were oblivious to the origin of this blood, but it was certain that it contained incredible power. Yet, a number of individuals recognized it as the blood of a divine being, still imbued with remnants of divinity. Ultimately, the body sect secured the blood. While the undying poison was besieged anew this time, with serious intent, the emperor transformed into a black dragon, the darkness thickening, as Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. In the end, the black dragon seized the precious blue blood, leaving the undying poison wounded and displaying a hint of despondency. It seemed that the denizens of this era were destined to exit the stage. The trading did not halt for any individual. Half of the items had already changed hands, and it remained unclear who emerged victorious or what spoils were acquired. The only certainty was that the body sect had suffered a significant defeat. Twice they had acted, seeking the blood dragon ginseng and divine blood, yet they returned empty-handed. Having lost much in the process, the black cloth was drawn back once more, revealing an elderly man, pallid and devoid of color, holding 3 needles that emitted a faint glow. The spectacle was about to commence. I wonder how those lofty individuals will choose to act. Will they destroy this artifact or seize control of it for their own use? I await with bated breath. The crimson pupils glimmered in the darkness, as Muir's voice softly reverberated through the space around him. This is not a creation of this world. It is the handiwork of those individuals. How intriguing. Let me observe what actions you all will undertake. The woman clad in azure felt the unique vibrations coursing through the needle. It was not merely the essence of this world. Yet, she could vaguely perceive its effects. Seemingly a means of igniting life to obtain power. It offered a glimmer of opportunity, a chance for resistance, to those who dwelled in the mire of existence. Everyone watched as the elder on stage introduced the needle, and until he concluded. None believed that this instrument could bestow upon ordinary individuals the strength to surpass even the soul masters. The elder surveyed the surrounding darkness, oppression, familial disintegration, and the devastation of lives echoed within his heart. He recalled the words of the silver-haired man. The elemental needle's purpose was to awaken the elements within them, albeit at the cost of their very lives. For those newly come of age, it might yield merely a year of existence thereafter, while for those like him, teetering on the brink of death, it would afford but a mere quarter of an hour. He yearned for vengeance against the lofty soul masters. The elemental needle was plunged into the elder's wrist. In the shadows, all eyes were fixed upon his actions, a spectacle of mockery. The lowly should kneel in supplication, not indulge in fanciful delusions. The elder's anguished roar resonated upon the stage, and soon thereafter, he collapsed. From the darkness erupted a cacophony of laughter. The winds surged. A tempest arose, and a cerulean tornado lifted a young man into the air. It was the very elder from moments prior. Mortal, yet extraordinary. The wind sensed the positions of those hidden in the shadows, endowing him with awareness. Perhaps he had not experienced such ease in an eternity. The cerulean tornado swirled incessantly as he floated serenely within its embrace. He was, after all, a man on the verge of the grave now. To bask in a fleeting moment of glory, to display his wrath to those responsible for his ruin, was more than sufficient. The tornado bore the man skyward, and upon reaching the zenith, it dissipated into several currents of air. Subsequently, a multitude of tornadoes formed, racing towards the darkness where Shrek lay concealed. Shrek was the perpetrator of his family's demise, yet this world was complicit as well. Once, his family had led a relatively happy life, though fraught with hardships. They had been farmers for generations and were accustomed to their lot. Despite being mere commoners, they had their own existence, which he deemed satisfactory. They had taken in an injured stranger, a man of few words, yet he posed no threat to them, until, that is, the minions of Shrek arrived at their doorstep, declaring the man they had sheltered to be a so-called evil soul master. They labeled them accomplices, threatening violence regardless of their pleas for understanding. In that moment, the stranger had aided their escape from their home. It seemed that this very act had irrevocably branded them as co-conspirators, without any reason or inquiry. They were relentlessly pursued by the so-called partners of justice. They were merely ordinary individuals, having offered assistance to someone in need. Moreover, that person did not exhibit the characteristics of the alleged evil soul master. It was simply stated that their soul power seemed to possess a dark attribute, a claim made by that individual themselves. The man closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past. Upon reopening them, his gaze revealed a deep, emerald hue. A whirlwind approaching Shrek Academy was extinguished by a fiery bird and a peculiar bovine creature. In the man's perception, the fiery bird appeared somewhat diminished, its flames not as ferocious as when it first appeared. As for the bovine, he could discern little about it. Silence enveloped everyone, their faces reflecting unspoken fear and astonishment. They trembled at the thought of an ordinary person suddenly possessing the strength to vanquish Yin Xiaojia of Shrek Academy, a renowned powerhouse on the continent. The Radiant Phoenix was also a top-tier martial soul, yet it was wounded in a single encounter, and by an old man who had barely 1 foot in the grave. Had it not been for that shameless old coot, Yin Xiaojia might have suffered far worse than a mere injury. Any faction of slight repute on the continent was aware that Xuanzi was that audacious old fool, oppressing the weak and relying on age. Had he not been one of the closest to the pinnacle of Super Douluo, he would have been eradicated long ago. Xuanzi let out a bovine roar and charged towards the man suspended in the sky. Although the man's current power appeared formidable, could one who had never possessed strength truly wield it effectively? Many were aware of the answer, no. Thus, they did not fear the figure above. Rather, they feared the possibility that such strange needles were not limited to merely 3. What if the puppet master disseminated those objects across the continent? Their status and lives would be imperiled, for each of them bore the weight of countless tragedies, whether direct or indirect. The man gazed at the colossal beast charging towards him, remaining grounded despite his newfound strength. He understood that he had once been an ordinary person, thus, how should the wrath of an ordinary individual be expressed? The man demonstrated to all with his actions. An endless torrent of wind coalesced in his hands. A voice was carried by the wind, resonating in the ears of everyone present. I was but a mortal, devoted solely to my family. Alas, fate is unpredictable. Now, let you witness the fury of the common man. A towering azure beam descended from the heavens. Xuanzi was enveloped in the azure light. As time stretched infinitely in his perception, the man's figure descended from the sky, dissipating like dawn in midair. The azure beam gradually diminished and vanished following the man's disappearance. Alongside the fading azure light, Xuanzi too was lost. The once formidable second champion of Shrek has met an untimely demise at the hands of a nameless mortal. Oh, initially, I believed that merely injuring that ancient being would suffice, yet unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise awaited me. Was it that the so-called deities had refrained from intervening? Or were they simply unwilling to act? Mir gazed at the vanishing pillar of celestial light, a flicker of astonishment gracing his eyes, before turning his attention toward Shrek. Through the shadows, he beheld the man wielding the hammer, his gaze reflecting an unfathomable brilliance. Yuhua, did your eyes perceive what transpired? The figure of Elix materialized before Yuhua, inquiring about the azure beam illuminating the heavens. Memories of the elder on the stage flooded Yuhua's mind, and he felt an emerging purpose within him. This, too, was the will of Douluo, urging Yuhua to awaken, though it was only now that he comprehended its significance. The Snow Empress and Ouyang Chierer fell into silence. The elder's final display of power did not warrant such a profound stillness. Yet, it was the elder's resolute expression and detached gaze that deeply moved them. They watched the fading azure light above and the surrounding winds, sensing within the whispers of the breeze a mournful lament. It was a cry of helplessness. Countless ordinary individuals, akin to this elder, inhabit the lowest echelons of society. It appears that no one has genuinely cared for them, nor has anyone shown concern for their well-being. The so-called nation has turned a blind eye to their existence. They dwell in a world governed by the law of the jungle, yet lead lives of numbing monotony. This is their misfortune, as well as the misfortune of this era. Had they lived 10,000 years ago or 10,000 years hence, their fates would have been far more favorable. Ordinary people in the distant past had the Spirit Hall to voice their concerns, while the order of the future would be overseen by the Federation. Yet in this present moment, the Spirit Hall has faded into the annals of history, and the nascent form of the Federation remains a mere shadow. Amidst the chaos, the sinister soul masters, and the self-serving interests of nations and royalty, Shrek stands as a fade, relying on the so-called inner courtyard students to uphold the continent's integrity, many of whom remain oblivious to the distinctions between right and wrong. This elder is but a reflection of the times. Although Mir's elemental needles may exact a toll on life to bestow power, they have nonetheless provided an opportunity, a chance to raise their voices. A single spark shall inevitably ignite a conflagration. Ouyang Sun and Song Yu paused in their fierce confrontation, their gazes seemingly transcending space to witness the actions of the elder. They remained silent, Song Yu sheathing her blood-red demonic blade, while Ouyang Sun let his arm drop, the demon god staff trailing in the snow. The crimson and icy blue eyes were devoid of battle intent, replaced instead by bewilderment, a sense of disorientation regarding this world, and uncertainty about the future. An endless sea of crimson spread out before them, the sky painted in dark red hues, with a dilapidated city suspended in midair, standing silently. In the heart of the city stood a figure, akin to a statue, motionless. Dark blue hair flowed behind him, and his pitch-black eyes held no glimmer of color. Suddenly, a flicker of vitality flashed through his gaze. It seemed there were unfinished matters awaiting him. A fragmented voice echoed from his position, representing the ambitions of his heart. A goal that had not been forgotten even after a millennium. Chapter 23, The Changes from Afar, the onset of turmoil in the realm of Xingluo. On that fateful day marked by two cataclysmic events, Xingluo left behind two divine legacies. The first was a white-haired woman who cleaved through the barrier of Douluo with a single stroke, after which the deity briefly manifested upon the continent. That very strike shattered a colossal spear of rock capable of sinking the land, leaving behind a chasm stretching countless miles, extending from the royal city of Xingluo to the edge of the Star-Do Forbidden Zone. This chasm bore the remnants of the mysterious woman's power, enticing many to seek that world-altering force. However, none succeeded. Those who recklessly attempted to harness that ethereal power were assimilated, vanishing without a trace. The second divine legacy was a mysterious projection that saved the entire continent. With three stars bridging the heavens, a black sun, a blood-red moon, and the original sun. That figure obliterated the great sun and blood moon, leaving behind half of an ancient tree. This half-tree, towering to the heavens, was the legendary Jianmu, which had brought untold calamities to the celestial vessels. Although it was severed, this remnant radiated a unique vitality. Eternal life, the topic that eludes wise beings. Everyone yearns for immortality, yet simultaneously fears it. The half-tree heralded the arrival of undying monstrosities. Alongside it emerged an emperor embarking on a path of abundance. Cracks began to appear in the chasm, and countless bizarre mechas surged forth from within. Surrounding the chasm were entities neither strong nor weak, who had exhausted their talents in hopes of ascending to greater heights. They were both fortunate and unfortunate. Endless void soldiers poured from the fissures, annihilating all life before them, with no one able to escape. To be seen by them meant an unending demise. A throng of void soldiers emerged from the chasm, soon encountering the undying monstrosities. In the four great calamities of the collapsing iron universe, two disasters converged. What awaited was not unity, but utter destruction. The ethereal soldiers surged forth towards the progenitors, while the progenitors lunged at the ethereal soldiers, perpetuating a cycle of immortality and annihilation, plunging the entire star realm into an interminable conflict. In this war, neither side suffered significant losses. The ethereal soldiers emerged endlessly from the fissures. The progenitors continuously resurrected, and their warfare seemed destined to persist indefinitely, barring any extraordinary circumstances or the intervention of formidable forces. In the Arctic Ice Sea, Songyue had previously visited this location, where a fissure in the deep ocean had opened, nurturing a peculiar life form within. Songyue employed ice elements and a dimensional portal to seal this fissure. However, the seal was gradually fracturing. The soul beasts within the frigid waters sensed the impending threat of death and began to migrate toward the distant ocean. This unprecedented migration of soul beasts captured the attention of coastal lords, yet all the nation's powerful warriors were occupied in Shrek. Those left behind dared not recklessly seek information under uncertain circumstances. No one knew what transpired in the deep sea, only that a storm was brewing. Scouts set forth toward Shrek, compelled to relay the situation to those in authority. Above the icy sea, storm clouds coalesced and lightning gathered, heralding the imminent arrival of entities that should not exist in this world. The realm of Douluo warned of this impending arrival, yet it remained feeble. Despite having acquired the legacy of hell and a higher dimensional power, it was still too nascent to instill fear in those supreme beings. A simultaneous roar resonated beneath the icy sea, inciting towering waves. A fierce yet divine creature emerged, its massive form adorned with pristine scales, a mythical dragon. Not the so-called great lizard of Western lore, but a true dragon, albeit somewhat mutated, with 9 colossal dragon heads and 9 dragon tails, yet lacking claws. This godlike being descended. The 9 dragon heads directed their roars toward the tempestuous clouds above, clearing the skies in an instant. 9 white dragons, a genuine demigod. The nature deity of the Star Stealer had arrived in this new world. On that day, the coastal inhabitants heard the resounding dragon's roar, only to be left with bleeding ears, rendered utterly mute. In the malevolent forest, black-red storm clouds brewed, and as the entity within sensed the peculiar changes in this world. A pair of blood-red giant eyes opened above the sinister woods. 1,000-meter-tall evil emperor materialized beneath those eyes. A blood-red throne descended from the heavens, hovering in midair, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A voice whispered into the evil emperor's ear. This was one of the 7 thrones from the realm of man, and now, you have yet to regain your strength. Something of your caliber has emerged from the ocean. However, he seems to have suffered grievous injuries akin to yours, yet is in a somewhat better condition. Take this throne and attempt to vanquish him. Should you succeed in slaying him, bring back his corpse. For this will enable you to restore a considerable amount of your strength, and your name shall echo throughout this world once more. You are the god of divine retribution. Austin Griffin. The evil emperor listened attentively to the directives of the god of divine retribution as the throne diminished in size, allowing the evil emperor to transform and advance towards the ICCs. In a world vibrant with color, a priest who had been observing the Douluo barrier discerned that it had weakened. This barrier could no longer prevent deities from descending into the mortal realm. The priest, employing a special method, contacted the 5 divine kings. In the celestial realm's core, for the first time, the 5 divine kings refrained from quarreling. Destruction. I propose that we 5 descend simultaneously. Douluo star is the foundation of the divine realm, and moreover, it underwent a sudden transformation over a decade ago. Tang San paused momentarily, then articulated the reason that had caused them to deliberate on whether to descend. The flow of time on Douluo star has now aligned with that of the divine realm, meaning Douluo star can fully withstand our powers. You should comprehend the implications of this. If Douluo is not under the dominion of the divine realm, it will inevitably give rise to a divine king, one belonging to Douluo. The threat this poses to the divine realm is immense, destruction, evil. You should be well aware of this. Tang San divulged all that he knew. Douluo star had completely slipped from control. He, too, required assistance, and fortuitously, the divine realm housed several capable allies for divine kings, along with others who were no less formidable. Tang San's gaze deepened as he contemplated Douluo star. This time, he aimed to eradicate all anomalies present on Douluo star. Should the child of destiny dare to resist, he would not hesitate to replace him with another. In the distance, changes occurred. Yet the members of Shrek Academy remained oblivious to any news. After all, following the elemental needle transaction, Tang Hao had employed his divine power to ensure that no unforeseen occurrences would transpire. This isolation was akin to a barrier, albeit with a unique function, simultaneously preventing the flow of information both in and out. Thus, the alterations on the continent remained unknown to those present here, save for those who did not belong to this world. Mirror, the returning Ouyang's son, Songyu, Lan Shui, Ouyang Chier, the enigmatic woman in green, as well as Su Jiawei, and the true first man and beast of the continent, Gu Yechen and Gu Yuna. These individuals simultaneously perceived something extraordinary. Yet it was already too late. The impending transaction was nearing its conclusion, and they hoped the situation was not as dire as they sensed. The crowd restrained their movements, the transaction gradually approaching its climax amidst their tumultuous emotions. Chapter 24. The onset of battle. The final items on stage were illuminated as the black cloth was drawn aside. In that instant, silence enveloped the venue. The members of Shrek rose in unison, their eyes reflecting a bewildering mix of shock and fury. All gazes were fixed upon the figure on stage, where the myriad facets of human existence were laid bare. Some expressed sympathy, others derision, some scoffed, others slandered. Some yearned to possess, while others sought to obliterate. On stage, Zhang Lishuan donned a cool, translucent green attire, her snow-white skin partially revealed. Bound in ropes that formed a tortoise-shell pattern, wearing a mask and blindfold, one foot dangled in midair, tethered to an iron cage. Her hands were restrained behind her. And though her current appearance bore no resemblance to the serene moon fairy of yore, the crowd still recognized her, Zhang Lishuan, the former prospective master of the Sea God Pavilion. Senior sister, how could this be? How could she have turned into this? It's impossible. Ma Xiaotao stood up in a fury, flames igniting around her as fiery wings unfurled behind her. I shall handle this. A formidable pressure forced Ma Xiaotao down to the ground. As anger surged in Tang Hao's eyes, both Shrek and Houghton's sect had been utterly disgraced. The former missing prospective master was being treated as a mere commodity, auctioned on this continental stage. Regardless of the forces behind this act, he resolved to eradicate them along with their influence, lest his heart's wrath remain unavenged. Clearly, this transaction had lost all necessity. In an instant, a realm of slaughter enveloped the area, followed by an overwhelming radiance that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Mu In and Yin Xiaojia simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. In the shadows, all present revealed themselves in that moment. Oh dear, are you in a hurry? Were Shrek and Houghton Insect contemplating a breach of protocol? Lan Shui gazed with a charming smile at the three individuals suspended in midair, her alluring voice suddenly turning frigid. Ouyang Sun gripped the divine demon staff tightly, while Songyu crossed her arms, the blood-red demon sword faintly visible within her embrace. Ouyang Chier cheerfully wrapped her arms around Ouyang Sun's free arm, flicking her hair in defiance of his disdainful gaze. A small blue orb of light materialized in the hand of the Snow Empress. The 6 wings unfurled behind Qian Xiuyu, who wielded a luminous sword. As Gu Yechen stood resolutely, an aura of power emanating from him. Mir leaned from a height, lightly applauding, his gaze fixed on Tang Wuji's with a manic smile. Flames dancing upon his hands. A pair of emerald wings emerged from the back of the woman in green, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. While an elder silently observed the gathering from behind her, Nox occupied a position at the foot of the stage, having been present before these individuals dispelled the darkness. Sensing the impending turmoil, she realized time was of the essence. Rules. I embody the rules. The realm of slaughter surged, and upon seeing Lan Shui, he understood what had transpired. Once again, these outsiders. This time, he intended to eradicate them. The blood-red Haotian sect transformed into a mountain, descending upon Lan Shui and Zhang Lishuan. As long as Zhang Lishuan perished, they had countless ways to conceal this scandal. No, please. Ma Xiaodao's world plunged into darkness. Within the academy, Zhang Lishuan had treated her with kindness, and in the moment she witnessed Zhang Lishuan's imminent demise, malevolent flames consumed her dwindling sanity, giving birth to the Dark Phoenix. A pure shade of darkness manifested before all, a puppet appearing behind her, whisking Ma Xiaodao away before the Shrek members could react. Holy Spirit sect, you seek death. A roar erupted from within the light phoenix, which pursued the puppet. Myun was obstructed by another enormous puppet and the dark sacred dragon. Humph! Tang Hao snorted coldly. Unleashing divine power, as Yushi Shui and Long Xiaoao simultaneously sensed the threat and executed their escape measures. 6 elemental turbulence. Upon seeing Tang Wuji's once again, Muir could no longer contain himself. To hell with the grand scheme, his singular desire was to obliterate that wretch. Flames, water, earth, lightning, trees. In metal, 6 elemental streams coalesced and surged toward Tang Wuji's. The specter of death loomed in Tang Wuji's heart. At the critical moment, the Titan transformed into the Titan Great Ape, absorbing the blow with sheer force. A top-tier powerhouse beneath the divine level sustained severe injury without employing divine power. Colorful dragon claws erupted from behind the Titan, aimed squarely at its head. Dragon God Claw. The Stardoe forest was no more. Those who survived had evolved into formidable soul beasts, and he no longer needed to serve as the beast god. Now, all he desired was to eliminate those responsible for this calamity. The Titan and Neo Tian were among them. This is the original dimension, where for a long time, the most formidable being on the continent, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, reigned supreme. The azure-hued divine dragon unleashed its thunderous might, sustaining injuries while deflecting an attack, yet it managed to save Titan. The fabric of space was torn asunder, with 5 claw marks rending the heavens, descending upon the fortunate Titan. The rending claw, Bearlord also made his move. Only a handful of the Dark Gold Terror Claw clan remained, and as their leader, he was compelled to avenge his kin. Azure golden vines transformed into a shield, absorbing the brunt of the blow, as Ain materialized beside Neo Tian and Titan. Emperor Tian, Bear Lord, and Muir formed a triangular encirclement around their adversaries. Gyuna intercepted the support from Shrek, for the animosity harbored by Emperor Tian and his companions must be unleashed by their own hands. Gyuna's role was merely to bolster them. The silver dragon spear and golden dragon spear appeared in her grasp. Emperor Tian's colossal dragon form morphed into his human guise, his dragon horns, wings, and dark golden slit pupils ablaze with fury. Clutching a golden long knife, the dragon clan's ceremonial blade, the dragon slayer, he exclaimed, "What? Do you wish to approach? Have you sought counsel with my mother? The humiliation inflicted upon me by your wretched kind shall be repaid in full." Clad in black battle armor and wielding 2 ebony lightsabers, Lan Shui unfurled her obsidian wings, confronting Tang Hao. Above the stage, a dark array safeguarded Zhang Lishuan. The woman on stage removed Zhang Lishuan's blindfold, intending to lower her. However, Lan Shui had no intention of releasing her. The blindfold was meant to be removed the moment Zhang Lishuan was thrust onto the stage. Thus, The only item that could be taken off now was the blindfold. Zhang Lishuan, suspended in a cage, gazed upon the chaotic scene with a flicker of concern in her eyes, directing her gaze towards the dark woman hovering above. The current her was a stark contrast to her former self, light and darkness. No one anticipated such a transformation. Nox's peculiar longsword plunged into the ground, and a small black ring materialized in the sky, emitting countless voices. An indiscriminate assault ensued upon everything in the vicinity. The woman in green continuously unleashed waves of azure light, obliterating the strange entities, only for them to resurface from the black ring once more. The woman in green gazed at the black ring suspended in midair, a serious expression flickering in her eyes. She had underestimated these foes. Chapter 25, Chaos. Gu Yechen raised his hand, drawing the sun-shooting bow. A brilliant golden light soared into the sky, and in an instant, the arrow shattered the barrier created by that fool Tang Hao. An incident had occurred in the border wasteland. Gu Yechen gazed at Qian Xiuyu, and then he loosed another arrow towards those attempting to seize the Dragon Maiden. In the wake of his shot, his adversaries vanished without a trace. Observing this, Qian Xiuyu and Gu Yechen each supported a Dragon Maiden as they turned their attention towards Ouyang's son and his companions. Song Yu waved her hand, opening several portals to alternate dimensions. Let us proceed. A calamity has unfolded. My seal has been shattered. Xiuyu, you and Yechen must venture forth to the borderlands. Monkey, where do you and your sister intend to go? Song Yu grasped the delicate hand of the Snow Empress, sensing disturbances in the Arctic Ocean and the far north. They needed to advance, even though their powers had yet to return to their zenith. Gu Yechen merely nodded, plunging into the dimensional gate with Qian Xiuyue and the two Dragon Maidens. The rift in the borderlands unleashed its grotesque inhabitants, those repugnant insects. If they did not hasten, an army of these insects could obliterate the entirety of Douluo star. Their reproduction was alarmingly rapid, and they could split infinitely. He had no time to squander here. You go ahead. I must acquire that so-called legacy. Otherwise, Poseidon, the witch, and the inhabitants of the borderlands may face peril in the ensuing chaos. Ouyang's son's expression turned markedly grim. Until the barrier was breached, their perception remained imprecise, and now it was not just them. Anyone with a modicum of strength could sense those bizarre entities. Constructs reminiscent of mechas had gone berserk, and the battlefield was already chaotic in Star Luo. Doling was relatively unscathed, as there had not been much to begin with. The forces of Tianhun were urgently rushing to the borders. With both demons and humans converging upon the site, whichever side triumphed posed a threat to them. One side was nearly indestructible, while the other was endless, multiplying with each skirmish. The most feeble of those spectral soldiers could overpower a soul sage who did not reveal their true form. This was utterly terrifying. From the rift in the borderlands, those peculiar insects emerged, posing a significant threat. Otherwise, Gu Yechen would not wear such a grim countenance. After all, even if someone forced him into a corner, he could always replace them. But those insects were another story. Song Yu hurried with the Snow Empress toward the extreme North Sea, where the aura of that entity was far more perilous than the previously mentioned so-called divine realm. Be cautious, my lady. I may not be able to protect you later. Here, this item will safeguard you. The Shiyu silk ribbon was handed to Ouyang Chier, who smiled at the figure shielding her. Before she could utter a word, only the silk ribbon remained. Ouyang's son had already vanished from her sight. Old fool, you must have had a delightful time in the Stardow. Now, let's continue. Ouyang's son intervened in the battlefield between Lan Shui and Tang Hao, appearing behind Tang Hao, with golden radiance flickering upon the divine demon staff. Heavenly Soldier's staff punishment. A small mushroom cloud erupted. Hexagram of the Aurora. The black hexagram illuminated, and a colossal beam of light surged forth, plunging Tang Hao into an extreme state of passivity. Explosive ring. Haodian's guardian. He forcibly withstood the onslaught from Ouyang's son and Lan Shui, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The three engaged in a tumultuous battle, the scene growing increasingly chaotic. Su Jiawei had already sped towards the direction of Star Luo the moment the barrier shattered. That was his foundational territory. Although those immortal entities were nearly indestructible, it depended on whom they contended with. As he embarked on the path named Abundance, he became cognizant of many things, including those agents of annihilation. The damned creature. How did the pawn of destruction end up here? I can only hope that those who arrive are mere cannon fodder. If that subordinate of his brings his entourage, we are truly in dire straits. There is nowhere to escape. It's utterly revolting. My meticulously crafted plans have now been rendered futile. These insignificant wretches. Su Jiawei is now akin to a powder keg, ready to explode. Had his plan succeeded, at this juncture, No one on the continent could have thwarted him. Those minions from the Starry Realm would have been sufficient to sweep across the world. However, the situation is now uncertain, as his underlings are clashing with the vanguard of destruction. Moreover, what has emerged from the realm of annihilation are still mere pawns. Should a formidable entity appear, it would spell disaster. Su Jiawei transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the Starry Realm. Ouyang Qi'er and the others, who had yet to engage, observed from a distance as the skirmish unfolded. As the battle commenced, the sky above fractured, revealing the forgotten Jialing Pass. They surged toward Jialing Pass with Ouyang Qi'er, Long Outyin, and Xiao Hongchun blending into the throng. Their intentions were not merely to acquire those legacies. They aimed to seize them. Xiao Hongchun sought to cast the legacies into the sea of blood to enhance their power, while Long Outyin aspired to obtain legacies for the disciples of the body sect. His second home. He yearned to protect the body sect amidst this chaotic era. Although the deities did not seem particularly formidable to him, he recognized the necessity of their strength. Ouyang Qi'er, too, alongside Ouyang's son, did not require these artifacts, yet Poseidon, the sorceress, and the denizens of the borderlands did. As for Gu Yeqing, he appeared to possess alternative means to augment his power. Qin Shouyue, too, was self-sufficient, with her own path to traverse. The crack expanded, and a spatial passage connected to this location. Countless concealed figures rushed toward Jialing Pass. Whoever moves meets their demise. Chaos ensued. Tang Hao unleashed his fury, repelling Ouyang's son and Lan Shui. His Haotian hammer aimed at those soaring toward Jialing Pass with a mighty strike. Ouyang Qi'er recklessly charged toward Jialing Pass, believing in her brother's ability to hold the line. They must secure a portion of the divine legacies. They cannot perpetually shield those of utmost importance. You old fool. Do you underestimate me so much? Qi Tian. The colossal Ouyang son raised the enlarged demon rod, his fiery red eyes ablaze. He aimed the demon rod at Tang Hao, preparing to strike downward without attempting to intercept Tang Hao's assault. He couldn't stop it. To be precise, the timing was off. His sole intention was to eliminate this wretch. Tang Hao would either have to divert his attack to defend or gamble his life against those of his adversaries, betting that this fool valued his life more. Moreover, his sister is no mere ornament. Even in his absence, she is more than capable of standing on her own. After Ouyang's son exerted his full strength, Lan Shui gracefully withdrew from the battlefield. She harbored a strong desire to eliminate the one wielding the hammer, yet more pressing matters demanded her attention. Her otherworldly gaze fell upon the still intact stage, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Let us first escort you to safety. Lan Shui released Zhang Lishuan, who was suspended, with no time to free her bindings. She scooped up the bound Zhang Lishuan, unfurling her black wings as she prepared to depart from this place. You may leave, but you must relinquish the light element. A voice emerged, the venomous serpent striking from the shadows. A colossal earth dragon erupted from beneath the stage, engulfing Lan Shui. Damn it, indeed, is this the light? It moves with such swiftness. Muir's expression darkened as a massive fist struck him during his moment of distraction. He extended his hand to block the Titan's heavy blow, but was sent flying by the force of the strike. Chapter 26. In turbulent times I have truly given you face, gorilla. Immovable king. A gigantic flame giant rose, wielding a golden colossal sword, with stone armor enveloping its surface. Lightning and fire entwined around the massive sword as great trees surged from beneath the Titan's feet, while water flowed and immense vines coiled around the Titan's form. The colossal sword descended toward the Titan's head. Roar. Titan's celestial cannon. Gravitational field. The condensed earth elements, enhanced by the gravitational field, broke free from their constraints, directing a wave of energy toward the approaching colossal sword imbued with lightning and fire. A mushroom cloud erupted in the aftermath. Erming. The violent explosion momentarily distracted Niu Tian. So concerned for him, go down and accompany him, traitor. The black dragon sword. 10,000 dragon flames. A thick, dark flame coiled around the massive black sword. Niu Tian recognized it as the dragon clan's innate ability, the indomitable flame. Slow field. Azure silence thunder. The azure lightning coalesced in Niu Tian's grasp, forming a claw of electricity that reached out to intercept the flying black dragon sword. Dark field. An endless void of darkness enveloped Niu Tian's slow field, and the figure of Emperor Tian vanished within the shadows. Colorful luminescence illuminated behind Niu Tian. Dragon God Claw. The 9-colored dragon claw aimed for the vital point of Niu Tian. He wished for these traitors to perish. In the extreme North Sea, the evil emperor, accompanied by a blood-red throne, materialized in the skies above the ocean. A formidable mental force stirred colossal waves, and beneath the sea, 9 pairs of golden eyes gleamed. Legendary creatures awakened. The white dragon breached the water's surface, manifesting upon the waves. An overwhelming divine might bore down upon the evil emperor. Bending his waist momentarily, the blood-red throne emanated an aura of insatiable bloodlust. The throne of judgment and slaughter. The throne transformed into blood-red armor and 2 blood-red long swords. Fury ablaze in the eyes of the evil emperor. Cursed wretch, I care not what you are, daring to insult this emperor. Prepare to meet your demise. The crimson sword radiance, infused with spiritual power, cleaved towards the divine being. An ice sword countered the blood-red sword light. What is the evil emperor's intention in invading my northern territory? Does he seek war with me? At that moment, the Snow Empress, the Azure Moon, and the Sea Princess appeared simultaneously. The Sea Princess and the Snow Empress intercepted the evil emperor, while Azure Moon faced the 9-headed white dragon. For she too required the power of the god of nature. Her strength had yet to fully recover, and the white dragon's power was similarly diminished. Defeating it would enable her to regain her former peak in a remarkably short time. The continent was descending into chaos. Her current strength was not at its zenith. Thus she must subdue this white dragon. The blood-red demon blade emerged. In the heavens and on earth, I alone reign supreme. The frigid ice sealed the heavens and the earth, forcing the 9-headed white dragon to retreat from the sea surface, its 9 heads roaring menacingly at Azure Moon. It sensed a threat, yet if it could devour the being before it, its authority and power would be largely restored, for it was a deity that governed nature. Lightning, tempest, rainfall, flames, and toxic gas, each of the 9 dragon heads unleashed unique and violent forces upon Azure Moon. Ice, space, and blood-red lotuses filled the sky and sea. The aura of extreme cold palpable from afar. Cursed be it, can such a monster truly be slain? Has that esteemed one overestimated my capabilities? The evil emperor confronted the Snow Empress and the Sea Princess, sensing the tumultuous battlefield in the distance. His expression darkened as it appeared that such monsters were plentiful across this continent. The evil emperor narrowed his eyes. His blood-red armor and dual swords exuded an aura of judgment. These were the 7 great thrones of divine seals, akin to super-divine artifacts in the realm of Douluo. The Snow Empress and the Sea Princess focused intently on the evil emperor. Previously, they could only force him to flee, but now the situation was uncertain. After all, the Snow Empress had not yet restored her peak, while the Sea Princess, though always at her zenith, was still outmatched by the evil emperor. Mental domain. Emperor of cold heavens, dance of snowlight and radiance. Siren's voice, reverberation, dance of snowlight and radiance. A blue mental domain stirred up colossal waves, and 2 snow-white suns emerged in the sky. As 3 great domains collided, unleashing towering waves. Imperial sword, ice of unmatched extremity. Evil eye stare. The 100-foot ice sword clashed with the white radiance. The ice sword shattered, fragments scattering in all directions, diminishing the power of the evil eye, while its residual force surged towards the Snow Empress. The power of the ocean. The Sea Princess summoned a staff, harnessing the powers of the ocean to ward off the lingering menace of the evil eye. The 2 imperial swords diminished in size as the silhouettes of the Snow Emperor and the evil emperor clashed. Each collision of the blood-red twin swords and the imperial swords conjured towering waves, and the imperial swords struggled to withstand the onslaught of the blood-red blades, while the Sea Princess provided assistance, resulting in a temporary stalemate. The 2 factions withdrew. The evil emperor ceased his attacks. For a decisive victor could not be determined in such a short span of time without resorting to desperate measures. He cast a glance at the distant Sea Princess, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Snow Emperor in the far north. The evil emperor had no desire to perish here, henceforth. The outcome between them would be crucial. Should the white dragon emerge victorious, he would retreat. However, if that woman triumphed, the evil emperor narrowed his eyes, secretly channeling his psychic energy. It was time to fight with all his might. Oh, the abundant wanderer. How intriguing. This backward planet, aside from those peculiar beings, astonishingly harbors fateful travelers. Little one, could you enlighten your elder sister on how you became a traveler of destiny? Or perhaps inform her whether the apothecary has ever graced this place? A swirl of green flames intercepted Su Jiawei, from which a beguiling voice emerged. Su Jiawei's hair stood on end as countless phantoms materialized around him. How could this be? Those spectral entities can also become invisible. Su Jiawei's expression darkened as the imperial crown manifested above his head, and the projection of 7 stars appeared in the sky. Oh dear, little one. Do you truly believe that having embarked on the path of abundant destiny, you can disregard your elder sister's words? Fortunately for you, I am kind-hearted and will not hold it against you. Had those other beings come, you would have been reduced to ashes. The teasing voice resonated from the green flames. How curious that the Lord of Annihilation would exhibit such benevolence. What arrives now is merely a powerless projection, is it not? Otherwise, you would have easily subdued this monarch. Am I not correct? The Lord of Annihilation. Su Jiawei sneered coldly, regarding the floating flames before him. Silence ensued, followed by maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha, how amusing. But tell me, can you withstand the blessing of annihilation? Destroy him. The ominous voice echoed from the flames. The flames gradually dissipated, and the phantoms, undeterred, charged at Su Jiawei. The celestial projection of the 7 stars descended, obliterating the phantoms that advanced toward him. After clearing the area of phantoms, his expression turned increasingly grim. The most troublesome situation had indeed arisen. The Lord of Annihilation had taken notice of this place, but why? For many years, these matters have gone unnoticed. Why? All of a sudden, did Su Jiawei recall the ruins of Songqing and the half-decayed, yet still somewhat vibrant, giant tree of the divine wood? He also remembered that lunatic who had directly attacked the apothecary, along with that ephemeral projection, after receiving the apothecary's blessing and embarking upon a bountiful journey. Su Jiawei came to understand many mysteries of the universe, including the identity of the figure who had cleaved through the stars that day. A being that should not exist, the harbinger of nihility. And then there was that fox-eared entity. Did these phenomena attract the attention of the Desolation Legion? Or was there something else I had not yet considered? Chapter 27. The Battle at Jialing past the Shattered Giant City. This was a battlefield from millennia past. The remnants of the martial Soul Hall, a faction that fought for the common folk. The legacy of the gods lay upon the ruins of the old city. The individuals who entered had already begun to clash, each vying for the coveted legacies. Ouyang Chier's eyes turned a fierce crimson, akin to those of Ouyang's son, yet enhanced by her own innate talents. She embodied both flame and the sun. Endless flames surged from her, sweeping outward in all directions. A cold snort echoed. From the ground, a green lotus blossomed, while a waning moon descended from the heavens. Long Outyan's fist emanated a white radiance. His ordinary fist carried the momentum to annihilate everything, shattering the flames as it surged towards Ouyang Chier. 6 enormous wings of metal unfurled, propelling the laughing red dust skyward. One of the 6 paths, combined with the original divine beast martial soul, wielded the power of metal. He now bore a striking resemblance to March of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Metal, one of the 6 paths, one fought for April, the other for his sister. The metallic wings spread wide, and countless blades rained down, indiscriminately slaughtering all within sight. Above, a gray portal opened, unleashing a tide of countless undead legions. A semi-dimensional specter surged forth, ceaselessly advancing towards the laughing red dust. Hui Yuhao maintained the semi-dimensional passage behind the undead. The 4 extraordinary combatants had more than enough power to send numerous titled fighters flying into the distance, save for the hidden Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor sensed the legacies above, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in her eyes. There seemed to be something amiss with those legacies. With a cold laugh, she quietly departed from the scene. Indeed, those deities remained as hypocritical as ever. The forbidden grounds of 1,000 tombs. 1,000 gravestones emerged, reshaping the landscape at Jialing Pass. Each gravestone loomed a colossal kilometer tall, inscribed with peculiar runes that surged from the earth. Each rune possessed a unique power, some capable of weakening adversaries, while others fortified the bearer. Ouyang Chier leaped upon the sea of tombs, her crimson eyes ablaze with an otherworldly fire, exuding an aura of uncanny allure. With each punch she delivered, a gravestone crumbled. Indeed, the formidable Long Outyan truly embodied his name. Nothing could deter his fists. This was both his confidence and his pride. By heavens, encountering such a brute. As a mage, facing this warrior in single combat is utterly daunting. As she deftly evaded another of Long Outyan's strikes, Ouyang Chier's expression darkened further. If only Ouyang's son were here to assist her. The only way to counter such raw violence was with an even greater force. As a sorceress, contending with such an opponent was exceedingly uncomfortable. Her gaze shifted beyond Long Outyan to 2 others. One was a birdman commanding a legion of undead surging towards the heavens. The avian figure relentlessly dispatched the approaching phantoms. Boom. Another gravestone toppled, exacerbating Ouyang Chier's grim countenance. I've shown you leniency, you brute. The other ability of the silk ribbon of Shiyu was activated. A swarm of blue crows filled the sky, crackling with electricity. Ouyang Qian navigated through the throng of azure avians. Long Outyin swung his fist to disperse the blue crows. Yet they were formed effortlessly after scattering. Fireballs and fiery whirlwinds continuously collaborated with the electrified blue crows to harass him. He found it vexing. This kite-flying adversary was truly insufferable. He could end the battle with a single punch, yet he could not land a hit, leaving him both furious and powerless. Suddenly, Long Outyin sensed a wave of ominous energy. A great crimson sun ascended on the horizon, the very embodiment of the sun itself. The fabric of space began to distort under the intense heat, and Ouyang Qian's complexion turned pale as she wiped the blood trickling from her lips. Brute. Let me see you shatter this with another punch. The crimson sun twisted the air as it hurtled towards Long Outyin. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongchun was consumed with rage. Veins bulging as he watched the relentless undead swarm. His blood-red eyes pierced through the horde, locking onto Hui Yuhao. So you relish in this game, do you? Then prepare to meet your demise. The furious voice reached Hui Yuhao's ears as a colossal metal giant rose on the battlefield of Jialing Pass. This immense figure, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, unfurled its wings and descended into the sky. Standing upon the giant's shoulder was Xiao Hongchun, who gathered countless strands of golden light into a massive sword, a kilometer in length, which he wielded with great force. The sharp blade of energy tore through swathes of the undead, their obliteration occurring at a pace surpassing Hui Yuhao's ability to summon them. This is quite troublesome. However, those legacies can indeed mend the rifts in the world. I cannot allow them to fall into the hands of such wretches, Hui Yuhao murmured softly. At that moment, the figure of Ilex appeared behind him. Go, Yuhao. I shall maintain the passage for the undead. I will hold back those tidal Douluos for you. Ilex glanced at the approaching tidal Douluos, estimating their numbers to be in the hundreds. These were the individuals previously sent flying by the four warriors. Though they appeared disheveled, they had sustained little actual harm. While they were not particularly formidable, one could not dismiss the possibility of them possessing unique abilities. If any of them were to acquire those legacies, it could spell disaster. Hui Yuhao nodded slightly, closing his eyes before reopening them. Within his gaze emerged two distinct pupils, signaling the maturation of his innate talent. Spirit Eye Evolution, Dual Pupil. As the dual pupil opened, intricate patterns filled the heavens and enveloped Xiao Hongchun. Gradually, these patterns expanded, forming a singular eye with two pupils. Catastrophic light of the dual pupil. Countless terrifying beams surged toward the 10,000-meter metal giant, resulting in a violent explosion that culminated in a mushroom cloud reaching the skies. Xiao Hongchun's figure was obliterated into nothingness. A trickle of blood escaped Hui Yuhao's eye. He had yet to fully master this power. In the void, Xiao Hongchun's form re-emerged, resurrected. This was the secret technique of Karankea's 6 paths. The core within the sea of blood was indestructible. The 6 paths represented an existence that could not die. Only a force capable of directly annihilating them could pose a threat. However, it was evident that Hui Yuhao was not up to the task at present. The reappeared Xiao Hongchun's complexion had grown pale. They were too far from the sea of blood, and his condition was deteriorating. Yet Hui Yuhao was not in optimal shape either. The metal transformed into armor, and with blades coalescing in his hands, he charged directly at Hui Yuhao, intent on exchanging injury for injury, confident that his recovery would outlast Hui Yuhao's. The dual pupil opened once more, but this time Hui Yuhao refrained from employing those terrifying techniques. He could not withstand the consequences. Using them would mean his end, a luxury he could not afford at this moment. Chaos of the dual pupil armor. The chaotic armor enveloped Hui Yuhao's body from the void, this being the only technique he could presently wield with any semblance of efficacy. As the two clashed, an infinite wave of energy obliterated the surrounding specters. Both were sent reeling backward, a gaping wound appearing in Xiao Hongchun's chest, while the phantom on Hui Yuhao's heavy pupil armor dimmed slightly. In an instant, Xiao Hongchun's chest healed, showcasing a power akin to abundance and ultimate restoration, a forbidden technique of Karankaya. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, prompting both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Hongchun to gaze toward the horizon. The crimson sun descended from the heavens, warping space itself. Both men paled at the realization that they could not withstand such heat in their current state. They sprinted away in unison. The searing waves of heat pursued them, vaporizing the specters in their wake and evaporating several titled individuals who could not evade in time. Chapter 28. Escalation of battle wherever the red sun struck. Long Outyin stood resolutely, his entire being aglow with a fiery hue. Ouyang Qian knelt beside a tombstone, eventually rising and wiping the blood from her lips. Sensing that Long Outyin had endured the strike yet still retained a breath of life, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. Flames morphed into a bow and arrow. The projectile aimed at Long Outyin. Now was the time for him to exit the stage. A large, dark green hand grasped the arrow formed of red flames. And then a colossal green giant turned its gaze toward Ouyang Chier, effortlessly whisking Long Outyin away from Jialing Pass. Hui Yuhao and Xiao Hongchen emerged from the ruins left in the wake of the scorching waves. One bore the heavy pupil armor, now ghostly and faint, while the other's injuries had begun to heal at a sluggish pace. Xiao Hongchen vanished from sight, condensing golden elements in his hands. The exquisitely compressed gold transformed into a long sword of gung metal, slicing toward Ouyang Chier's head. This woman posed too great a threat. She must be eliminated first. A glint of ruthlessness flashing in Xiao Hongchen's eyes. At that moment, Hui Yuhao surged toward the heavens, intent on seizing the legacies first. As for that woman, she was not of this world. He had no desire to concern himself with her, especially since she was indeed perilous. It would be best to resolve that issue. Ouyang Chier beheld the approaching gung metal longsword, her eyes turning crimson. She had but one move left, though the consequences loomed ominously. As the sword descended, her form transformed into motes of light, dissipating into the ether, while Xiao Hongchen turned to ascend toward Hui Yuhao in the sky. The legacies, he would not allow them to slip away. Suddenly, the temperature in Jialing Pass surged dramatically. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of this change. Whether it was Yilex or the numerous titled individuals restrained by him, Xiao Hongchen and Hui Yuhao simultaneously parted ways, focusing on the searing origin. In the sky, a figure gradually materialized, enveloped in golden ribbons that concealed Ouyang Chier's modesty, while a gray band obscured her eyes. An aura of flame-like ripples radiated from her, causing the surrounding space to distort as an overwhelming heat descended. On the ground, an azure halo emanated forth, and following it, Long Outyin reappeared. Having defied the grasp of the poisonous fate that sought to claim him, he was determined to seize the legacy. While the poison returned to the realm of the heavenly soul, where turmoil awaited, an ethereal azure robe draped over him, and behind him, a surreal ocean emerged, within which countless azure lotuses ascended. The two engaged in a fierce clash, unleashing their true flames and hidden cards, the stellar goddess state and the bitter sea azure lotus state. Their desperate battle continued, with shockwaves radiating outward, forcing both the titled individuals and Xiao Hongchen and Hui Yuhao to evade the aftermath with great difficulty. However, the struggle between a mage and a warrior proved to be a formidable challenge. In a fleeting moment, Long Outyin seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Ouyang Chier's abdomen. The stellar goddess state was shattered, and Ouyang Chier plummeted from the sky. Long Outyin's hand was stained crimson as he expended energy to mend his injuries in the bitter sea state. Just as he was on the verge of exiting this state, his wounds were finally healed, and he turned his gaze towards the descending Ouyang Chier, azure radiance coalescing around his fist. With this blow, he aimed to obliterate the woman. Am I to perish? In the end, I remain so utterly useless, Ouyang Chier reflected, her eyes not filled with fear but with a sense of reluctance as the impending attack approached. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. Long Outyin spat a mouthful of blood. Retreating to the side, Hui Yuhao, Xiao Hongchen, and Long Outyin positioned themselves in three directions, their eyes alight with fierce determination. Each held a compelling reason to strive for victory. One for family, another for revenge for a sister, and the last for the sake of a purported future. I ask, have you considered how you wish to meet your demise? A hoarse voice echoed in the depths of the pit. As Ouyang Sun's figure emerged from the swirling smoke and dust, one hand encircled Ouyang Chier's slender waist, while the divine demon staff was firmly planted behind him. His other hand was visibly fractured. This injury was a result of his desperate attempt to shield Ouyang Chier from a devastating blow delivered by Long Outyin. Tears of warmth welled in Ouyang Chier's eyes as she struggled to raise her hand, tenderly caressing the masked visage of Ouyang Sunday. With a decisive motion, he straightened his broken arm and gently placed Ouyang Chier on the ground before extracting the divine demon staff, remaining silent. Ouyang Chier recognized that Ouyang Sun was genuinely furious. His anger was palpable. The divine demon staff traced a golden circle on the ground, which ascended to form a protective shield around Ouyang Chier. Suddenly, a colossal celestial ferret materialized behind Ouyang Sunday. His cold voice resonated. Protect her well. You find this amusing, don't you? I shall join the fray. With a swift motion, the celestial soldier's staff unleashed a strike, sending Long Outyin soaring through the air. Ouyang Sun landed where Long Outyin had stood, the divine demon staff pointing menacingly at him. The celestial soldier's sword pierced forth. A golden beam aimed directly at Long Outyen's heart. In a moment of crisis, Long Outyen summoned his strength to divert the attack. Yet his arm was pierced in the process. His condition was dire. He could barely contend with this formidable adversary. Logically, given that the man before him had been battling the so-called deity for an extended period, he should not be in a better state than Long Outyen. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Ouyang's sun vanished from sight, only to reappear as a golden shadow behind Long Outyen. The divine demon staff lashed out from behind him, and Long Outyen, attempting to shield himself, was effortlessly sent flying. Xiao Hongqian and Hui Yuhao watched in trepidation as Long Outyen was mercilessly beaten, both remaining motionless. Fearful of drawing the monster's attention. "You truly deserve this, kid." Tang Hao tore through space, wielding a massive crimson hammer. Ouyang's sun did not even glance at the descending hammer, striking Long Outyen once more, who repeatedly crashed to the ground, bouncing back up until he could no longer move. Boom. Ouyang Qi'er gazed at Ouyang's sun with deep concern, while Hui Yuhao and Xiao Hongqian's expressions darkened further. The battle around them seemed to escalate. The giant hammer returned to Tang Hao's grasp, who silently surveyed the scene amidst the dust and chaos. "He should be dead," Ouyang's sun remarked. His back facing Tang Hao as he surveyed Long Outyen's position, the divine demon staff resting on his shoulder. Turning to face the sky, flames ignited in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. "If you've come, then show yourselves. Why hide? Are you planning to ambush someone?" As Ouyang's sun spoke, he made his way toward Long Outyen, lifting the latter's head with one hand and dragging him before Ouyang's chair, carelessly tossing him aside. The sound of applause echoed in the air. Mir appeared before Tang Hao, gripping Tang Wujie's neck, and with a swift motion, he snapped it, reducing Tang Wujie to nothingness amidst flames and thunder. He then clapped his hands. On the other side, the figures of Di Tian, Xiong Jun, and Gu Yuna emerged. Yin and Yo Tian Titan appeared behind Tang Hao, both gravely wounded. A flash of light signaled the arrival of Lan Shui, who had safely escorted Zhang Lishuan away before returning to the fray. This time, it was time to impart a lesson to Shrek. Lan Shui's eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent. Xiao Hongqian retreated behind Mir, regaining his composure, while Hui Yuhao found himself encircled by the others, the weakest among them. Unless he risked blindness by employing his paladin's eyes, he was not yet able to contend with these formidable beings. Chapter 29, Divine Battle, Part 1. Awakening, Catastrophic Buddha Ape. A dangerous aura emanated from Ouyang's sun, with Hui Yuhao's paladin's eyes and the will of the Douluo continuously providing warnings. The silken ribbon from Shiryu separated from Ouyang's Qi'er and tied itself to Ouyang's sun's hair. Both purple and green diamonds illuminated simultaneously. Ouyang's sun's shadow materialized beside him, a manifestation of the purple diamond's enhancement. A cold snort escaped his lips as 10 spirit rings appeared around Tang Hao, 6 black, 3 red, and 1 gold. The Haotian hammer transformed into a golden form, its 10 golden spirit rings shattering into energy. This energy surged into Tang Hao's body, propelling his aura beyond the threshold of Douluo, reaching another level, while the Haotian hammer morphed into a massive black-red sword. The domain of slaughter coalesced upon the giant sword, which exuded a bloody aura of death. Lan Shui ascended, countless beams of light converging upon her. Subsequently, these points of light coalesced into a colossal dragon of light, the spirit of the light element. Upon the emergence of the golden light dragon, it let out a cry of agony. In an instant, its eyes turned pitch black, and its form shifted from a sacred golden hue to a deep darkness. Lan Shui poised her delicate foot upon the head of the dark light elemental dragon, surveying the Shrek crowd from above. 6 elements surged within Miraz. After vanquishing Tang Wujie, the murderous intent within him was fully unleashed. His crimson eyes regarded all present, each one an adversary. Thunderclouds mingled with torrential rain as a stone pillar rose from the ground, thrusting itself into the stormy skies. Verdant plants sprouted from the pillar, only to wither away as thunder struck, causing the pillar to crack open, revealing an armor radiating a white gilded glimmer. That was the essence of a demigod. Mir once again employed the 6 elements, forging the white Emperor Star armor capable of manifesting semi-divine powers, albeit not quite as formidable as true semi-divinity. The armor enveloped Mir, blending divine and demonic essences within him, a juxtaposition of the godly attributes of a demigod and a demonic desire for annihilation. In this moment, Mir embodied both celestial and infernal realms, a single thought oscillating between heaven and hell. Gu Yuna narrowed her eyes, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It seemed each of these individuals had unlocked hidden potentials, and she felt somewhat overshadowed. A flicker of conflict crossed her face as she turned her gaze toward Ouyang's Sunday. During the recent auction hosted by Luo, both Ouyang's son and Gu Feng owed her a favor. However, she pondered whether that favor still held any weight in the current context. A message was sent to Ouyang's son. You and Gu Feng may repay the debt owed to our Soul Beast clan by assisting us in acquiring those legacies. It is not necessary to obtain them all. A portion will suffice. A melodious voice resonated in Ouyang's son's ear, and he lifted his blood-red eyes towards Gyuna. Oh, a favor? Indeed, there is such a matter, he mused, then shifted his attention to the center, where Hui Yuhao stood. He sensed something extraordinary. Blood streamed from Hui Yuhao's eyes as he opened them once more, revealing a pair of dual pupils. The dual eyes manifested Hui Yuhao outside the encirclement, and soon, enormous, ethereal eyes appeared behind him, focusing on all present. A chaotic aura enveloped him. Behind Ouyang's son, the thousand-handed Buddha rose, his shadow expanding to rival the sky. Thousand kills divine law. Qitian. The thousand kills divine law shattered into luminous particles, flowing into Ouyang's son's being, while Qitian's shadow coalesced into a staff formed of shadows. Across the continent, all souls of the deceased due to the void soldiers, the fake beings, the true insect, and the ravages of war converged towards Ouyang's Sunday. You shall not harm her. Despite her weaknesses and a hint of foolishness, she is mine, and none shall bully her. A calm voice erupted with uncontainable fury, a wrath that soared to the heavens. Hunter God's execution. Boundless energy coalesced around the staff in his grasp. And in unison with the shadow behind him, Ouyang's son lifted the staff. With his right hand bent backward, he prepared to hurl the staff like a spear. A peculiar sound reverberated in all directions. In the chaotic world beyond, Qitian stood shoulder to shoulder with the immortals. The fragrance of the owleye mist flower wafted through the air as the hunter's strike sent countless stars tumbling from the sky. The staff of divine and demonic forces slipped from grasp, and streams of radiant light surged towards the onlookers, emanating an aura of apocalyptic energy. In Tang Hao's hands, the black and crimson colossal sword harnessed the malevolent spirit of the battlefield, a manifestation of bloodlust coalescing within the blade. Subsequently, Tang Hao raised the sword towards the heavens, unleashing a beam of light that ascended into the sky. The deities of the divine realm were still contemplating, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. At that moment, the ascending beam caught their attention, and they sensed its significance. It was a plea for strength from the divine realm. Destruction recognized the familiar essence and turned his gaze towards Tang San. Yet, he refrained from confronting Tang San. Realizing that even the gods needed to draw power from the central divine authority, an indication of the gravity of the situation, Destruction, who had previously opposed Tang San, now set aside personal grievances. The central divine authority transmitted energy to Tang Hao, causing the black and crimson sword to undergo a transformation. Ultimately, it manifested into the form of the Shura demon sword. Tang Hao's body began to fracture under the immense power he could not contain. As the demonic sword took shape, the Shura blood sword, the colossal Shura demon sword struck towards all present. Muir's 6 elemental forces surged with fervor, his hands mimicking the shape of a cannon's muzzle. A tremendous vortex appeared in the sky, and the 6 elements coalesced into 6 distinct abyssal beasts: thunder, forest, earth, water, metal, and flame. These elemental giants tore at one another, and from the heavens emerged a colossal cannon forged from these elements, aimed directly at the battlefield of Jialing Pass. In his final battle against Liuxing, Muir had wielded the Doomsday Cannon, the epitome of annihilation, however, without the blood of the underworld. He could not summon the true Doomsday Cannon. Yet, he could still create an alternative Doomsday Cannon through the elements. As the 6 elements merged together, they ultimately formed a colorful cannon barrel, distinct from the Crimson Doomsday Cannon previously wielded by Xinglua Gu Feng. Nevertheless, both represented destruction. The Doomsday Cannon. Streams of elemental light surged forth into the world, causing the very fabric of space at Jialing Pass to tear apart under the might of this elemental cannon. Lan Shui's figure dissipated like a fleeting mirage in the air, leaving only a silhouette. She transformed into a projection of light, her true form vanishing from this realm. The black light dragon fragmented into countless stars, converging upon the luminous essence formed by Lan Shui. In the depths of her shadowy form, she conjured 2 short swords, one held in reverse grip and the other in a conventional grip, as she devoured the light from the sky, leaving behind a trail of darkness. When the speed of light reaches its zenith, it touches upon time. This was the revelation imparted to her by light, as a radiant horizon gently traced across the sky. breathtakingly beautiful. An enemy would not escape unscathed, and all would be severed. An ominous, dark horizon. In the dimly illuminated skyline, the fabric of space split asunder. The horizon cleaved towards the multitude, parting all that lay before it. Chapter 30, The Divine Battle, Part 2, A chaotic essence enveloped Hui Yuhao's eyes, instilling him with an aura of majesty. It was the countenance of an emperor, a colossal ethereal visage with dual pupils fixated upon Jialing Pass. In those eyes, the cycle of life and death unfolded, a multitude of mortal lives, beginning from the moment of their earthly arrival, crawling forth, maturing, marrying, begetting children, living in mediocrity or achieving brilliance, encapsulating the essence of an ordinary existence. It represented the fate from which most could not escape. The regal aura surrounding Hui Yuhao transformed into the mundane. Life and death, the ebb and flow of reincarnation, ultimately coalesced into those eyes. They were the ancient dual pupils, the embodiment of reincarnation, life and death, flourishing and withering. The ethereal visage's dual pupils emitted two distinct beams of light, one a vibrant emerald and the other a deep obsidian. Converging in midair, the gray beam shattered the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the assembly. The collective assault of the multitude collided almost simultaneously, and in that fleeting moment, sound ceased to exist. Following the collision of attacks, a diminutive black dot emerged. This inconspicuous speck absorbed all energy in an instant. It was the singularity of the universe. Alternatively, it could be aptly described as a black hole. As the black hole materialized, Jialing Pass seemed to be effortlessly erased by an omnipotent force. The pass began to distort, drawn into the abyss of the black hole. A dark luminescence forcibly broke free from the gravitational pull of the black hole, vanishing into the distance. The dark stream left behind a trail of obsidian blood in the air, as Lan Shui, with half her life expended, escaped from the black hole. Without a backward glance, she fled, indifferent to the fate of those who remained, for they were no longer her concern. Perhaps she would emerge as the ultimate victor. After all, no one could withstand the black hole. A flicker of satisfaction ignited within Lan Shui, a delight at the impending calamity facing Shrek. Muir cast a glance at the unwavering Shrek alongside Xiao Hongchun, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes before he severed the connection between himself and Xiao Hongchun's neck. Their bodies were consumed by the black hole. After the six elements were engulfed, the black hole's gravitational force surged, accompanied by arcane lightning and flames encircling its periphery. In the vast blood sea of the Sun and Moon Empire, Muir and Xiao Hongchun re-emerged from the colossal blood sphere. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Forcibly utilizing the Kalen Kaya's secret technique to escape the black hole with Xiao Hongchun, he had preserved his life. Yet he found himself devoid of the strength to continue the battle. Those fellows, aside from the light that fled, how many will survive? I hope they endure, for otherwise, my forthcoming plans will lack an audience. Muir gazed towards the direction of Shrek City, indifferent to the ultimate fate of the black hole. After all, the worst possible outcome would be bearable for him, provided it was not he who had to take action. Kamsi Divine Array, Heavenly Gate Array, Chi Tian, Thousand Kill Divine Net, Heavenly Soldier Lock. Ouyang Sun strained his physical strength, employing all the abilities available in the current environment. The moment the black hole manifested, he positioned himself in front of Ouyang Qi'er, cradling her gently in his palm. His colossal form resisted the black hole's gravitational pull, while fiery flames danced in his crimson eyes. He pondered a solution to the predicament, needing merely an opportunity. His immense gaze fixated on the slumbering figure of Ouyang Qi'er, nestled in his hand. She could not be left behind, at the very least. He possessed a means to escape, yet it could not encompass her. He decided to wait, hoping for another chance at survival. If Ouyang Sun's vast eyes turned towards the curled-up silhouette of Ouyang Qi'er in his grasp, a flicker of tenderness and resolve glimmered within them. The magnificent blue-green blue-silver emperor stood before them, as Ain transformed into her true form, the blue-silver emperor. Resilient vines ensnared Tang Hao, Niu Tian, and Titan. Gravitational domain. Titan invoked his innate domain, augmenting their mass to withstand the black hole's voracious hunger. However, should it remain merely this way, with the passage of time, they would inevitably be consumed by the black hole. Azure Silence Thunder. Azura Bloodsword. A cerulean thunderbolt and a bloodied sword struck towards the black hole. As they neared the void, they began to distort, ultimately transforming into pure particles, consumed entirely by the black hole. Due to the reckless folly of these two fools, the gravitational pull of the black hole surged once more, causing fissures to appear in the earth, as chunks of land were drawn skyward by its relentless force. Subsequently, They disintegrated into torrents, devoured by the black hole, which grew ever more voracious in its appetite. Hui Yuhao opened a half-plane of the undead before him. Yet the passage of this realm was warped by the black hole's insatiable hunger. Blood tears streamed down his cheeks. The chaotic aura shielded him from the black hole's grasp. But this was not a sustainable solution. He could not endure for long. If he failed to find a means of escape in due time, his journey would come to a premature end. Memories of his life flooded his mind. In contemporary terms, it could be described as a fleeting glimpse, symbolizing the imminent demise of someone. Born in the Duke White Tiger's mansion, he was neglected by his father, and his mother departed during his tender years. He had always believed that the perpetrators were those from the Duke's household, until the will of the heavens revealed the truth. Due to a baseless crime, a so-called child of destiny, it seemed he had obstructed that individual's path. A manipulated fate, a life spent in mockery. Fury ignited in his eyes, and overwhelming hatred jolted him back to clarity. A fissure appeared on his forehead, revealing an ethereal vertical pupil. This pupil was adorned with intricate patterns. Within it, a peculiar eye emerged, its iris a pure white. At the center of this iris, 9 crescent moons manifested, interconnected by special designs. The river of fate in Douluo revealed itself, as Hui Yuhao's form grew increasingly insubstantial. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to escape the black hole's reach with the awakening of his third eye, time itself in the Douluo universe came to a halt. A great presence cast its gaze downwards. An entity beyond the script, this is not your prerogative to touch the narrative. A figure surged against the current of time. Intent on erasing this world of unpredictable variables, their script held no place for them. Ahahaha. And you remain as enigmatic as ever. This is the final bastion of that shattered domain from years past. It must not be erased, or the amusement shall vanish. An indescribable shadow obstructed the great figure within the river of time, countless masks aimed at the indistinct silhouette. While a smiling mask locked eyes with the phantasm in the current. This is a moment worth commemorating, a testament to the touch of fate. As the fleeting light passed, all travelers on the path of fate within the cosmos felt a mechanical voice resonate within their hearts. A testament to the touch of fate. A blessing for the birth of demigods. The floating gaze traversed past Aha and End, directing its attention toward the netherworld within the Douluo universe. Oh, that fellow is still alive. Ah, how delightful it is. The figure of Aha, after the echoes of floating words, has abandoned the End and set its course towards the cosmos of Douluo. Chapter 31. The Divine War, Part 3. In the boundless sea of stars. Gazes from various existences fixate upon this peculiar realm, which is both frail as dust and yet possesses the formidable strength of a star deity. The bountiful progenitor has manifested. From the celestial vessel, eradicate the aberration. A centaur-like being issued commands to the celestial vessel. Its upper body was that of a warrior, while the lower half resembled a horse, dragging a chariot engulfed in flames. This is the star deity revered by the celestial vessel, known as the Emperor Bao of Fate, the highest command of the Celestial Vessel Alliance. A decree was dispatched to various celestial vessels, yet most are preoccupied with their own urgent matters. At present, only a few celestial vessels are able to mobilize forces. They are Celestial Vessel, Luofu, Celestial Vessel, Zhuming, and Celestial Vessel, Yuqing. These 3 celestial vessels set their course towards the location in the star sea that has drawn the attention of multiple star deities. A colossal space station harbors 3 unique figures engaged in conversation. Screw, the simulated universe needs an update. In my research with Wan Mei, we have discovered another conflict that rivals the assault on the Insect Emperor. However, this data is challenging to gather. And that star core essence has once again escaped to Pinocchio. A figure approximately 1 meter tall gazed at a robot, letting out a resigned sigh. They had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation, yet lacked the data to extrapolate or substantiate it. One may quietly observe the black tower figure pacing back and forth, seemingly indifferent to whether the new cosmic data could be reconciled. She sat serenely to the side, gently swaying her wanti in hand, just as the 3 were at a loss. A voice resonated in the ears of every traveler of fate, including theirs. The black tower figure momentarily froze, disconnecting abruptly, while Wan Mei stood up in surprise, leaving only the serene Screws comb undisturbed. A commanding voice emanated from the space station. Come, Screws, Wan Mei, let us venture to that place. On the Azure Planet. A silhouette clad in blue-purple attire suddenly rose. She activated the connection passage of the space station, subsequently raising several shields around the Azure Planet. The black tower hurried towards the passage. Within the space station, a portal materialized beside Wan Mei and Screwscomb. A figure donned in similar blue-purple attire as Yuan Mei emerged. The trio borrowed a spacecraft from the station master, Ista, and set forth towards the Douluo universe. At the immortal vessel of the Luofu, the general's residence, the martial ceremony had just concluded. Upon returning, Yaoqing's Feixiao had been cured of her lunar madness by the former leader of the Stepaway, Hulei. Generals Huayan of Zhuming and Jingyuan of Luofu, along with her, received a mandate from the Marshal of the Alliance. They were to proceed to that location to resolve the abundance, and if necessary, the Imperial Bao would also intervene. Feixiao paced within the general's residence, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, revealing a trace of concern. Jingyuan and Huayan exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. It seemed that since their encounter with Feixiao, they had noticed a change in her demeanor. Once carefree, she now occasionally lost herself in thought, staring into the distance. Suddenly, Jingyuan's eyes widened as he observed the location mentioned by the Marshal and the Imperial Bao. The direction in which Feixiao was gazing coincided with the one they had discussed. Silently, Jingyuan approached, seeking to steady Feixiao. Surely, the general must possess substantial knowledge regarding the place spoken of by the Marshal. Would she be willing to share any insights? A rare heaviness graced Jingyuan's visage. Indeed, the majority of the celestial deities now focused their gaze upon that particular locale. Should they falter, Luofu, Yaoqing, and Zhuming could very well face annihilation. Feixiao was acutely aware that her mindset was askew. She could not afford to exhibit such demeanor before the valiant soldiers. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate her state of mind, she contemplated for a moment before divulging the unexpected circumstances surrounding her inadvertent sojourn to Douluo and her subsequent return to Yaoqing, to Jingyuan and Huayan. Both listened intently, their expressions darkening as they absorbed Feixiao's intelligence. After a period of contemplation following the revelation of all pertinent information, Jingyuan began to analyze their course of action. Thus, it appeared that the primordial realm known as Douluo harbored remnants of Sanqing. Furthermore, Feixiao mentioned those peculiar beings and the demon lord who rivaled the celestial deities. Jingyuan inquired further, seeking detailed intelligence to devise a prudent strategy. Feixiao merely nodded in quiet affirmation. After receiving her confirmation, Jingyuan paced thoughtfully, articulating his thoughts to the two. "Oh, I had not anticipated such a place. What, Huanlong, are you unable to conquer that realm? You actually came to seek my assistance in venturing to that primitive locale." The towering figure surveyed the ghastly green flames before him, while the Legion of Destruction stood poised behind him. "Oh dear, Fenfeng. You must not tell me you are disinterested in witnessing the world of entities that rival the celestial deities." A sultry voice emerged from the green flames. Manifesting into the form of a female fox, the illustrious Miss Ting Yun of the Minghua Merchant Guild. "Of course I am intrigued, for they are akin to the esteemed Lord Nanak." A fervent expression adorned Fenfeng's face as his voice resonated through the space, propelling him into motion. Beneath his feet, the planet began to fracture into countless fissures. And once they departed, the entire sphere disintegrated into cosmic dust. Huanlong and Fenfeng rode atop the Doomsday Beast, leading the Legion of Destruction towards the Douluo universe. Everything along their path, be it living or inanimate, was mercilessly obliterated by the relentless Legion of Destruction. Oh dear, being compelled to work overtime is truly vexing. The voluptuous mature lady, draped in a purple coat, reclined on the sofa, savoring her tea. Her gaze was fixed upon the starry sea, her eyes reflecting the weariness of being forced into extended labor. "Kafka, has Elio mentioned anything of particular significance?" A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows as a man, his torso swathed in bandages, slowly stepped forth. The fragmented sword trailed behind him, etching crimson lines upon the spaceship's surface, resembling the blossoms of a blood-red flower where it passed. Subsequently, the blade was sheathed, and with scarlet eyes fixed upon Kafka, he awaited her response. "Do not fret too much. This time, we are merely here to observe. After all, those celestial deities have taken the field, and our role is likely to be one of mere spectators. Moreover, do you truly believe we can withstand the aftermath of their divine might?" Silver Wolf set aside her gaming device, casually blowing a bubble, her demeanor suggesting that this mission was merely a leisurely excursion. "Rest easy, Aaron. There are no stringent expectations for this task. We simply need to ascertain the situation at the earliest opportunity." Kafka slowly rose, patting Aaron's shoulder before turning to gaze at the girl reminiscent of a first love. "Given our current strength, we are indeed of little consequence following the descent of the celestial beings. Wouldn't you agree, little Firefly?" The firefly-like girl, lost in her thoughts, lifted her gaze from her chat to Kafka, her eyes reflecting a naive clarity. "Oh dear, little Firefly, who are you chatting with?" Come, share it with me, Kafka inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Firefly's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in shyness. Chapter 32, The Divine War, Part 4. A red oil paper umbrella moved gracefully through the rain. Huang Quan looked up at the relentless downpour, which seemed to fall eternally. She extended her gloved arm, gently touching the descending raindrops. Her gaze traversed the cosmos, focusing on the Douluo universe. The attention of the entire universe was drawn there, initially due to an unexpected twist of fate. Capturing the interest of the end and aha. Huang Quan recalled a glimpse of what her projection had witnessed, a sorcerous man standing before numerous celestial deities. Behind him loomed countless abyssal beasts, while before him stood a shadow adorned with innumerable masks. His towering figure was accompanied by an infinite legion, led by Nanak. Alongside an uncountable swarm of insects, the Insect Emperor, the bountiful pharmacist, the hunter of storms, the joyful Aha, the elusive memory, the annihilator Nanak, the breeder Taiziu Ross, the orderly Tai Yi, and the cooperative Zype. All celestial deities gathered for that war, though only a few took action: annihilation, breeding, gluttony, and the disruptive Aha. A chaotic clash ensued between the three celestial beings and the demon lord, while Bounty and the hunter engaged in their own fierce conflict, safeguarding that realm of the universe. Memory chronicled the unprecedented battle as gluttony devoured the abyssal beast lurking behind the demon lord. Breeding sought to claim the demon lord's domain as a stronghold for propagation. Annihilation harbored a simple desire for destruction, while Aha thrived on chaos. In the shadows, a mysterious force observed the clash. Zype and Cooperative assisted King Amber in maintaining the stability of that universe. A single tear of blood flowed from the eyes of the underworld. She witnessed things not meant for her sight. Despite traversing far into the ocean of nothingness, she still bore wounds. A shadow, akin to a black hole, manifested at the end, erasing all traces. Hence, the war left almost no remnants in the cosmos. Would it appear this time? The underworld did not know. Yet she felt compelled to witness the celestial might firsthand, to ultimately confront that original celestial being, Nihility 9. The crimson greatsword was drawn by the underworld, blood tears staining her visage. An oil paper umbrella danced amidst the rain. A domain of nothingness unfolded, and the red blade of light carved through the air, creating a vast rift in space, causing the underworld to vanish from that location. In her absence, an unhealable mark remained, a testament to the power of nothingness. Thus was it proclaimed, "The four aspects sever me." With an unyielding strike, she cleaved through space, traversing to her destined place, should anything await at the end. That blade would surely cleave it asunder. 5 beams of light converged from the divine realm, coalescing into a magnificent sword of light, the judgment sword of the 3 realms. A radiant sword descended from the heavens, cleaving through the diminutive black hole at Jialing Pass. The black hole, newly formed, was met with the collective might of 5 divine kings, who wielded the central powers of the divine realm alongside their combined techniques. After expending half of their divine energy, they managed to sever the black hole. However, they were oblivious to the fact that such unnatural annihilation would unleash an explosion akin to a supernova. The tremendous detonation reverberated across the entire continent, causing seismic tremors throughout Douluo continent. The oceans roared, giving rise to towering waves, while Jialing Pass was obliterated in the blast, taking Shrek City with it. In an instant, a second sun appeared in the sky, a crimson and white orb visible to the inhabitants of Shrek City before vanishing without a trace. Following the destruction of Shrek, the explosion's reach expanded, encroaching upon the outskirts of the Star Dove Forest and the fissure created by the Yellow Springs, as well as the blood sea of the sun and moon. Thus, half of the landmass of the continent was lost, alongside numerous titled fighters. The vibrant world trembled, the divine realm diminished, and deities fell. The first victims of the black hole's explosion were not the denizens of Douluo, but the divine realm itself. The calamity facing Douluo was merely an aftershock. At the moment of the explosion, the 5 divine kings sensed impending doom. They united to withstand the energy unleashed by the black hole's detonation. Those like Rong Yimbing and Zhou Weiqing, half-step divine kings hidden within the divine realm, exerted their utmost efforts to protect it. Yet, the divine realm continued to crumble. Destruction and life beheld the impending demise of their realm, exchanging glances filled with reluctance and responsibility. In a sudden act, both withdrew their divine energies. Tang San, overwhelmed by immense pressure, coughed up blood. He gazed at the retreating figures of destruction and life, his eyes glinting with profound resentment. From that moment forth, regardless of his meticulous plans and efforts, the ultimate fate of Douluo was irrevocably severed from him. It was uncertain whether a reckoning awaited him, his expression twisted in anguish. In the face of this calamity threatening the safety of all in the divine realm, no one noticed the usually gentle Tang San transforming into a figure of wrath. Voices, distinct yet harmonious, echoed as Xiaozi and Xiaolu laughed, their words unspoken, their essences entwined. A vibrant pillar of light pierced through the barriers of the Douluo divine realm and continent. On this day, the remaining inhabitants of Douluo witnessed a true miracle. Amidst the transcendent, multicolored beam, a figure gradually emerged, with flowing silver hair and mesmerizing violet eyes. The commanding silhouette adorned in bandages stood atop a blossoming array of colorful lotus flowers. This was the power of the Creator God. The forces of destruction and life have sacrificed their existence. This primordial power erupted in an instant, quelling the formidable might unleashed by the cataclysmic explosions of black holes. Her gaze turned towards the Douluo continent in the forest of evil, where she sensed his presence. The moment the colorful beams of light appeared, a deafening roar emanated from the forest of evil. The nine-headed chimera, the god of divine retribution. The furious voice reverberated across the continent. Ha ha ha, creation, after countless years. I shall make you witness the annihilation of the world you have forged. A colossal shadow loomed over the forest of evil, plunging the empire of the sun and moon into chaos. Though his wounds remained unhealed, it mattered not. He was intent on obliterating everything left by creation. Roar. From the depths of the ocean resounded a thunderous dragon's roar, the cacophony unleashed by the nine-headed white dragon. Its scales lay shattered, four of its heads severed. And the opposing Songyue was similarly afflicted. One arm hung limply, bones crushed to powder, while the other bore a cursed blade, drenched in blood. Her eyes glimmered with boundless fighting spirit. What of death? She was Songyue, both empress and king. Longworm, today marks either your demise or my fall. The blood-red cold lotus blossomed. The nine-headed white dragon remained unhealed, yet Songyue's recovery was far from adequate in comparison. The dragon's heads turned towards the woman within the colorful beams, its gaze shifting. The nine-headed white dragon soared towards the god of creation, intent on devouring this ethereal figure. Longworm, you seek your own end. The chimera beheld the ascending nine-headed white dragon from the depths of the ocean, an inferno of rage surging within. The chimera unfurled its wings, chasing after the nine-headed white dragon. A colossal ice dragon pursued alongside Songyue, as the solitary warrior had proclaimed. Today marked either your death or my downfall. There would be no escape. Chapter 33, The Divine War, Part 5, The Fierce Battle in a World Drenched in Blood. The city of floating heaven stood starkly. A man, bare to the waist, stood like a statue amidst the city. Beneath him, in the blood-soaked sea, the abyssal beasts that had miraculously survived lurked in the depths. They were the mightiest of the demon realm's ancient beasts, and also the last of their kind. The man with flowing black hair opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion, his blood-red gaze piercing the air. Gu Feng's memories remained in a state of utter confusion. At the moment the divine realm intervened, and the sword of judgment descended upon the three realms, a flicker of emotion stirred in Gu Feng's blood-red eyes. Hell tore open a rift, and Gu Feng transcended dimensions, arriving in the expanse of Douluo continent. He gazed upon the colorful energy conglomerate in the sky above Douluo. A stream of gray ether materialized in his hand, traversing space to appear at the outskirts of the divine realm. It was a calamity more terrifying than the explosion of a black hole. Above Douluo, the fused creator god and the god of divine retribution separated once more, sensing a new crisis emerging within the divine realm. The god of divine retribution also perceived an extreme presence descending upon this planet. Neither the deity nor the beast engaged in battle again. Instead, they looked towards the heavens, where this entity descended without any attempt at concealment. The creator god sensed the gray ether, and his countenance shifted dramatically as a colorful lotus coalesced beneath his feet. A pillar of light soaring from Douluo towards the gray ether. A black-red calamity cloud emerged, blocking the path of the lotus as it condensed. Infinite retributive lightning clashed with the colorful beam of light, thwarting the creator god's attempt to intercept the gray ether. Although the god of divine retribution felt that the creator's power was insufficient to stop that attack, it mattered little. As long as the creator wished to accomplish something, he would not allow her to succeed. Heavenly Keeper, you seek your own demise. The furious female voice resonated from the creator, echoing across Douluo. With no opportunity to save the divine realm, she now sought to obliterate the god of divine retribution who aimed to sever this solitary chance. Ha ha ha, creator. Remember this. I am no longer the heavenly keeper trailing behind you. I am now the god of divine retribution. Austin Griffin. The nine-headed chimera sprouted a 10th head. revealing its true form, the 10-headed chimera, the god of divine retribution. A colossal explosion erupted from the evil demon forest, which was laid to waste in the furious clash between the creator and the desperate god of divine retribution. Heart blood cold lotus, freeze the world. The blood-colored ice crystal lotus shattered entirely, freezing time, space, and elements. This was Songyu exerting herself to the limit. She had not yet recovered, and this beast was, after all, a demigod-level entity. It was the same caliber as that Muir, whom they had battled together at the end. However, this creature was not as formidable as Muir. Muir was the general of Karankea, whose battle experience and secret techniques far surpassed those of this half-god, which relied solely on instinct. Even if this half-god was the deity of nature, it would not suffice. 9 white dragons were imprisoned in the air by Songyue. The blood-red demon sword sliced across Songyue's palm, and the blood that dripped down blossomed in the air. The evil emperor, the Snow Empress, and the mermaid princess separated simultaneously. The Snow Empress bore an incurable wound, and her pristine white gown was on the verge of shattering. She exuded a beauty marked by destruction and defeat. The scales on the mermaid princess's tail fell away, her lower body drenched in blood, and her breath was feeble. They were already at a disadvantage against the evil emperor. And now one had undergone a rebirth while the other could not harness the ocean's power due to special circumstances. The evil emperor was not unscathed either. The armor forged from the throne of slaughter and judgment was brutally torn apart by the Snow Empress's imperial sword, although the 2 long swords remained intact. The killing intent had been severely depleted. After all, he was not a warrior, he was merely a mage, unlike the Snow Empress, who had mastered both physical and magical arts. The essence of the evil eye was fragile, their clan's strength lay in mental prowess. Yet here in the extreme northern icy sea, the mermaid was not significantly inferior in that regard. Were it not for the throne of slaughter and judgment, he would hardly have fared well against those 2 women. Despite his current state of discomfort, the torn armor bore the imprint of a jade hand. The emperor's palm, great cold without snow. The ultimate ice element tore through the defenses of slaughter and judgment, freezing his essence. However, due to the nature of this pseudo-super artifact, his injuries were not as severe as theirs. Next, the evil emperor retracted the throne of slaughter and judgment. His most formidable weapon did not lie within those. A colossal single eye appeared in the air over the icy sea, adorned with 108 tentacles, each 1,000 meters long. This was his true form, the tyrant of the evil eye, a super beast that had dominated for 690,000 years. A ring of blue light coalesced around the single eye, a manifestation of mental energy compressed to its utmost limit. This extreme mental force influenced both space and time. The light of time and space. The light blue halo spread across the heavens and the earth, causing the hearts of the Snow Empress and the Mermaid Princess to plunge into despair. They had no means to counter such an attack. Just as despair took root in their hearts, the sound of space fracturing echoed in their minds. The demon sword in Songyue's hand traced a beautiful arc, layers of overlapping shadows converging together. This was a new technique she had comprehended, her strongest move to date. This technique was named Breaking Extremes. Breaking Extremes, Celestial Cold Lotus Slash. All of Songyue's spirit, strength, stamina, and the ice elements within her command coalesced into a single strike. A colossal crimson blade of light cleaved through the ocean, severing the godlike creature, its aftershocks countering the evil emperor's lethal blow. The fabric of time and space shattered, and the evil emperor suffered a backlash from the mental assault. His furious roar echoed throughout the realm, his mind haunted by the lingering trace of that red blade. Desperate to escape, the evil emperor tore through the fabric of space. Remaining would likely result in his demise at the hands of the Snow Emperor and the mermaid. Songyue's figure descended from the heavens, her fragmented silhouette gazing upon the being cleaved in two. Though he was not yet dead, she found herself devoid of power. Closing her eyes, she felt a warm embrace catch her as she began to fall towards the abyss marked by the split sea. The deities of the divine realm watched in despair as the ominous presence, more perilous than a black hole explosion, approached. The god of life and the god of destruction were unable to arrive in time. The god of Azura lacked the strength to withstand that blow. And the heirs of the evil and good gods possessed no divine artifacts of significance. They were at a loss for any means of survival. Tang San's expression betrayed his turmoil, a profound distortion etched across his features. Why? I refuse to accept this. After years of painstaking planning, I was so close to seizing victory. How can these meddlesome fools be so powerful? The darkness within him surged forth uncontrollably. At last, as the grayish stream approached the barrier of the divine realm, a roar erupted. Why? I refuse to accept it. Why? His silvery hair billowed wildly. His blood-red Azura armor in tatters, yet the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from his Azura demon sword did little to alleviate the looming crisis. A shadow draped in countless masks suddenly materialized before the gray ether. A mask adorned with a sinister smile radiated an eerie glow as it regarded the man in the void. Ah, ha ha ha, Demon Lord. To see you once again is truly delightful. Ah, this is simply too entertaining. Ah, ha ha ha. Chapter 34, Divine War, Part 6. Annihilation. Gu Feng's blood-red eyes gazed upon the shadowy figure. It seemed as though he could perceive the form concealed beneath the masks. A flicker of recognition stirred within his memory, a faint recollection of a name, though its significance eluded him. Gu Feng raised his arm as the gray sun ascended. A celestial orb, comparable in size to that of Douluo, gradually emerged. The gray sun surged toward Aha, while behind it, a resplendent crimson crescent moon shimmered in Gu Feng's wake. The red crescent began to rotate, and a colossal starry scimitar slashed toward Gu Feng's rear. The gray sun was consumed by a mask, which reappeared amidst the swirling black mist. Ah ha ha ha, how intriguing. It seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary, indeed. Aha's figure vanished with a laugh after uttering that peculiar phrase, leaving no one to comprehend his disappearance. The blood-red crescent shattered, a fissure tearing through its swirling form. The rift slowly widened, revealing a female silhouette connected to an enigmatic entity. The upper half of the woman was human, while her lower half transformed into pink tendrils that extended deep into the rift. She embraced her chest with both arms, her eyes narrowed, and an odd smile graced her face, beckoning all creatures to investigate further. Behind Gu Feng, a void fissure materialized, revealing a crimson corner of the world in the abyss. The denizens of the divine realm and all inhabitants of the Douluo continent sensed impending calamity. The sanguine world surged forth, with countless ancient beasts compelled to soar from the sea of blood. Colossal creatures clashed, their immense forms engaged in a brutal struggle. A massive, tumor-like cannon, rivaling the very sun, took shape, its muzzle aimed at the fissure where a woman had appeared. A deep red beam of energy surged forth, engulfing her spectral form within its terrifying embrace, while a fragment of energy spilled into the divine realm. Half of a divine plate was obliterated. This was true might, unmatched by these feeble deities. More energy cascaded down upon the divine realm and Douluo continent, plunging all into despair. Lan Shui lay in Zhang Lishuan's embrace, gazing at the blood-red energy descending upon the land. She gently rose, embracing Zhang Lishuan before grasping her hand, awaiting their fate. Ouyang Sun's frenzied mask shattered as he knelt, cradling Ouyang Qier, who opened her eyes and, with great difficulty, raised her hand to tenderly caress his face. They exchanged no words, merely gazing into each other's eyes. With his last ounce of strength, Ouyang Sun rose, supporting Ouyang Qiao against his shoulder as they both beheld the final twilight. Mir, after a long absence, retrieved the ice coffin of Meng Hongchen. As the coffin opened, the figure within appeared vibrant, as if death held no dominion over her. Mir tenderly brushed aside Meng Hongchen's hair before cradling her in his arms, seated gently upon the 6 paths amidst the blood sea of sun and moon. Observing the colorful clouds above, he understood that they were merely the aftershocks of energy collisions, mistaken for beautiful auroras by the uninformed. He envied those mortals who departed this world in blissful ignorance. It was indeed a serene existence. The Snow Empress and the mermaid returned to the far north with Songyu. Within the grand ice trees and magnificent palace, the Snow Empress returned to the site of her initial encounter with Songyu. Songyu propped herself up, grasping the blood-red demon blade, now devoid of its crimson glow, resting quietly in her hand. She drove the blade into the palace floor, pointing to the beautiful aurora above. She knew it was not an aurora, but the sheer distance rendered that terrifying entity reminiscent of one. It has been ages since I last beheld an aurora, Snow Empress. I am truly delighted to know you. Lastly, accompany me to witness the aurora once more. Her delicate voice resonated. A smile blossomed on the Snow Empress's face as she slowly approached Songyu, resting her head gently on her shoulder. The two spirits of ice and snow leaned together, gazing at the final aurora. At the palace entrance, a mermaid observed the duo, realizing something profound. A flute coalesced in her hand, and a soft melody began to play. If one seeks to escape the mortal realm, let them wait for the rain to fall. Gaze upon the fireworks set forth by the deities. Pause for a moment, allowing the heart, on the brink of desolation, to sprout anew. Fear not the journey that lies ahead. The most tenacious flower blooms upon the precipice. Let the scars of the past be carried away by the wind. Qianqiyu nestles in Gaichen's embrace. Yeching, she inquires. Do you think our child would be devastated if they knew? Suddenly, tears welled in Qianqiu's eyes, her eyelids tinged with crimson. She beheld a figure on the horizon. It was her child, yet not entirely her child. Her offspring was not of this world-destroying demon, yet she understood that indeed, it was his child. Gu Yechen refrained from uttering words that would declare he was not their child. Throughout their time together, he had never deceived her. Even in the final moments of this life, he could not bring himself to deceive this kind-hearted angel. Although it could be considered a benevolent lie, he found himself unable to do so. In these last moments, the sight of his child accompanying her on their journey to the afterlife felt, in its own way, quite beautiful, did it not? Gu Yechen pondered deeply, ultimately turning his gaze towards the tearful Qin Qiuyue. In his eyes, there resided an ineffable tenderness. He gently wiped away the traces of her tears, enveloping her in a quiet embrace, his hands soothingly gliding through her golden tresses. Behind him lay the desolate lands he had tirelessly cultivated, while before him stood the enchanting figure with whom he longed to share a lifetime. Moreover, they would leave their mark upon this world, a testament to their existence here, which was already a profound blessing. I can only hope that in the next life, we may encounter each other once more. In the eyes of Gu Yechen and Qin Qiuyue lies an endless affection, though they remain oblivious to each other's sentiments. The joys and sorrows of the mortal realm are inherently diverse. As common folk gaze upon the rare and exquisite vistas of the horizon, they engage in discussions about the morrow with those beside them. They yearn for the life that awaits them as new beginnings beckon. And together they admire the stunning expanse of the sky. This moment embodies their hopes and aspirations for the future, sustaining them through each passing day. It allows them to anticipate the dawn anew, as the breathtaking scenery dissolves the fatigue of their daily toil in an instant. Yet, no one informs them that this splendid panorama is but the final serenade of their world. Ah, the mortals, blissfully unaware, accompany this world into oblivion. Perhaps that is a blessing in itself. For those in exalted positions, the experiences of joy and sorrow diverge greatly. Some attain enlightenment, transcending the mundane and the cycle of life and death, quietly awaiting the twilight alongside their most cherished companions. Others succumb to madness, exhausting every ounce of their being in a desperate quest for salvation, only to find themselves empty-handed at the end, having accomplished naught. At the twilight of existence, Emperor Tian, Lord Xiong, Princess Zi, Princess Bai, along with the myriad demon kings, spirit beings, and the Red King, returned to the lifeless starry forest, having spent countless years there. They sought to revisit the place of their origins and their final moments. Guyuna's life resembles that of a marionette, born from the fracture of the dragon god. She became the target of divine persecution, despite not being the dragon god herself. She endured a prolonged period of recovery, having enjoyed nothing throughout her existence. Yet, in this final moment, she felt a long-lost sense of ease. With no thoughts to ponder and no worries to bear, she welcomed the conclusion of her journey. Indeed, it is quite serene. If there is a next life, I wish to live it with fervor. Ultimately, a sense of reluctance lingered within Guyuna as she raised her gaze, refraining from accompanying Di Tian and the others back to the Star Dome. Unbeknownst, tears cascaded from her eyes. The demon emperor and the Buddhist sun nestled against each other, while Lan Shui remained with Zhang Lishuan. The Snow Empress and Song Yu gazed at the horizon, and Gu Yeqing embraced Qin Qiuyue, both captivated by the splendid aurora. The entire continent faded into silence, leaving not a trace behind. I apologize, dear readers. I find myself unable to continue writing. There seems to be no audience, and my thoughts remain inadequately expressed. I shall take a break and embark on a new endeavor, steering clear of such narratives. Ultimately, Douluo remains a mere stepping stone. Allow me to briefly outline the subsequent events. The aftermath of the battle between the Demon Lord and Aha against the Gluttonous One brought forth devastation. That fissure was the maw of the Gluttonous One. As the Demon Lord engaged in combat with the Gluttonous One, Aha watched the spectacle unfold from the sidelines. The apothecary in the end also made their entrance. Subsequently, it was revealed that the secret to the Demon Lord's knowledge lay upon the obliterated continent. The scholar sought the truth and discovered a method, albeit it was not within his destined powers. In an act of volition, Memory endeavored to preserve this moment. Together, Memory and the scholar located the apothecary in the end. The combined powers of the apothecary in the end restored the entire Douluo universe from the brink of annihilation, pulling it back just before its destruction. Shortly thereafter, destruction emerged, intent on annihilating all. Aha, seeking amusement, intervened and dealt a severe blow to destruction during their clash. At this juncture, the hunter sensed the presence of the apothecary and unleashed a torrent of luminous rain from the boundless shores. To safeguard his destiny, preservation intercepted the hunter's arrows mid-flight. The apothecary vanished as the Douluo was restored, while the end observed as the fateful Huiyuhao was cast into the hands of the Star Core hunter, Elio. Following the end's departure with Huiyuhao, the battlefield conjured by Shi Pei was shattered by the Demon Lord and the Gluttonous One. Shi Pei had devoured Tai, expanding the fates of all associated with Shi Pei, who required a modicum of order maintenance. Aha discerned the escalating chaos and recognized the potential for cosmic calamity if left unchecked. Yet, the god of amusement paid little heed. Choosing to remain indifferent, destruction turned its gaze upon Aha, subsequently joining the fray against the Gluttonous One and the Demon Lord. Preservation made his presence known, bestowing a hammer upon each of the three. In that fleeting moment, the Amber Era witnessed the simultaneous updating of three epics. The company soon detected anomalies. Shajing, Topaz, Emerald, and Diamond dared to approach this universe. As the scale of conflict expanded, it began to affect other universes. Preservation, the Apothecary, the Gluttonous One, Shi Pei, the Hunter, and Destruction all descended into the battle. The Star Gods engaged in chaotic combat, while Memory, the Scholar, and Aha stabilized the battlefield and contained its spread. In the end, only the Demon Lord sustained injuries. While the Demon Lord possessed formidable recovery abilities and combat prowess, he was not a Star God. He could merely be considered as wielding powers akin to those of a Star God. Much like the chaotic Ancient Beast of the Ancient Beast era and the heroes of the Amber Age. Ultimately, the Demon Lord fused light and ether, giving rise to a new power. Chapter 1. The prelude to the conflict between Gu Feng and Lan Shui. The ethereal force of the void instilled a sense of vigilance among the myriad star deities. Subsequently, this very essence of the void summoned 9, who descended upon the realm. It is noteworthy that the void is not immobile. Its movement does not contravene its destined path, but rather serves as a unique manifestation of its own existence. Almost all the star deities gathered in attendance. They were all subsequently drawn into the domain of the void. In the climax of these events, the memories of the Demon Lord resurfaced. Gu Feng beheld the star deities upon the battlefield where he had lost his memories, recalling the words spoken to him by Lu Xing during their initial encounter. In that moment of transcendence, a new generation of star deities was born. This new star deity would be known by the name Hope. As for how it became Hope, I shall refrain from elaborating. I leave it to the imagination of those who have reached this point. Thus concludes the Divine Battle arc. The Slaughter arc unfolds concurrently with the Divine Battle. The narrative of Slaughter begins with the End and the Pharmacist. They successfully brought Douluo back, after which Huiyuhao was taken away. Tang Xin witnessed the true might of the divine. Subsequently, his ambition caught the attention of the Envoy of Abundance. Tang Xin ascended to become the Harbinger of Abundance. At the same time, his insatiable greed and jealousy grew excessively potent. With nearly all star gods present, gluttonous eyes turned towards Tang Xin. He became a Harbinger of Gluttony. Not an envoy, but a dual pathwalker of his own design. This special dual pathwalker status significantly amplified Tang Xin's power, elevating him to a level comparable to the weaker envoys. Although he could not surpass them, he ranked among the strongest beneath their tier. Soon after, those who dared to engage in the divine battle reappeared. The immortal vessel identified the Envoy of Abundance, and with Tang Xin at his side, he mistakenly regarded Tang Xin as a follower of the Pharmacist. Consequently, Tang Xin fell victim to a scheme by the Envoy of Abundance, diverting the immortal vessel's ire towards him. Subsequently, the immortal vessel became embroiled in the divine conflict tainted by abundance. The three immortal vessels confronted the corrupted divine realm. This battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. However, the nature of the divine being is akin to the soul itself, making them difficult to eradicate, particularly with the mutations spawned from the Pharmacist's abundance, rendering them formidable foes. The immortal vessel found itself entrenched in the divine realm's quagmire. The illusory legion in the blazing wind arrived, and they beheld the battlefield of the star gods. The blazing wind contemplated annihilating Douluo star, while his precise power remains uncertain. Eradicating Douluo star should be a trivial endeavor for him. However, the illusory legion, known for its tactical acumen, perceived the uniqueness of this planet. Such a phenomenon would not attract the simultaneous attention of so many star gods were it not special. Subsequently, the illusory legion persuaded the blazing wind to explore Douluo star in search of the extraordinary. The Destruction Legion then set about eliminating all life on Douluo star. Meanwhile, the trio from the Black Tower encountered the Star Core hunter en route. The hunter's mission had already concluded, and the end directly cast Huiyuhao to them. Yet, Huiyuhao was troubled by his concern for Douluo star, thus the affectionate Star Core hunters brought the newly joined Huiyuhao to Douluo star. Along the way, They crossed paths with the Black Tower, which discerned something amiss with Hui Yuhao traces left by the Star God. The true power of the Black Tower remained shrouded in mystery, as the newly emerged omniscient Polka did not seem to confront the Black Tower's essence, and it is likely the Black Tower has established itself as the envoy of knowledge. The Black Tower sensed the aura of the Star God emanating from Hui Yuhao, compounded by the hunter's previous indiscretions at the space station, as well as the strange energy that mirrored the destination they were heading towards. The trio from the Black Tower engaged the Star Core hunters in combat. Meanwhile, on Douluo Star, this cataclysm unleashed the demons within all but a few, such as Gu Yechen, Ouyang's son, and Song Yue. Mir also renounced the idea of annihilation, as this world had already faced obliteration once before. Mir encountered an individual who resurrected the dream he thought could never return, Meng Hongqian. If that person were to write normally, a name would suffice. Douluo, from the game Endless Wandering, possesses the ability of resurrection through sacrifice. Mir, accompanied by Meng Hongqian, retreats into seclusion, while Douluo takes away the uncontrollable Nox. Although Nox has been removed, the chaos she left behind persists. That black ring continues to devour all that falls within its grasp, transforming them into serval remnants. The concept of these remnants need not be elaborated upon, as it holds little significance. In other realms, turmoil reigns. Mortals in this era are regarded as lesser than swine and dogs, with no one paying heed or offering concern. It resembles the dark upheaval often depicted in fantasy literature, where the underprivileged are treated as mere fodder. In the world of Douluo, these lower echelons are exploited as instruments of release. Subsequently, Song Yu and Ouyang's son established the VV Academy, along with measures to cease the bloodshed. They grew amidst the world's annihilation, regaining their strength through revival, and decisively vanquished the majority of the instigators. The chapter of bloodshed culminates with the relentless path of Song Yu and Ouyang Sunday. In the final chapter, the Douluo continent reverts to its former state before the cataclysm, albeit under the restraint of Gu Yeqing, Qin Shouyue, Gu Yuna, and Di Tian, who joined in the slaughter during this tumultuous period. In their moments of despair, hope descends. The ascended demon lord, impervious to mortality, reshapes hell into a new world, casting all extraordinary beings from Douluo into its depths. Ultimately, the demon lord confronts the divine realm. And when the harvesting envoy flees upon the arrival of the star gods, it is evident that the tempestuous lawn does not hesitate to act. Destruction guards the flames of the burning wind and the ethereal mist, yet the Star Core hunter and the trio from the Black Tower remain at an impasse. With the completion of the Star Core hunter's mission, accompanied by the newly joined Hui Yuhao, they return to Pinaconi, where further endeavors await, namely, recruiting new talent, including Brother Zhou. The Black Tower also acquires the desired intelligence and data, returning to the space station to develop the new universe. On the celestial vessel, Fei Xiao and the Ascendant Demon Lord exchange glances. Ultimately, they become mere passers-by. She is a general, not a docile wife, for that remains her fondest memory. He is a star god and a demon lord, placing his hopes upon Fei Xiao before retreating to hell, vanishing from the gaze of the crumbling iron universe. He transforms into a lost star god, ever watchful over the general, Fei Xiao, until the end of her lifespan. In a resurgence of hope, he carries her soul away. And in their rebirth, their souls intertwine in love. One is named Gu Feng, the other, Salon. The end of this book to those who have reached this point. I sincerely apologize. I genuinely wish to continue writing, but the lack of readers and the frustrations of recent times have hindered me. This marks my inaugural attempt at authorship. My prose may not be particularly refined. Thus, this is where my narrative concludes. Should the opportunity arise, I may endeavor to compose another work in the future, though it will not resemble this one. Most likely, it will be a pure fantasy inspired by the Dragon series by Jiang Nan, encompassing the original volumes from Dragon 1 to Dragon 5, with my own embellishments. There is also a slim chance it may delve into the realm of interdimensional tales, but that is improbable. Ultimately, it will be a piece of fantastical literature, akin to themes of revival, albeit distinct from the conventional narratives prevalent today. As I am not one to adhere to formulaic storytelling, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who accompanied me on this journey, and I hope we may cross paths again in the future. Synopsis: elements from Collapse of Iron, Stealing Stars, Eternal, Gravekeeper, and the Douluo series intertwine. I am not particularly adept at summarizing. Grandfather, do soul masters truly exist in this world, as you mentioned? Indeed, they do. But they either conceal their identities or have ventured to another realm. Can Yaya see those soul masters, grandfather? She should be able to, provided she strives to enter the realm of compassion. The elder fell into reminiscence, recalling the turbulence of years past, the aberrations of the Starfall realm, the black rings of Doling, the demons of Tianhan, and the inaction and resistance of Shrek. Now, this world is indeed quite splendid, devoid of the boundaries that separate nations.